Chapter 1 Unlimited Rebate System. Longhai City, Qingdai Pavilion Light Luxury Club. A sexy and charming woman was sitting beside Chen Hang, skillfully doing ancient massage. The robust and wild body made the woman's heart beat slightly faster. Looking at the overwhelmingly large scene in the room, the corner of Chen Hang's lips rose slightly. A few minutes ago, he was lying on his bed reading a tomato novel. Unexpectedly, his cell phone flashed, and when he opened his eyes, he had traveled to the parallel world of Blue Star. Now his identity was that of a freshman student at Longhai University, the only son of the North City family. Looking at the time, it was already 12 noon. It had been almost an hour and the system should have come. As a senior internet literature lover, he had read not 1,000 novels, but 800. It was natural to be able to understand such a magical thing as crossing over. Just, why hasn't the expected system appeared yet? The travelers have to have a system in their hands, so they should have one themselves. Just as Chen Hang was wondering, a crisp beep sounded in his mind. Ding! Infinite rebate system matching successful. All of the host's consumer shopping behaviors will receive a multiple rebate of the system's corresponding level. The corner of Chen Hang's mouth couldn't help but raise a small arc. Travelers all had systems, and his unicorn was just a little late to the party. The super gift pack function is being opened. Ding! Opened successfully. Every amount spent by the host will be converted into experience value. A certain amount of experience value can upgrade the system. After the system is successfully upgraded, the host will receive a super gift package. The super pack contains treasures, skills, money, and all kinds of gifts. The host can also obtain the super gift pack by completing tasks. In the next instant, a dazzling colorful light screen appeared in front of Chen Hang. Host, Chen Hang. Age, 19. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 77 kilograms. Face value, 80. Strength 50. Agility 60. Physical fitness, 60. Peak value of all human attributes is 100. Leveling experience, LV1, 0 out of 100. Return multiplier 3 times. Skills, no. Talent value, 0. Chen Hang swept a glance at the dazzling colored light curtain. The current system's rebate multiplier was 3 times, but the rebate was an uncapped amount. If there was a certain amount of initial funds, a small goal a day was not a problem. The rebate multiplier would also increase with the level of the system. In the future, it might reach 8 times, 10 times, or even 100 times. Chen Hang looked at the experience bar. The current level experience was 0 out of 100. In other words, spending $100 would upgrade the system. Good lord, this experience bar was too simple. Chen Hang immediately pulled out his cell phone and opened the game page. But just as he wanted to charge himself 128, his phone suddenly got stuck on the payment failure page. What's the situation? This guy wouldn't even have 128, right? Opening his account, the balance was only $68. Nima. Chen Hang was speechless for a while. Thinking back carefully, all the money on his body had been spent on Lin Mengyao, the schoolgirl he was pursuing, which was also the reason why there was only 68 yuan left in the account. Chen Hang didn't think much more. The most important thing at the moment was still the issue of startup capital. Just at this time, the beep suddenly came. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the novice reward. Surprise gift pack issued successfully. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 5 million Huaxia coins. Dragon City Bank, your bank card with tail number 8688 has an income of 500,000,000 yuan and a usable balance of 500,068. 18 yuan. Crap. 5 million Chinese coins. Brother Unicorn was truly generous. Chen Hang opened the recharge page again. This time, he directly charged 648. In the next instant, the page showed that the payment was successful. Ding! The host consumed 648 yuan. Rebate of 1,944 yuan. Ding! System upgrade. Obtained a super gift pack. Current level LV2. Rebate multiplier, 4 times. Level experience, LV2, 548/1000. 1 minute later, the account received the rebate message. Dragon City Bank, your bank card with tail number 8688, income of 1944. 00 yuan, available balance of 513.64. 18 yuan. Sir, our massage service will be over in 5 minutes. Do you still need an extra bell? The woman softly said with a smile on her face. Chen Hang returned to his senses and the corner of his mouth ticked. Add 3 more bells for me. Excellent, sir. Please lie down. I will now press your shoulders for you. The woman smiled knowingly, and then began to push and massage again. 3 hours later, Chen Hang exited the clubhouse refreshed. Worthy of being a high luxury clubhouse, the pressing was too sour. At this time, the WeChat phone rang. Took out his cell phone and looked at it. It was a WeChat call with the name, anchorwoman Zhao Yanxian, in the memo. What's the situation? This guy actually hooked up with a female anchor? Can't wait to think about it. Chen Hang pressed the answer. A coquettish female voice came. Hello? Brother Tian, the promised face-to-face tomorrow, don't you forget. Cough, Xian, I've booked the room. Chen Hang lightly coughed twice. Zhao Yanxian on the other end of the phone instantly blushed. Alright, see you tomorrow. Love you hubby, muah. Hanging up the phone, Chen Hang realized that his WeChat name was wild, dazzling, cool and handsome. No wonder a mouthful of a heavenly brother. The original screen name was so domineering. Chapter 2 The beauty took the initiative to add WeChat. This is the charm of driving a Porsche with one hand. Half an hour later, Chen Hang took a taxi to the Porsche Center Longhai. A supercar was certainly essential as a luxurious representative of the godly hoi polloi. The price of a Porsche supercar was conservatively estimated to be around $2 million. Compared to other spending, buying a car was undoubtedly the best way to rebate. Stepping into the hall, a cool supercar was being placed in the middle of the showroom. The most conspicuous among them is the Porsche 911 Turbo S in the center of the booth. The smooth and natural body lines, the silver-white metallic paint, and the movable and cool rear wing all emphasized Porsche's industry-leading design. Chen Hang certainly noticed this super coupe coming to the front of the Porsche 911 Turbo S. Just at this time, a saleswoman from the lobby quickly greeted Chen Hang, only to see her draped in large wavy curls, long hair draped over her shoulders, a pure and charming face, a small and delicate melon face, an elegant light pink wraparound skirt and hazy light white blouse called out. Chen Hang's eyes flashed. Is the sales industry also rolled up now? The face value plus body is simply a perfect match. Hello sir, welcome. Which model are you looking at? Yun Shui asked with a smile. Just this one. Chen Hang raised his hand and signaled. Okay sir, what you have in front of you is the latest 911 Turbo S Super Coupe in our store, the top performance model in the 911 series. This model is equipped with a 3.7T horizontally opposed twin-turbo, an 8-speed wet dual-clutch transmission, an H6 super engine with a maximum power of up to 650 horsepower, and acceleration of 100 kilometers in just 2.7 seconds. It also comes with a soft-top convertible, and the whole car is a great value performer. If you are interested, I can take you to experience it. Yun Shui introduced. Can. Chen Hang tapped his chin. Alright, please wait a moment. Yun Shui brought the keys from the counter and opened the door of the Porsche 911 Turbo S. Chen Hang nonchalantly sat in the driver's seat. It was different from the popular Bordeaux red. This 911 Turbo S used cloth seats and a gorgeous interior of 1000 birdcheck. The vintage optional style was low-key but not luxurious, calm but not without atmosphere. The front face and headlights are still the classic Porsche family design with just the right amount of elegance. The large exhaust system at the rear also flanks the ultra-high performance horsepower that the top-of-the-line supercar has. It is basically certain that all the super coupes on the market, faster than Turbo S is not as handsome as him, and more handsome than Turbo S is not as fast as him. In the same price range, there was absolutely no rival. Sir, the interior of this 911 Turbo S is in a retro style, with black and white and orange 1000 bird woven seats, 100% wool material, and distinctive checkered elements that are distinctive and luxurious. What you are experiencing now is the latest model of the full leather-wrapped sports seatbacks that support power-adjustable functions, and the seats are also comfortably heated. In addition, this car is also equipped with the sound of Berlin high-end 3D surround sound system. You can enjoy the spatial and atmospheric sense of lossless sound quality on the way to drive. Chen Hang tried the stability of the main driver's seat, then took a look at the long legs of the passenger, and nodded his head in a competent manner. Very good, I'm satisfied. Can I pick up the car if I pay now? Sir, are you trying to pick up the car now? Yun Shui couldn't help but wonder if she had heard wrong. Although the store often had bigwigs who bought cars with full payment, but it was the first time she had seen a customer requesting to pick up a car on the same day. After all, customers who bought supercars would choose the appropriate configuration based on their preferences. The ordering process would take a while. It usually took 3 days at the earliest. Yes, this is the one. Chen Hang tapped his chin. The 911 Turbo S was at best a substitute car. The ideal type was the Bugatti Red Dragon. The black and white panda color scheme was simply handsome. Although the performance may not be as good as the top supercars at the billion-dollar level, but handsome is for life. Okay sir, this Turbo S adopts all kinds of configurations are top-notch, and the price is a bit more expensive compared to a normal 911. The full price landed around $3.97 million. The formalities may additionally require a $20,000 fee. Yun Shui responded. No problem, swipe your card. Chen Hang pulled out a bank card full of concern and threw it to Yun Shui, the co-pilot. Wait a moment, we'll do the formalities for you right away. Yun Shui guffawed. Immediately, she ran to the counter with gusto. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Hang received a prompt from the system and a text message from the bank. Ding! Host consumed 3.99 million yuan. Rebate 15.96 million yuan. Dragon City Bank, your bank card with tail number 8688, income of 1596,000,000 yuan, available balance of 1697,1242, 18 yuan. Ding, system upgrade. Obtain super gift pack *4. Current level LV6. Rebate multiplier, 8 times. Leveling experience, LV6, 3. 39 million/10 million. Looking at the available balance figures, Chen Hang couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising. Open all gift packs. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 million Chinese coins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the basketball mastery skill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring divine driving skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 20 talent points. Ding! Congratulations to the host on acquiring the heartbeat function. Crap! It's all good stuff, especially the heartwarming value feature. This was better than the previous 4. All talent values are evenly distributed to my attributes. Okay, assigning talent values to the host now. Ding! Allocation successful. Host, Chen Hang. Age, 19. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 77 kilograms. Face value, 85. Strength, 55. Agility, 65. Physical fitness, 65. Level experience, LV6, 3390000/10000000. Rebate multiplier, 8 times. Skills, basketball proficiency, divine driving. Talent value, 0. In an instant, Chen Hang's body underwent a subtle change. The more robust his physique became, the face became more and more hardened. The muscle lines became very textured. At the same time, the prompt message of the heartbeat value function also appeared on the light screen. Heartbeat value function. The host can use this function to view all the information of the opposite sex and their heartbeat value towards the host. 0 to 40 heartbeat value is a nodding acquaintance, 40 to 60 heartbeat value is an ordinary friend, 60 to 80 heartbeat value is a close confidant, 80 to 99 heartbeat value is an ambiguous lover, and 100 heartbeat value is till death do us part. Whenever a person of the opposite sex with a face value of 90 points or more reaches a heartwarming value of 100 for the host will receive a super gift pack. Chen Hang whirled around and became energized. Looking at Yun Shui, who was not far away, Chen Hang's information soon appeared in front of him. Name, Yun Shui. Age, 22. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Body size, 88. Face value, 93. Perfection 100. Heartwarming value, 36. A few moments later, Yun Shui returned to Chen Hang with the bank card. Mr. Chen, you've already made the payment. We're working on the formalities for you. We expect it to be processed in 10 minutes. It is now exactly noontime. Do you think you would like to dine in our store? We have already prepared lunch for you. No need. Chen Hang took the bank card and waved his hand. It was natural to spend a good meal later. Could the food in the store be compared to a top-notch hotel? Of course it couldn't. Alright then, Mr. Chen. Let's add a contact method then. If there are any after-sale problems, you can contact me directly. A trace of loss crossed Yun Shui's pretty face, but she quickly adjusted and smiled. Chen Hang also did not talk nonsense. He pulled out the Mate 60 RS Transcendent Master. After scanning the QR code, Yun Shui seemed to remember something and smiled. By the way, Mr. Chen, my name is Yun Shui. The cloud of white clouds, the snow of white snow. Chen Hang smiled politely. Nice name. Well, looking at Chen Hang's handsome smile, Yun Shui's dear was in a frenzy. Regardless of the angle, it was a divine face with no dead angles. Young physical state, 1 meter 8 height, perfect muscle lines, illustrious family history. Almost the male god in the hearts of all women. In front of such a perfect man, it was impossible not to be moved. Yun Shui, heartwarming value +2. Yun Shui, heartwarming value +2. Yun Shui, heartwarming value +2. Yun Shui, heartwarming value, 42. Looking at the dazzling colorful light curtain that appeared in front of him, Chen Hang did not react for a moment. He didn't seem to have done anything. Could it be that this was the charm of driving a Porsche with one hand? After the account manager completed the formalities, Yun Shui brought Chen Hang's contract over. Mr. Chen, we've done all the relevant formalities. You can pick up the car after signing the contract. Good. Chen Hang sharply signed his name. After the grand handover ceremony, Chen Hang opened the car door and sat in the main driver. Starting the car, the extreme roaring sound wave resounded through the sky, and all the customers in the hall looked over in unison. Goodbye, Mr. Chen. Yun Shui waved. Remember to call me. Chen Hang smiled faintly and made a calling gesture towards Yun Shui. Then he lightly stepped on the gas pedal and drove out of the Porsche Center. Looking at the distant Porsche 911, Yun Shui lightly bit her lips as a touch of redness surfaced on her face. Chapter 3. Don't you think this is exciting? Chen Hang drove to the China World Trade Center of Dragon City, which was located in the center of the city. The China World Trade Center was the shopping paradise of Dragon City, with counters for all sorts of famous brands. The more expensive the price, the higher the amount of rebate. Shopping here was a very good choice. Entering the mall, Chen Hang arrived at the Patek Philippe counter on the first floor store. After roughly sweeping through, Chen Hang fell in love with a rose gold model. The female sales clerk was also very knowledgeable in introducing the watch. Sir, you have a good eye. This is our new Master Series watch, made of 24K alloy, with an exquisite dial with hand-carved patterns on top, with 28 tiny sapphires, double-faceted toffee hands, and an avant-garde design that is perfect for the honorable you. Is it okay to try it on? Of course, let me put it on for you. The shopgirl quickly unwrapped the watch and put it on Chen Hang's wrist. Chen Hang lifted his hand, looked around and nodded in a competent manner. Sir, your temperament is truly extraordinary. Wearing a wristwatch is even more handsome. The gorgeous wristwatch fit Chen Hang's temperament perfectly. Noble without losing elegance. Luxurious in its simplicity. Originally, Chen Hang's face value was high, and with the addition of the wristwatch, he even displayed a distinctive temperament. Is it? I think so too. The corner of Chen Hang's mouth lifted as he pulled out a bank card from his pocket and threw it to the female sales clerk. A face value of 85 wasn't exactly dazzling, but with a height of 183 and the addition of money, it was impossible not to shine. Just a moment, sir, I'll swipe the card for you. The female sales clerk excitedly received the bank card and ran to the checkout with gusto. Not long after, the beep sounded again. Ding! The host consumed 500,000 yuan. Rebate 4 million yuan. Mr. Chen, this is your invoice. The female sales clerk returned to the counter and handed the invoice to Chen Hang, then threw a wink, giving him a slightly meaningful smile. Customers who could afford to buy a Patek Philippe, all of them were either rich or noble. If one were to get involved with him a little bit, one might be able to change one's fate. It might be able to change fate. Furthermore, the man in front of her was young, handsome and rich, completely the ideal object in her mind. There was a clear phone number on the invoice. Chen Hang also understood the shopgirl's intentions very well. However, he just smiled politely. Spinning around, he left. The charm of money was just so plain and simple, there was no need to say much. Patek Philippe will speak for you. After leaving the counter, Chen Hang purchased 2 sets of clothes and a pair of shoes at the men's clothing store before leaving the ITC. Walking to the parking lot, he only saw a woman in a wraparound skirt, standing in front of his car and constantly posing for pictures. Chen Hang's mind moved. Checked up on the woman's information. Name, Su Xiaoya. Age, 26. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Body type, 81. Face value, 65. Perfection 6-8. Heartwarming value, 0. Crap. Chen Hang was really knowledgeable. As a pure freshman youth, it was the first time he had seen such an amazing number. Chen Hang lightly coughed twice. In the next instant, an impatient voice came from the woman. Sorry, I already have a boyfriend. Chen Hang instantly lived speechless. He didn't say anything himself. This woman was also too confident. Chen Hang also ignored her and walked to the front of the car. Just at this time, Su Xiaoya's voice once again rang out coldly. I've already said that I have a boyfriend. Please don't bother me anymore. Su Xiaoya blankly glanced at Chen Hang. Spinning around, she took pictures of herself again. Oh. Chen Hang's expression was indifferent as he pressed the car key. The 2 headlights of the Porsche instantly flashed twice. Only then did Su Xiaoya meticulously survey Chen Hang. The dress and attire were clearly not ordinary. Especially the dazzling wristwatch in his hand was worth a lot of money. Su Xiaoya, heartwarming value plus 10. Su Xiaoya, heartwarming value plus 10. Su Xiaoya, heartwarming value plus 10. Heartwarming value, 30. The corner of Chen Hang's mouth raised a small, imperceptible arc. The ability to pay money is really a fatal blow to gold-worshipping women. Just by pressing the headlights, the heartwarming value soared by 30 points. If you buy another bag or something, you still have to pounce on it. Seeing Chen Hang open the car door, Su Xiaoya suddenly reacted and put down her cell phone and walked to Chen Hang's side. Handsome guy, so this is your car. Chen Hang did not intend to pay attention to her and opened the car door to enter the driver's seat. Handsome guy, your sports car is really nice. Do you have time to have a cup of coffee together? Su Xiaoya leaned in front of the car window and smiled flatteringly. Seeing Su Xiaoya's ingratiating smile, Chen Hang said with some amusement, aren't you afraid that your boyfriend knows? Well, don't you think this is very exciting? Handsome guy, I quite like your type. How about you be my boyfriend? Looking at Chen Hang's handsome face, the woman's face involuntarily reddened. The boyfriend's Audi S7 was compared to Chen Hang's Porsche 911. It was completely worthless. What's more, Chen Hang was not only multi-golden, but also young and handsome. How to choose, she was naturally clear in her heart. Moreover, it wasn't the first time she had done this kind of thing. There was no difference between once or twice. You want to be my girlfriend? Su Xiaoya's bold statement, Chen Hang was instantly interested. Well, we can be anywhere, like your seat. Chen Hang subconsciously touched his nose. Good fellow. Worthy of being an old driver, his skills were comparable to the god of autumn named Mountain Car now. Without waiting for Chen Hang to reply, Su Xiaoya blushed once again. If you want to take the safe passage, I'm also available. Hearing this, a mouthful of Chen Hang's old blood almost spewed out. After all, he had underestimated the charm of money. Sorry, I'm not interested in that. Chen Hang said as if nothing had happened, then started the car. Su Xiaoya was a bit anxious. Handsome guy, don't go, let's add a WeChat. We can play together when we are free to come out. Sorry, the fish pond is full. Also, don't shoot my car next time so that people don't misunderstand, thanks. Chen Hang no longer wanted to bull ***** with Su Xiaoya. With a kick of the gas, he drove out of the parking space. Su Xiaoya stood in place with an embarrassed face, frozen in place. Only after Chen Hang walked away did Su Xiaoya come back to her senses and stomped her feet angrily. Chapter 4, Afternoon Tea at 5-Star Hotel. Flight attendant takes the initiative to invite you. Longhai Hotel, the top 5-star hotel in Dragon City. The banquets of major famous enterprises had been held here. Those who spent money here were all rich and powerful level clients. Hello, welcome to the Dragon Sea Grand Hotel. As soon as she entered the front door, a pretty waitress in uniform greeted her. With a black stocking wraparound skirt, she was elegant with a hint of flirtatiousness. Looking at the long legs in front of him, Chen Hang marveled in his heart. Worthy of being a 5-star hotel. The facade bearer is really not a vegetarian. Every move made people feel comfortable. Does sir want to check in or dine? The waitress asked with a smile. Dining. Is Mr. alone? Yes. Chen Hang tapped his chin. Then would you like to dine on the first floor or choose one of our private rooms? The private room it is. Alright, this way please, sir. The waitress led Chen Hang into the elevator. Wait. When the elevator door was about to close, a woman dragged her suitcase and walked over quickly. Chen Hang smoothly pressed the open door button. The doors reopened and what appeared in front of Chen Hang was a woman with an elegant temperament. The woman had her hair coiled and was charming in a standard airline uniform. Thank you. The moment she saw Chen Hang, the woman subconsciously froze for a moment. But in a flash, she came back to her senses and revealed a polite smile towards Chen Hang. By Ruoxue? After seeing the woman's appearance, Chen Hang recognized her at once. The woman was no one else but the popular actress Bai Ruoxue who had starred as Princess Yushu in the previous life. What a coincidence, to think that I would actually run into her here. But then again, why would she appear here? Could it be that she was filming a movie at this time? Just as Chen Hang was puzzled, the woman responded. Sir, you've mistaken the wrong person. I am not Bai Ruoxue. My name is Li Yi. Hearing the woman's words, Chen Hang was slightly lost in thought. In the next second, he suddenly realized. Bai Ruoxue's identity in this world had changed. Therefore, her name had also changed. The only thing that hadn't changed was her appearance. Chen Hang lightly lifted his chin, checking up on the woman's information. Name, Li Yi. Age, 24. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 57 kilograms. Body type, 92. Face value, 98. Perfection 100. Heartwarming value, 20. Surprisingly, it's more perfect than imagined. Most importantly, the figure is also very good. The kind that couldn't be breathed in at a glance. It happens to be afternoon tea time. Interested in having a cup of tea together? Chen Hang smiled politely and extended an invitation to Li Yi. Are you talking to me? Li Yi slightly looked sideways at Chen Hang. Although this was not the first time she had encountered such a thing. However, she was still quite surprised by Chen Hang's sudden invitation. Yes, it's at this hotel. I'm sure you'd love to try the top-notch cuisine of a 5-star chef. Li Yi spread a smile. Sir, you've managed to attract me. Your name is? Chen Hang was perfect in every aspect. Even the tone of his speech was very comforting. It was precisely this that attracted Li Yi. Moreover, she liked men who were direct and bold. Therefore, Li Yi accepted Chen Hang's invitation without a second thought. Incidentally, it was also true that Li Yi wanted to try out the top-notch delicacies of this hotel, just as Chen Hang had said. A cozy afternoon tea was not something she would miss. Chen Hang. So, see you later? Chen Hang raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. See you later, Li Yi responded with a smile. The more she looked at Chen Hang's handsome face, the better she looked at it. A trace of anticipation could not help but arise in her heart. The elevator quickly reached the Chinese restaurant on the 8th floor of the hotel. The main door slowly opened. The waitress took the lead and walked out, waiting quietly at the side. Chen Hang and Li Yi said hello and then followed the waitress to the private luxury room. Entering the private room, the waitress brought the hotel's menu. Chen Hang swept a glance. Almost all of them were state banquet-level dishes. Squirrel mandarin fish, longjing shrimp, matsutake mountain soup, lotus spice steak, all kinds of fine wines and dishes. Beef with sand onion, soft pocket eel, one-shire tofu, jade lobster. A pot of West Lake Longjing. That's about it. Chen Hang ordered a dozen dishes before and after. In his last life, he didn't even dare to be so ostentatious in the snack section of the supermarket. Nowadays, he also had the chance to get comfortable. After ordering the meal, Chen Hang returned the menu to the waitress. A few moments later, the door to the private room was pushed open. Li Yi walked into the room. She was seen wearing a pure white long-sleeved dress. The sexy S-shaped body was outlined. Over here. Chen Hang waved his hand in greeting. Li Yi came to Chen Hang's side with a smile and sat on his right side. I've kept you waiting. Not bad. Chen Hang smiled bashfully. Li Yi had obviously put on makeup. It was evident that she valued her invitation. At this time, the waiter entered the private room with plates. In the blink of an eye, a large table of dishes was served. national banquet level delicacies, with all the colors and flavors. From the looks of it, it was very appetizing. Chen Hang picked up his chopsticks and picked up a piece of shrimp and tasted it. The tender meat was thick and full, oily but not greasy. Worthy of being a national banquet delicacy. A piece of shrimp could be so delicious. The price of 5,000 huaxia coins wasn't very expensive either. Sir, why did you suddenly think of inviting me to have afternoon tea with you just now? Li Yi suddenly asked. Feelings. Fate is a very marvelous thing. You're the most graceful woman I've ever seen. The moment I saw you, I knew that today's afternoon tea would not be happy at all without you. Chen Hang gently shook the teacup in his hand and looked at Li Yi with a smile. No matter what, suddenly inviting the other party always needed a reason. Are you complimenting me? Meeting Chen Hang's clear eyes, Li Yi's cheeks swished red. Whether it was his face value or temperament, Chen Hang was the most perfect man she had ever seen. If it was someone else who said these words, she would have felt greasy. But with these words coming out of Chen Hang's mouth, there was absolutely no feeling of greasiness. Instead, there was an inexplicable charm. Yes, the words just fell. A wave of dazzling colored light curtains appeared in front of Chen Hang. Li Yi, heartwarming value +5. Li Yi, heartwarming value +5. Li Yi, heartwarming value +5. Heartwarming value, 35. Crap, this ing can also be good? Just now, it was totally just a playground. I can't imagine that this can also add heartwarming value. After calming down, Chen Hang sat down next to Li Yi and cut her a piece of lotus-flavored steak. Feeling Chen Hang in such close proximity, Li Yi's cheeks gradually blushed. Li Yi, heartwarming value +2. Li Yi, heartwarming value +2. Li Yi, heartwarming value +2. Heartwarming value, 41. Chen Hang now sort of understood. Li Yi had feelings for him. Chen Hang then opened the topic. The two chatted about their respective interests one by one. Without realizing it, an hour had passed. Li Yi took the initiative to walk over to Chen Hang and extended her right hand. Today's afternoon tea was enjoyable. Thank you for your hospitality. You're welcome. Chen Hang shook it politely as well. The afternoon tea had consumed 120,000 yuan, and the rebate was 960,000, which was still considerable. The goal of a billionaire god was one step closer. Let's add a WeChat. Without waiting for Chen Hang to reply, Li Yi opened the QR code. Chen Hang was also happy to take out his cell phone and added Li Yi's WeChat. Time is still early. How about we go out for a stroll? Chen Hang glanced at his wristwatch and proposed. Li Yi paused. I still have a flight tomorrow. In her heart, she also wanted to. She was just afraid that she wouldn't be able to catch the early morning flight tomorrow and delay her work. Forget it then. Chen Hang smiled helplessly and had to give up. Going back, see you next time. Just before taking 2 steps, a pair of warm hands pulled Chen Hang. I'm free for the weekend, 2 days off. If it's possible, I'd like to ask you out for afternoon tea on Saturday. Li Yi's pretty face was slightly red, and her beautiful eyes showed a hint of anticipation. Chen Hang was first stunned, then nodded with a smile. Okay, we'll see you on the weekend. Li Yi's meaning was already obvious. Chen Hang naturally understood it. Chapter 5 Good looking is good looking, if a different color is better. Longhai University. A Porsche 911 was parked at the entrance of the school. The extreme sound waves of the supercar resounded through the sky, extraordinarily eye-catching. Wow, look guys, what a cool supercar. The Lamborghini is so beautiful. You kid, fork out, that's a Porsche 911. In less than a minute, the school entrance was piled with people. The door of the Porsche opened. A 1-meter-83 young man stepped out of the driver's side. In an instant, girls' exclamations of surprise came from the crowd. Jia Jiao look, what a handsome man, simply the perfect boyfriend in my heart. I can't, sisters, I'm going to be dazzled by his handsomeness. Ooh, he's even more handsome than my Cohen. Almost all of the girls revealed a florid face. On the contrary, the boys had envious faces. Looking at the surrounding crowd of people who were getting together, the corner of Chen Hang's mouth rose slightly. Such a big scene. Is it to welcome the return of the Dragon King? It seems that those who wrote the internet articles were not exaggerating. The car was parked in the parking space at the entrance. Chen Hang stepped into the campus. Walking on the road, there were girls peeking from time to time. There were even bold girls who took the initiative to come forward and add their WeChat. Chen Hang was not in a good position to reject them all. Girls whose face value was above 80 points simply agreed to their friend requests. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Hang finally returned to the dormitory. Along the way, there were constantly young ladies hitting on him. A journey that normally only took 7 or 8 minutes had taken a hard 15 minutes. He stayed at the school entrance alone for most of the day. Old Chen, handsome again after half a day. Roommate Li Sudong walked up and hitched Chen Hang's shoulder. Not bad, make do. Chen Hang smiled and waved his hand. Old Chen, what did you do today? Out of the door hole so handsome. Wang Ming, who was playing the game, also took the time to cheerfully greet him. Just bought a few clothes. Your brother Hang went out to rely on his face value to eat. How can he not be more handsome? Ha, old Chen, it feels like you are in a good mood today. Why are you so happy? Li Sudong asked with a smile. look what's this. Chen Hang pulled out a car key from his pocket and threw it to Li Sudong. Receiving the key, Li Sudong's eyes glowed. Crap, this is a Porsche 911. Li Sudong had learned about the major top-tier sports car models on the internet. Chen Hang's car key was exactly the same as the one on the official website. Moreover, he was very sure that Chen Hang's car was a Porsche 911. Crap, it's really a Porsche. Old Chen, where did you get that car? Hearing Li Sudong's exclamation, his roommate Jiang Chuan also immediately jumped out of bed and ran over to join in the fun. A car is just a car, is there a need to be so excited? Porsche 911? Wang Ming also suddenly came back to his senses and came over to Chen Hang's side. Alright old Chen, I never thought you were usually so low-key. I didn't see it. This car should cost at least $1.5 million, right? Li Sudong laughed. It's not bad, the full price is only $3.99 million, top of the line Turbo S. When these words came out, the three roommates were again shocked. Turbo S is the top performance supercar model inside the Porsche 911. Whether it is the performance appearance or chassis suspension system, kill all the supercars of the same price. Old Chen, will you be able to pick up girls in the future? Li Sudong smiled and patted Chen Hang's shoulder. Porsche is the most popular super coupe among women. It is a Cayenne, the ladies are eager to come up. That goes without saying, go out and turn around WeChat friends are full. Jiang Chuan agreed. Tiger Shark platform outdoor anchor a supercar. The success rate of flirting with girls is close to 90%. There were even sexy beauties who took the initiative to hit on them. If there wasn't a camera, it was estimated that they would be even more daring. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Hang walked to the washroom and washed his face, then returned to bed and opened WeChat. Countless unread messages popped up. Most of them were WeChat messages from the added schoolmates. There were also messages from Yun Shui and Li Yi. Yun Shui, hello, I'm Yun Shui, the account manager of the Porsche Center. Yun Shui, good lunch. Yun Shui, lunch today. Yun Shui, lunch. JPG, looks tasty. Chen Hang politely replied to Yun Shui's message before tapping on Li Yi's dialog box. Li Yi, the selfie I just took. Li Yi, does it look good? Li Yi, photo 1. JPG, Li Yi, photo 2. JPG, Li Yi, photo 3. JPG, scan the time. The last message had been sent half an hour ago, probably just as he was driving back to LWU. Clicked on the photos in turn. The first two were selfies of Li Yi in her room. When he opened the third one, a hidden stocking appeared in front of Chen Hang. Zooming in on the photo, the long legs were clearly visible. Crap, this niece is very subtle. The corner of Chen Hang's mouth rose slightly. Then he messaged Li Yi back. Good looking is good looking. It's better if it's a different color. In a minute's time, Li Yi's message was sent over. Photo 4. JPG. Is it this color? I didn't bring a lot of clothes. Chen Hang smoothly opened the photo, only to see that the stockings in the photo had been changed to white. There was an apt beauty in wearing them. Moreover, the photo was obviously cooler than the one just now. Chen Hang Gun was getting a little overwhelmed. What time is your flight tomorrow? Chen Hang typed to divert his attention. 6 in the morning. You want to send me to the airport? I want to in my heart, but I still have high math tomorrow. How about, you come over now? Hey, that I'm welcome. Bad smile. Just kidding. Come back next time. Spit's tongue. Chen Hang and Li Yi had a good conversation. A large portion of the time was Li Yi taking the initiative to find topics. Chen Hang was not tired of it and almost always replied in seconds. In the blink of an eye, the time came to 8 o'clock in the evening. Chen Hang took the initiative to end the chat and played CSGO with his roommate. Chapter 6, Gold-worshipping schoolgirl finds her door. Early the next morning, Chen Hang lazily rolled over. Casually picking up the cell phone next to his pillow, he glanced at the time. 7:50? It can still last 5 minutes. Then he closed his eyes again. Old Chen, wake up, high math today. Late for the usual points will be nothing. Li Sudong came to Chen Hang's bedside and shouted. There's no rush, you go and take the seat for me first. Chen Hang waved his hand and fell back into a deep sleep in the next second. He had long been accustomed to the life of the early 8, it was just a change of place. Alright, I'll go first. Li Sudong couldn't care less about Chen Hang at this moment, and ran out of the dormitory in a puff of smoke. 7:55. Chen Hang got up and stretched. Putting on his clothes, he came to the sink to wash up, tidying up his hair a little bit more. With a book of high mathematics in his pocket, he left the dormitory. The entire process was easy and breezy, only taking 2 to 3 minutes. Step into the classroom. The bell rang just in time. Chen Hang came to sit next to Li Sudong under the gaze of the crowd with a calm demeanor. Old Chen, the timing is accurate enough. Li Sudong patted Chen Hang's shoulder and marveled. That's for sure, everything is in my perfect calculations. Right, last night you guys went to the bar and flirted with a few young ladies? Chen Hang raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Sudong. Li Sudong barely managed to squeeze out a smile, couldn't tease more than a few, they were all teased by the card holder big brother. After shopping around, I added a young lady. Just returned to the dormitory and sent 2 messages, directly pulling me black. I'm in the same situation as Sudong. Jiang Chuan spread his hands and said helplessly. It seems like everyone is pretty much the same. Then I'm relieved. Wang Ming's heart was instantly balanced. By the way, old Chen, you're on fire. You were on the school forum's popular post yesterday. Popular post? What the hell? Li Sudong did not talk nonsense, took out his cell phone and opened the forum, finding the post about Chen Hang. Chen Hang took the phone and looked. It was really his popular post. Handsome schoolboy, $1 million driver, face value kills Lin Mingkai. Nima, this can even be on the forum. Chen Hang clicked into the post and it was almost all discussing him. The page also had a handsome photo of himself. It had to be said that the shooter had captured the angle well. At first glance, it was handsome. At a closer look, it was even more handsome. Can it be that the only ones who are more handsome than himself can only be everyone here? Chen Hang thought with some narcissism. The comments below the post had already reached 200. Although it didn't seem like a lot, but the number of views had already reached 11,000. That meant that most of the alumni had already read the post. It was just that they hadn't commented. Immediately afterward, Chen Hang slid the screen to read the comments. 1 meter 8 in height, angular face, handsome to the point of explosion. Koan can't even compare to him. I've already turned to him. I just don't know if he likes to stir up the powder, and then black off. Although I admit that my brother can't compete with him, we true fans won't be swayed. This student, please be reasonable. Seeing the back, and then looking down, has been intolerable. The comments section gradually began to go off the rails. The alumni in the back, quite interesting. Chen Hang returned the phone to Li Sudong. It didn't matter if it was on fire or not. Wealth was inherently attractive. He just couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to. For himself, it was just everyday. Abstractionist representative. Li Sudong smiled heartily, then as if he suddenly thought of something, his words changed and said, right, there's one more thing. Just now, Lin Mengyao came over to look for you. Hearing this, Chen Hang froze. From memory, Lin Mengyao was one of the 4 school beauties of the art department. With her high face value and proud figure, she had attracted the favor of countless boys. Lin Mengyao was also the goddess that Chen Hang had once chased after, and it just so happened that she confessed her love just a day before crossing over. However, she was ruthlessly rejected by the other party on the grounds of I treat you as a friend. When I recalled it carefully, there was still some sense of familiarity. Lin Mengyao and go out to play spending, all as his own pocket payment. Cosmetics, clothing, and gifts were given to him. The daily expenses are not to mention. Going out for a meal would cost 2,000, sometimes even 3 times a day. That's why Chen Hang only had 68 yuan left in his pants pocket. Lin Mengyao's daily spending was completely out of his reach. What is she looking for me for? Chen Hang asked. I don't know, she didn't say. Li Sudong shook his head. Without seeing you, she left. When she was leaving, she also asked me to tell you to wait for her to have dinner together in a while. It should be to find you for a date. As an outsider, Li Sudong was also very understanding. Chen Hang's living expenses of 50,000 a month. The spending power was not low by nature. Lin Mengyao had been maintaining an ambiguous status with Chen Hang, just wanting to find a long-term meal ticket and fish for some small gifts from time to time. She doesn't like Chen Hang at all. Only Chen Hang showed his cards in advance. Lin Mengyao rejected Chen Hang. There would be no reason to contact again. But now it was different. Lin Mengyao had seen Chen Hang's family background. As a gold-digging woman, of course she was unwilling to give up on this. Don't bother with her. Chen Hang waved his hand. He was not a dog licker. The act of licking a dog was disgusting just thinking about it. Chapter 7, I think you might have misunderstood. 9:35 in the morning. The hour and a half of high math ended smoothly. Chen Hang had just packed up his things when a charming-looking woman appeared beside him. A V-necked hip-wrapped lace-edged halter dress. It outlined a perfect pear-shaped body. Nice slightly curly shoulder-length medium-length hair. A faint perfume odor emanated from her body. What's the situation? Lin Mengyao actually came to look for Chen Hang, and dressed so sexy. The group has gone crazy with rumors that Chen Hang is a male, failed in his confession, and then stopped pretending and showed his cards. Lin Mengyao couldn't have seen Chen Hang's strength and regretted it. I think it's very likely. She's a notorious gold-digging woman. The gazes of everyone present subconsciously turned towards Lin Mengyao. Chen Hang's confession to Lin Mengyao had already spread throughout the entire profession. However, it was still the first time most people had seen her in person. Chen Hang checked up on Lin Mengyao's information. Name, Lin Mengyao. Age, 19. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Body type, 86. Face value, 94. Perfection 99. Heartwarming value, 30. The face value and figure are not bad. Unfortunately, it's no longer a perfect goddess, and after 3 months of licking, her hand hasn't even been touched a couple times. You came over to find me? Chen Hang looked at Lin Mengyao and asked offhandedly. No? Let's go, take me to dinner. Lin Mengyao walked forward and took Chen Hang's hand. She felt that Chen Hang's heart must be very excited at this moment. In the 3 months that they had known each other, it was still the first time that they had taken the initiative to hold hands. Previously, it was just an inadvertent touch. Chen Hang was all very happy. Taking the initiative to hold hands today was considered a sweet date for him. However, at such a close distance, Lin Mengyao felt that Chen Hang had some changes. She couldn't say exactly which aspect of the change. Anyway, it was just a lot smoother everywhere. Seeing Lin Mengyao still being so arrogant, Chen Hang wanted to laugh. Those who were loved were indeed emboldened. But he wasn't the same ingrate he used to be. Sorry, not available. You go find someone else. Chen Hang broke away from Lin Mengyao's hand. Under everyone's gaze, he walked straight towards the door. Although he had inherited the memories of his predecessor, but he wasn't going to be a dog licker. Not to mention that he was a future billionaire. Lin Mengyao had a large number like this. Why bother falling in love with a single flower? McDonald's mascot. The biggest bet in poker. Let someone else be it. With Chen Hang acting so calmly, Lin Mengyao didn't react for a moment. What the hell? Shouldn't this guy be licking his chops and inviting himself to dinner? How did he become so cold? Lin Mengyao had long been used to Chen Hang's dog-licking behavior. The sudden change in attitude left her a little confused. Was the man in front of her still Chen Hang? He had clearly confessed to himself the other day. Although she admitted that Chen Hang had indeed changed. Not only had his face become more handsome, his temperament had also changed for the better. But the change doesn't have to be so big, right? Today, he was like a different person. The attitude towards her was a complete 180-degree shift. Lin Mengyao was somewhat unable to understand for a moment. Could it be that Chen Hang was there to test her before? Lin Mengyao had also heard a lot of gossip from her little sisters. Some young masters nowadays like to hide their birth, testing their girlfriends or fiancés, in order to choose the object of their desire. Obviously, Chen Hang also belonged to this category. A Patek Philippe wristwatch was sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars alone. People without some strength really didn't dare to buy it easily. Not to mention that Chen Hang also had a brand new Porsche 911. Moreover, Chen Hang's dress today was extraordinary. His temperament had changed, and he was completely different from what he used to be. Thinking like this, Lin Mengyao was even more certain of Chen Hang's origin. Lin Mengyao, heartwarming value +5. Lin Mengyao, heartwarming value +5. Lin Mengyao, heartwarming value +5. Heartwarming value, 45. Looking at the light screen that suddenly appeared in front of him, Chen Hang couldn't help but be stunned. Rejecting Lin Mengyao, shouldn't her heartwarming value have dropped? Suddenly rising so much, it was a bit strange. Before Chen Hang could react, Lin Mengyao chased after him, holding his arm and tenderly saying, "Are you blaming me for rejecting your confession and still angry? I'm sorry, well, the other day was just too sudden, I wasn't ready. I promised you, just forgive me, okay?" Lin Mengyao's pampering attack made Chen Hang feel a pang of flesh. Immediately afterward, he then felt a burst of softness. Crap, the system was really right. Nizi didn't look very good. I can't imagine that it's quite material. But soon, Chen Hang came back to his senses. Coughing twice, he said with some amusement, "Lin Mengyao, I think you might have misunderstood. I never liked you from the beginning to the end, it's you who made a fool of yourself." Hearing Chen Hang's words, the expression on Lin Mengyao's face instantly solidified. "You mean, never liked me?" "No." Chen Hang shook his head. "Then why did you buy me cosmetics and gifts every day? And take me out to dinner?" Lin Mengyao asked unconvincingly. "I just have money with no place to spend it, I'm just playing around. You're not taking it seriously, are you?" Chen Hang glanced at Lin Mengyao, the corners of his mouth gradually rising. Looking at Chen Hang's playful expression, Lin Mengyao lightly bit her lips and was speechless for a while. Chen Hang was also too lazy to waste time here. He simply bypassed Lin Mengyao and walked out of the classroom without looking back. Back to the dorm room. The cell phone rang. Zhao Yinchuan's WeChat call popped up. Chen Hang pressed answer. A nice female voice came from the phone. "Brother Tian. I'm Xian. See, you made the WeChat call." Chen Hang responded. "When will we meet? Brother Tian. I'll do whatever you want today." Chen Hang swept his wristwatch. "Right now, it happens to be almost noon. It's almost time for lunch after a stroll." Where are you, Brother Tian?" "I'll take a taxi to find you." Zhao Yinshan laughed. "No, send a location, I'll pick you up." "Wow, thank you Brother Tian." Hanging up the phone, Zhao Yinshan opened WeChat and quickly sent Chen Hang his location. Chen Hang came to the sink, washed his face, and slightly straightened his hair. "Hey, old Chen, there's no class in the 3rd or 4th period. Where are you planning to go?" Li Sudong curiously said. "Made a date with a female anchor, I'll meet the base later." "Really?" Jiang Chuan and Wang Ming also ran over to join in the fun. "Of course it's true, Su Hang Xian, jitterbug female anchor. Let's see." Li Sudong opened Jiayin at the speed of light. The next instant, a gifted female anchor appeared on the screen. "Holy crap, it's really big." Li Sudong was somewhat shocked. Such a big female anchor, looking at it was a bit impossible to breathe. "Can old Chen grasp it?" Jiang Chuan on the other side saw Su Hang Xian, and with a face of envy, he extended his thumb towards Chen Hang. Brother Hang, it's still you that's bullish. Such a sexy anchor woman can be taken down for you. I wouldn't even dare to dream about it. Chen Hang smiled mysteriously. I won't hide it from you guys, there's a flight attendant on the weekend. These words came out. All three of them were shocked. When did this guy pick up a flight attendant? Damn, it was also too comfortable. Let's go, no need to leave the door open for me tonight. Putting on his clothes, Chen Hang disappeared in a puff of smoke, only leaving behind the envious trio. Chapter 8: The Anchor Woman Who Calls the Shots. Zhongjing Garden. Zhao Yanxian stood at the entrance of the neighborhood, holding a mirror from time to time to look at her makeup. A dress of pure desire. Knitted cardigan top, khaki pleated skirt, black stockings, elegant wavy hair with light makeup, sexy as hell. After Zhao Yanchuan and Chen Hang finished talking on the phone, she dressed up carefully and took a beautiful shower. At the same time, Chen Hang drove to Zhongjing Garden. With a quick glance, he saw Zhao Yanchuan not far away. Zhao Yanchuan's information then appeared before his eyes. Name, Zhao Yanxian. Age, 22. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Body size, 97. Face value, 90. Perfection 100. Heartwarming value, 32. Crap. A rating of 97 points. Worthy of being a system. Looking at it in the live room is calling out. Reality shall not be even fiercer. The corner of Chen Hang's mouth sketched out an arc. Just as Zhao Yanxian was holding a small mirror to organize her hair, a Porsche smoothly stopped in front of her. You are, Xian? The car window opened and the youth revealed a smile towards Zhao Yenyuan Xian. Brother Fried Sky. Zhao Yenyuan Xian was visibly stunned, although she had prepared for it in her heart. But she would never have dreamed that Chen Hang would look this handsome. The angular face, the deep eyes, the honorable Porsche 911. Even the Patek Philippe on his wrist was so imposing. Brother Tian, you came really fast. Zhao Yanxian guffawed and came over to the car window. Chen Hang smoothly saw Zhao Yanchuan's scenery. Good. Really good. Wow, Brother Tian, your car is so handsome, the interior is so nice. Zhao Yanchuan couldn't help but marvel. Want to come in and take a look? Want to. Zhao Yenyuan nodded her head obediently. The corner of Chen Hang's mouth curled up and his eyes signaled, then what are you waiting for? Why don't you get in the car quickly? Oh, good. Zhao Yanxian quickly came to the passenger side, opened the car door and sat in. Locking the car door, Chen Hang sidled up close to Zhao Yanxian. Brother Tian, what are you doing? Zhao Yenyuan subconsciously stepped back. After all, it was their first time meeting. The progress was also too fast. She wasn't even prepared for it. In a flash of lightning, the distance between the two was still pulled to 3 centimeters by Chen Hang. Aren't we going too fast? Zhao Yanchuan's pretty face was slightly red, lightly biting her lips as she shyly looked at Chen Hang. Just when Zhao Yanxian felt that something was happening, Chen Hang pulled out the seatbelt and tied it on the other side. What are you thinking about you? The seatbelt is still tied. At this moment, Zhao Yanchuan's cheeks were completely red. She gently patted Chen Hang and pouted, You're so bad. Do you like it then? Chen Hang raised an eyebrow and got close to Zhao Yenyuan. Nasty. Just teasing me. Zhao Yenyuan Xian hummed like a petulant girl, her small face still flushed. Looking at Zhao Yenyuan Xian's white and red face, Chen Hang found it very interesting. He couldn't help but look down a few more times. Elegant scenery and black stockings. It was completely a blitz plus offense. Are we going to eat later? Zhao Yanxian suddenly said. There's no rush, it's not mealtime yet. I'll take you for a stroll first. Chen Hang smiled faintly and started the car and drove away from the neighborhood. Dragon City International Trade Center. Parking the car, Chen Hang came in front of Zhao Yanxian and pointed to her necklace. Did you buy this necklace a long time ago? It looks all a bit old. Zhao Yanchuan looked down. Has it? I only bought this necklace last month. A month is a bit long. How about I buy you a few more? Really? Zhao Yanxian said in surprise. The price of a luxury necklace was as little as a few thousand, or as much as a few tens of thousands. Buying her a necklace just after meeting her. Chen Hang was also too generous. What's more, it wasn't just one. Rather, it was several. Of course it's real. Chen Hang smiled and nodded. It was just coming out to spend money anyway. Zhao Yanchuan could also help him with a rebate, by the way. Thank you, Brother Tian. Zhao Yanchuan's heart warmed as she happily held onto Chen Hang's arm. Chen Hang, who felt Zhao Yanchuan's talent, took a deep breath. Good fellow. It really lives up to its name. Vulgari counter. Just after stepping into the doorway, a female sales clerk noticed Chen Hang and quickly greeted him. Hello, welcome to the Bulgari counter. What do you need, ma'am, sir? My girlfriend would like to take a look at the necklaces in your store. Chen Hang wrapped his arms around Zhao Yanchuan's waist. Zhao Yanchuan's pretty face flushed and she tensed her body. Chen Hang curled up the corner of his mouth. His heart was very pleased. Okay, sir, this way please. The female sales clerk led the two to the necklace counter selling area. Sir, ma'am, this is our Bulgari necklace area. Chen Hang tapped his chin and said towards Zhao Yanxian, see if there's anything you like, feel free to pick. Okay day. Zhao Yinchuan smiled happily and ran towards the necklace area. The store clerk also introduced the necklaces with great interest. Hello, ma'am, what you have in front of you is our latest limited edition crystal necklace, which was created by the designer. Hearing the shopgirl's explanation, the more she looked at it, the more she liked it. But when she saw the price of the necklace, she immediately backed off and turned around to another necklace. Chen Hang noticed Zhao Yenyuan's change. He couldn't say anything and played with his cell phone. Half an hour later, Zhao Yenchuan finally picked a necklace that she was most satisfied with. Brother Tian, I've picked it out. Good, make the payment then. Chen Hang was about to take out his bank card. The female sales clerk smiled and said, hello sir, the price of this necklace is 12,000 renminbi. Are you paying in cash or by credit card? How much? 12,000. Chen Hang thought he heard wrong and asked back. Sir, the price of the necklace picked by this lady is 12,000 renminbi. Would you like to pay cash or swipe your card? The shopgirl patiently repeated. The man in front of him didn't look like he was broke. Could he be faking it? Zhao Yinchuan's heart also thumped. Was the pick still too expensive? But the necklace in her hand was the cheapest in price. There was nothing she could do about it. Just as Zhao Yinchuan was puzzled, Chen Hang pulled out a gold card and threw it to the attendant. Wrap up all the necklaces she's seen. A rebate of 12,000 was only 96,000. He paid 120,000 for an afternoon tea. 96,000 is too little. How could today's rebate start at 1 million? The shopgirl was stunned in disbelief. Zhao Yinxian had seen more than a dozen necklaces alone, and each one was worth a lot of money. The chain she was holding was still the cheapest. Just a moment sir, I'll wrap it for you now. The reactive shopgirl hurriedly ran to pack them, fearing that Chen Hang would back out the next moment. Brother Tian. Thank you. Zhao Yinxian was very happy in her heart. She had thought that Chen Hang was too expensive. She never thought that he would actually buy her a dozen necklaces at once. It didn't even carry a repeat for a week. It couldn't be used up. It simply couldn't be used up. You're welcome. How are you going to thank me? Chen Hang raised an eyebrow and glanced at the beautiful scenery. I'll listen to you all. How about? Chen Hang came to Zhao Yinchuan's ear and whispered a couple sentences. Zhao Yenyuan's pretty face instantly surfaced a blush. Chapter 9 Anchor Woman Shocked, Ancient and Mysterious Power. Leaving the Bulgari counter, Chen Hang took Zhao Yinxian to buy clothes, perfume and other accessories. In an hour's time, nearly 1.2 million was spent. However, Chen Hang was not distressed at all. The 1.2 million spent brought him a rebate of 9.6 million. Today, his balance had reached 50 million. Half a small goal, easily realized. Zhao Yinchuan's heartwarming value also soared from 32 at the beginning to 60. The effect of the money ability was clearly very effective. It was at this time that a gurgling sound rang out. Zhao Yinchuan rubbed her stomach with some embarrassment. Somewhat hungry. Chen Hang smiled faintly and glanced at his wristwatch. Let's go, I've already booked the restaurant. On the way driving here, he happened to pass by a well-known 5-star hotel. Solely, he spent some time and booked the VIP seats. Long Dragon Hotel. Entering the front door, a tall waitress greeted the two with a smile. Hello, ma'am and sir, welcome. May I ask if the two of you have a reservation? Chen Hang nodded slightly. Yes, surname Chen, reserved a VIP seat. The waitress was first stunned, then quickly reacted. What is your name, sir? Chen Hang. So it's Mr. Chen Hang. This way please. The waitress hurriedly made a gesture of invitation. The manager had specifically instructed in the morning that this guest must be received well. She did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Chen Hang looked at the very eye-catching waitress and was very satisfied in his heart. The two were led by the waitress to the exclusive VIP seats. The waitress thoughtfully helped Chen Hang and Zhao Yinxian pull out the seats. Mr. Chen, the dishes you reserved are being made for you on a priority basis. You only need to wait for a moment. Chen Hang nodded his head. The waitress quickly left. Zhao Yinxian looked at the opulent architecture of the hotel and was quite pleased. This is the first time I've dined in such a luxurious restaurant. The interior of the hotel was comparable to a palace. If it wasn't for Chen Hang, she probably wouldn't have had the opportunity to dine here in her life. Reserving a VIP seat required a hefty deposit. She couldn't afford to spend it at all. You'll get used to it after a few more visits. Chen Hang smiled bashfully. In his previous life's experience, he had only been here 3 times. However, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. One would slowly get used to it. Then will you bring me here again in the future? Zhao Yinxian looked at Chen Hang expectantly. Her heart was moved. Good personality, good figure, good face value. It was very bright no matter which place it was taken out. It's not impossible if you have time. Chen Hang revealed a sunny smile towards Zhao Yinchuan. There was definitely no problem on his side. Not only would he be able to exchange feelings, but he would also be able to help himself to a rebate. Naturally, he would not refuse. I have a lot of time. Don't refuse if I ask you out in the future. Zhao Yinxian spread a smile. She was a current student in her senior year. There was usually a lot of free time. Live streaming was just to pass the time to earn some living expenses. Since she had met Chen Hang, she didn't plan to go back on air. The gifts from Chen Hang would be enough for her to spend for years. No. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Hang felt that something was wrong. It wasn't right. Himself, the hunter, had turned into the prey? Chen Hang had yet to react. Before his eyes, Zhao Yanchuan's heartwarming value information appeared. Zhao Yanchuan, heartwarming value +1. Zhao Yanchuan, heartwarming value +1. Zhao Yanchuan, heartbeat value +1. Heartbeat value, 63. Crap. This ing works too. In about 5 minutes, the waitress brought the first dish, the emerald lobster. In an instant, the aroma was overflowing. The two people present couldn't help but take a deep breath. It smelled very appetizing. Zhao Yanchuan's eyes were focused beyond measure. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva. On the contrary, Chen Hang on the side. He was very calm after having tasted top-notch food. Clip if you want to eat, no need to be polite. Chen Hang looked at Zhao Yanxian in front of him and teased with a smile. Aha! Zhao Yanchuan blushed and picked up her chopsticks. Chen Hang smiled and took the lead in tasting a bite. The flavor is good. The flavor of the Qinglong restaurant and the Longhai Grand Hotel were not that far apart. It should be taught by the same master, can't break the trick. Zhao Yanchuan also obediently clamped a piece and tasted it. Delicious shrimp, tender and juicy, with a lingering aftertaste. Brother Tian, try this. Zhao Yanchuan gave Chen Hang a piece of meat that was full of color and flavor, then got up and sat beside Chen Hang. Why are you sitting so close? Chen Hang couldn't help but move his gaze to Zhao Yanchuan's lap. In a close state, Zhao Yanchuan's leg shape looked very aesthetically pleasing. Of course I want to be closer to my brother so that I can talk to him. Zhao Yenyuan took the initiative to lean towards Chen Hang. Then get closer. Chen Hang simply wrapped his arms around her willow waist and hugged her to his side. Zhao Yanchuan's pretty face flushed, and her gaze looked at Chen Hang obsessively. Such a handsome online dating partner, who was also so generous, she was considered to have met a treasure. In 2 minutes' time, all the dishes were served one after another. Zhao Yanxian chatted about her interests. Chen Hang cooperated in enjoying the food. 2 hours later, the two finally ended their pleasant lunch. After leaving the restaurant, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhao Yanxian pulled Chen Hang to the nearby movie theater and bought 2 movie tickets. After seeing half of the movie, Chen Hang dozed off. It was really too boring. He still liked to watch HD movies on his phone. When he came out of the movie theater again, it was already 9 in the evening. Zhao Yanxian looked at her cell phone. It's getting late. Why don't you send me back? Chen Hang nodded slightly, pressed the car key and opened the door. Get in the car. Brother Tian is so nice. Zhao Yanxian smiled sweetly and cheerfully sat on the passenger side. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Hang drove the car into the neighborhood where Zhao Yanxian was. In the neighborhood, the Porsche's turnaround rate was particularly high. The young couples passing by couldn't help but stop and watch. Thank you, I'm very happy today. The gift she received today. It was the most luxurious gift she had ever seen. Designer handbags, clothes, necklaces, and other accessories added up to millions. Reality was so magical. She couldn't even dream of it. You're welcome. Is it okay to go up for a drink? Chen Hang leaned against the armrest and calmly looked at Zhao Yanchuan. It's okay. Chen Hang's words were hard for Zhao Yanchuan to refuse. With so many gifts, it would be too unkind to refuse a cup of tea. The car door opened. The two of them took the elevator up the stairs. Arriving at Zhao Yanchuan's house, pushing open the door, a fresh fragrance came, very clean and tidy. There were a total of 2 guest rooms inside. One was her room. The other room was occupied by her good girlfriend, Lu Yan. Entering Zhao Yanchuan's room, he turned on the light. Chen Hang saw the lace chubby on the bed at a glance. Sorry, it's so windy today, I forgot to close the window. Zhao Yanxian blushed and hurriedly went over to put the clothes away. Chen Hang swept a glance at the room. The room was nicely decorated, the items were beautifully placed, and a faint fragrance filled the air. But right at this moment, Zhao Yanchuan was hugging Chen Hang from behind. Brother Tian, thank you for the gift you gave me. It's fine, as long as you're happy. Chen Hang didn't care. There was a rebate for spending money. Just one day alone was a rebate of 10 million, comfortable as hell. Brother Tian, love you. Zhao Yanchuan's heart was warm, like a kitten wrapped in Chen Hang's arms. Chapter 10, Heartbeat value soars, battle flame burns in every corner. Longhai University, girls' dormitory room 508. Lin Mangyao looked at the forum post of the Porsche and only felt remorse in her heart. It was clear that all of this originally belonged to her. If she had promised Chen Hang that day, the passenger seat would have been hers. The co-driver's seat would have been hers. The thought of another woman in Chen Hang's arms, Lin Mangyao felt inexplicably uncomfortable. It wasn't just the desire for the Porsche. It was more of an uneasiness of loss. Before this, Chen Hang had given her gifts almost every day. Even when she went out shopping, Chen Hang paid the bill. This indescribable feeling of falling short was very great for Lin Mangyao. Moreover, she used all the expensive cosmetics that Chen Hang had given her. A Chanel lipstick cost 888. She couldn't afford to consume it herself. Thinking of this, Lin Mangyao lightly bit her lips and dialed Chen Hang's number. The big deal was to sacrifice once. She didn't believe that Chen Hang wouldn't be moved. Her name as the school's flower girl wasn't sealed for nothing. It was important to know that there were still quite a few people pursuing her right now. It was sort of cheap for this man. Hello, the number you have dialed is in the middle of a call. Just when Lin Mengyao was confident. The call was just connected for less than 2 seconds before it was hung up by Chen Hang. Lin Mengyao reluctantly dialed again. This time Chen Hang didn't reject the call. Instead, he directly hacked her. Lin Mengyao was so angry that she stomped her feet, and the corners of her eyes were filled with crystal clear teardrops. No way! It couldn't be left like that. Now that the whole school knew about Chen Hang's identity, there would definitely be women chasing after him. If she waited like this, sooner or later, Chen Hang would be snatched away by other women. Thinking about it, Lin Mengyao opened WeChat again and sent a message to Chen Hang. Chen Hang, I know what you said today was all gas. You still like me, right? If you didn't like me, you wouldn't have chased me for such a long time. I think there's some misunderstanding between us, and we didn't make it clear. Can we find a time to talk face to face? 2 hours later, Chen Hang looked at the WeChat sent by Lin Mengyao and fell into deep thought. What was wrong with Lin Mengyao? Wasn't it just a Porsche? As for such a big change? Actually chasing after herself for a lick. In the past, she didn't always reply to messages sent to her. Now completely reversed. Ming refused were so persistent. The power of money ability, really magical ah. The next morning, the sun shone brightly, accompanied by gentle movements. A tall woman opened the door to Zhao Yanchuan's room. Just as she entered the room, she was met with a good-looking image. The woman blushed and walked out of the room. Chen Hang slowly opened his eyes when he heard the movement, just as he wanted to get up. The next second, he was hugged by Zhao Yanxian in his arms. Sleep a little longer. Zhao Yanchuan's voice was slightly hoarse. Last night's battle had ignited in all corners. Even if she had just woken up, she was still sleepy. Is this room just for you and your best friend? Impression. BFFs were all close friends of a similar age, but just now, he vaguely saw a woman who was incredibly beautiful, around 27 or 18 years old. It looked a lot more mature than Zhao Yanxian. Yeah, what's wrong? Zhao Yanxuan tilted her head to look at Chen Hang. Chen Hang looked at Zhao Yanyuan's white cheeks. Just now, she came to look for you and then went out again. It was Sister Lu. She probably called out for me to have breakfast with her. Lu Yan was a doctor in the medical office of the Longhai Arts Academy. There was a difference of 6 or 7 years in age between Zhao Yanxian and her, but the two of them had a lot in common, and as a result, they had become close friends who had nothing to talk about. Then why don't you get up quickly? Chen Hang joked. It's not because of you, I didn't get much rest last night. Zhao Yanxian snorted. If it wasn't Chen Hang, she wouldn't have slept so late. Chen Hang just laughed, then quickly dressed and cleaned up the battlefield. After a night's time, Zhao Yanchuan's heartwarming value had reached 90. Chen Hang also did not expect the heartwarming value to add up so quickly. It was already outrageous enough to add 30 in a day. Zhao Yanxian, however, had gone from 32 yesterday, when they first met, to 90 at the speed of fire. One could only say that the flames of war were too combustible. However, most of it still had to be attributed to the banknote ability. After all, it was also banknote ability that the two were able to get to know each other, wasn't it? There's something else later, so I'll leave first. You're tired, sleep some more. Zhao Yanxian looked at Chen Hang's back with satisfaction. The corner of her mouth inadvertently sketched out a small arc. When she thought of last night's scene, her pretty face was flushed. Out to the living room. 2 breakfasts had already been prepared and placed on the dining table. It was probably bought by Lu Yan for Zhao Yanxian. Chen Hang glanced at it and planned to go out. At this moment, Lu Yan walked out of the room and bumped into Chen Hang. It was only then that Chen Hang really got a good look at Lu Yan's appearance. 2 curved willow leaf eyebrows, standard goose egg face. Her skin was white and delicate, with a reddish glow. It gave people a feeling of elegance and dignity. Chen Hang immediately opened Lu Yan's profile. Name, Lu Yan. Age, 27. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Body shape, 92. Face value, 94. Perfection 100. Heartwarming value, 23. At this time, Lu Yan also looked at Chen Hang. Only then did she realize that the man in front of her was very unusual. Not only did he have good looks and body, his temperament was also excellent. A pair of deep eyes were very attractive. The entire person looked very comfortable. Lu Yan, heartwarming value +2. Lu Yan, heartwarming value +2. Lu Yan, heartwarming value +2. Heartwarming value, 29. Are you Xian's friend? Lu Yan smiled as she looked at Chen Hang in front of her. She was also not in a good position to lay it out in the open. After all, she had only met Chen Hang this morning as well. Yes, you are Sister Lu, right? Xian and I have mentioned you. Chen Hang politely responded to Lu Yan. Zhao Yanxian did mention Lu Yan to him yesterday. He didn't ask much at that time. He only knew that Lu Yan was a doctor in their school's infirmary. She became a good friend by chance. In his 4th year of college, he left school and moved to his current place with Lu Yan. Lu Yan smiled in response, sort of indicating her identity. What's the name? Chen Hang. Hang is in aerospace, just call me by my name. What a good name. Lu Yan guffawed and whirled to the table. Have you had breakfast yet? I just happened to buy 2 breakfasts. No need, I have things to do later. See you later, Sister Lu. Chen Hang waved his hand. Before Lu Yan could respond, he ran out of the house in a flash. Lu Yan looked at Chen Hang's back and covered her mouth with a smile. Young people nowadays, they were truly extraordinary. I'll have to ask Xian properly later. Making friends without even saying hello to this good sister of hers. Chapter 11 The Honorable Bugatti Red Dragon Owner. Out of Zhongjing Garden. Chen Hang was not in a hurry to return to school. Instead, he drove to the Longhai IFC Center. Today, a grand car show will be held here. The long-desired Bugatti Red Dragon will also be unveiled in this car show. Of course, Chen Hang will not miss this excellent opportunity to buy. Entering the hall, it was already crowded. Many people were crowding around in front of Mercedes-Benz, Ferrari, Rolls-Royce and many other luxury brands. There was also a portion of people holding professional photography equipment to take pictures of the car models. Chen Hang walked to the Rolls-Royce booth which was filled with guests. In the center of the booth was a luxurious and very layered luxury car. The 2023 Rolls-Royce Cullinan Black Badge Limited Edition. Noble leather wraps paired with solid wood make the entire interior of the car look both vintage and technological at the same time. Guests were not only concerned about the high-end luxury models, but also the stunningly fit car models. A pretty woman in a white hip-hugging dress was posing next to the car. The car show photographer was taking pictures of the car models in the booth from various angles. After all, only good photos could be on the hit list. If it was just taking pictures of the luxury cars alone, it would be missing some of the potential traffic. Car show photographers knew how to take pictures. Chen Hang did not doubt their professionalism in the slightest. Be more flirty. Yes, that's the pose. Very good, don't move, it'll be ready soon. A part of the photographers even started to instruct the car model. The car model also swung her pose very cooperatively. Chen Hang swept a glance and the car model's information appeared. Name, Wang Xiana. Age, 25. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Body shape, 82. Face value, 85. Perfection 92. Heartwarming value, 0. The face value and figure of the car model was good. Among the beautiful women Chen Hang had seen, she could indeed be in the forefront. It was just a pity that it could not reach the degree of perfection that he wanted. But this was normal, after all, in this industry, most of them were like this. Handsome, what do you think of this car? While Chen Hang was planning to leave, a woman wearing black stockings took the initiative to come over and strike up a conversation. It's okay, just that I'm not really interested. Chen Hang calmly responded to the woman. The next second, he then checked the woman's information. Name, Wu Shanshan. Age, 24. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 62 kilograms. Stature 7'6". Face value, 78. Perfection 6'5". Heartwarming value, 30. So it's a socialite. 35, which was kind of the pinnacle of her life. So what model are you interested in? Wu Shanshan asked with a smile. The clothes already revealed Chen Hang's identity, not to mention the wristwatch in his hand. Patek Philippe Master Series. Ordinary people simply couldn't afford to wear it. Bugatti Red Dragon. Chen Hang walked straight towards the Bugatti model booth. He was no longer interested in conversation. There were plenty of women. Chen Hang did not want to waste time on Wu Shanshan's side. Wu Shanshan, heartwarming value +5. Shanshan Wu, heartwarming value +5. Shanshan Wu, heartwarming value +5. Heartwarming value, 45. Hearing Chen Hang's reply, Wu Shanshan chased after him without saying a word. Chen Hang was really a rich man. Not only were his clothes and wristwatches expensive and luxurious, but his temperament was also very much that of a rich family. When the usual gentlemen saw her, they all had to at least strike up a few conversations. Those who progressed quickly, the battle was ignited in less than an hour. Chen Hang, however, walked away after less than 2 sentences of conversation, completely different from other men. The level was much higher than the average male. What are you following me for? Noticing Wu Shanshan's Chen Hang, he turned back and asked. This woman's purpose was too obvious. Thought it was an expert. Couldn't imagine that she just knew some kung fu. I'm also interested in the Red Dragon. Wu Shanshan responded with a smile. Chen Hang didn't bother with her, quickly walking to the Bugatti booth located in the center of the hall. Shortly after Chen Hang arrived here, a female host with a microphone walked to the center of the stage. The surrounding crowd was gradually attracted. The booth was soon surrounded. At the same time, the host located at the center of the stage also picked up the microphone. Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Bugatti booth of this international auto show. I am today's host Li Ran. Here on behalf of Bugatti, I would like to express the most heartfelt thanks and warmest welcome to all the guests. Bugatti has been founded 114 years ago. In these 114 years, we have witnessed the glorious times, but also beyond the challenges of the times. Bugatti will continue to lead the world's sports cars, subvert the new realm of speed and passion. About to be unveiled is the much-anticipated global limited edition 2023 Bugatti Red Dragon. A staff member unveiled the curtain. The pure white color scheme of the Bugatti Red Dragon slowly appeared in front of the crowd. The body lines of the Red Dragon are smooth, and the curvature of the lines resembles a huge C shape. The whole body adopts pure white color scheme, noble and luxurious. The rounded and full design of the rear of the car reflected a sense of over-the-top design, while the tail light in the center was a red light band. It's actually a pure white color scheme, so handsome. It's said that this Red Dragon is priced as high as $50 million. For this color scheme, it starts at $2 million. The ceiling of a supercar is only Bugatti. This limited edition model is equipped with a W16-8.0T for turbocharged engine, with a 0-100 speed of less than 2.4 seconds and 1500 horsepower. The host was still introducing the Bugatti Red Dragon in the center of the booth. Chen Hang, however, contacted the staff at the booth and indicated his willingness to buy. "Sir, we understand your wishes very well. However, there is a stipulation on our side that requires you to pay a 0.1% handling fee, and you need to pay the payment in advance. Do you think that's okay?" A female manager patiently explained. Chen Hang tapped his chin and took out his gold card, handing it over to the staff. The car dealerships all had regulations, and the handling fee was a normal process. The balance in the card was sufficient. "Is it okay to pick up the car today?" "Of course, there's no problem, sir. You rest here for a while, I'll take care of it for you right away." The female manager received the gold card very politely and then arranged seats and tea for Chen Hang. Ding! The host has spent 51.34 million yuan. Rebate 462.6 million dollars. Ding! System upgrade. Obtaining a super gift pack. Current level LV7. Rebate multiplier, 9 times. Level experience, LV7, 45. 7 million/100 million. Hearing the system's prompt, Chen Hang also noticed at this time that the gift packs from the last system upgrade were still unused, so he casually opened the 2 super gift packs. Ding! Obtained a luxury villa. Ding! Obtained the talent, Divine Dragon Physique. He knew about the luxury villa. What's with the dragon body? Could it be that the system understands him too? In the next instant, Chen Hang felt a strange power. Crap! It was really what he thought. It was too explosive. This time it was truly hanging on for dear life. If there was a rating, he would definitely give it 5 stars. Chapter 12, Another Day of Big Brother Envy. An hour later, the staff helped Chen Hang complete all the formalities and handed over the car keys to him. "Sir, the car show will end in half an hour, so you can just drive away later. Please be a little patient. We have provided tea and drinks for you here. If you have any other needs, please feel free to let me know." The female manager waited for Chen Hang's response with a smile. The exhibition took less than 2 minutes, with the full payment of $50 million in seconds. This kind of young, handsome and multi-golden customer was few and far between. Most importantly, Chen Hang was also exceptionally dignified and completely different from the thugs. Even when she had met billion-dollar clients, their temperament was not even a tenth of Chen Hang's. Good. Chen Hang nodded slightly and took out his cell phone and swiped the jitterbug. Having waited for an hour, he didn't care about this half hour. At the same time, the news of the big man buying the Red Dragon in full was also rumored at the car show site. Guests from all walks of life noticed Chen Hang's presence and collectively looked at the man sitting in the VIP seat. Is the $50 million big brother him? Too young. I'm heartened. So it turns out that high rollers really do exist. It's another day of envying the big man. The car show ended smoothly. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Hang opened the car door and sat in the main driver. In an instant, the roaring waves of the Red Dragon resounded throughout the entire showroom. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but move to Chen Hang's body. They even began to pull out their cell phones to take videos and upload them to Jitterbug. Chen Hang realized at this time that he still had a Porsche, so he decisively waved towards Wang Xiaona, who was not far away. When Wang Xiaona saw Chen Hang waving, she also happily walked over. Which woman could refuse a young and handsome Bugatti owner? "Can you drive?" Chen Hang swept a glance at Wang Xiaona. Sure enough, she was a good seedling. Unfortunately, it was just that she had seen too many people. "Will?" Wang Xiaona nodded. Before she could react, Chen Hang threw her a car key. "You can drive this car, I'll treat you to lunch at noon." Wang Xiaona, heartwarming value plus 10. Wang Xiaona, heartwarming value plus 10. Wang Xiaona, heartwarming value plus 10. Heartwarming value, 30. Good. Wang Xiaona certainly wouldn't refuse Chen Hang's invitation. Instead, her mood was still a bit excited. "I'll wait for you outside." Chen Hang started the car and drove out of the showroom. Wang Xiaona then followed. The guests present couldn't help but deeply admire. It was still the money ability that worked. In 3 words, the prettiest car model of the auto show was taken care of. Wang Xiaona drove the car back to Longhai University, then took the Bugatti Red Dragon and arrived at the Long Dragon Hotel located in the center of the city. After opening a private room and ordering a meal, it didn't take long for the dishes to all be served. Chen Hang took a sip of pu'er tea. It is rich and mellow, with a lingering aftertaste. The finest tea was really not a cover. "Young Chen, thank you very much for your hospitality today." A soft voice rang out. Wang Xiaona held a teacup and came to Chen Hang's side. After politely saluting the tea, Chen Hang grabbed her willow waist. A touch of redness surfaced on her pretty face. "You're dazzling today." Wang Xiaona's figure and face value was considered the best among women. If there wasn't already a forerunner, it might have even been considered for consideration. It was only a pity that it was a step too late. "It's my honor to be complimented by young Chen." Wang Xiaona obediently sat on Chen Hang's thigh. Then she skillfully juggled her kung fu. "Are you playing a game?" Chen Hang looked at Wang Xiaona, who had a charming face, worthy of being a top car model. Sure enough, she was an old driver. "Young Chen, you're so humorous. I like your humor." Wang Xiaona smiled sweetly. The movements were even bolder. It was either an explicit refusal or a tacit acceptance. She knew the rules of the game well. "Wang Xiaona, you like banana a lot?" Chen Hang found it very interesting. The perfume soon filled his nose. "Of course, Chen Xiao. I'm usually a big fan of it. It can replenish your energy and keep you in shape at the same time." Wang Xiaona bit her lip. Even a group boss was not as shocking as Chen Hang. Being young and handsome was much better compared to those big-bellied leaders. This level of man was something that could not be found. Of course she must grasp. After all, she had seen many young men. She was still confident in facing younger men. "You really like Pinru's clothes." The corner of Chen Hang's mouth lifted. A powerful retort was made, but he still had a measure in his heart. Chen Hang sent Wang Xiaona back. A phone call was received. Hello, this is Yang Jianming, the account manager of East Lake Villa. Is this Mr. Chen Hang himself? Can I help you? It's like this, Mr. Chen, the formalities of the East Lake 1 villa that you purchased have all been done for you. When do you think you'll have time to come over and sign? Yang Jianming did not know the identity of Chen Hang, but the one who could fund $500 million to purchase Villa 1 must be the biggest of the big shots. The leaders didn't dare to treat them lightly. So after learning that Chen Hang had purchased Villa 1, he instructed him to quickly complete all the formalities for Chen Hang. Chen Hang understood right away that it was a villa gifted by the system. The efficiency was also really fast. It only took 2 hours to do it. However, this East Lake Villa was the most expensive villa area in Longhai City. The house price inside is 300,000 square feet. The third ring in the center of North City would have to be prohibitive. Got it. I will go over there sometime. Mr. Chen, is it convenient for you to add a WeChat? I'm sending you the overall decoration layout and lighting photos of the villa, so take a look to see if you're satisfied. If anywhere is unsatisfactory, we will immediately remodel it for you. Yang Jianming hurriedly said. Yes. Chen Hang nodded. There was no need to take the time and effort to go over and look at a photo. Just let him change it directly. Okay, Mr. Chen, bye. Hanging up the phone, Yang Jianming added Chen Hang's WeChat through his cell phone number. Then he sent a photo of the East Lake 1 villa. The villa was a detached 3-story building with a Chinese architectural style. It had both a modern artistic design and a soft Chinese dignified atmosphere. There are more than 20 rooms on the third floor, check room, gaming room, private theater, and so on. Private garages, gardens, swimming pools and fish ponds are also available. There is also a health service in the neighborhood. Enough for the owners to enjoy the best services at home. No changes are needed for now. Chen Hang just sent it less than a minute before the other party weighed back to him. Okay, if there's anything else you need, please contact me and I'll do it for you right away. Also, we've already applied for a lifetime membership for you, so you can use the SPA services within our neighborhood at any time. Chen Hang would smile. It was not without reason that East Lake Villa's prices were high. The customer service was completely top-notch. Chapter 13, Department Flower Li Ran. The entrance of Longhai University. A white-skinned woman was holding her cell phone and chatting with interest. The woman was around 1.72 meters. Exquisite face and breakable skin. A long apricot-colored halter dress, dimpled and curvy. Temperament is very outstanding. In the crowd, it was a very bright existence. Isn't this Li Ran from the foreign language department? I thought I was mistaken just now. I didn't expect the real person to be so good-looking. I thought her picture was a beauty face. Did she get a boyfriend recently? According to my friend's gossip, it's been officially announced. Not long after, a large number of school students gathered at the entrance. There were even bold boys who took the initiative to come forward to ask for WeChat, but they were all rejected by Li Ran. Just at this time, the sound of a supercar came. Looking at the sound, a Bugatti sports car was parked at the entrance of the school. The passers-by collectively cast envious gazes. Another luxury car. It's still a Bugatti supercar, a $10 million level divine car. If I'm not mistaken, this car is a $500 million. Bugatti Red Dragon. Crap, a $500 million divine car. Which Dragon City bigwig owns it? The crowd became more and more expectant of the true identity of the owner of the sports car. The appearance of a multi-million-dollar luxury car in Dragon University was already very shocking. A $500 million car was even more rare. In comparison, the Porsche 911 parked at the entrance paled in comparison. Red Dragon, whether it is performance or status, far ahead of the latter. Li Ran was also stunned by this Red Dragon. She has seen a lot of luxury cars, but this is the first time she has seen a $500 million level luxury car. The Bugatti Red Dragon Limited Edition. Not even 3 of them could necessarily appear in Longhai City. After the car stopped, the door opened. A tall figure appeared in front of the crowd. In an instant, everyone held their breath. Shock was written all over one's face. A school student, driving a $4 million luxury car, was already very pretentious. To backhand the next day and get a $50 million supercar, it would be outrageous. Half a small target of Red Dragon. The purchase price can buy a Rolls-Royce Phantom. It is completely the existence of crushing all luxury cars. Li Ran was also very shocked in her heart. The person in the luxury car was none other than the freshman she received at the beginning of the school orientation. It was also the boy who had once chased after himself. During the orientation, Chen Hang had left a deep impression on her. Chen Hang's appearance was not bad, plus a height of 1.83 m, which could be said to be the standard for most girls to choose a spouse. Only, at that time, Chen Hang didn't care much about image. Nowadays, Chen Hang had not only become handsome, but also more stable. This air of being both young and calm was very popular with women. Most importantly, Chen Hang's car was the honorable Bugatti Red Dragon. If the change in hairstyle and temperament added 10 points, Bugatti Red Dragon added 90 points. Seconds to the existence of face value. Chen Hang looked at the crowd of onlookers and gently pressed the car key. The Red Dragon's handsome lights came on. The crowd cheered again. Just as Chen Hang was about to go back to his dorm room, a woman with a beautiful figure walked up to him and greeted him with a smile. "Hi, schoolmate, remember me? I'm the school sister who started the orientation and took you to report for school." Facing the woman who suddenly appeared, Chen Hang was obviously a bit confused, so he casually checked her information. Name, Li Ran. Age, 20. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Stature 9'2". Face value, 94. Perfection 100. Heartwarming value, 20. Your sister Ran. Chen Hang pondered for 2 seconds and recognized the woman in front of him. According to the memories in his mind, Li Ran was the sophomore schoolmate who received him at the beginning of freshman orientation. The department flower of the foreign language department of Lon University. One of the 4 school flowers of Lon University. Chen Hang had tried to pursue this schoolmate. Only, Li Ran didn't give a chance at all. Every time he tried to ask her out alone, he was rejected. Chen Hang had no choice but to shift his target to Lin Mengyao. Thinking about this, Chen Hang rather sighed. Li Ran was actually quite good. The refusal was very dry and didn't give the licking dog a chance at all. If it was Lin Mengyao, she would have to pull a wool over her eyes anyways. Not bad, schoolmate. Still remember me. Li Ran looked at Chen Hang with a smile. After Chen Hang changed his clothes and hairstyle, no matter which angle he looked from, he was very handsome. She was now comfortable looking at Chen Hang anywhere. Is there something wrong with senior sister? There is also nothing. Li Ran softly said, just want to ask if schoolmate can take me for a ride? I haven't ridden in a sports car yet. Can, but only when I have time. Chen Hang was naturally happy to do so. It was just a matter of wanting to take a ride, by the way. What's more, Li Ran was also the department flower of the foreign language department. A proper big beauty. Li Ran, heartwarming value +3. Li Ran, heartwarming value +3. Li Ran, heartwarming value +3. Heartwarming value, 29. So when do you have time? Is this afternoon okay? Li Ran said in surprise. I have a class this afternoon. It's not very convenient. I'll accompany you to class. After class we'll go eat together. Then you can take me for a ride. Li Ran had a righteous face. Chen Hang couldn't afford to refuse anymore. So it was happily decided. Let's add a WeChat, otherwise it's too troublesome to keep using Penguin. Li Ran opened WeChat. Chen Hang cooperated by taking out his cell phone and scanning the code. If there's nothing going on with senior sister, I'll go back to my dorm room first. Aha! See you later. After adding WeChat, Chen Hang went back to his dorm room. Li Ran left with a satisfied heart. At this time, the school entrance was bustling with activity. Many people took pictures with their cell phones. They have been sent to the circle of friends to show the luxury car. Some even sent it to Jitterbug. Bugatti Red Dragon's video quickly gained tens of thousands of likes, attracting many luxury car enthusiasts. Chen Hang also returned to the dormitory at this time. Only Li Sudong was left in the dorm room. The other 2 had gone out to eat. How about it? How was the battle last night? Did you take it? Li Sudong came over with a gossipy face. Chen Hang smiled and did not say anything. Li Sudong immediately understood what Chen Hang meant and heatedly smiled. Brother Hang, still you are great. My WeChat was deleted. I couldn't even get an appointment. Chen Hang just smiled faintly, sat down on the gaming chair, took out a box of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled out one and threw it to Li Sudong. Crap! Gold fine branch Huazi. Li Sudong looked at the cigarettes in his hand and instantly felt like he was dreaming. He pinched his thigh vigorously before realizing that the cigarette in his hand was real. After returning to his senses, Li Sudong immediately expressed his gratitude to Chen Hang. A pack of collector's edition gold fine branch Huazi, the price was even as high as 1,000. Ordinary people simply could not afford to smoke it. Don't freeze, is there a fire? Of course there is, righteous father. I'll light it for you. Li Sudong took out a lighter without saying a word and respectfully lit the Huazi for Chen Hang. Chapter 14. It all depends on the performance of the schoolmate. At noon, Wang Ming and Jiang Chuan returned to the dormitory. As soon as they entered, Jiang Chuan ran to Chen Hang's side. Alright brother Hang, secretly driving a luxury car behind our backs again. Wang Ming chimed in, brother Hang, I seriously doubt that you're pretending, but I don't have proof. Seeing Jiang Chuan and Wang Ming's actions, Li Sudong had a puzzled look on his face. What are you guys discussing? How come I can't understand? Brother Hang drove another luxury car over, and it's a multi-million-dollar godly car, Bugatti Red Dragon. It's parked at the school entrance right now. The school's jittery topics are all about the Bugatti Red Dragon. Jiang Chuan explained. Really? Li Sudong immediately opened Jitterbug. It searched for the Longhai University topic. When he clicked on the topic bar, most of them were new releases. Moreover, it was all the same top supercar, the Bugatti Red Dragon. Li Sudong clicked on the videos. Most of the videos had more than 5,000 likes. One of the hottest videos had as many as 300,000 likes. And this was still posted an hour ago. Continuing to ferment for 2 more days, it was possible for the number of likes to exceed 1 million. Crap, is it this handsome? Brother Hang, this car, is it really yours? Li Sudong was in a bit of disbelief. According to the comments of the netizens, the landing price of the Bugatti Red Dragon was around $50 million. $500 million for a limited edition divine car. There weren't even a few of them in Longhai City. Yeah, I'll see how well they shoot. Chen Hang also opened Jitterbug at this time. Tapping on the topic of Longhai University, he swiped the video. When you drive a Bugatti Red Dragon, will you still care who she is? Hashtag, Bugatti Red Dragon hashtag top supercar. The wind carries all things away, and it's not all things that float away, but my youth. Hashtag Bugatti hashtag handsome is the end of the story. Even if the rose withers, it's still the first choice for romance. Hashtag the view from the car of the gods. Maybe she loved you that winter, but now it's 2023. I know people change, and I never expect you to be the same. Hashtag street photography of luxury cars hashtag. I hope the next time we meet, we'll be wearing the glow of victory. Watching the video related to Bugatti Red Dragon, Chen Hang was very satisfied. The netizens' filming techniques and copywriting were still very good. No matter from which angle, his Red Dragon ride was very handsome. Getting so many likes was not without reason. Hey, brother Hang, how much did this car cost? Netizens commented that the purchase price could have bought a Ferrari SF90. Li Sudong curiously said. Chen Hang pulled out his cell phone and looked at the bill, saying blandly, the full payment is 34 million. The purchase price is around 12 million. Crap, 12 million. It can indeed buy my Tong's SF90. Netizens honestly don't deceive me. In the blink of an eye, the time came to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Hang and his roommate came to the classroom 5 minutes early. But soon, a girl who entered the door attracted the boys' attention. Who is this girl? She's not from our major, right? Not from our major, I haven't seen her either. She seems to be our sophomore sister, Li Ran Ran. Isn't Li Ran Ran an English major? Why is she in our classroom? Did she go to the wrong classroom? Just as the boys were confused, Li Ran Ran walked up to Chen Hang and then sat down next to him without thinking. The classroom burst into a gasp of shock. Crap! So it was looking for Chen Hang. What a surprise, this kid actually picked up a schoolmate. Li Ran Ran is the recognized flower of the foreign language department. Chen Hang has made a fortune. It should be Li Ran Ran who has made a fortune. Chen Hang is worth more than a sports car. The boys' attention was focused on Li Ran Ran. Li Ran Ran, however, ignored the other boys and chatted with Chen Hang. Good afternoon, schoolmate. What class is it later? Li Ran Ran stayed close to Chen Hang, smiling as she looked at the side of his face. With such a close distance, she couldn't help but feel her heart beat a little faster. The favorite Cohen couldn't even be more handsome than this man in front of her. Chen Hang's side soon smelled of fragrance. He glanced at Li Ran Ran and calmly said, English. It just happens to be my major subject. Li Ran Ran smiled lightly, revealing 2 cute little pear swirls. If there's anything you don't know, just ask me. I can teach you everything. Li Ran Ran was secretly happy in her heart. I didn't expect to just happen to come across my own specialty class. Now she could find a chance to get close to her schoolmate. She then turned her words around and asked with a smile. By the way, school brother, do you have a girlfriend? Looking at Li Ran Ran's fair face, the corner of Chen Hang's mouth sketched out a small arc. Is schoolmate trying to find me a girlfriend? I can keep an eye out for you. I have a lot of foreign language department beauties around me. If there happens to be one you like, maybe I can introduce you. Li Ran Ran guffawed. Such an ambiguous atmosphere. It was favorable for her and Chen Hang to enhance their relationship. Moreover, she was the one who chased after Chen Hang. A gradual progression would be better. Then thank you, senior sister. Chen Hang politely said. Say, what kind of girl do you like, schoolmate? Li Ran Ran asked with feigned curiosity. gentle and considerate character, well-behaved and obedient. If you have a body, the bigger the better, the best if you've learned to dance. Li Ranran's cheeks gradually blushed. Chen Hang's meaning was actually quite obvious. She naturally heard it. School brother, what you said, among the girls I know, I'm the only one who fits the best. Why don't you consider me? Li Ranran looked at Chen Hang with a smile. Oh, so senior sister wants to be my girlfriend. Li Ranran was so bold, Chen Hang simply stopped pretending at this point and reached out to wrap his hand around Li Ranran's waist. Can I? Li Ranran blushed at Chen Hang's sudden movements. Originally, she was the one who wanted to tease her schoolmate, but she didn't expect to be teased by her schoolmate's movements and eyes. Li Ranran suddenly felt a bit shy. However, she still boldly met Chen Hang's eyes. The beautiful eyes showed a look of anticipation. Li Ranran, heartwarming value +3. Li Ranran, heartwarming value +3. Li Ranran, heartwarming value +3. Heartwarming value, 38. It all depends on the performance of the senior sister. Chen Hang raised an eyebrow. Li Ranran was instantly handsome by Chen Hang, and her small face instantly became red again. Chen Hang looked at Li Ranran's blushing expression, which was very amusing. But soon, he noticed the gazes of the surrounding boys. Let's go sit at the back, there are too many people over here. The seats here were too far forward, and every move was eye-catching. Li Ranran also didn't want to attract too much attention, so she and Chen Hang came to the last row of seats. Chapter 15, The Best Friend Who Blows Bubbles. Class is over, schoolboy. I know, can you let go then? Chen Hang coughed twice and removed his left hand on her leg in a serious manner. Li Ranran blushed to no end. For 2 sessions, Chen Hang was too natural, skilled like a repeat offender. After slowing down, Li Ranran lightly opened her red lips. Let's go eat, schoolmate, my treat. Chasing after boys was something that needed to be paid for. She understood this very well. Not to mention, Chen Hang was the pride of heaven. There was no lack of women around him at all. Where does schoolmate want to eat? I'll listen to you. Is school sister so well behaved? Chen Hang glanced at Li Ranran and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Li Ranran, however, smiled sweetly and came to Chen Hang's ear. Be my boyfriend and I'll be even more well behaved. Doesn't schoolmate want to experience this? Naughty. Chen Hang scraped Li Ranran's nose. Li Ranran blushed. This niece was even more anxious than him. A sophomore schoolmate, what fun. Alright, let's go. Chen Hang glanced at the time and got up to leave the classroom. Li Ranran's side quickly followed Chen Hang. Walking on the campus road, the combination of handsome men and beautiful women attracted the attention of many passers-by. But when the crowd saw the two's appearance, they were immediately dumbfounded. Isn't this Li Ranran? Why is she with Chen Hang? I saw it at noon. Li Ranran took the initiative to hit on Chen Hang. They even went to class together. Crap. Li Ranran doesn't really like this guy, does she? Li Ranran is the famous flower sister of Dragon University. Not only is she pretty, her figure is also particularly good, and often participated in various club activities. Just entered the university. The circle of boys had almost all heard of her name. It is no exaggeration to say that Li Ranran is the last Dragon University school flower, the dream goddess of thousands of geeks. It was precisely for this reason that when they saw Li Ranran intimately sticking to Chen Hang's side, all the boys couldn't believe their eyes. There were even some boys whose minds were blown. The goddess that they had loved for 2 years was actually another boy's licking dog. Was this still the goddess in their hearts? Arriving at the school entrance, Chen Hang opened the door of the Bugatti Red Dragon under the envious gazes of many boys. It's over, Sister Ran has really fallen. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ran Senpai must have a bitter reason. What's wrong with this world? Is money really all-powerful? Watching Li Ran enter the passenger side, the boys all left the school gates with faces like ashes and hearts ashen. I didn't expect senior sister to be so popular. There were a lot of schoolmates whose hearts were broken just now. Traveling to the red light, Chen Hang pressed the brake. In his previous life, the school's high-flying seniors easily picked up the departmental flowers of each department. He had also been one of the many boys who were righteously indignant. Only, nowadays, his identity had changed. This kind of feeling was simply too good to be true. This is something you don't know. Li Ran spread a smile. Sister is the school flower of the previous term. Before Chen Hang enrolled this term, she was the most well-known school flower of Dragon University. Only, nowadays, she was stolen by Lin Mengyao. I'm not afraid to tell you, school sister hasn't had a date yet. Li Ran looked at Chen Hang with a smile. For Lin Mengyao, who liked ambiguity, she who had never had a boyfriend was obviously more suitable to be a girlfriend. Sister is so good looking and has such a good body, there should be a lot of boys chasing after her. Chen Hang laughed frankly. There are quite a few boys chasing after her, but I can't meet the one I like. Li Ran ruffled the hair around her ears. There were many boys chasing after her, but she just wasn't interested in them. What does senior sister think of me? Chen Hang leaned against the armrest and came closer to Li Ran. The distance between the two of them instantly closed quite a bit. Li Ran's pretty face blushed and softly said, "Schoolmate, you are so handsome, aren't there many girls chasing after you as well?" It was at this time that the green light came on. Chen Hang started the car smoothly. He then glanced at Li Ranran and said with a smile, "None of them are as pretty as schoolmate." Li Ranran's cheeks blushed slightly. What was the meaning of this sentence? Could it be that schoolmate had a crush on herself as well? Chen Hang drove the Bugatti Red Dragon to the entrance of the Changlong Hotel. "This place is too expensive. Why don't we go to another one?" Looking at the imposing 5-star hotel in front of her, Li Ranran couldn't help but flinch a bit. This level of consumption was not something she could afford. "Don't worry, senior sister, I've already booked a private room." Chen Hang hadn't planned to let Li Ranran treat her. He had already booked a private room for half a year. Regardless of whether it was for dining or not, the private room would be reserved for him all night. As long as one came here to dine, the restaurant would give him priority. Li Ranran, heartwarming value +5. Li Ranran, heartwarming value +5. Heartwarming value, 48. Once these words were spoken, Li Ranran's heartwarming value for Chen Hang went up by 10 points. In a woman's eyes, the man who takes the initiative to pay the bill is often the most attractive. Chen Hang was this kind of low-key man with substance in Li Ranran's eyes. At this time, a man in a suit walked over head-on. Seeing that it was Chen Hang, the hotel manager immediately revealed a pleasing smile. "Mr. Chen, we have prepared a private room for you, this way please." Those who spent money here were not ordinary people. Chen Hang, who had booked a private room for half a year in a single breath, the honor of his status could be imagined. The hotel manager bowed and made a gesture of invitation, not daring to be slow at all. Chen Hang nodded slightly and led Li Ranran into the hotel. Arriving at the private room, a waitress came to Chen Hang with a menu. "Sir, this is the store's menu, please also take a look." The waitress's neckline was opened low, revealing a large portion of snow white. Most of the young and vigorous men could not top it. Chen Hang looked twice, but still suppressed his anger. "Feel free to order whatever you want to eat, no need to be polite." Chen Hang ordered a few dishes and handed the menu to Li Ranran. Looking at the price of the menu, Li Ranran sighed. She had thought that a meal for a schoolmate would start at $1,000. Unexpectedly, it was more than 10 times that. Chen Hang's life was even better than she had imagined. Perhaps this was the real rich man. At this time, the female waitress took advantage of Li Ranran's order to secretly hand the note in her hand to Chen Hang. Then she bowed slightly and came up to Chen Hang's ear. "Sir, this is my contact information. If you don't mind, I'd like to become bubble-blowing good friends with Mr. Chen Hang was not surprised by the waitress's actions. In his last life, he subconsciously felt that girls were slow to warm up. Now that he knew, the heating function of the Bugatti was not generally good. Women are more direct than one another. Looking at the waitress's pretty face, Chen Hang did not want to disturb the interest, and was very facetious to accept the note. The waitress was overjoyed. There were many VIPs in the hotel, but not many young, handsome and rich boys like Chen Hang. If you can get a little bit involved, even if it was a good friend who blew bubbles, she wouldn't lose out in any way. Chapter 16, Do I Look Like a Bad Guy? How nice to sit closer. Steamed pine leaf crab, shredded pork with fish flavor, and one shir tofu, and another order of matsutake fish ball soup. Okay, that's all. After Li Ranran handed back the menu, the waitress then left the room. She then looked at Chen Hang and inquired, "Schoolmate, do you usually eat here?" "Yes." "Is it that schoolmate doesn't like it here?" "No, it's just that the spending here is too expensive." "Too surprising." Li Ranran waved her hand. Just the few dishes she ordered were $20,000 to $30,000. Counting Chen Hang's, it would have to be an estimated $70,000 to $80,000. If Chen Hang came here every day, it would cost tens of millions of dollars less per year. One could imagine how strong Chen Hang was. Although it's expensive, it's just as delicious. Senior sister will know once she tastes it. The restaurant used the finest ingredients. Highly paid state banquet chefs. Each dish was carefully crafted. It was worthy of its price. Chen Hang got up after saying that and sat on Li Ranran's right side. Looking at the sunny and handsome Chen Hang, Li Ranran's heartbeat accelerated slightly. After meeting Chen Hang's eyes, in less than 2 seconds she was defeated and her cheeks flushed with shyness. "Sister, do I look like a bad guy?" Chen Hang asked with a smile. "Doesn't look like what's wrong?" Li Ranran shook her head. "Then why are you sitting so far away? How nice to sit closer." Chen Hang repeated his trick, inadvertently placed it on the beautiful leg. Li Ranran's pretty face flushed. The schoolmate was getting more and more natural. Instead, she was the one who was starting to be embarrassed. Moments later, the door to the private room was opened. A delicious dish was brought up. After confirming that there was no mistake, the restaurant manager walked over to Chen Hang. "Sir, all your delicacies have been prepared. I won't bother you two with your meal. If sir has any other needs, please feel free to order at any time." The restaurant manager left the private room in a very sensible manner. The two of them looked at the colorful and fragrant delicacies in front of them and began to enjoy their meal. 1 hour later. "Alright, schoolmate." Li Ranran's pretty face was red beyond recognition. Chen Hang's massage technique was too exquisite. She was actually quite enjoying it. Looking at Li Ranran's blushing appearance, Chen Hang smiled and released his hand. "Still satisfied? How's the flavor, schoolmate?" "It's delicious, very much to my taste." "Such a delicious delicacy. It was the first time she had ever tasted it. Schoolmate's life was really good. So good that she couldn't even imagine it. If schoolmate likes it, I can bring schoolmate here every day. Good, thank you school brother. Li Ranran couldn't wait to stay with Chen Hang. She agreed to Chen Hang's invitation without even thinking about it. After a short rest, Chen Hang took Li Ranran to the mall near the hotel. Men's spending hobbies were nothing more than luxury cars and watches. And women's luxuries, clothes and jewelry, necklaces and handbags, cosmetics and perfumes. Chanel, Dior, Prada, and many other luxury brands are involved. Chen Hang happens to rebate a wave. Brush of Li Ranran's heartbeat value. Came to the Chanel counter. A sharp-eyed female counter clerk then greeted Chen Hang. Good day, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Chanel. May I ask how I can help you? The female counter clerk looked at Chen Hang with a smile. Chen Hang was dressed nobly and luxuriously. It looked obvious that he was a member of a luxurious and famous family. A glance in the crowd could tell the difference between him and ordinary men. Encountering such a handsome and golden big customer, the female teller showed particular enthusiasm. However, Chen Hang had no ripples in his heart regarding the female teller's attentiveness. Most of the tellers at luxury counters were people watchers. Although there may not be the mocking episodes of the internet article, but in their hearts, many of them decide the attitude of service based on the guest's clothes. Most of the ordinary guests will not show such enthusiasm. Certain stores are even indifferent after you have paid. After-sales service quality problems are lazy to take care of you. What do you want to buy first, senior sister? Well, lipstick it. Most of the luxury counter ones are not cheap. Lipstick prices are very pro-people. Li Ranran didn't want to leave Chen Hang with too much of a gold-worshipping impression. Then let's look at the lipstick first. Chen Hang was indifferent. The more you buy, the better, and the system upgrades faster. There was no chance that other functions could be unlocked at that time. The system had given the golden gun potion. Unity's son might have something better. Yes, ma'am and sir, this way please. Our Chanel lipstick collection is on the other side of the counter. The female counter clerk bowed slightly and made a standard please gesture. The two of them followed the clerk to the lipstick counter. Ma'am, would you like to take a look? This is our latest limited edition glamorous velvet lipstick. From the counter, the female counter clerk took out a gorgeous glossy lipstick. With that, she began to introduce it colorfully with Li Ranran. Li Ranran was very satisfied. However, the price of the lipstick was out of her expectation. 1620, twice as expensive as what she normally used. If senior sister likes it, you don't have to be polite. Help me wrap it up. Chen Hang could see Li Ranran's mind, and cheerfully let the female counter clerk wrap up the lipstick. 1620 wasn't expensive at all, and the rebate was still pitifully small. Senior, does it really not matter? It's fine. The corners of Chen Hang's mouth rose slightly, but schoolmate don't forget, I'm the one who matters. Li Ranran did not understand what Chen Hang meant at first. Upon careful consideration, her small face suddenly turned red. Importantly, it was still her who took the initiative to ask. She was so ashamed that she had no place to go. Next, Chen Hang took the initiative to bring Li Ranran to shop frantically at the Chanel counter. Perfume, necklaces, ladies' watches, cosmetics, skin care products. All bought her the top sets. She also bought handmade high-definition lace stockings. This wave of shopping, a total of 1.4 million was spent on Li Ranran, with a rebate of 12.6 million. If it wasn't for Li Ranran stopping her, Chen Hang was planning to buy her the entire necklace counter. He had $400 million in his hand. A Chanel rose diamond necklace was only $300,000. A necklace counter would only be $20 to $30 million at the top. With a mere tens of millions of dollars to spend, Chen Hang could completely afford it. Looking at the bag full of jewelry, Li Ranran's heart warmed. She completely did not expect the schoolmate to be so kind to her. Without a second thought, he swiped her card for a few $1,000,000. No wonder it was said that the man who paid the bill was the most handsome. The moment Chen Hang swiped her card, her heart was truly moved. The sales clerks at the counter saw Chen Hang's quick payment and their eyes were filled with adoration. This kind of man was simply the perfect boyfriend in their hearts. Chen Hang finished swiping his card on his side and glanced at Li Ranran's heartwarming value in passing. From the initial 20 it had risen to 70. The simplest and roughest shopping, but the most direct and effective. This is much faster than any ambiguity. Chapter 17, BFF roommate Zhang Yuqing. Sister Ran. Not long after leaving the Chanel counter, a woman with a beautiful figure waved her hand and walked towards Li Ranran face to face. She was seen wearing exquisite makeup, pure color high neck blouse, high-waisted hip skirt. The curves were exquisite and sexy. Qingqing, why are you here? Li Ranran laughed lightly. The woman was none other than Li Ranran's best friend roommate Zhang Yuqing, one of the 4 school flowers of Lon University. I came to shop, I didn't expect you to be here as well. Zhang Yuqing quickly stepped to Li Ranran's front, smiling and holding her hand. Are you the only one? Where are Tingting and the others? Li Ranran looked around Zhang Yuqing and asked with a smile. Senior Lin took them to the bar. Zhang Yuqing laughed. I was bored alone in my dorm room, so I simply came out to go shopping. The senior Lin in Zhang Yuqing's mouth was Lin Mingkai, the high-flying school bully of Long University. Lin Mingkai was a current student in the English major of the foreign language department in his junior year. As Li Ranran's immediate senior, he often shared experience exchanges with them. After a while, many of the girls in the foreign language department had also become close friends with him. Didn't they ask you to join them? Li Ranran teased. Senior Lin looks bad. I don't want to go with them. Zhang Yuqing skimmed her mouth, then her eyes flickered and noticed Chen hang next to her. Sister Ranran, who is this handsome guy? Couldn't be your boyfriend, right? Zhang Yuqing smilingly pushed Li Ranran's arm. Li Ranran's pretty face flushed. What are you talking nonsense about? He's our school's freshman brother, Chen Hang. Zhang Yuqing was slightly stunned. No wonder Chen Hang looked familiar, although she didn't often read the forums, but she had more or less swiped through posts about Chen Hang. In the campus forum, Chen Hang's photo was handsome enough, but when she actually saw him in person, he was much more handsome than in the photos. There was a kind of inexplicable aura that just looked comfortable. Schoolmate, hello, I'm Sister Ranran's roommate, Zhang Yuqing. After returning to her senses, Zhang Yuqing took the initiative to wave her hand and greeted towards Chen Hang. Hello, schoolmate. Chen Hang responded politely. With that, he checked Zhang Yuqing's information. Name, Zhang Yuqing. Age, 20. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Stature 8'9". Face value, 92. Perfection 100. Heartwarming value, 25. Seeing Zhang Yuqing's profile, Chen Hang was satisfied. Sophomore sisters, basically, were not simple anymore. Zhang Yuqing is still very good. The sister who accosted her at the car show was really ruthless. Chen Hang basically did not find any that could surpass her at the moment. The ones that surpassed her were all really werewolves. By the way, schoolmate, was it Sister Ranran who asked you to accompany her today? When she left the dormitory at noon, she deliberately put on 2 hours of makeup. Sister Ranran usually doesn't wear makeup. Zhang Yuqing looked at Li Ranran, her eyes filled with laughter. No wonder she saw Li Ranran not sleeping at high noon. One after another, she was there putting on makeup and dressing up. Dare she really met a favorite boy. You still say? Shut up. Li Ranran glared at Zhang Yuqing without any good reason. She's really a good girlfriend. Shaking everything out, shame on you. Zhang Yuqing spat out her tongue, her soulful eyes curving into a crescent moon. At this time, she suddenly noticed the shopping bag in Li Ranran's hand. Hey, Sister Ranran, why did you secretly buy so many goodies behind my back? Charming velvet lipstick, Miss Coco perfume, and a limited edition bag. A Chanel limited edition handbag had to cost $200,000 to $300,000, plus a whole bunch of necklaces and jewelry. They all had to be 2 or 3 million at least. These are all bought for me by my schoolmate. Li Ranran looked at Chen Hang, not realizing that the other party was also looking at her. Her pretty face was then hot and red. Zhang Yuqing's heart shook after hearing this. Sister Ranran was not yet Chen Hang's girlfriend. A gift of several $1 million was said to be sent. If she really got involved and became his girlfriend, she would have to start with millions of dollars. Besides, Chen Hang is tall and handsome. It's not a loss to be his girlfriend. Zhang Yuqing, heartwarming value +3. Zhang Yuqing, heartwarming value +4. Zhang Yuqing, heartwarming value +5. Zhang Yuqing, heartwarming value, 37. After thinking about it, Zhang Yuqing immediately left Li Ranran behind and ran to the other side of Chen Hang, intimately holding onto him. Schoolmate, do you have a girlfriend? Why don't I be your girlfriend? Just buy me a gift, I don't look at the price. Zhang Yuqing was determined. Even if Sister Ranran liked Chen Hang, she still had to fight for it. BFFs could find another one, there was only one such handsome and golden man. If she missed it, she would never meet him again. Is sister serious? Chen Hang smiled faintly and looked at Zhang Yuqing, who had a stunning face. Her face and figure were not inferior to Li Ranran's in the slightest. But among the women he had seen, it was a beauty that ranked at the top. It could completely kill the many female netizens. Gifts and whatnot are not important. The main thing is that I like schoolmate. Zhang Yuqing was very self-conscious about holding on to Chen Hang. She also used her proud body to collide unobtrusively. Chen Hang was experiencing it. This woman was wild as hell. Even Li Ranran didn't dare to be this bold. Ching, don't steal from me, I met the schoolmate first. Seeing Zhang Yuqing sticking to Chen Hang so intimately, Li Ranran's heart was filled with jealousy. Not even if they were good girlfriends. Sister Ranran, you'll have to ask schoolmate about this. Zhang Yuqing turned to look at Chen Hang. Do you like me or Sister Ranran? Chen Hang looked at Li Ranran and then at Zhang Yuqing, smiling lightly. Sister Ranran's body is better than yours. Don't just look at the surface, sometimes you have to look at the heart too. My kind of personality is also very good. Zhang Yuqing smiled brightly as she held onto Chen Hang's arm and pouted. Chen Hang only felt a wave of softness. Li Ranran bit her lip and also took Chen Hang's arm. Just then, her cell phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, it was an incoming call from her roommate, Huang Yuding. Hey, Sister Ranran, where are you now? I'm over at Century Department Store, what's up? Senior Lin wants to invite you to have a drink at 0 Degree Space, he's paying for all the spending tonight. If it's convenient for you, Senior Lin will personally pick you up. Hearing the three words Senior Lin, Li Ranran's expression instantly chilled. Please help me talk to him, I'm allergic to alcohol. Li Ranran hung up the phone without hesitation after she finished speaking. She knew Lin Mingkai's mind very well. When she was a freshman, Lin Mingkai had pursued her. He had also confessed to her in public. Without exception, they were all clearly rejected by her. But even so, Lin Mingkai still didn't give up. He often used his position as a senior to organize friendships, trying to create opportunities to be alone with her. Today's target, I'm afraid, is running towards her. Chapter 18. Aren't you afraid that Sister Ran will find out? Sister Ran, was it Senior Lin who called? Li Ran shook her head. Ting Ting's call. They're in space 0 right now. Senior Lin wanted to invite me over, but I declined. Chen Hang, is it Junior Lin Mingkai? Li Ran tapped her chin, then seemed to think of something and hurriedly said, Senior, don't misunderstand. Senior Lin chased me, and I've clearly rejected him many times. We don't have any dealings with each other, and we don't have any contact information. Li Ran immediately set aside her relationship with Lin Mingkai. She would never be with Lin Mingkai, not to mention that Chen Hang was still around. If this made her schoolmate misunderstand, she would have to regret it to death. No need to explain, I believe you. Chen Hang had checked Li Ranran's information. It was clear about this niece's situation. Li Ranran's heart burst with sweetness. Her plain hand quietly held on to Chen Hang. Zhang Yuqing bit her lip, jealous to no end. Chen Hang glanced at his wristwatch and said towards Zhang Yuqing, Sister Yuqing, I'm planning to go shopping with Sister Ran again, do you want to join me? Sure, I want to go shopping again too. Anyway, she was the only one back in the dormitory at this hour. She might as well go shopping again. 0 degree space. Cardinal 06. Lily, you lost again. A handsome-looking man, dressed head to toe in designer labels, picked up the champagne and handed it to the woman in his arms with a smile. Lin Xiao, one last glass. The woman took the glass and drank it all in one go. Her pretty face was red, and her beautiful eyes were filled with the color of ecstasy. She then put down the wine glass and took the initiative to lean towards Lin Mingkai's body. Lin Mingkai wrapped his arms around her waist and gradually began to get restless. Before long, the woman was defeated and completely softened in Lin Mingkai's arms. Lin Mingkai casually opened the cigarettes on the card table and pulled out a huazi. Young Lin, let me light it for you. Seeing this, the boy on the side quickly pulled out a lighter and lit the cigarette. It was at this moment that Huang Yuting returned to the card table. Lin Mingkai revealed a smile towards Huang Yuting that he thought was very handsome. Sister Yuting, is Ran planning to come over? A trace of apology crossed Huang Yuting's face. Sorry, Senior. Sister Ran asked me to tell you that she's allergic to alcohol, so she won't be coming over today. Hearing Huang Yuting's response, Lin Mingkai's face instantly turned cold. During the last gathering, Li Ran had even sipped 2 cups. Today, she was suddenly allergic to alcohol. Wasn't this ing teasing him? Lin Mingkai then waved towards another boy in the card table, and the other guy jogged his ass to the front. Young Lin, you're looking for me? Are you sure you saw Ran get into another man's car today? 1,000 times over, Shaolin. That man's name is Chen Hang, a freshman in the computer science department. His family has a little money, and he drives a $50 million Bugatti Red Dragon. 50 million. Lin Mingkai's face turned blue. $500 million in a luxury car. This guy was definitely not simple. It seemed like he really couldn't be messed with. But the moment he thought of Li Ran, Lin Mingkai was extremely unwilling. He had been chasing Li Ran for 2 years and hadn't even held hands. As soon as Chen Hang appeared, Li Ran immediately threw her arms around him. Also a rich second generation. Which bit of him was inferior to Chen Hang? Grass. The more he thought about it, the more angry Lin Mingkai became, and smashed the transparent glass of the card table with one fist. The crowd inside the card table was startled by the sudden situation. Young Lin, what's wrong with you? Are you alright? Seeing that Lin Mingkai's fist was vaguely oozing blood, the woman named Lily asked worriedly. It's fine. Lin Mingkai waved his hand, restraining his emotions. He then brought Lily to the bar's private room with a gloomy face. Tramp, I made you allergic to alcohol. I made you reject me. 2 hours of time. Chen Hang brought Li Ran and Zhang Yuqing around half of the mall. While buying jewelry for Li Ran, he also bought a lot of cosmetics for Zhang Yuqing in the meantime. By the time they left Century Department Store, the two of them already had their hands full of luxury goods. Chen Hang's hands were not idle either, and were similarly full of shopping bags. The three came to the parking lot. The surrounding area was already full of cars. Only the parking space next to the Red Dragon seat was without a single car. The owner of the car, who recognized the Red Dragon, didn't dare to park on the side of this luxury car at all. One carelessness will have to work for decades more. Who the hell can stand this? Chen Hang pressed the car key. The Red Dragon's headlights instantly lit up. Zhang Yuqing was slightly excited. So this was a $500 million luxury car. Even taking a look at it, it felt incomparably cool. Chen Hang opened the front trunk and put the bag, then turned towards Li Ran and said, "The car can only sit 2 people, why don't you wait? I'll send Sister Yuching back to school first and then come back to pick you up. Although the sports car was cool, the drawbacks were here. The space was too small and there was no back seat. It couldn't even be played with sometimes. Chen Hang felt he needed to buy a Cullinan, the kind with a lot of space. If there is any emergency in the future. It was also easy to handle, wasn't it? How about first? Li Ranran originally wanted to refuse, wanting Chen Hang to send her back first. Chen Hang could see how she was acting and stuck to her ear and whispered a couple sentences. A blush surfaced on Li Ranran's fair face. Okay, I'll wait for you. Li Ranran was fine with this. Instead, she began to expect Chen Hang to come back faster. Zhang Yuqing did not notice the small movements of the two. After Chen Hang got into the car, she followed and sat in the passenger seat. Sister Ranran, I'll leave first. Bye. After greeting each other, Chen Hang started the engine. After the car hit the road, Zhang Yuqing opened her jacket and her snowy whites were just exposed to the air. Today's weather, it's so hot. It is a bit hot. Chen Hang responded in a salty manner. Zhang Yuqing simply turned to look at Chen Hang and smiled. Schoolmate, when did you meet Sister Ranran? Why haven't I heard her mention you? At the beginning of freshman year. She hosted me then, and we got to know each other. Chen Hang said truthfully. Zhang Yuqing was slightly surprised. It was unexpected that Sister Ranran knew Chen Hang at the beginning of the school year. No wonder the two of them were so close. Counting, she had only known Chen Hang for 2 hours. In less than 20 minutes, Chen Hang drove the car back to Lon University. Getting out of the car, Chen Hang opened the trunk and handed over Li Ranran's things to Zhang Yuqing together. The two were in the same dormitory, so it was convenient to have these things along. When Chen Hang was planning to leave, Zhang Yuqing stopped him and opened the QR code of the album. You forgot my WeChat. Chen Hang took out his cell phone and scanned the QR code. After adding his friend, Chen Hang only felt a warmth in his cheeks. Raising his head, he only saw Zhang Yuqing looking at him with her lips tightly bitten. Aren't you afraid that Sister Ranran will know about this? Zhang Yuqing's pretty face gradually blushed. She didn't think that much just now, it was just natural behavior. After a long pause, she stammered, it's fine. We are good girlfriends. Upon hearing this, Chen Hang gently lifted her chin and pressed it hard. Zhang Yuqing's pupils dilated violently, and her cheeks turned red and hot. Sister Yuqing, this is returned to you, bye. Chen Hang smiled faintly. Returning to the driver's seat, he restarted the car, sprinting away with a kick of the gas. Chapter 19 Didn't realize you had such a good body. 20 minutes later, Chen Hang drove back to Century Department Store. Li Ranran greeted her joyfully. Chen Hang got out of the car, opened the trunk, took over Li Ranran's shopping bag and put it in. Closing the lid and turning around, Li Ranran suddenly hugged Chen Hang, her small face pressed against the warm chest. What's wrong? School sister? A gust of fragrant wind hit his face as Chen Hang wrapped his arms around Li Ranran's willow waist. Don't move, let me hug you. In Chen Hang's embrace, Li Ranran felt especially at ease. Don't call me senior sister anymore, I don't like this title. Is it okay to call me Ranran? Li Ranran softly said. The title of school sister gave her a sense of distance. She didn't like the fact that Chen Hang addressed her in such a manner. It's okay. Chen Hang was indifferent. If he really counted, it was only right for Li Ranran to call him senior. In his last life, how could he say that he was also an old senior in his 3rd year of college? But no matter what, Chen Hang's age was still here. Does what you just said still count? Li Ranran raised her head and looked at Chen Hang expectantly. Just now, he promised to be her boyfriend. She wouldn't forget it. Of course it counts, little nerd. Chen Hang scraped Li Ranran's nose. Li Ranran grunted with a smile, you're the little nerd. Chen Hang raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, don't call me a schoolmate either, let's hear a husband first. Nasty. Li Ranran shyly lightly punched Chen Hang's chest. Chen Hang smiled and rubbed her little head, let's get in the car first. The car was too dazzling, and there were already quite a few passers-by around who noticed them. Good. Li Ranran obediently let go of Chen Hang and sat in the car. Just after sitting in the driver's seat, Li Ranran straddled Chen Hang's body, and without saying a word, she stuck on. Chen Hang was caught off guard. After reacting, his broad hands landed on her legs. A moment later, Li Ranran's face was flushed. Chen Hang did not intend to waste time here. The space in the car was too small to play, so he sharply started the car and drove onto the highway. The car drove to the East Lake Villa neighborhood. Just after driving to the entrance, a man in a suit and tie greeted him with a smiling face. Hello, Mr. Chen, I am the manager Yang Jianming who spoke to you just now. I've been waiting for you here for quite some time. Just drive your car in directly, not far away is the East Lake 1 villa. Yang Jianming's attitude was respectful. The Bugatti was enough to prove the honor of Chen Hang's identity. Chen Hang nodded and the car drove into the East Lake Villa neighborhood. Yang Jianming then followed the car. Driving to East Lake Villa 1, Chen Hang stopped the car. Although it was already nighttime, the lights in the neighborhood were very open. The level of luxury of Villa 1 could be said to be significantly different compared to the other villas. It was also at this time that Yang Jianming trotted up to Chen Hang. Mr. Chen, this is your Villa 1. Before you came, We cleaned it 3 times a day as you instructed to keep the rooms ventilated and lighted. All the rooms on the second and third floors have also been furnished with the best silk quilts for you. You may move in directly. Just enter your identifying information here and you can come and go freely. Yang Jianming took out his prepared tablet and opened the app specialized for East Lake Villa, presenting it in front of Chen Hang's eyes. Okay. Chen Hang followed Yang Jianming's instructions and added his and Li Ranran's fingerprints according to the steps. Mr. Chen, I still need to trouble you to sign here. Yang Jianming handed the contract in his hand to Chen Hang. Chen Hang swept a glance and dryly signed his name. Then, I won't bother Mr. Chen anymore. If Mr. Chen encounters any problems, please feel free to contact me, and I will immediately rush over to take care of it for Mr. Chen. Yang Jianming turned around and left with the contract. Chen Hang's single business had brought him a lot of commission. Serving such a grandiose client was something he was particularly willing to do. We're going in. Chen Hang picked up Li Ranran. Li Ranran nodded and obediently followed behind Chen Hang. Entering the villa, what greeted them was the spacious living room. The entire house was decorated in a very luxurious Chinese style, and the opulent interior was like a palace. On the first floor, there was a garage, a kitchen, a dining room, and a gym. Outside the villa are landscaped facilities such as fountains, fish ponds, gardens, and swimming pools. The second floor includes the master bedroom, guest bedroom, study, check room, gaming room, and private theater. On the third floor are a small number of guest rooms, recreation rooms, and natural terraces. The two arrived at the oversized master bedroom on the second floor. Sitting on the bed, Li Ranran was shy at the moment. Chen Hang tried the elasticity of the large bed, especially sensual. Li Ranran also lay on the bed at this time. Chen Hang hugged her. Let's just go play the game. Li Ranran turned around and nervously looked at Chen Hang. Good. Chen Hang had no opinion and readily agreed. Playing games wasn't impossible. It just so happened that there was a gaming room inside the villa, a room dedicated to playing games. Chapter 20 Goodbye Yun Shui. The following morning, the sun shone brightly. The sky was exceptionally clear. Returning to the dormitory, the 3 suns had already disappeared. Chen Hang breathed a sigh of relief and lay down on the bed. Opening his mobile banking, he looked at the balance on his card. $491.64 million. 3 days of time, 5 small goals. The rebate was still quite fast. Spinning around, he checked the attribute panel. Host, Chen Hang. Age, 19. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 77 kilograms. Face value, 85. Strength, 55. Agility, 65. Physical fitness, 65. Level experience, LV7, 86. 2 million/100 million. Rebate multiplier, 9 times. Skills, basketball proficiency, divine driving. Talent value, 0. 86 million yet? The corner of Chen Hang's mouth curled up slightly. Spending another 14 million would raise the rebate multiplier. It would then be another super gift pack. The divine dragon body given last time was great. I wonder what the reward would be this time. Chen Hang had some expectations in his heart. While this was happening, the cell phone suddenly rang. On the caller ID, it was Yun Shui's WeChat call. Hello? Is it Mr. Chen? A nice female voice came from the other end of the phone. It's me. It's like this, Mr. Chen, today is the anniversary of Longhai Porsche Center. You are a valued customer of Porsche. In order to thank you for your continuous support, we have prepared a gift for you. The gift includes a model of the car you purchased, an exclusive umbrella, a model maintenance voucher, and an anniversary greeting card. You see when you have time to come over to collect it. Yun Shui gently said. Are you over there? Chen Hang had little interest in gifts, but it seemed like he hadn't seen Yun Shui for 3 days. Yes, sir. Yun Shui lightly bit her lips. When do you plan to come over? I'll come over later. Okay, Mr. Chen, see you later. Yun Shui guffawed. Then she took out the small mirror she carried with her to fix her makeup. Chen Hang drove to the Porsche Center Longhai. As soon as she saw Chen Hang, Yun Shui, who was waiting at the front desk, greeted her with a smile. She was seen wearing a black lace top and a high-waisted hip-hugging bustier skirt. A head of beautiful small wavy curls and light makeup. Black silk pure desire lace knee-high socks with elegant little high heels. A pure lush dressing style that just wowed. Hello sir, welcome to Porsche Center Longhai. We have prepared desserts and snacks for you. This way please. Chen Hang nodded slightly and followed Yun Shui as he stepped into the hall. At this time, there were quite a few people gathered at the Longhai Porsche Center. Most of them were valued customers invited over by the store to receive gifts. Yun Shui greeted Chen Hang and arrived at the parlor. A middle-aged man in a suit saw Chen Hang and greeted him without a second thought. Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm the manager here, Wu Yongbin. Chen Hang's face value was already high. Plus, he had just purchased the car a few days ago. Wu Yongbin was particularly impressed and recognized him immediately. Hello, Manager Wu. Chen Hang politely shook hands. Yun Shui also came to Chen Hang at this time with a gift bag. Wu Yongbin took the gift bag and personally handed it over to Chen Hang. Mr. Chen, this is a gift from the store to you. A little token of appreciation, I hope you can enjoy it. On behalf of Porsche Center, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude for your continued support. After a few polite words, Wu Yongbin instructed Yun Shui to greet Chen Hang, then turned around and left. Sir, please take a seat first, I'll go make you a pot of tea. Yun Shui smiled. Good. Chen Hang naturally had no problem with this. A few moments later, Yun Shui returned to the parlor with the teapot. She bowed slightly and first warmed the cup with boiling hot water. Then she put in the right amount of water according to the size of the teacup. Picking up the teapot, she poured the tea broth into the teacups. Each piece of tea leaf fully released its aroma. Throughout the process, the technique was very professional. The angle at which Yun Shui bowed gradually became larger. Chen Hang, who was in front of her, inevitably saw the snowy whites. Yun Shui, who noticed the eyes, blushed and covered her chest. For a time, the atmosphere was somewhat delicate. You sit down as well. Chen Hang smiled faintly and broke the awkward atmosphere. Oh, good. Yun Shui blushed slightly and sat on the sofa. I want to buy another Porsche 918 Spider. Do you have one here? A Porsche 918 Spider was around 15 million. It was just the right time to boost the rebate multiplier to avoid having to go shopping again. Yun Shui was visibly stunned, obviously not expecting Chen Hang to buy another car, but she quickly came back to her senses. The store doesn't have this current car for now, but it can help you make an appointment to order it. There is only the hybrid model right now. The Porsche 918 Spider was a limited edition model. It is limited to 918 units worldwide. Earlier on, they had all been sold out. Recently, a new hybrid model was launched. It was still open for reservation. Make an appointment to order then. Chen Hang took out his bank card and handed it over to Yun Shui. The hybrid didn't matter. It wasn't like he was using this car to drive anyway. His purpose was just to spend the $14 million. It didn't matter if there was a current car or not. Sir, do you really intend to order it? Yun Shui reminded, this model will most likely take 3 months. Chen Hang nodded slightly, full payment by credit card. Let alone 3 months, he would book it for 3 years. The rebate was equivalent to 10 times this spending. The important thing was that it was also possible to upgrade the system, wasn't it? Just a moment, sir, I'll take care of it for you now. Yun Shui respectfully received the bank card and took it to the finance office. In 5 minutes' time, a prompt came from the system. Ding! The host consumed 1 million yuan. Rebate of 151 million yuan. Ding! System upgrade. Get the super gift bag. Current level, LV8. Rebate multiplier, 10 times. Level experience, LV8, 1. 23 million/1 billion. Seeing the dazzling colorful light screen that appeared, Chen Hang immediately chose to open the super gift pack. Ding! Obtained 100% of Hanwei Group's shares. Immediately after, information about Hanwei Group appeared on the light screen. Hanwei Group? Chen Hang stroked his chin. The system's information showed that Hanwei Group was a large conglomerate in Longhai City. It had many technological internet companies under its umbrella. The group was not yet listed, but its estimated market value had already reached a staggering $50 billion. In other words, his value jumped directly to 50 billion. Crap! Brother Unicorn is really good. He can get his hands on all the shares. He can even get a chairman of the board. I'm not going to be able to do that. Chapter 21, Personalized Female Secretary. Mr. Chen, your formalities have been completed. It was at this time that Wu Yongbin brought the contract over. The customers who booked the 918 Spider with full payment were all top-notch bigwigs. With 15 million cash swiped in seconds, ordinary people really didn't have the strength. Even the boss of a listed company, most of the family is fixed assets, and there is simply not so much free cash flow in hand. As the general manager of the store, he was of course served with the highest specifications. Chen Hang glanced at it and raised his hand to indicate Yun Shui beside him. Let's write her name on this car. The words came out. Yun Shui was confused. Wu Yongbin was also confused. What does this mean, sir? Wu Yongbin was somewhat in disbelief, even thinking that he had misheard. Spending $15 million was actually used to pick up girls. This is too big. 15 million how many times can this be used to soak feet? I'm going to send this car to her, is there a problem? Chen Hang looked indifferent. He couldn't lift the car for a while anyway. Simply give it to Yun Shui. It would be convenient for her to come to herself in the future, wouldn't it? Sir, how can this be? Yun Shui was surprised in her heart though, but she was not a materialistic woman. There's nothing that can't be done. Just write your name. Chen Hang waved his hand and looked at Wu Yongbin. Wu Yongbin then understood. Alright, Mr. Chen, I'll take care of it. He knowingly did not order Yun Shui, but instead took the contract and greeted the others to take care of it. Yun Shui, heartwarming value +5. Yun Shui, heartwarming value +6. Yun Shui, heartwarming value +7. Heartwarming value, 60. Yun Shui bit her lip. Her liking of Chen Hang started with his face value. Didn't think much about the material aspect. It was unthinkable that this kind of overbearing temperament would actually be so charming one day. Seeing the dazzling colorful light screen that appeared in front of him, Chen Hang smiled and looked at Yun Shui. What is Miss Yun's salary package? Basic salary of 8,000. Yun Shui thought for a moment. Together with this month's sales commission, it's almost 120,000. Most of it is attributed to the commission from Mr. S vehicle purchases. For a Porsche 911, her commission was 5,000, plus the Porsche 918 booked by Chen Hang. With a total order of $19 million, she would get around 100,000 in her hand. Is Ms. Yun about to graduate? Yes, sir. Yun Shui smiled. I'm a senior at Hangzhou Normal University, and this job is my internship. I happen to be short of a private secretary. Why don't Ms. Yun become my secretary? How about a monthly salary of 500,000? The corners of Chen Hang's mouth rose slightly. Since he was the chairman of the board, it was normal to have a female secretary, right? Yun Shui looked stunned. A monthly salary of $500,000. Was it really to be his secretary? Ms. Yun, don't think too much. I am really short of a personal secretary. Chen Hang repeated. The chairman of a company. It was true that a female secretary was needed to handle the work. There was really nothing wrong with having a secretary to do the work. Yun Shui was a bit moved. Come to think of it, being his secretary was quite good. A monthly salary of $500,000, topping her current salary of 50 months. The boss is also so handsome. Seeing that Yun Shui was a bit shaken, Chen Hang continued, if you are willing, you can work tomorrow, and pay you a year's salary in advance. A year's salary was just $6 million. A beautiful young female secretary was definitely worth it. However, just then, Wu Yongbin returned to the parlor. Chen Hang had to avert his eyes. Wu Yongbin handed Chen Hang the reprinted contract. After Chen Hang scanned it and there were no problems, he had Yun Shui sharply sign the contract. After signing the contract, Wu Yongbin expressed his gratitude to Chen Hang. But Yun Shui suddenly in front of the face of Chen Hang and Wu Yongbin proposed to leave. Wu Yongbin thought not even readily agreed. Anyone with an eye can see that Chen Hang and Yun Shui have a good relationship. Prior to this, the store every period of time, there will be corresponding personnel changes. Only, unlike before, Yun Shui was the best looking in the store. With her in the store, the customer traffic had all improved a lot. After talking everything over, Wu Yongbin wisely exited the parlor and closed the door. Chen Hang got up, came to Yun Shui's side and asked with a smile, Ms. Yun, have you thought it over? Looking at Chen Hang who was close by, Yun Shui blushed, Sir, what is your company? Manhwa Group. Yun Shui was slightly stunned. Manhwa Group was a well-known enterprise in Longhai City. Was such a large enterprise really run by a young man? Yun Shui took out her cell phone and went online to check the information of Manhwa Group. In the column of chairman, Chen Hang's name was clearly written. So Mr. is the chairman of Manhwa Group. Young and promising. Yun Shui really believed it this time. Chen Hang looked at Yun Shui with a smile. Still called sir? Sorry, boss. Very well, remember not to call it wrong next time. Chen Hang smiled knowingly and lightly patted her arse. Yun Shui bit her lip and instantly blushed. Manhwa Group headquarters building. It stood in the busiest part of the city center. After leaving the Porsche Center, Chen Hang drove to the entrance of the building. Stepping through the door, the etiquette lady in charge of reception immediately noticed Chen Hang. Good day, Chen Dong. Welcome Chairman Chen. Good day, Chen Dong. Welcome Chairman Chen. Good day, Chen Dong. Welcome Chairman Chen. The ceremonial ladies smiled collectively. They had seen Chen Hang's photos. In the photo, the new chairman was handsome. Unexpectedly, he was even more handsome in reality, with an incomparably powerful aura. It was also at this moment that a young and beautiful woman walked over head-on, pure white suit shirt with professional high-waisted hip skirt. Her legs were wearing black stockings, and her feet were stepping on a pair of female high heels. The woman bowed slightly and said, Hello boss, I am the private secretary arranged by the company, Zhang Xinu. Looking at the fair woman in front of him, the corner of Chen Hang's mouth curled up madly. There was still this kind of good thing. There was actually a personal female secretary arranged as well. Tomorrow, Yun Shui will report to the company. Wouldn't that be 2 female secretaries? 666. Double the pleasure. This feeling, it would be great. Chen Hang checked the secretary's profile. Name, Zhang Xinu. Age, 23. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 61 kilograms. Body type, 88. Face value, 93. Perfection 100. Heartwarming value, 28. Chen Hang nodded in satisfaction. The personal female secretary was still very good. With a convex front and curved back, it was comfortable to look at anyway. Where is my office? Chen Hang asked towards Zhang Xinu. The first thing to do when he took office as the chairman of the board was, of course, to sit on the throne, and then get a good understanding of the company with the secretary. Your office is on the 9th floor of the building. Please follow me. Zhang Xinu made a gesture of invitation. Chen Hang followed her into the elevator, pressing the button. The elevator quickly reached the 9th floor. Zhang Xinu led Chen Hang to step into the chairman's office. Looking at the light and extravagant design style in the office, Chen Hang was particularly satisfied. Not only was there a sofa inside, there were also preset rooms that could be entered at any time to rest. Coming to the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the city's beautiful scenery, Chen Hang took a deep breath and sat down on the soft office chair. However, he was soon guilty of worrying. 2 female secretaries, 1 room. How to allocate it well. Chapter 22. Everything is in the rebate. Right at this moment, Zhang Xinyu came to Chen Hang's side with the documents. Boss, this is the group's financial report. Please take a look. Zhang Xinyu was a little nervous. It was her first time being a secretary. At noon, the department head informed her that a new chairman was coming. She was asked to proceed with the welcoming ceremony. Zhang Xinyu was instantly referred to the position of secretary. When faced with the sudden situation, she was confused. But seeing the annual salary of up to $1.2 million, she still hardened her heart. Originally, she thought that the chairman would be a middle-aged man. Unexpectedly, it was a young and handsome man. She had seen many handsome men. It was the first time she had seen a man with an excellent temperament like Chen Hang. It was also her boss, so there was inevitably tension in her heart. Chen Hang probably looked at the financial report. The group was still in profit some years ago, but the last 2 years, net profit has rapidly declined. The profit from the live broadcast industry had even turned into a loss. Chen Hang saw that Hanwei Group's live streaming website was Longcat Live. Longcat Live broadcast in his last life, obviously has cooled. How did it survive until now? Chen Hang finished reading and closed the financial report. Although most of the group was in a state of profitability, however, with the integration of various industries, the internet has reached a saturation period. It is difficult for tiny businesses to get bigger and stronger. The future will either eat the giants or be eaten by the giants. However, Chen Hang is not worried at all. It is not just to invest money. I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do that. Anyway, he has unlimited rebates, so he doesn't have to go through all the trouble of running a business. Everything was in the rebate. What's wrong with you? Looking at Chen Hang with the corners of his mouth curled up in front of him, Zhang Xinyu was a bit strange. What was wrong with the boss? Obviously the financial report didn't look like a very good situation either. Nothing. Seeing Zhang Xinyu staring at himself, Chen Hang regained his straight face. What model is the group's business reception car? Mercedes-Benz S450L. Chen Hang frowned. Mercedes-Benz S-Class? No way, too low-key. A model around $1.5 million. Not suitable for his current status. The chairman of a $50 billion conglomerate should have a Cullinan no matter what. Chen Hang looked at Zhang Xinyu. Secretary Zhang, I need you to do something for me. Meeting Chen Hang's eyes, Zhang Xinyu blushed. You may speak. Order 9 Rolls-Royce Phantoms for me. All of them go for the top end. I'm going to use them for my travels. The aura of 9 Phantoms was shocking to think about. It was hard to keep a low profile. The boss of Hanwei Group was just going to blow up. But, boss, the finances can't get this much cash at once. Moreover, I'm afraid that it will indirectly affect the group's operations. The price of a top-of-the-line Mirage was already $11 million, not including other expenses. 9 of them, that's $100 million. It didn't seem like much, but the group's profits were on a downward trend year after year. Once the capital chain breaks, what it causes can be a chain reaction. No harm, use my card. Chen Hang took out his bank card and placed it on the table. How could the good thing of rebates be the turn of the group's money? It was too late to use his own money. One small goal, the rebate was 11 small goals. The range is getting bigger and bigger. After spending $1 billion, it was $10 billion. Your card. Zhang Xinyu was a bit confused. Other group presidents never used public cars for private use. Now to Chen Hang, it was a private car for public use? It was actually so trenchant. What is this situation? Can it be done tomorrow? The store should be able to purchase a car quickly. It can be done in a day. As for picking up the car, he could choose another time. The time wasn't too long. He could accept it all. Yes, boss. However, the subsequent pickup of the car may take half a year. Zhang Xinyu nodded. She had experience in helping groups purchase cars before. One day was not a problem. It could basically be done in a morning. It was just that the time to pick up the cars was a bit long. 9 Mirages, since they were all top of the line. There were at most 2 or 3 existing cars in the 4S store. Still considering the best case scenario, Rolls-Royce Star Tops and so on are specific, handmade, customized and then imported, at least a few months. Compared to other brands, it took longer. Half a year? Chen Hang rubbed his eyebrows. Half a year of yellow flowers and vegetables were cold. How else could it blow up? It didn't matter if it was money or not. What Hanwei Group wanted was momentum. Let's do it this way. You make a business trip to Hangzhou and purchase a car in Suzhou City, all of which give me the top of the line. If Suzhou City and Hangzhou City still can't come up with 9 cars, then go to North City again. North City was the city with the largest number of Mirages. With just 9, there was absolutely no problem. For the expenses of the business trip, just swipe the card for all of them. Anyway, Zhang Xinyu was holding his secondary card. The main card was in his hands, so there was absolutely no fear of the whole rolling up money and running away thing. the account could be frozen at any time. Zhang Xinyu bit her lip. Hangzhou and Suzhou are acceptable to her. It was North City that might be slightly far away. As a secretary, she had other matters to attend to. Something like purchasing a car could also be changed to another colleague. Boss. Zhang Xinyu was just about to speak. Chen Hang made a stop gesture and interrupted her. Presidential suite at the Bulgari Hotel. Deluxe car transportation. 3 meals per day, and then a state banquet level restaurant for you. Chen Hang had it all figured out for Zhang Xinyu. Clothing, food, housing, and transportation must be top-notch services. The more you spend, the better. He was afraid that Zhang Xinyu would spend less. On a business trip, it would cost 10 million anyways. Giving him a small target for rebate is what makes a qualified secretary. No, big secretary. Boss. You are not joking with me. Zhang Xinyu was incomparably shocked in her heart. Was Chen Hang so nice? Presidential suite, luxury car, state banquet level delicacies. It's impossible not to spend a few $1,000,000 on a trip down to blah blah blah. The important thing is that the money spent is not the company's money. Rather, it was the boss's private pocket. She had to wonder if Chen Hang had taken a liking to her and was spending huge sums of money to try to chase her. But on second thought, she then sobered up. If he was trying to chase her, then why didn't he travel with her on business? Creating an opportunity would obviously be a breeze. Furthermore, such a magnificent boss. What kind of woman doesn't he have? The women he had seen were much prettier than her. Zhang Xinyu decisively ruled out this possibility. Chen Hang simply wanted to buy a car. Do I look like I'm joking with you? Obviously, Zhang Xinyu hadn't gotten used to such a bold self yet, but it was also normal. Any secretary who saw that her boss was going to arrange a presidential suite for her would think that her boss was drawing a big pie. And it was a super big pie. The pricing of presidential suites were all in $10,000. Most of the Bulgari presidential suites are in the $88,888 price range. The luxury of the top suites even up to $288,888. The brush is still a private bank card. The boss must be painting a big picture. Either that or he is sick. But Chen Hang doesn't care. Spending money on him is making money. Staying wherever was expensive. Prices were nothing more than numerical codes to him. Sorry, boss. I'm just a little surprised. At this moment, Zhang Xinyu was finally sure that Chen Hang was not joking with her. The eyes that looked at Chen Hang also grew more and more reverent. Zhang Xinyu, heartwarming value +5. Zhang Xinyu, heartwarming value +5. Zhang Xinyu, heartwarming value +5. The value of the heartwarming, 43. Chapter 23, 100 shots. Any other questions? Chen Hang looked at Zhang Xinyu and said, no more. Zhang Xinyu shook her head. 5-star suite, special car transportation. With such a good welfare treatment, what more bicycle was needed? Well then, that's all for now. The coordination of the group's business and finances would be left to the secretary at that time. Anyway, he was the chairman of the board. He only needed to oversee the big picture and manage the group. There was absolutely no need to worry about other trivial matters. Boss, then how will I handle my work next week? The secretary of the board of directors had a lot of work. Although it was her first day as a secretary, but she also probably understood it clearly. Dealing with daily affairs, as well as various meeting organization and coordination. 7 days of work content was quite a lot to save up. You don't have to worry about this, I've recruited another secretary. Tomorrow happens to be Friday, so you can hand over the work with her. Chen Hang had already considered it. 135 Yun Shui. 246 Zhang Xinyu. As for weekdays, let's see about arranging it later. Okay, boss. Zhang Xinyu nodded slightly. It was unexpected that the boss had recruited another secretary. However, it would reduce her workload. It would be much easier to handle affairs. Make me a cup of tea. Chen Hang smiled and got up to the sofa. Zhang Xinyu moved her hands knowingly. In a short while, she took the teapot to the office parlor. Boss, this is your tea. Westlake Longjing. All the tea used for entertaining guests was of the finest quality. The boss was even more needless to say. Hangzhou Westlake Longjing, 500 grams cost 5,000 to 8,000 huaxia coins. The top quality tea leaves were even as high as 10,000 yuan. But for Chen Hang, it was all just a drop in the bucket. Zhang Xinyu walked up to Chen Hang and elegantly poured the tea into a cup. Chen Hang's gaze could not help but be attracted by the black silk on her legs. Good. It was still really good at close range. Zhang Xinyu noticed Chen Hang's eyes. Her face flushed, and the cup of tea accidentally filled up. Sorry, boss. I'll pour you another cup. Wine is full to honor people, tea is full to give away. Zhang Xinyu knew the tea ceremony etiquette well. She quickly repoured Chen Hang's tea. It's fine. Chen Hang waved his hand. In front of his secretary, he did not have that many rules. Chen Hang then said, Secretary Zhang, can you drive? Yes. Good. You'll be my personal secretary from now on. With two personal secretaries, driving was saved. The Rolls-Royce's back row was still spacious. There was no problem sitting 3 people. Boss, the name of the secretary you recruited? Zhang Xinyu was curious. Yun Shui. Chen Hang thought about it and instructed, her office, set up in the next room. You also moved to her side by the way, so if I have anything I want to look for you guys, it's good to look for it. A personal secretary, on call is the most basic. There was no harm in being closer. Zhang Xinyu readily agreed. After ordering everything, Chen Hang left the office. Zhang Xinyu followed Chen Hang to the parking lot. You drive. Chen Hang handed her the keys in his hand and sat down on the passenger side. Zhang Xinyu took the keys and sat in the car. Chen Hang handily taught Zhang Xinyu to start the Red Dragon. Boss. Looking at Chen Hang's unperturbed demeanor, Zhang Xinyu's small face was red and hot. Chen Hang was young and handsome, her ideal type. But aren't they too fast? What's wrong? Chen Hang glanced at Zhang Xinu. When she met Chen Hang's eyes, Zhang Xinu was instantly defeated. The words just reached her mouth, but she swallowed back and changed her words. Where are you thinking of? Go to Dragon University. Good. Here it is, boss. Zhang Xinyu blushed scarlet. You can just drive this car back. Just come pick me up at 10 tomorrow morning. The car was too dazzlingly parked at the entrance. Zhang Xinyu wasn't above taking a taxi back. Good. Zhang Xinyu tapped her chin. Chen Hang rubbed his nose, as if he had thought of something. Right, Secretary Zhang. Remember to buy a good quality one, this one is too bad. Zhang Xinyu blushed red beyond recognition. Chen Hang got out of the car and stepped into Dragon University. Returning to the dormitory. It was already 5 in the afternoon. Just in time to meet Jiang Chuan, who was wearing backpack pants and holding a basketball. Brother Hang, playing ball or not, I just bought a new pair of back pants today, my hands are itching. Jiang Chuan made a Cohen-style excellent dribble. What about the two sons? Jiang Chuan pulled the white straps. They're at the stadium. I just gave a good change of clothes. Seeing you so Cohen, my hands are itching. Chen Hang smiled and followed Jiang Chuan out of the dormitory. Coming to the basketball court. There were already quite a few courts occupied. Walking to the occupied court space, Li Sudong and Wang Ming greeted him. Brother Hang, handsome again today. Drinking water? Brother Hang, I have ice here. Li Sudong threw the ice water he just bought to Chen Hang. When did you guys start? Chen Hang unscrewed the cap and took a sip. It was incomparably cold. We just came here too, having some fun? Wang Ming said with a smile. Okay. Chen Hang looked at Jiang Chuan. Backstrap Pants Jr. come along too. Ha 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 ha. X3. At this time, it was the end of class. The girls passing by the basketball court quickly noticed Chen Hang. Sisters, look over there, there's a handsome guy. That handsome guy seems to be Chen Hang from the computer science department. Hearing Chen Hang's name, many girls stopped in their tracks. A large group of girls gathered around the basketball court. Every time Chen Hang threw in a ball, there were girls screaming and cheering. It made Chen Hang a little uncomfortable. The system's super gift pack gave the gift of basketball proficiency. Chen Hang had never missed a shot. He hit 100 shots. Once the ball was in his hands, there would be countless girls who would start screaming. The number of girls who came to the game was also increasing as a result. At the same time, Zhang Yuqing, who had just gotten out of class, gradually walked to the basketball court. Just as she was still thinking about what reason she would use to find Chen Hang, 2 girls caught her attention. Dandan, Chen Hang is playing over there, let's go over and take a look. Yeah. Hey, wait for me. Zhang Yuqing followed their gazes and looked over. Just as she raised her head, she saw an incomparably handsome figure. Chapter 24 Schoolgirls Delivering Water. On Chen Hang's side, he hit a 3-pointer with precision. In a flash, it caused countless girls to scream. Chen Hang was a bit helpless in his heart. Is there so many people watching a game? Idle and bored, he just wanted to play a ball to relax. He didn't expect that it would cause so much attention from so many people. The stadium was almost too crowded. After throwing a ball, Chen Hang walked to the rest area without even looking, only to see the basketball traverse a beautiful arc in the air and fall into the basket accurately. The surrounding girls once again boiled over and ran to Chen Hang with mineral water in their hands. Brother Chen Hang, you're tired? Drink some water before you play. Can I add a WeChat? Brother Chen Hang, I'm a freshman in the art department. Brother Chen Hang, are you free tomorrow? I've already got a room. Brother Chen Hang, why are you ignoring me when I sent you a WeChat? One by one, the girls came to Chen Hang's side. There were even bold girls who took the opportunity to take advantage of Chen Hang. Chen Hang was instantly speechless. He was a big man who was actually taken advantage of by a woman, and still didn't know who it was. Can't you be a bit more reserved? The girls who are reserved are the most attractive, right? Seeing Chen Hang surrounded by girls, the boys who were playing threw contemptuous glances. What's so good about this guy? Can good looks be a meal? He's only good at shooting. He might not be able to beat me in a real fight. Right at this moment, an extremely good-looking girl appeared on the court, only to see that she was wearing a purple halter top and a pure white cardigan tunic, black hot shorts and white pure desire calf socks. Under her feet was a pair of Nike women's blue and white Air Force One. The gazes of many boys were instantly attracted. Crap! Who is that woman? So good-looking. Zhang Yuqing, the school beauty of the foreign language department. It's her. Why is she here? Seeing the school beauty, the boys all behaved as if they were pumped up with chicken blood. Zhang Yuqing, however, did not even look at them and walked straight towards Chen Hang. She was also holding a bottle of freshly bought mountain spring water in her hand. Nima, it can't be that she's here to look for Chen Hang again, right? That's right, Zhang Yuqing is heading in Chen Hang's direction. Marred, how come even schoolgirl Zhang Yuqing likes Chen Hang? At this moment, Chen Hang didn't even notice that Zhang Yuqing had already appeared behind him. Only when a pair of small white hands appeared and turned sideways did he realize that it was Zhang Yuqing. This is the water I just bought, for you. Zhang Yuqing smiled sweetly and handed the water to Chen Hang. The back teeth of the many boys were clenched as they looked at Chen Hang as if they were on the verge of spewing out fire. It doesn't matter if you pick up goddess Ran, you actually didn't even let goddess Zhang Yuqing go. The goddess was soaked away by you. What about us boys? Chen Hang took the water bottle, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. Originally, he wasn't very thirsty, but seeing as Zhang Yuqing personally delivered the water, he still gladly accepted her kindness. Zhang Yuqing felt a glimmer of hope in her heart. Chen Hang really did have feelings for her. As long as she performed well, there was still a chance for her to catch up with Chen Hang. Zhang Yuqing then took the initiative and said, "Senior, when you're done playing, let's find a place to talk, okay? Can." Looking at the white-skinned and beautiful Zhang Yuqing in front of him, Chen Hang instantly lost his temper. He actually had a good feeling about Zhang Yuqing. With a good personality and gentle speech, it was hard not to like. Hearing Chen Hang's response, Zhang Yuqing smiled sweetly, "Find a restaurant, we'll have dinner together later." Chen Hang didn't have much of an opinion. "Okay, wait for me to finish this game." "Well, I'll wait for you here." Zhang Yuqing spread a smile and sat on the chair next to her. 1 hour later, Chen Hang left the basketball court with Zhang Yuqing under the envious gazes of many boys. Chapter 25 Secretary Yun. 9 o'clock in the morning. Chen Hang was the first to wake up. Looking at his cell phone, the screen showed Zhang Xinyu's missed call. Chen Hang decisively dialed back. "Hey boss, I'm already at the Dragon Gate entrance, are you out yet?" On the phone, Zhang Xinyu's pleasant voice rang out. "I'm not at Dragon University right now, I'm at East Lake Villa, come over here and pick me up." "Oh, good." Zhang Xinyou knowingly did not ask questions. Ending the call, Chen Hang got up sharply and washed up. After organizing everything, he walked to the living room, where Zhang Yuqing was already eating breakfast. Chen Hang handed her the keys. "This car is for you to drive." In a little while, 9 Rolls-Royce Phantoms would arrive. There were plenty of luxury cars, not bad for this one. Zhang Yuqing subconsciously said, "What about you? I have other cars, don't worry." Zhang Yuqing thought about it. A Bugatti Red Dragon is $500 million. Chen Hang's condition, want to open what kind of luxury car have? An hour later, Zhang Xinyu arrived at the Shangri-La Hotel. Chen Hang also arrived downstairs at the hotel at this time. "Boss, good morning." Zhang Xinyu walked up to Chen Hang face to face. She was wearing a pill head. On her body was still a blazer shirt paired with a high-waisted hip skirt. It looked full of youthfulness. Chen Hang nodded slightly and sat in the passenger seat. Zhang Xinyu was still in the driver's seat. Starting the car, he drove to the highway. Looking at Zhang Xinyu's slightly nervous demeanor, Chen Hang casually asked, "Secretary Zhang, is this your first time doing this job?" "Yes, boss." Zhang Xinyu frankly said, "I was previously a clerk in the company, and due to my excellent performance, I was promoted to be your personal secretary." Chen Hang also understood at this time. No wonder Zhang Xinyu was still 100. She was just a clerk before. If it was a secretary, I'm afraid that she had already been shot by her boss. "In my place, you don't have to be so nervous, we can be good friends," Chen Hang said blandly. It was not good to be too formal, it looked distant. He didn't want to distance himself from this perfect secretary. "Well," Zhang Xinyu tapped her chin, then glanced at Chen Hang. The good-looking side face made her heartbeat accelerate slightly. Chen Hang looked at Zhang Xinyu, "When do you plan to leave?" Zhang Xinyu understood that Chen Hang was chatting about her business trip. "I've already booked a high-speed train for the afternoon." Zhang Xinyu continued, "I'll leave in the morning after handing over my work with Secretary Yun. I'll see you off then." He didn't have much to do in the afternoon anyway. The high-speed rail station wasn't very far away either. "No need, boss. You're already busy with your work, I'll just take a taxi there myself." Chen Hang laughed, "It's fine, there's always time to give you a ride." Zhang Xinyou could not refuse well and was still convinced by Chen Hang. Not long after, the car drove to the Hanwei Group building. Just after getting out of the car, Yun Shui, who was wearing a secretary's suit, greeted Chen Hang. "Good morning, Mr. Chen." "Good morning." Chen Hang smiled faintly, then looked at Zhang Xinyu beside him. "This is the secretary Yun that I mentioned to you." Zhang Xinyou instantly understood and took the initiative to extend her hand. "Miss Yun, how are you? I am the boss's personal secretary, Zhang Xinyou." Looking at Zhang Xinyou in front of her, Yun Shui was a little confused. Wasn't it said that there was still a private secretary missing? How come there was already a secretary? What exactly was Chen Hang recruiting her for? "Hello, my name is Yun Shui." Yun Shui politely extended her hand, but still looked at Chen Hang suspiciously. Secretary Zhang is a secretary arranged by the group to take care of work-related matters. There's no need to be surprised, Ms. Yun, just handle my life affairs. Chen Hang actually did not know that the group would arrange a secretary for him. The two secretaries didn't have anything to do with each other, rather it was better. If there was anything, it would be better to look for anyone to handle it. Okay. Yun Shui understood what Chen Hang meant and nodded in response. Alright, let's go in and talk. Chen Hang entered the building while Zhang Xinyu and Yun Shui followed. After pressing the elevator, the three of them quickly reached the 9th floor. Arriving at the chairman's office, Zhang Xinyu then said, Miss Yun, this is the chairman's office, where the boss usually works. This is the parlor, used to receive the boss's guests. This room is a specialized restroom, requiring you to clean it regularly. Your office is in the next room. I'll show you around first. After introducing the chairman's office, Zhang Xinyu led Yun Shui to the secretary's room. This is where your office is located. The company's office hours are 9 o'clock, and it closes at 5 in the afternoon. I'm going on a business trip later, so you'll be helping the boss with his work during this time. After understanding everything, Yun Shui returned to the chairman's office. Seeing Yun Shui alone, Chen Hang inquired, Where's Secretary Zhang? She's organizing the documents and asked me to come over first. Yun Shui responded. Chen Hang whirled around and said, Are you still satisfied with the office environment? Very satisfied. The space in the office was almost as much as the house she rented. One could only say that it was too luxurious. Right, send me your bank card number. Chen Hang opened his cell phone. Yesterday, he had promised this niece an advance on her salary, so naturally, he had to make arrangements for her today. Yun Shui sent the card number in 3 or 2 clicks. A minute later, the bank sent a message. Bank of Suzhou City, your bank card was credited with 600,000 yuan at 10:32. Chapter 26 Investment Rebate. Seeing the bank's arrival information, Yun Shui was pleasantly surprised. What Chen Hang transferred to her was $6 million. She hadn't even graduated from her senior year of college. A month of living expenses is only 2,000. A month after joining the car dealership, the salary and commission added up to 120,000 yuan. 6 million is 50 times that. An average salary of 500,000 a month. It's especially friendly to her. Has it arrived? Chen Hang said towards Yun Shui. Yun Shui smiled sweetly. It's here, boss. That's fine. Chen Hang tapped his chin. $6 million wasn't a huge amount anymore. 2 days of rebates would already be at the billion level. Chen Hang whirled around to check Hanwei Group's operating statement. If he wanted to grow bigger and stronger, he had to follow the trend as well. He was considering which direction would be good. Yun Shui walked to Chen Hang's side at this time. A fragrant breeze came. Chen Hang was slightly moved inwardly and looked at Yun Shui. The white and tender face was charming and attractive. The black silk on her legs was very nice. Boss, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? Meeting Chen Hang's eyes, Yun Shui blushed and touched her cheeks. No. Chen Hang smiled faintly. Meeting up with Chen Hang's eyes, Yun Shui's pretty face surfaced a slight blush and her cheeks gradually rolled up. Boss, I actually quite like you. As soon as these words came out, Chen Hang embraced Yun Shui into his arms. Really? Aha. Yun Shui was so shy that she wanted to get up, but she was still embraced by Chen Hang around her willow waist, and once again locked eyes with him. Yun Shui, heartwarming value plus 10. Yun Shui, heartwarming value plus 10. Yun Shui, heartwarming value plus 10. Heartwarming value, 90. You this niece, like to hide too deep. Chen Hang froze and did not expect that under Yun Shui's quiet appearance, she actually had such a wild heart. If he hadn't just experienced it, he wouldn't have been able to see it at all. That's not because I like you. Yun Shui lightly hummed and looked at Chen Hang with a smile. Alright. Chen Hang scraped her arched nose. Yun Shui instantly blushed in shame. Yun Shui, heartwarming value plus 10. Ding. Yun Shui's heartwarming value for the host has reached 100. Obtain super gift pack. Hearing the sudden beep in his head, Chen Hang froze. What the hell? Yun Shui's heartwarming value towards herself had reached 100? Chen Hang was a bit in disbelief. After all, he and Yun Shui had known each other for a very short period of time. The number of times they had met was not very frequent either. It hadn't even been charged. When Zhao Yanxian was charging, the heartbeat value was only 90. After teasing Yun Shui for a short while, her heartbeat value went to 100. In this situation, there was only one possibility. Yun Shui really liked herself. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to get to 100 heartbeat value without charging. What are you thinking about? Yun Shui asked with a smile. I was thinking about why tomatoes should be scrambled eggs. Chen Hang came back to his senses. Just then, the office door was opened. Zhang Xinyu pushed her way in. Yun Shui, who heard the commotion, immediately blushed and stood up. Zhang Xinyu also froze in place somewhat at a loss for words. She didn't see what happened, but it was clear that Chen Hang and Yun Shui had an unusual relationship. Chen Hang's side, however, was unperturbed and said to Zhang Xinyu, what is it about? Boss, this is the management statement you wanted. Zhang Xinyu quickly stepped in front of Chen Hang and handed over the document in her hand. Chen Hang took the document and instructed, "You and Yun Shui hand over the work arrangements, and I'll send you to the high-speed train station later." "Okay." Zhang Xinyu nodded and left the room with Yun Shui. Looking at the delicate backs of the two, Chen Hang couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising. At this time, the cell phone on the table suddenly vibrated twice. Opening it, it was a WeChat from Li Yi. "Good morning, Mr. Chen. I'll be going back to Longhai later, don't forget about the afternoon tea we've arranged." "Shy. When's the flight? I'll pick you up." Chen Hang quickly replied back to WeChat. He wouldn't forget this beautiful flight attendant. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Longhai International Airport. "Good, I'll wait for you at the airport at that time. I won't see you there." "Cute." After sending out WeChat, Chen Hang opened the super gift pack issued by Unicorn in passing. Ding! Enabling the investment rebate function. Every investment made by the host will receive a rebate corresponding to the system level. Each investment amount will be converted into experience value, and the accumulated experience value can be used to upgrade the system and obtain the super gift pack. Daily investment rebate amount, 100 million. Daily investment rebate, 100 million. Investment rebate? In other words, you can make money even if you speculate on stocks? Chen Hang touched his chin. This rebate function is a bit bullish. Invest a $30 billion and get a rebate of $300 billion in one go. It's even faster than consumer shopping. Unfortunately, the system has restrictions. The daily investment amount is only 100 million. 1 billion, according to the current 11 times the rebate multiplier. 11 billion in rebates a day. For Chen Hang, it is not a lot, but when added up every day, it is also a significant amount. Then again, by upgrading the system, the rebate multiplier and amount will also increase. At that time, the daily investment rebate is definitely far more than 1 billion. Hundreds of billions is just around the corner. Chapter 27, 500 million in the first place. Zhang Xinyu and Yun Shui finished handing over their work and returned to the chairman's office. Looking at the time, it was already 11 in the morning. Chen Hang put down the documents in his hands and looked up at Zhang Xinyu. "What time is your high-speed train?" 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhang Xinyu responded. "Just in time, make an appointment now and accompany me to open an account later. I'll send you to the high-speed train station again," Chen Hang said. Zhang Xinyu was a bit confused. "Boss, you are referring to securities account opening. Dongming Securities, a well-known securities company in Longhai City, one of the 10 most powerful securities firms. Danjiang Road Business Department, Manager's Office." "What? The chairman of Hanwei Group? Why didn't you say so earlier? Quickly follow me to the door to greet him." A middle-aged man in a suit shot up. The chairman of the tens of billions level Hanwei Group showed up in person. It must be a big business. As the general manager of the sales department, he had naturally received many group bosses. Most of them were multi-billion level clients. The bosses who are so generous that they can accumulate tens of thousands of dollars in transaction fees in a day. Chen Hang's level of wealth must be a staggering number. What's more, as Hanwei Group was a well-known internet company in Longhai City, the background of the chairman could be imagined. The gate of the Dongming Securities Business Department. Zhang Wei greeted the secretary of the business department and the front desk staff in full dress. The handsome Bugatti Chiron was parked at the door. Opening the door, Chen Hang stepped out of the car. The moment they saw Chen Hang, the ceremonial ladies who greeted and entertained them froze at once. They somewhat couldn't believe that such a young and handsome man was actually the president of the $10 billion Hanwei Group. It wasn't until Zhang Wei coughed twice that they reacted and smiled in welcome. "Welcome, Mr. Chen, to the Danjiang Road Sales Department. Welcome Chen Dong to Danjiang Road Sales Department. Welcome Chen Dong to Danjiang Road Sales Department." The sexy female assistant and the many beautiful employees also bowed collectively at this time to welcome them. Zhang Wei fawned and extended his hand to welcome them. "Hey, Dong Chen, what brings you here? Come in, come in." Chen Hang shook it politely. Zhang Wei led Chen Hang and Zhang Xinyu into the door. Inside the parlor, Chen Hang threw his credentials on the table. "I'll cut the crap. This time, I came over because I need to open an account. I'm in a hurry, get it done for me in 10 minutes, even though today was Saturday. A small matter like opening an account, I believe Zhang Wei is also capable of handling it." Zhang Wei picked up the documents and smiled. "Don't worry, I'll have it done properly for you in 5 minutes. Opening an account was certainly not a problem. With the dedicated channel, it could be done in 3 minutes. Zhang Wei turned around and handed the documents to the female assistant beside him. After giving the order, the female assistant quickly left the conference room. "Wait a moment, she'll be back soon." Zhang Wei turned to Chen Hang and said, "I don't know how much Dong Chen intends to capitalize, and whether he has any other financing needs. Most of the bosses in Zhang Wei's clients would have financing needs. Leverage shorting and other permissions will be opened together when the account is opened. Permission to open the need for capital inspection and other conditions. But that is for ordinary people. Chen Hang has obviously met the criteria of more than 500,000 yuan. The rest of the conditions could be green-lighted all the way to the dedicated channel. Let's enter 500 million first. After 2 days of spending, the balance on the card was already 800 million. 500 million was just over half. The important thing was that after spending these 500 million, he was about to receive a rebate of 5.5 billion. It was damn near better than winning the lottery. A $5 million lottery ticket has to be won for 1,100 days. You have to win every day, and you have to win for 3 years in a row. With unlimited rebates, it only takes 5 days. 500 million. Zhong Wei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Worthy of being the boss of the $10 billion group, the shot is a big man at the level of 500 million. Customers of Dongming Securities, above 1 million is a gold card customer. Above 5 million is a diamond customer. Above 10 million that's an honored client. 100 million, that's the real father. For a $500 million man, calling him grandpa isn't enough respect. Zhang Xinyu beside Chen Hang couldn't help but take a deep breath. $500 million is almost enough to catch up with Longcat Live's net profit. Even the group's finances couldn't come up with so much cash money at once. Do you need financing for shorting or leveraged funding? Zhong Wei asked with incomparable respect. Financing and leverage are not necessary. I have plenty of cash in hand. Chen Hang's face was calm. One rebate is 11 times. What more leverage is needed? Just deposit money again. Okay, your transaction commission, we will reduce it to the lowest 1/10,000th for you. 1/10,000th of the transaction commission, in the brokerage industry can be said to be the lowest. But just 1/10,000th of a percent, the commission for a $500 million transaction is also as high as 50,000. For the business department, it was undoubtedly a huge amount of income. No need to lower it, give me the highest commission. According to the system's tip, the trading commission was counted as the host's consumption amount. In other words, every time you invest, you will receive an investment rebate and a consumption rebate. The two can exist and do not conflict with each other. The highest commission on the market does not exceed 3/1000ths. 500 million transactions, according to the highest 3/1000ths of the calculation, is 1.5 million. 1.5 million rebate 11 times, 16. 5 million, the same as a huge amount of money. Zhong Wei was a bit confused. The handling fee increased instead of decreasing. Is Chen Dong joking with him? If it is true, Chen Dong is damn too trenchant. The difference between 1/10,000th and 3/1000ths is 30 times. Zhong Wei wondered if he had heard wrong. 3/1000ths was simply giving away money to the company. The maximum handling fee is 3/1000ths. Chen Dong, are you sure? Zhong Wei thought about it, still did not dare to easily conclude, otherwise so much money pursued, he is likely to not be able to mix. Just adjust it to 3/1000ths, I have my own intentions. Chen Hang smiled slightly. What was spent was money, and the rebate was a huge amount. Even if it was 3%, he didn't care. Okay, Dong Chen. After Chen Hang affirmed, Zhong Wei immediately changed his smile. Raising the handling fee was actually a good thing for him. The performance of the business department where he was working could also be increased quite a bit. At this time, the female assistant also returned to the parlor. 5 minutes of time. She had organized all the information for the account opening and returned it to Chen Hang along with the documents. Dong Chen, we have opened an account for you, so you can log into your account on Monday to make a purchase. Chen Hang nodded slightly. The market didn't open until Monday, and there were only 5 days of investment rebates a week, and the remaining 2 days were basically nothing for him in terms of rebates. But it was still acceptable. The rebate after the upgrade of the Unity Sun would definitely be at a record high. At that time is only 5 days, the monthly income is also proper 100 billion. Chapter 28 Beautiful Investment Advisor. Chen Dong doesn't know which stock he has his eye on? Zhong Wei poured Chen Hang a cup of tea and chatted intentionally. Haven't thought about it yet. Chen Hang sipped his tea. In his previous life, he had also bought some stocks. There were overall profits and losses. However, this life was different. There were hundreds of millions of dollars on the account. Moreover, there was no need to consider losing money at all. The return rate of the rebate was already as high as 1,200%. As long as he wanted to, he could casually pull the small cap stocks up. If Dong Chen is a little confused, this professional investment advisor beside me can help you screen good stocks. You are a valued customer of Dongming Securities, we won't charge any fees. With $500 million, a month could bring hundreds of thousands of dollars of income to the business department. How much was the salary of an investment advisor in the district? It wasn't worth mentioning at all. Zhong Wei reminded the female assistant beside him. Su Jiechi, who was wearing a wraparound skirt, then walked to Chen Hang with a smile. Hello Chen Dong, I am Su Jiechi, an investment advisor of Dongming Securities. You can call me Xiaoqi. Su Jiechi extended her hand. Hello. Chen Hang politely shook it. It was only at this moment that he really got a good look at Su Jiechi's appearance. A height of around 1.7 meters. Long black hair naturally fell to the sides. She had a cute nose, and peach blossom eyes. Pure white skin like snow, tall and slender figure, showing an elegant temperament between her hands and feet. What was certain was this. Su Jiechi's face value was dazzling in the crowd. Perhaps it was because he had seen too many beautiful women recently, causing him to be a bit aesthetically fatigued. That was why he did not notice Su Jiechi in the first place, and only skimmed over a couple of glances just now. Chen Hang immediately checked Su Jiechi's profile. Name, Su Jiechi. Age, 24. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Body shape, 86. Face value, 90. Perfection 100. Heartwarming value, 23. Chen Hang touched his nose. The figure wasn't as big, but it was still excellent. The face value was also up to the conditions of the Unity Sun Reward Super Gift Pack. Importantly, the degree of perfection was directly pulled full. It seemed like he had been lucky to the core for a while. Dongchen, if you need it, Jiechi will be your exclusive investment advisor from now on. Zhong Wei smiled towards Chen Hang. Chen Hang thought about it and did need an assistant. Picking stocks was also a tiring thing. It would be better to leave everything to an assistant. Su Jiechi was clearly an unrivaled assistant. I happen to be short of a stock-picking assistant. Thank you, Manager Zhang then. Chen Hang politely said. It's me who should thank Dongchen. Zhong Wei responded with a smile. Chen Hang had contributed so much performance to the sales department. As the general manager of the sales department, his commission was very high. Rather, he should be the one to thank Chen Hang. A 3,000th commission was giving him money. It wasn't even too much to call Chen Hang grandpa. By the way, Dongchen, our business department is able to deposit exclusive financial products for your early capitalization. Deposit and withdraw as you go. On Monday morning, you'll be able to instantly dispose of your $500 million online. 1-second deposits. If you wish, we can deposit it for you now. Zhong Wei fawned. Chen Hang understood what he meant. A 0.03% handling fee was rare. Zhong Wei really wanted to keep himself as a big customer. Good, it's fine to deposit it now. Chen Hang casually pulled out his bank card and threw it to Zhong Wei. He was just planning to make a deposit anyway. It was only that today was the weekend. The bank side couldn't handle stock market financial business. There was nothing wrong with depositing on the line in advance. It's just the right time to do a favor. The smoother the piece of human resources, the better. Chen Dong, wait a moment, I will now make an early deposit for you. Zhong Wei immediately farted around with his bank card and went to the finance office to handle Chen Hang's capitalization. Zhang Xinyu couldn't help but ask with some concern, boss, do you really want to invest $500 million? This is an extraordinary investment. The market was ruthless. The return on investment was large, and so was the risk. $500 million would most likely go down the drain. Don't worry, it's just for fun. I have my own measure. Chen Hang originally did not expect a return on investment. The rebate from Unicorn was his goal. After a while, Zhong Wei returned to the parlor with Chen Hang's bank card. Dong Chen, this is your card. Your $500 million has been deposited in advance for you. At that time, you can just deposit directly from the fund account. Good. Chen Hang nodded slightly. Doing all the business. Chen Hang looked at the time. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It was just the right time to send Zhang Xinyu to the high-speed train station. There are things to do later, so I'll leave first. Chen Hang placed his crossed legs and then got up. Zhang Xinyu followed behind. Dong Chen, take care. Zhong Wei hurriedly got up after him and chased after Chen Hang. When they came out of Dongming Securities, the ceremonial welcome ladies were always on standby, bowing and cheering. Zhong Wei personally sent Chen Hang to the car. He also wanted to introduce his daughter to Chen Hang when he left. Such a young, handsome and promising boss, if he really became his son-in-law, he wouldn't have to worry for the rest of his life. Chen Hang, on the other hand, rejected Zhong Wei without a second thought. Zhong Wei himself looks very ordinary, he is not interested in this at all. On the way to Longhai East Station, as Chen Hang drove, his right hand was unconsciously placed on his beautiful legs again. Did you book a business seat? Chen Hang glanced at Zhang Xinyu. The flesh-colored stockings were extremely impactful. The sense of comfort was also exceptionally good. Not. Zhang Xinyu did not resist and looked at Chen Hang with a slightly flushed face. I'll help you upgrade to the business seat later, and book the VIP lounge for you by the way. Feel free to do as you please when you get to Suzhou City. You don't need to feel bad about spending my money. Chen Hang said towards Zhang Xinyu. Zhang Xinyu's heart was warm. It was as if she had eaten honey, sweet to her heart. Many boys had also pursued her generously, but none of them compared to Chen Hang's appearance and family conditions. The vast majority of them did not have as good a personality as Chen Hang. They seemed to be a bit philandering. This was probably Chen Hang's only flaw. Zhang Xinyu could understand if she thought about it. With such an outstanding boy, there were countless girls around him who were pursuing him. Besides, Chen Hang's body looked healthy. A young body is always full of energy. It would be abnormal not to be a womanizer. Zhang Xinu, heartwarming value +2. Zhang Xinu, heartwarming value +2. Zhang Xinu, heartbeat value +3. Heartwarming value, 50. Seeing the heartwarming value that suddenly appeared, Chen Hang glanced at Zhang Xinu and smiled. When you come back, say hello and I'll come pick you up. But, will you be busy? Zhang Xinu looked at Chen Hang in a florid manner. She realized that the more Chen Hang looked at her, the more pleasing he became. The mood couldn't help but be much more pleasant. No, just as busy as I am, I will still come to pick you up. You are my exclusive personal secretary. Chen Hang still had this amount of time, not so much that he was unavailable. Darn it. Jian Xin, you laughed softly, instantly amused by Chen Hang. Chapter 29, Divine Face. After sending Zhang Xinyu to the high-speed train station, Chen Hang drove to Longhai International Airport. Looking at his wristwatch, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There was still an hour before Li Yi arrived at the airport. But he wasn't waiting in the car. He had already booked a VIP lounge just now. It was just the right time to enjoy the VIP services of the airport. Parking his car, Chen Hang entered the airport. Business VIP lounge. The flight attendant wearing a HNA uniform immediately greeted Chen Hang with a smile when she saw him. Hello sir, please show your documents. Chen Hang's attire was clearly that of a celebrity, but she still had to follow the process to confirm Chen Hang's identity. VIPs were likewise divided into levels. There was a big difference between the treatment of silver VIPs, gold VIPs, and platinum VIPs. Chen Hang nodded slightly and handed his documents to the flight attendant. Is sir ready to board the plane? We have a special security check channel on our side. The flight attendant took the documents and asked with a smile. No, I'm waiting for someone. Chen Hang responded. Alright, please wait a moment sir, I'll verify your identity. The flight attendant quickly walked to the front desk of the lounge and handed Chen Hang's ID to the female receptionist. The female receptionist could not help but look at Chen Hang. Whether it was his face value or his identity, Chen Hang was simply too striking. It was hard not to notice it. After verifying Chen Hang's identity, the flight attendant returned to Chen Hang with the documents. Sir, here are your documents. You are an honored platinum card VIP. I'll take you to the exclusive lounge on my side. Please follow me. The flight attendant made a welcoming gesture. Chen Hang followed the flight attendant and stepped into the VIP lounge. Passing through the special passageway, the flight attendant led Chen Hang to the exclusive platinum card VIP 1 hall on the second floor. The decoration of the hall was luxurious. The red pattern carpet was elegant and atmospheric, and the golden upholstered seats were noble and elegant. There were only a few people in the hall, but the dress code was all very luxurious, and their identities were obviously unusual. Sir, you wait here for a moment first, I'll go prepare afternoon tea for you. The stewardess bowed in front of Chen Hang, her pretty eyes curving into a crescent moon. It was only then that Chen Hang sized up this HNA flight attendant. Blue and white flight attendant uniform, curvy figure. Her face was rosy and glossy, and her coiffure was particularly nice. No wonder HNA flight attendants are so famous. It was only after experiencing it that I realized it was really comfortable. Good, Chen Hang responded. The stewardess then got up and left the VIP room. Chen Hang looked at the flight attendant's exquisite figure and the corner of his lips involuntarily curled up slightly. Li Yi was also a flight attendant of HNA. Her face value and figure were not inferior to the stewardess at all. What's more, she had the divine face value of Princess Yushu. It was the girl with the highest face value he had met so far. Thinking of Li Yi's face, Chen Hang's heart rippled. Having just crossed over to this blue star, he had met his favorite actress. The gears of fate began to turn at that moment. His luck, it seemed, was getting better and better. In 5 minutes' time, the stewardess returned to the lounge with an exquisite tea and fruit tray. Bowing, she set the tea and desserts from the fruit tray on the table to the side of Chen Hang. Sir, this is the pu'er tea and dessert treats prepared for you. I hope you can enjoy them. Thank you. Chen Hang politely thanked. You're welcome, it's my honor to serve you. The stewardess looked at Chen Hang with a big smile and said, then I will retire first. If you need anything, please feel free to order our staff. Okay, bye. Chen Hang nodded his head in greeting. The stewardess looked deeply at Chen Hang with some lingering feelings in her heart, but she still exited the VIP lounge. It was really hard to dislike a nobleman of Chen Hang's caliber. Take care sir, welcome to take this flight again. Sending off the last passenger, Li Yi let out a long sigh of relief. It was finally time to get off work. This flight took 2 hours. She was still a bit tired. Thinking that she would be able to meet Chen Hang later, Li Yi's mood instantly changed for the better. Are you coming out to play today, 0 degree space? It just so happens that we're on vacation tomorrow, let's celebrate. At this very moment, Zhou Miao Miao, Li Yi's colleague, mischievously came to her side. No, I have something to do later. You go with Lily and the girls. Li Yi rejected her decisively. She might stay with Chen Hang until the evening, and didn't have time to play around with Zhou Miao Miao. Li Yi also didn't like the noisy environment of bars. She had been there once with Zhou Miao Miao, and hadn't gotten out in 10 minutes. Are you seeing someone? Don't you lie. Lying people never grow up here. Zhou Miao Miao looked at Li Yi snidely. Just now, she had sensed Li Yi's behavior. Coupled with the fact that she had refused the invitation, Zhou Miao Miao was even more certain of the speculation in her heart. Usually, Li Yi went back to the dormitory. Today's reaction made her feel abnormal. During this period of time, Li Yi often hugged her cell phone and chatted. It was hard for Zhou Miao Miao not to wonder if Li Yi already had a boyfriend. Which is not true, the 8 characters haven't even been mentioned yet. Li Yi would like to, except that Chen Hang really wasn't her boyfriend yet. So, there is a favorite object. Zhou Miao Miao let out a light laugh. Seeing Li Yi's behavior, even if the 8 characters hadn't been finalized, she guessed that it was almost a done deal. Alright, stop fooling around and hurry up to check the seats. Do you still want to get off work? Li Yi blushed and ran off to start the inspection. Chen Hang was waiting for her. It was only good to hurry up and finish getting off work. Don't run, quickly tell me how you two met. Zhou Miao Miao hurriedly chased after her and started working while chatting with Li Yi. On Chen Hang's side, he soon received a WeChat from Li Yi. Mr. Chen, I've arrived at Longhai International Airport. Can you come over and pick me up now? Seeing the WeChat, Chen Hang immediately dialed Li Yi's phone. Hello? Mr. Chen, are you coming over now? On the phone, a pleasant female voice rang out. Chen Hang smiled. I'm in the VIP lounge of the airport right now. Just come over and look for me. Which lounge are you in? Li Yi was slightly surprised. She did not expect that Chen Hang had already waited for her in the VIP lounge in advance. VIP 1 hall. I'll go over now. As a flight attendant, Li Yi knew the passageways of Longhai International Airport very well. Getting off the airplane, passed through the crew channel. She quickly made her way to the VIP lounge where Chen Hang was. Since the VIP lounge was only available to honored guests, Li Yi couldn't just go in and out either. So she sent a Weibo message to Chen Hang. When Chen Hang saw the message, he would go out of the VIP room. Chapter 30 Zhou Miao Miao. Just after arriving at the door, Chen Hang saw Li Yi, who was wearing the blue and white uniform of Haitian Shangyun. The figure was still as good as ever. The black silk on her legs was clearly different from ordinary stockings. It presented a chic hazy beauty. Mr. Chen, over here. Li Yi also saw Chen Hang at this time and happily waved her hand at him. Good afternoon. Chen Hang smiled and came to Li Yi's side. The delicate light makeup and flushed face were very pretty. How long have you been here? Li Yi looked at Chen Hang with a light smile. She had just sent out a WeChat and Chen Hang had called her back. It must have been here for some time. An hour. After sending Zhang Xinyu off, she couldn't stay back for more than a few minutes. So he stopped by the airport. Why did you come so early? There wasn't much entertainment at the airport. Waiting for her an hour early must have been boring. I sent my friend to the high-speed rail station, and it was too troublesome to go back, so I simply dropped by. Chen Hang said with a smile. Li Yi thought that she had made Chen Hang wait for a long time, so she was a bit upset in her heart. It was unthinkable that it was for this reason. Good Sister E, so you're secretly secluded. No wonder you didn't go with me. At this time, a female voice came, and Chen Hang subconsciously looked at the other party, only to see a smiling stewardess in a flight attendant uniform walk up to Li Yi's side. Li Yi also turned to look at Zhou Miao Miao. Miao Miao, why are you here? Li Yi frowned slightly. Obviously, she had already taken advantage of Zhou Miao Miao's gap in her work just now and avoided her. But this niece, however, chased after her at some unknown time. According to Zhou Miao Miao's temperament, she couldn't even walk when she saw a handsome man. That was why Li Yi tried her best to avoid her running into Chen Hang. But still, this niece got her way. I saw you sneaking around just now. I knew you must be dating a handsome guy. Zhou Miao Miao said triumphantly. She had noticed Li Yi's abnormality from the start. So, when she saw Li Yi heading towards another passage, she chased after her. Unexpectedly, she really found the handsome man. What about a date or not? What are you talking nonsense about? Li Yi blushed and glared at Zhou Miao Miao. I'm sorry, Sister E, I was quick-tongued in the heat of the moment. Zhou Miao Miao was actually happy as hell in her heart. Since it wasn't her boyfriend, she had a chance in name only. Zhou Miao Miao's line of sight moved to Chen Hang's body. She took the initiative to wave her hand in greeting. Hello, I'm Sister Yi's friend and colleague Zhou Miao Miao. May I know how to address you, sir? Chen Hang. Mr. Chen. Hello. Zhou Miao Miao extended her hand. Chen Hang shook it out of politeness. By the way, he checked Zhou Miao Miao's information. Name, Zhou Miao Miao. Age, 25. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Stature 8'3". Face value, 78. Perfection 8'9". Heartwarming value, 60. Crap, it was the first time he and Zhou Miao Miao had met. The heartbeat value is 60? It can't be a nymphomaniac. Chen Hang thought about it. There is indeed this possibility. After all, there have been 11 of them. It felt like any boy who was a bit more handsome would do. Mr. Chen, add a WeChat? Sister Yi's friends are my friends. If you have the chance to take my flight, I will serve you well. Oh. Zhou Miao Miao winked at Chen Hang. The desire that flowed from her eyes was especially obvious. Li Yi and Chen Hang hadn't even gotten to the end of their relationship. It showed that their relationship was still between friends. She could even pursue Chen Hang openly and honestly. No, the cell phone is out of battery. Chen Hang waved his hand. He was not interested in Zhou Miao Miao. 11 former travelers were enough to illustrate her experience. The service in the air. Even if it was another air hostess, he had the confidence to tease. It doesn't matter, just go back and push Sister E to me. Sister E, I'll trouble you later. Zhou Miao Miao looked at Li Yi. In such a situation, Li Yi could only nod her head in agreement. Chen Hang looked at the time at this moment and said to Li Yi, "There are things to do later, I'll send you back first." Aha! Li Yi immediately understood. Staying here for one more second would instead give Zhou Miao a chance. Chen Hang's idea was exactly in line with what she had in mind. "Mr. Chen, is it convenient to give me a ride? Sister E and I are on our way." Zhou Miao jumped out and said, "I'm sorry, my car only has 2 seats and can only seat 2 people. So, there's no way." Chen Hang spread his hands. He would have liked to have more space, but the design of the sports car was such that it could only seat 2 people, so there really wasn't much that could be done. "You wait for me here, I'll go get the car." Chen Hang smiled towards Li Yi and walked in the direction of the parking lot. Seeing Chen Hang's sunny smile, Zhou Miao couldn't help but clench her legs. "Mr. Chen, really handsome." Chen Hang then drove the red dragon out of the parking lot. Seeing Chen Hang's car, Zhou Miao became even more fond of Chen Hang in her heart. Looking at Chen Hang, her eyes were so seductive that she couldn't stand it. Chen Hang was simply her ideal boyfriend. Zhou Miao, heartwarming value plus 10. Zhou Miao, heartwarming value plus 10. Zhou Miao, heartwarming value plus 10. Heartwarming value, 90. Chen Hang drove the car to Li Yi's side. After the luggage was placed in the front trunk, Li Yi sat on the passenger side and waved her hand towards Zhou Miao. "Miao, we'll leave first. Bye." Looking at the handsome body of the red dragon, Zhou Miao could only barely squeeze out a smile. Leaving the airport, Li Yi's hanging heart was finally put down. Fortunately, she didn't let Zhou Miao add her WeChat. Otherwise, with her tactics, most men wouldn't be able to handle it at all. She had seen how fast Zhou Miao changed boyfriends. 3 days to play poker. The career filter of a flight attendant is the aspiration of many men. It was also the reason why Zhou Miao could easily prey on handsome men. "What's wrong? Is there something you're unhappy about?" Chen Hang caught sight of Li Yi's look and casually asked. No, just thinking about work." Li Yi retracted her gaze at the window and turned to look at Chen Hang. "I'm not a fan of Zhou Miao." Chen Hang calmly said, Why are you suddenly talking to me about this?" Li Yi was happy in her heart, but their relationship hadn't developed into a couple yet. This layer of window paper hadn't been completely pierced. "Of course it's because I like you." Chen Hang looked bland, but it was really heartwarming. Li Yi was the best-looking woman he had ever seen. The personality also seemed to be very good, and there was no frame at all. Li Yi blushed slightly. Ripples rose in her heart. She knew that Chen Hang liked her, but being so bold, she was instead a bit uncomfortable all of a sudden. Seeing that Li Yi did not reply, Chen Hang whirled around and said, "Where do you live? Let me send you back to put your luggage first." Danjiang Road, Rose Garden. Chapter 31, Buying a few more sets. The car arrived at Rose Garden. "Wait for me here for a while, I'll just go up and change my clothes." Li Yi flashed a smile towards Chen Hang and opened the car door to get out of the car. The flight attendant uniform was too bright. Changing into her usual attire would be better. Li Yi opened the front trunk and took out her luggage. Chen Hang got out of the car and walked over to Li Yi's side. "You've come all the way here. Aren't you going to invite me up to have a seat?" Li Yi was slightly stunned. Before she could react, Chen Hang reached out and took her luggage. "Go up and have a cup of tea." With Chen Hang's low, magnetic voice, Li Yi really couldn't refuse. The two quickly went upstairs. Entering the house, a fragrant breeze greeted them. Li Yi found out a pair of large ladies' slippers and thoughtfully placed them in front of Chen Hang. "Sorry, there's only this pair. I just live alone and usually don't have many guests." "It's fine." Chen Hang did not care about these details at all. Walking to the living room, Li Yi greeted Chen Hang and sat on the sofa, pouring him a cup of water. "You sit down first, I'll go change my clothes." "Good." Li Yi looked at Chen Hang before stepping into the room. It didn't take a moment's effort. Li Yi changed into cool shorts. Chen Hang's gaze, however, could not help but be attracted to Li Yi. Seeing Chen Hang's somewhat unnatural look, Li Yi couldn't help but feel a trace of joy welling up in her heart. Meeting Li Yi's eyes, Chen Hang complimented. "You have a good figure." "Thanks." Li Yi spread a smile and sat next to Chen Hang. "Do you often fly the North City route?" Chen Hang asked with a smile. Why?" Li Yi looked at Chen Hang. "Nothing, just feeling curious. Flying is quite hard work." Chen Hang responded. "It's okay, I quite like this job." Li Yi smiled. "You can travel around for free. Also, it's quite cost-effective when you think about it." "Right, what's your card number? I haven't paid you for the clothes you gave me last time." Chen Hang picked up the cell phone on the side. Li Yi had bought a set of clothes for him in North City. Chen Hang suddenly remembered that he hadn't paid Li Yi yet. "No need, a set of clothes doesn't cost much. Just send the card number directly." Li Yi originally wanted to refuse. However, she couldn't argue with Chen Hang. She could only take out her cell phone and found the bank card number and sent it over. Chen Hang copied the card number, jumped to the bank app, and transferred 100,000 without thinking. This. Li Yi was somewhat flattered. With 100,000 coming in, her heart was particularly shaken. Her monthly salary was only about $10,000. Chen Hang had sent her so much in one go. It was almost worth a year's salary for her. It's fine, if you see nice clothes then, you can help me buy a few more. Li couldn't argue with Chen Hang, so she gladly agreed. The next day, 12 o'clock at noon, the sun shone brightly. Chen Hang woke up. Chen Hang got out of bed sharply and ran to the washroom to wash up. After washing up, Li also woke up at this time. Where are you preparing to go? Seeing the fully dressed Chen Hang, she asked sleepily. Going out for a trip, bringing you lunch on the way. Chen Hang reached Li Yi's side. Lunch? It's noon now? Li Yi rubbed her eyes. Opening her phone, she realized that it was already 12 o'clock. Look at how sweetly you slept. You didn't even react when I got up just now. It's not because of you. No light or heavy. Li Yi hummed, her face reddening. If she had yelled at her to get up earlier, she wouldn't have slept so late. Chen Hang whirled around and smiled. Alright, I'm going out. You rest a little longer. Wait for me, I'll go out with you. Li Yi just got up for less than 2 seconds before giving up on the idea. It really didn't want to move. You rest first, I'll bring you a gift later. Li Yi's eyes lit up. Really? Chen Hang tapped his chin. He had thought about what gift to buy. Great. Thank you hubby. Li Yi happily barfed. Chen Hang raised his eyebrows. What did you just call me? Li Yi gushed and stuck up. Hubby. Chen Hang went out and went to the 5-star restaurant to order a large table of delicacies and had them sent to Rose Garden together. Then went to the Dragon City Gold and Jewelry Store, bought Li Yi a master-level handmade order, the Imperial Palace Gold Ruy Lotus. The price of 88,888 is not very expensive, but the master-level manufacturing process is unrivaled. For the next 2 days, Chen Hang was accompanying Li Yi. A 2-day vacation was also rare. Chen Hang incidentally helped Li Yi buy the house in Rose Garden. With 2 million, it gave him a rebate of exactly 22 million, excluding the 5 million transferred to Li Yi. With this math, he still made a lot of money. Chapter 32, Rebate is the Truth. 2 days passed in a flash of time. On Monday morning, Chen Hang drove to the Hanwei Group building. Just as he arrived at the office, Su Jechi's phone call came over. Shindon, the stock market has opened. Do you think you're going to choose an investment today? Chen Hang looked at his wristwatch. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning. In other words, it had already been open for half an hour. Chen Hang didn't really care about the time just now. He wasn't in a big hurry either. The stock market fluctuating every second was not a big problem for him. With this intention, you help me screen a few good stocks with a market capitalization of around $5 billion. I'll decide depending on the situation. Chen Hang certainly wouldn't let go of the 1 billion in rebates, but it would be best to make sure that there wasn't too much loss of the principal of this $100 million as well. Okay, Dong Chen. I'll take care of it for you now. Chen Hang took out his cell phone and launched the app of Dongming Securities. Then in 3 or 2 clicks, he deposited $500 million into the stock speculation account. The stock market page was already half red and half green. Today's fluctuations were not that big. After checking most of the stocks on the market, Chen Hang realized that the upward trend in recent years was much the same as in his previous life. But the names were completely different. Moreover, the year of crossing over to the same year is 2023. Foreknowledge is of little use. Chen Hang also no longer think much. He randomly found a few stocks that he could see, and added the self-selected. On Su Jechi's side, she also sent the screen stocks to Chen Hang via WeChat. Mingcheng Power, Haicheng Bank, Flood Group. Chen Hang froze for a moment. Crap, how is there still a Flood Wild Group? Without much time to think, Chen Hang quickly opened the page of the Flood Group. The current gain was -1.23%. The information showed that it was a smaller group. It was founded in 2016. After 4 years of precipitation, it was listed in 2020. There was once a glory of $20 billion. Then it fell for a period of time. The market value once fell to $3 billion, but the last 2 years have been getting better and better, and it's still rising all the way. Now the market value back to $5.8 billion. Among the listed companies, it is considered to be a good stock that can be more. Chen Hang looked at the other 2 stocks. Now the situation and the Flood Group is not bad, are in the direction of good development. Looking at the 3 stocks, Chen Hang pondered for a while, and finally clicked on the page of Hanwha Group. $500 million. Chen Hang first traded 100 lots to test the waters. Ding. Host invested 98,800 yuan. Rebate 1,086,800 yuan. Ding. Host spending 296.4 yuan. A rebate of 3,260 yuan. At the same time, the bank also sent a message. Dragon City Bank, your bank card was credited with 108,6,800. 00 yuan at 10:31. Dragon City Bank, your bank card was credited with 3,260.40 yuan at 10:31 minutes. 1 investment rebate, 1 fee rebate. Exactly 2 rebates. Tested the waters. Chen Hang simply bought all of the $100 million he had planned for today. A second's time. Flood Group's stock price was directly pulled up to a 6% increase. The curve that was showing a slow decline changed to a one-word line in seconds. Seeing this scene, the stockholders who held Hanwha Group had their jaws dropped one by one. Collectively, they initiated a pop-up on the stock page of the Flood Wild Group. Crouching. I didn't see it wrong, did I? This is 100,000 lots of buying. 100,000 lots, at least $100 million. Who the hell is this big shot? Who cares? I've finally got my hands on the sky today. Brother Million Hands is finally here. Mom, I'm finally free. It's so much fun to just speculate and make a skyboard. It's fun, I love it. Don't be too proud of yourself, it's just a newbie's gift. I thought it was going to be another day of sideways trading. I can't imagine that suddenly a big man pulled them in. What a surprise. For a while, the Flood Group page pop-up exploded. On Chen Hang's side, the bank card's rebate funds were also successfully credited with 1 billion funds. Seeing the rebate information from the bank, Chen Hang closed the securities app. Today's goal had been reached, and there was no need to look at it again. The remaining 400 million account funds were investments for the next 4 days. Then again, the 100 million can be sold tomorrow. As long as the loss is not a lot, 500 million funds can be completely stuck in the bug, repeatedly swiping the investment rebates. Right at this moment, Su Zheqi's phone called again. Hello? Dong Chen, did you pull off the increase just now? Su Zheqi was slightly surprised. It was thought that Chen Hang was a big brother level investor, pulling upward step by step, but Chen Hang actually didn't follow the routine. All of a sudden, the stock price was pulled up to 6%. This kind of play, but to lose a lot of money. Maybe the banker would suppress the chips later and it would plummet. Yes, is there a problem? Chen Hang said blandly. Chen Dong, with such a large amount of money, you can totally take it one step at a time. It can maximize your benefits. Su Zheqi responded. This is not something you need to worry about. I don't understand your financial playbook, and I don't want to study it. Your work is done, you can leave work now. Chen Hang hung up the phone after saying that. What daily and monthly lines he didn't want to study at all. If these things were useful, it would be impossible for anyone to lose money. Money was king. The rebate from Unicorn is the truth. Dongming Securities, Danjiang Road Sales Department. Su Zheqi, who was hung up at this time, gradually calmed down. She has seen the investment technique of pulling up, but she has never seen Chen Hang's simple and brutal way of playing. $500 million, without saying a word, 100 million seconds. In one breath, he bought all the stocks. Damn, it was also too trenchant. She believed that if Chen Hang was willing, he could pull up at any time. After all, his account is still lying 400 million. 100 million has already pulled up to 6%. Another 100 million is guaranteed to stop. Flood Group is a small market capitalization stock. Chen Hang this kind of money as soon as it comes in, is the banker. At this time, Zhong Wei walked over. What did Chen Dong's side say? As the manager of the sales department, Zhong Wei naturally saw Chen Hang's account information. He was also the one who had asked Su Zheqi to make the call. Dong Chen means that we don't need to worry about it, Su Zheqi said truthfully. Zhong Wei's eyes flashed. Chen Hang was indeed the top bigwig he had guessed. $100 million was invested in a second. Not even brother Xiao Ma would dare to spend it like this when he came. Maybe $500 million was really just a casual game. Online information showed that Chen Hang's worth was only $10 billion. But Zhong Wei is sure that the funds behind Chen Hang are definitely more than 10 billion. Just the 0.03% handling fee. Chen Hang brought him 300,000 performance. Not to mention the future investments. Chapter 33, Jealous Yun Shui. Boss, this is the list of supplies you need. Yun Shui placed the document in her hand on the desk. Chen Hang scanned it and signed it sharply. Let's have lunch together later. What do you want to eat? Chen Hang went straight to the point, not giving her a chance to refuse. Yun Shui thought for a moment and said, vegetable salad. Why are you eating so vegetarian? Chen Hang frowned slightly. Vegetables were all vitamins, basically nothing nutritious. Yun Shui spread a smile, don't want to eat high-calorie ones. You're not fat either. Yun Shui's figure didn't change much. Instead, it had gotten a little better. Yun Shui blushed, just a little bit. There's no need to deliberately control it, you're fine like this. Chen Hang scraped her arched nose. Yun Shui's face value was second only to Li Yi, and the more he looked at her, the more he liked her. Okay, listen to the boss. Yun Shui looked at Chen Hang with a smile, her eyes full of stars. At the close of the afternoon, the stock market closed in the red. Due to Chen Hang's pull-up in the morning, the stock of the Flood Group went up, and the heat ranking rose to 50. After announcing the LW list seats, the stockholders were a bit confused. The first buy seat on the list was not a lobbyist or an organization that they usually saw. Instead, it was a sales department they hadn't seen much of. Such a large amount of money cannot help but let them doubt the identity of this list of big man. It's not the chapter alliance master, nor is it old brother Zhao. Which big man seat is this? Could it be Boss Crocodile? It is rumored that he seems to have gone to another business department. Impossible, a boss has already confirmed it. Boss Crocodile's new seat is Longtai Securities. Who the hell is that? Dongming Securities Danjiang Road Sales Department. I've never seen a top-tier lobbyist show up. Don't make any wild guesses. When the attention comes up, someone will break the news in a few days. That's true, but with $100 million, I don't know if the big guy will run tomorrow. If the mood is wrong tomorrow, Big Brother will definitely be the first to run. The comments section of the Hungarian group's stock page is ablaze. $100 million of funds to buy, so many people back to the capital. A few profitable stockholders proudly showed screenshots of today's earnings, and then the comments section collectively speculated about the trend of this mysterious fund. In their opinion, Chen is destined to be fast in and fast out. After all, the volume of lobbyists cannot compete with institutions, bankers, large investors and other large funds, can only follow the big money after eating big meat, can barely drink a mouthful of soup. If rashly hard steal, the end result is bound to end up with a loss. Just entered the stockholders, see the netizens sent a variety of negative, but also gradually began to worry about the trend of the flood group tomorrow. Tomorrow is not to crash. Major short, Eagle sauce site seems to be green. Fortunately, today back to the capital on the sale, I cannot wait until the opening tomorrow. I'll take the plunge if it comes down tomorrow. I ran away at the close. I'm still a little excited about the thought of going green tomorrow. I'm not sure if it's a good idea. There is a possibility that tomorrow 2 consecutive boards. Don't dream, hurry up to wash your sleep, you. Lobbying is impossible to reverse the trend. Long high an office building. A middle-aged man is sitting in an office chair, crossing his legs, staring at the dragon tigerless seats of the flood group. The corner of his mouth cannot help but outline the arc. As a famous lobbyist in the stock circle, when he saw this large sum of money coming in the morning, he initially thought it was a big deal from his peers and was shocked for a while. After 5 minutes of silence, he concluded that it was an investor who was stupid and had a lot of money. The maneuvers of his peers were not so bad at all. $100 million, as long as the mood is driven, is enough to pull up this kind of small market capitalization stock up. And the morning just made a ripple. Today's halt is entirely the effect of the general market. In the afternoon, he also bought a portion of the funds. The trend can also profit a lot. However, at the close of the market, he decisively went short. According to reliable information, there has been a major short on the Eagle Jam side. Tomorrow will be a round of plunge. At that time, it wasn't just the flood group. The entire stock market will be spread by emotions. The short that was done, for the main force to smash the disc and drink soup tomorrow. Han Hui has always believed in his own judgment. He is a man who has done 300 million from 10 million. For this kind of white guy, Han Hui didn't mind getting a piece of the action at all. What a stupid man with a lot of money. How nice to send me $100 million that can't be spent. Han Hui leisurely took a puff of his cigar, a look of contempt in his eyes. Boss Han, it's still you who's brilliant. I guess that guy is a rich second generation who only eats, drinks and has fun. Can't invest at all. The sultry woman beside Han Hui chimed in. Ha ha, indeed a milquetoast brat. The winds are tight over at Dongming Securities, but someone still revealed the information. It's a man around 20 years old. Han Hui's lobbyist exchange group. Someone had already blown up the information, but the person who broke the news didn't dare to break all the information. If this was investigated, not only would he lose his job, it was more likely that he would directly follow the network cable to find his home. Therefore, he could only reveal the more vague part at the moment. It's clear that we're sending you money. The woman came over to Han Hui's side and poured him a cup of water. It's been a while since I'd been that comfortable, and today I finally came across a big piece of cake. Han Hui extinguished his cigar and wrapped the woman into his arms. Today he had invested $50 million and netted $3 million. At the end of the day, he backhanded and added $200 million to his position to short all of it. Tomorrow, if he was lucky, it would be a drop. $20 million to hand. Even if you cannot stop, you can eat 4 or 5 points. $10 million is also proper. After all, a major short, not a joke. Boss Han, after you make money, don't forget about the house you promised me. The woman sat on Han Hui's lap with a shy face and chirped. Don't worry, there's absolutely nothing less for you. Han Hui grinned. A large hand wrapped around her waist. The woman also had the good sense to unbutton her buttons. Chapter 34, Goodbye Lu Yen. Zhongjing Garden. Chen Hang's side also took a look at the close. In less than 5 minutes after he had bought in, the stock price of the flood group had quickly dropped another 3%. The situation in the morning had not been ideal. Originally, he thought that it would fall back to near the opening in the afternoon. I can't imagine, but it was a surprise to him, pulling up all the way to a stop at the end of the day. This wave of pulling up, Chen Hang made a profit of $5 or $6 million. Today's stock price, most of it was pulled up by him alone. Profit is not a lot, but it is also because the price is pulled up. The shareholders simply do not dare to enter. The lobbyists easily pulled up in the afternoon. Flood Group, it's really a good stock. Chen Hang stroked his chin. The good stock that Su Zheqi had chosen was very much to his liking. However, Chen Hang did not intend to dump it tomorrow. Instead, he planned to go all the way up. In his last life, he had never experienced such a great feeling. The stock account still has $400 million lying around, plus the $1.5 billion in the bank account. $1.9 billion funds, enough to set off a wave of frenzy in the stock market. Other stocks he did not dare to guarantee. The Flood Group, the small market capitalization of the stock, $1.9 9 billion can definitely become a big account. Thinking of this, Chen Hang immediately opened the attribute panel. Host, Chen Hang. Age, 19. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 77 kilograms. Face value, 85. Strength, 55. Agility, 65. Physical fitness, 65. Level experience, LV8, 312 million/1 billion. Rebate multiplier, 10 times. Skills, basketball proficiency, divine driving. Talent value, 0. The upgrade was still 700 million experience value short. 1. 9 billion is more than enough to upgrade. When the market opens tomorrow, we'll spend exactly 700 million to pull up. There's only 100 million in rebates, but that's not a big problem. The money invested is in the stock account, it's not like it disappeared into thin air. The most important thing is to upgrade the system. The rebate multiplier will be doubled again. The amount of investment rebates will also be raised. According to the system, after the upgrade, the amount of investment rebate will be refreshed to 500 million. 12 times the rebate and a daily investment amount of 500 million. A net income of 6 billion a day. About 20 trading days a month. A monthly income of 100 billion, and an annual income of 1 trillion. Chen Hang finally understood what the concept of being rich was. The blue star of the parallel world simply didn't have a few kingdoms that exceeded $1 trillion. At that time, his financial power was a huge wave that swept the earth. Putting down his cell phone, Chen Hang fell into a deep sleep. Tossing and turning today was just too tiring. Chen Hang could sort of understand. The divine dragon physique given by the unified sun, no matter how much it was built, there had to be a degree. The sun rose to 3 poles. Chen Hang gradually woke up from his sleep. After resting for the night, his energy had returned to a fully energized state. Glancing at the time, it was already 8 in the morning. There was still an important class later. Chen Hang then got up and got out of bed to wash up. An hour later, Chen Hang walked out of his room. Lu Yan was playing with her cell phone on the sofa. The two of them hit the floor with a heart-to-heart. However, Lu Yan's face was fleshly red. She was resting in her room just now. The sudden movement made her blush slightly. She could only run to the living room to play with her cell phone. Sister Lu, good morning. Unexpectedly, Lu Yan had just been in the living room. Even the thick-skinned Chen Hang felt a little embarrassed at this moment. He could only greet and take the initiative to ease the delicate atmosphere. Good morning. It was only then that Lu Yan raised her head as well. Looking at Chen Hang, whose eyes were very bright, her heartbeat slightly accelerated. She hadn't slept much during the night. Chen Hang was actually in such good shape. His whole body exuded a male charm. Sister Lu, class will start later, so I'll leave first. Chen Hang waved his hand and whirled towards the outside of the house. He wanted to get acquainted with Lu Yan, but the current state was clearly not suitable for communication. Wait. At this moment, Lu Yan suddenly called out to Chen Hang. You're from Dragon University? Yes, Sister Lu, what's wrong? Chen Hang turned around and looked at Lu Yan. I'm going back over to the Longhai Conservatory later, is it convenient for you to give me a ride? Lu Yan looked at Chen Hang with a wide-eyed smile. Chen Hang thought about it, and it was indeed on the way. Longdao's side was the university district. The Longhai Conservatory of Music happened to be in the neighborhood. Sister Lu, are you leaving now? I still have an hour before class. Well, you wait for me to change my clothes. Lu Yan spread a smile and then entered the room. When she walked out of the room, Lu Yan had already changed into a set of fresh and light floral long dress. Chen Hang took a glance. This dress fit Lu Yan very well. Not only did it appear young, but it was also charming. Alright, let's go. Lu Yan walked to Chen Hang's side. The two of them went out of the house one after the other. Coming downstairs, Chen Hang took out his keys and pressed the button. The Bugatti's lights came on. Lu Yan was slightly shocked. Chen Hang's usual attire was luxurious, and she guessed that Chen Hang would drive a luxury car. It was just that she didn't expect to be driving a sports car. She didn't recognize the model, but she could also tell from the logo that it was a Bugatti car. Bugatti's sports car, clear 10 million level top supercar. She now finally understood why Xian, this niece, would like Chen Hang. Chapter 35, You backhanded short. I pulled up against the trend of the rally. Longhai Academy of Arts. Even on a sparse, normal day, the entrance was filled with luxury brands. The crowds coming and going seemed to be immune to the luxury cars and no longer stopped to linger. But the sound of the Bugatti Red Dragon broke the tranquility of the street. The gazes of the crowd were instantly attracted, only to see the Bugatti Red Dragon stop, and a winking woman stepped out of the car with a slight smile on her pretty face. Crap, isn't this Dr. Lu? Why is she also here in a luxury car? Could it be that Dr. Lu is also like other girls? Can she throw away everything for the sake of money? I'm really heartbroken. Why don't I have a Bugatti? Lu Yan is recognized as the goddess by all the boys in Longhai Arts College. She is the female doctor in the school medical office. But with an excellent personality and high face value, it made her a big hit in this art academy. The most important thing was that they had never heard of any gossip about Lu Yan at all, and she commuted to work on the subway every day. All the boys felt that Lu Yan was the last goddess of Longhai Art Academy. In this turbid normality, Lu Yen was the pure white stream. But what they couldn't have imagined was that the goddess they looked up to would one day be sitting in a luxury car. At this moment, the boys passing by were all painfully saddened and their hearts were broken. Sister Lu, then I'll leave first. Chen Hang waved his hand towards Lu Yen. Lu Yen gave Chen Hang a smile back. Bye. Next time you come to our place, I'll cook you some noodles. Good. Chen Hang would smile. He drove away from the Longhai Conservatory of Music. Lu Yen watched Chen Hang's car go away until it was out of sight, and only then did she step onto the campus. Back at Long University, the time had already reached 9:30. Chen Hang quickly parked his car and entered the campus. Stepping into the classroom, Chen Hang walked over to his roommate's side and sat down. The three sons were also very accommodating and reserved a seat for him every time. You're finally back, I haven't seen you for 3 days. Roommate Li Sudong laughed. Son, made a girlfriend yet? Chen Hang smiled and hooked onto his shoulder. Li Sudong is still quite righteous. He often helped with meals and such. Chen Hang was also naturally closer to him. I won't hide it from you, but I really made one, from the Longhai Academy of Arts. Li Sudong said with a smile. Good figure? Chen Hang said with a bad smile. It's okay, all aspects are quite good, it's just too wavy. Li Sudong laughed bitterly. Just from what he knew, there were already no less than 3 ex-boyfriends. There could actually be more than that. Just watch and grasp. Chen Hang smiled. He did not want to get involved in Li Sudong's personal matters. Anyway, this stuff had to be experienced firsthand, and other people couldn't do much to help. After exchanging pleasantries with the other 2 roommates in addition, Chen Hang took out his cell phone and launched Dongming Securities. The time had already reached 10 o'clock. It had been half an hour since the market opened. When Chen Hang opened Dongming Securities, the stock market was already green, in stark contrast to yesterday. Tap on the page of the Flood Group. Since the opening of the market, it has plummeted by 9%. It was already on the verge of falling to the point of stopping. His account, too, had fallen from a profit of 6% to -3%. It's only been half an hour, playing so exciting? Chen Hang smiled slightly. Taking advantage of his driving, he smashed the disc. It was really fun. Chen Hang opened his account page and transferred all of it without a second thought. Now his stock account, it was already 2 billion. Available funds 19 billion. Looking at the curve that was gradually going down, Chen Hang's lips curled up slightly. The next second, he started buying. 100 lots, 500 lots, 20,000 lots, 200,000 lots. With Chen Hang's frantic influx of $500 million, the curve, which had been going downward just a moment ago, suddenly reversed its direction and shot straight up into the sky. The stockholders who were staring at the market, seeing the skyward one-liner, each and every one of them instantly hold their breath and watch in shock as Chen Hang performs. Crouching. 90,000 lots, it's just outrageous. 90 million poured in all at once. It has gone red. It's gone up 11 points in half a minute. It's so exciting. I'm sure it's the bigwigs at the Dongming Securities office. Why is it still pulling? It's horrible. It's so exciting. No, my little heart can't take it. Until the skyline stopped at the high slope, the crowd only then breathed a sigh of relief. The sudden rise is really too scary. No one dares to relax until the last minute. Ding! The host invested $100 million. Rebate $1 billion. Ding! The host spends $5 million. Rebate 5 million yuan. Chen Hang spent a minute, bought 300,000 lots. Flood Group's stock price, which was about to drop, pulled hard into the red. The pressure from above was all released in an instant. There weren't many chips left. As long as Chen Hang moves his hand, he can instantly pull up. However, Chen Hang is not in a big hurry now. He is now waiting for other chips, waiting for all the institutional investors to leave the market. He also became a big player in this stock. And at this time, Chen Hang also saw the information that the rebate had arrived. His total disposable funds had come to a staggering 7 billion. The funds locked up in the stock totaled 400 million. Today all the short, all have to give him lying. Do it or don't do it. He's about to upgrade his quota to 500 million. Even if Wall Street comes, it won't be able to stop this great stock from going up. At the same time, Han Hui looked at the share price of Flood Group on his computer screen and took a sharp drag on his cigar. He had made a profit of $18 million, but instead, this wave of appreciation caused his account to lose $8 million. Han Hui was a little disbelieving that in a situation where the general market had taken a sharp turn for the worse, this investor actually dared to stiffen the general trend and pull up against the trend. Although it can't be ruled out that some stocks are indeed like this, those are individual stocks that are favorable. And the Flood Group, there is no major good, and there is no insider information. Under these circumstances, it simply doesn't make sense to dare to go short. Seeing that the stock price has been in the high place does not come down, there is even a kind of impulse to go up. Han Hui some cannot sit still. If you let the emotions spread, it is not impossible to stop. Today the market is green, many funds have run away from other stocks. Now a lot of institutional lobbyists have large amounts of money in their hands. If they really stared at the Flood Group, it would definitely go up. What a lunatic! Han Hui clenched his back teeth with a deadly grip. He didn't sell just now because he wanted to wait for the drop and eat the last bite of meat. It hadn't occurred to him that it had suddenly killed a comeback. When he got the news yesterday, he was winning. Already used 50% of his funds. If you run now, you will lose a sum of money. If you do not run, it is likely to stop. Han Hui was considering exactly how to operate. Flood Group's share price dived all of a sudden, falling back to -2%. And there was a downward trend. When Han Hui saw this dive, the corner of his skittish mouth instantly lifted. It seemed like fellow lobbyists and foreign institutions had made their move. He knew that it couldn't just be allowed to pull up for no reason. After thinking about it, Han Hui decided to fan the flames. Backhandedly added 50 million to the short position. The trend of the general market, the major short position is here. Follow the trend is to want to lose is also difficult. Chapter 36. The more I get to the top, the more waves I get. Chen Hang's side brushed his jitterbugs and occasionally looked at the general market. At this time, due to the torrential rise of the flood group, in this green situation, the heat immediately rushed to the 20th place. A large number of shareholders began to sell, wave after wave, frenzied to the extreme. I almost cut my meat just now. I've waited 5 more minutes. I've got my money back. Dongming Securities Danjiang Road, the big man, always God. Yesterday, the board into the old early to see that this big brother is not ordinary people. He's a good judge of character. Do you think it will go up? It's very likely. You want to die? Give the opportunity to run. Today's market is plummeting. It's very risky. What are you afraid of? The more I go to the top, the more waves I get. The sentiment of the market is spreading, and most stockholders are taking the good with the bad. But there are still a very small number of stockholders who greedily increase their positions. The mysterious big brother does not follow the rules. There must be a major positive behind it. Only, the shareholders' money has no effect on the trend at all. The stock price still hangs at the top. But soon, as the market plummeted again, there were big funds that used their chips to start smashing the market. 3,000 lots, 5,000 lots, 40,000 lots. The numbers, which were glowing red, spiraled into a deep green. The stock price instantly fell into a dog again. And, it continued to smash. It dropped 7 or 8 points in the blink of an eye. Chen Hang cut to the page of Dongming Securities and smiled evilly. The fish had already taken the bait. He only needed to wait 5 minutes for the stock price to stabilize, then it would not be too late to make his move. And at this time, the comments section on the page of Hongwine Group also immediately changed its wind direction. 40,000 lots. There is another lobbying organization smashing the plate. Sure enough, we have to keep up with the general trend. The market plummeted, simply cannot rush up. I'm glad I sold at the highest point. I'm glad I'm not greedy. Otherwise, I'd be trapped again. Big Brother can't fight the market on his own. I think Big Brother will pull again. Annette named Cohen you two beautiful shareholders in the comment area to express their views. In his opinion, playing financial Big Brother are not stupid. Maybe there is a bigger action. But the netizens do not buy it. It had plummeted so much, and the crowd thought that the stockholder had obviously become delirious and lost his mind. Collectively, they urged him to recognize reality. But he didn't pay any attention to the netizens' persuasion. Instead, he backhandedly filled his position. Han Hui crossed his legs and stared at the computer screen in front of him. The market was getting greener and greener, and he chose to go short with his full position. With $400 million, he used his entire fortune. Looking at the gradually rising profit figures, Han Hui was smug to the core. The brat still wants to go against the broader market. It's really self-indulgent. After saying that, he slowly exhaled a smoke ring. The current shorting has already made a profit of $24 million. Insider reliable news, the foreign capital on the Eagle Sauce side has a big move, and it is expected to continue to fall tomorrow. Therefore, Han Hui is in no hurry to sell. This time, he's going to make a big profit. Boss Han, you're really the best boss at investing I've ever seen. At this moment, Han Hui's female assistant came around behind him at this time and squeezed his shoulders. Han Hui let out a bad smile and swept his female assistant into his arms. In 2 more days, that suite in the 5th Ring Road will be yours. Really? Boss Han? The female assistant was a bit surprised. That suite was worth 2 million or so. 10 years of her salary wouldn't even be enough to pay for it. Ha, of course it's true, as long as you serve me well. Han Hui went up and down, revealing a lewd expression. Boss Han, you've tried my kung fu. The female assistant let out a seductive laugh, her eyes inadvertently sweeping to the computer screen. Immediately afterward, the smile on her pretty face came to an abrupt end. Boss Han, look at. What's all the fuss about? Were you shocked by my earnings? Han Hui stopped his hands at this moment, his eyes moving to the computer screen. But when he saw the one-word line that was madly rushing skyward, his entire being instantly became bad. Han Hui pushed the female assistant away and hurriedly came in front of the computer screen. How could it be? How could this guy still have so much money? Could it be institutional foreign investment? Han Hui held his breath and looked at the page's ticker trading situation, only to see that the trading was showing in real time that 10,000 lots were being traded per second. 10,000 lots, 30,000 lots, 40,000 lots. The trading volume was still rising. Looking at the tens of thousands of trading volume, Han Hui's bean-sized beads of sweat rose straight up. Brainless buying is not at all the modus operandi of institutions and foreign investors. Such a huge trading volume only occurs when there is a sudden favorable outcome. Unsurprisingly, it's the same brats who pulled up just now. 70,000 lots, 100,000 lots, 200,000 lots. The trading volume surged to hundreds of thousands of lots. 3 seconds later, Flood Group's stock instantly stopped. It settled smoothly on the skyboard. This can't be. Han Hui's hand clasping his cigar trembled slightly. The stock account had fallen from an original profit of 24 million to minus 38 million. The loss hit a new high for him. Since investing for so many years, there had been steady growth. There has never been a loss of such a large amount. It only took 1 minute for the Flood Group to go from pulling up to a halt. 1 minute's worth of transactions, $600 million, plus the $300 million invested just now. In just 20 minutes, a whopping $900 million had been invested. What's the concept of $900 million in cash? Enough to smash people to death. As far as he knew, there weren't even a few lobbyists with $900 million in the circle. To utilize so much money, it must be a big shot among big shots. It's not the level of lobbying anymore, but the level of capital. He is now a little regret shorting. Look at this upward trend. There is no downward trend. Moreover, the money hitting the board is getting more and more. It started with 100,000 lots, followed by 400,000 lots. 3 minutes later, the number of boards slammed to 1.2 million hands. The vast majority of them are Chen Hang's funds. But Han Hui knows that there are also some speculative peers and institutions inside that have been attracted here. The market has just sold a lot of stocks, and institutions and lobbyists have a lot of money in their hands. As the stock heats up, so does the money for speculation. 1.2 million lots, $3 billion in capital. In the 6 billion market capitalization or so, the stock is a crushing presence. The back may be 3 consecutive boards, 4 consecutive boards, or even 10 consecutive boards. The trend has already formed, and the heat will grow. If Flood Group hadn't suddenly gone bankrupt, no reason would have been enough to change the trend of this stock. If we stay any longer, it will be more than $38 million by then. It's possible to lose all the blood money. The downtrend was at most a 100% loss, but the uptrend was beyond 100%, never ending. Thinking of this, Han Hui hurriedly commissioned to buy. However, the current upward trend, Han Hui simply cannot buy in, but also cannot melt the securities. 1.2 million hands have been dead closed board. Want to buy can only line up behind them, or wait for them to withdraw the signal. Han Hui angry, helpless, paralyzed in the office chair. Chapter 37, The Naughty Li Ran. The comments section of the stock page had completely exploded. Crouching. $600 million pulled up in seconds. 2ing awesome. This is really big brother, just thought it was going to crash, but the result is a rocket up again. 1.2 million hands already, this is going to be a 3 consecutive board rhythm. There's a possibility of a 10th consecutive board. This stock is already in the 9th position. Martyr, I'm pissed off, I sold out again. Due to the unusual stop of the Flood Group, this stock's ranking has also rushed into the top 10, gaining exposure from major securities companies. Numerous organizations and stockholders who invested have come to the name. The speculative funds also followed the board and bought this stock. Ding! System upgrade. Obtained a super gift package. Current level LV9. Rebate multiplier 11 times. Level experience LV9 215 million/1.5 billion. Investment amount upgrade. Daily investment rebate amount 500 million. Chen Hang looked at the dazzling colorful light curtain that appeared, and the corner of his lips lifted slightly. A total of $1 billion had been invested. A profit of $50 million. Even if it was only 5%, it was still a significant amount. He planned to sell it all at once tomorrow. Take advantage of the heat of the Flood Group and get out quickly. The market capitalization of this stock was too small. If the heat came up tomorrow, it wouldn't be possible to buy it at all. The investment rebate wouldn't cost much. Chen Hang didn't want to spend on 2 stocks and didn't want to fill up his stock account anymore. 2 billion was enough for him to cycle through the rebates in there. Selling tomorrow was the best option. And just as Chen Hang was thinking, his roommate Wang Ming accidentally glanced at Chen Hang's cell phone screen. Brother Hang, are you playing with stocks? Seeing the securities app that Chen Hang had opened, Wang Ming came over to the screen to take a look. But when he saw the series of numbers on the account, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Crap, 2 billion. Wang Ming counted it 3 whole times, and his eyes went wide. It was only on the internet that one had seen this much money. In reality, one could not even see a tenth of this. Moreover, this was still a 20-year-old college student. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that this was a school student's account. Hearing Wang Ming's exclamation of surprise, Zhang Chuan inclined his head and looked at Wang Ming. What are you saying you? What $2 billion? Li Sudong was also a bit puzzled, but when he followed Wang Ming's gaze, he saw Chen Hang's securities account at a glance. Crap, brother Hang. You made $2 billion playing stocks, Li Sudong shouted almost subconsciously. Hearing Li Sudong's voice, the crowd in the classroom collectively looked at Chen Hang. It can be understood. No wonder Chen Hang is so rich, so he's a stock god. I told you why he suddenly drove a luxury car, so it's because he made $2 billion in stock speculation. No, speculating in stocks and earning $2 billion also needs capital. Where did he get so much money? Chen Hang's family background is not bad. I heard that he has 50,000 monthly living expenses. Can't it be that this guy is speculating in coins first and then stocks? It's highly possible. Bitcoin skyrocketed several times a while ago. Hearing the classmates' discussion in the classroom, Chen Hang touched his nose. Good lord, this rumor was too outrageous. He was directly becoming a stock god here. Didn't make that much. 2 billion is only my principal. Chen Hang put his cell phone in front of Li Sudong. After Li Sudong repeatedly confirmed, he realized that Chen Hang's securities account was lying at 2.05 billion. Available funds of 1 billion. Invested 1 billion and made a profit of 50 million. There were so many numbers that he could barely make sense of them. I was the one who read it wrong. But 2 billion principal seems even more outrageous. I can't even think of putting 100 million in the bank. 2 billion in the bank is at least $70 million a year in interest. 200,000 per day. Can't spend it all. Can't spend it all at all. Chen Hang didn't say anything about this, just silently exited the securities app. Not a moment later, the teacher entered the classroom. Chen Hang listened to the class, and then brushed up the short video. The time of 2 classes quickly passed. After class, Chen Hang opened the super gift pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 80 talent value. 80 points of talent value. Unity Sun's gift pack is pretty good. Chen Hang checked the attribute panel. Host, Chen Hang. Age, 19. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 77 kilograms. Face value, 85. Strength, 55. Agility, 65. Physical fitness, 65. Level experience, LV10, 215 million/1. 5 billion. Rebate multiplier, 11 times. Skills, basketball proficiency, divine driving. Talent value, 80. After thinking about it, Chen Hang planned to fill up his face value and physique first. The two items added up to exactly 50. 35 points of talent value allocated to physique. 15 points of talent value allocated to face value. 30 points of talent value allocated to strength. Okay, assigning talent values to the host now. Ding! Allocation successful. After the allocation was completed, Chen Hang was much more refreshed. The body was incomparably strong. The peak human physique had been reached. He wouldn't be weak this time. It was at this moment that a girl wearing jeans with a high ponytail suddenly appeared behind Chen Hang, covered his eyes, and pretended to change her voice. Guess who I am? Ran, you're very naughty. The corner of Chen Hang's mouth curled up, and with a backhand, he wrapped his hand around Li Ranran's willow waist and held her on his lap. Nasty, how did you know it was me? Li Ranran looked at Chen Hang with a smile. She suddenly realized that Chen Hang had become much more handsome. The contours of his face and features were better looking. There was also an intangible air and charm. Your scent. This niece's body fragrance was different from other girls. An indescribable aroma. Li Ranran guffawed, and then asked, what were you thinking about just now? Looking out the window alone and gawking. She looked at Chen Hang's class schedule, so she wanted to sneak over to surprise Chen Hang. Unexpectedly, this guy was actually dawdling. Walked up behind him and didn't even notice. It's nothing, just thinking about when you're coming to find me. Chen Hang buried himself into Li Ranran's chest. The mood was a lot more pleasant. I'll come to you whenever I'm free. Li Ranran blushed for a moment. She touched Chen Hang's head. There was a lot of hair and it was very comfortable. Chen Hang responded and said with a smile, we'll eat at the usual place later. What do you want to eat? I'll have them make it in advance. Li Ranran thought for a moment, beef with sand onions and vegetable salad. Chen Hang nodded slightly and pulled out his cell phone and started typing. Li Ranran looked at Chen Hang's demeanor in fascination. Her heartbeat accelerated dramatically, and a touch of redness surfaced on her pretty face. Only after Chen Hang finished sending the message did he realize that Li Ranran was staring at him in awe. Chapter 38 Stock Market Closing. Do you have time the day after tomorrow? Let's go to the beach, Li Ranran said with a smile. Chen Hang raised his eyebrows. Why would you suddenly think of going to the beach? It's been a long time since I swam. It's just right to go to the beach for a break, Li Ranran responded. She actually wanted to stay with Chen Hang all day. Going to the beach was merely the reason. Good. I'll book a hotel later. We'll go over in the morning. Chen Hang readily agreed. The day after tomorrow happened to have no classes. Going to the beach to have some fun would be fine. Aha! Li Ranran smiled sweetly. At this time, her stomach rumbled twice. Chen Hang glanced at Li Ranran and said knowingly, alright, let's go eat first. Without realizing it, the time reached 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the last 3 minutes of the trading session, the volume of Hanwoo Group's hit rose to a horrifying 1.8 million lots. A $6 billion market capitalization company, $2 billion of capital buying. Enough to show the potential of this stock's 10 consecutive boards. The hot ranking of Hong Wang Group jumped to the third. More and more shareholders and lobbying organizations began to pay attention to this stock. A well-known financial blogger, at the first opportunity, sent the article that was prepared before the close of the market to the internet. Shocked. 900 million mysterious funds detonated the stock market. 10 consecutive board a touch. The stock market will usher in what kind of huge changes? A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Countless financial bloggers have followed suit. Collectively shot a short video, wrote a small essay. The stock market has long since closed. But with the announcement of the Dragon Tiger list and the bombardment of small essays, the videos of the major financial bloggers have exploded the stock circle. Flood Group is hot, but also on the Jitterbug hot list. Dragon Tiger list by seat list 1 is still Dongming Securities Danjiang Road Business Department. By amount, from 100 million into 900 million. And the list of the second seat of the buy amount, just 80 million. The gap between the two, can be imagined. Can be very responsible to say. Flood Group stop. Completely this mysterious Big Brother single-handedly pull. The word is 900 million. Big Brother bull. $2 billion of capital buying, afraid of 5 consecutive boards. Smaller pattern. Next door, Topside Group has 10 consecutive boards. Now we can't even enter the board, it's already sealed. Martyr, I saw it this morning but didn't dare to buy it. I feel like I've lost another $100 million. Ha ha ha. I know Big Brother will not let me down. Netname Cohen, you are two beautiful stockholders proudly sunshine the earnings screenshot. Seeing that the stockholders see good, he did not follow the trend. Rather, he chose to believe in the mysterious funds, backhandedly filled the position. In his opinion, the big man must be behind tens or even hundreds of billions of dollars. All fear comes from a lack of firepower. The big man obviously did not have the fear of insufficient firepower. Such a rough maneuver is a testament to his illustrious family history. Dongming Securities, Danjiang Road Sales Department. Manager's office. I'm sorry, Boss Lu. We really can't reveal the wind. Dong Lin, we don't provide customer information here. Manager Su, we have no comment from our side. Zhong Wei connected 3 calls in one go. He sat in his office chair and rubbed his temples. Since the morning, he had already received 50 calls. None of them were inquiring about Chen Hang's identity. As the general manager of the sales department, Zhong Wei was aware of the importance of customer information. If word got out from him, he would definitely lose Chen Hang as a big client. Chen Hang's handling fee for the morning contributed to 7 million to the sales department's performance. 3 million for 2 days. Chen Hang's securities account still had 1 billion available. He didn't even dare to think about the handling fees in the back. Zhong Wei would never dare to offend such a big client. Then again, Chen Hang's background is Hanlei Group. He is a small business department manager. Patting the horse's ass are too late. Thinking of this, Zhong Wei hurriedly sent a WeChat to call Su Jiechi. Seeing the WeChat, Su Jiechi quickly came to the manager's office. Manager, you're looking for me? You don't need to come over starting tomorrow. Go directly to Chen Dong's side. Zhong Wei opened the door and said. Su Jiechi froze slightly. Manager, are you firing me? Go over to Chairman Chen's side tomorrow to be his assistant. The company's salary for you will be sent to your card as usual, plus another 3,000 monthly raise for you. Zhong Wei wouldn't be stupid enough to fire Su Jiechi, although she had only been recruited for 3 months. But her ability to work was particularly strong. With her white skin and pretty figure, she was very suitable to be Chen Hang's assistant. As long as Su Jiechi stabilized Chen Hang, she would definitely be able to keep this big customer. Tomorrow. Su Jiechi was a little confused. She wasn't ready. Yes, it's settled. You pack up and go visit Dongchen with me now, Zhong Wei said. Oh, good. Su Jiechi quickly left the manager's office. Although she didn't know what Zhong Wei was thinking, but the thought of meeting Chen Hang later on created a hint of anticipation in her heart. Chapter 39, The Charm of 100 Face Value. Afternoon. Chen Hang stayed with Li Ranran for a while before sending her back to Longda. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon when he drove up to the Hanlei Group headquarters building. Driving to the open-air parking lot, the security chief at the entrance recognized the chairman's Bugatti Red Dragon in a second and saluted towards Chen Hang. Stepping into the building, the courtesy lady smiled and greeted Chen Hang. Boss, good afternoon. Hello? Chen Hang smiled back out of politeness. The Miss Manners had a high face value. Hanlei Group's facade bearer was no slouch. But right at this moment, she suddenly clenched her legs and seemed to have some leg weakness. Is everything alright? Chen Hang went up and held her. The woman blushed to the point of redness. Sorry, boss. Just standing for a long time, a bit of leg weakness. Thanks for your concern, boss. Miss Etiquette sheepishly glanced at Chen Hang. She didn't realize that in reality, there were really boys who were so handsome that her legs went soft. Chen Hang looked at the woman and also quickly realized that something was wrong. Only, it was not good for him to say anything. Rest for a day. I'll instruct Secretary Yun to speak to your supervisor later. Hearing this, Miss Manners hurriedly waved her hand. No need, boss. It's much better now. Miss Manners was particularly embarrassed. a large portion of her face reddened visible to the naked eye. Good, I'll go up first. Since she wasn't going to rest, Chen Hang didn't want to force himself. It was just that this state, it seemed a bit unpleasant. Take care, boss. Miss Etiquette looked at Chen Hang's back and only felt her cheeks burn. 1 minute later, Chen Hang took the elevator to the 9th floor. The elevator doors opened just in time to meet Yun Shui, who was waiting for the elevator. Yun Shui, who encountered Chen Hang, was obviously stunned and stopped in her tracks. You ninny, what are you gawking at? Chen Hang stepped out of the elevator and came to Yun Shui's side with a calm demeanor. Yun Shui had tied her hair into a pill head today. It looked clean and sharp, with a particularly neighborly sister vibe. Boss, you're handsome again. Yun Shui's pretty face flushed as she took hold of Chen Hang, her eyes staring tightly at him. It was only at this moment that she realized that boys could really be so sunny and handsome. Let's go into the office and talk. Yun Shui's reaction was normal. 15 points of face value had just been added in the morning. The aura of face value added to 100. He was also considered a handsome human. In reality, Chen Hang hadn't met a girl with 100 points. If he did meet one, his reaction could only be said to be better than Yun Shui, but not much better. Yun Shui obediently followed behind. Chen Hang had just sat down on his office chair. A knock sounded outside the door. I'll go take a look. Yun Shui hurriedly opened the door. A few minutes later, she returned to the office. Boss, it's manager Zhong Wei and assistant Su Jechi from Dongming Securities. Zhong Wei? What is this guy doing here? Let them come in. Chen Hang didn't think much and asked Yun Shui to bring them in. Yun Shui opened the office door, leading the two to the parlor. Chen Hang saw Su Jechi at a glance. Today, she was not wearing her assistant uniform. Instead, she was wearing a knitted cardigan top with a short white camisole undershirt, and the lower half of her body with blue jeans. And with her hair tied up, she looked youthful and energetic. Seeing Chen Hang, Su Jechi was first stunned. After locking eyes with Chen Hang, she shyly averted her gaze. Only then did Chen Hang stand up and walk to the parlor. Manager Zhong, what brings you here? Chen Hang politely extended his hand. Zhong Wei whirled around and shook it warmly. Chen Dong, you are an honored customer of our business department. It's not. Thought I'd come to pay a visit to Dong Chen and do my part. Zhong Wei lowered his posture. In front of Chen Hang, he clearly knew his status. You're welcome, Manager Zhong. Don't stand, let's sit down and talk. Chen Hang sat down. Zhong Wei also sat to the side with Su Jechi. Yun Shui knowingly poured a cup of tea for each of the three. Dong Chen, in fact, I came over today mainly to thank you for choosing us, Dongming Securities. On the other hand, it's also because I want Jechi to be your personal secretary. You are the #1 customer of our business department. If you have any investment questions, you can give them to her. Zhong Wei said smilingly. Last time, the level of investment advisor was obviously not enough. This time, the personal secretary level was very suitable for a big client like Chen Hang. Manager Zhong doesn't know, I already have 2 secretaries. Chen Hang took a sip of tea. With another Su Jechi, he would have 3 personal secretaries. 1 person's job, 3 secretaries to do it. For him, the intensity was a bit high. Dong Chen, for you, 1 more is not too much. You can rest assured, Jechi is a master's degree student from Hangzhou University's Department of Economics and Management, and possesses rich investment knowledge, can fully help you with the investment matters. Zhong Wei laughed. Alright, when can she come over? Chen Hang thought about it and simply agreed. The day after tomorrow happened to be a trip out with Li Ranran, so he simply let Su Jechi help him brush up on his investment rebates. He also didn't want to look at the stock market the first thing he did when he got up every day. It was much easier to have a beautiful assistant to help him with the rebates. If there's nothing wrong on Chen Dong's side, you can come over to work tomorrow. Good, tomorrow then. After a smooth talk, Zhong Wei and Chen Hang politely said a few words and went back. Su Jechi was naturally left in the office. Secretary Yun, why don't you take her to familiarize herself with the company first? Okay. Su Jechi followed Yun Shui around. Not long after, she returned to Chen Hang's chairman's room. Chen Hang sat on his office chair and waved towards Su Jechi. Tomorrow, first help me sell all of the positions in the Flood Group. Then select good stocks with a market capitalization of $30 billion and buy $500 million in batches. Your task is done. Boss, you single-handedly pulled up Hangwu Group. Now that the big money has been attracted, there is still the possibility of a back-to-back board, and the probability is that selling now will be a step down. Are you sure you want to sell off all at once? Su Jechi asked uneasily. The Flood Group had spent $1 billion to successfully stir up the heat. Chen Hang's securities account had only made a profit of 5%. It was a bit of a shame to give up just like that. Just do what I tell you to do. There's no need for you to worry about anything else. Chen Hang's rebate multiplier and investment amount were 12 times and 500 million respectively. As long as the rebate of $6 billion from Unicorn arrived every day, it really didn't matter if the stock market made money or not. Compared to the rebate from Unicorn, the profit from speculating in the stock market was a drop in the bucket. Even if you lose a few $100 million, it's not a big problem. Chapter 40 Super Yacht, Huaxia Emerald. By the way, Secretary Yun, I need to purchase a private yacht. Keep an eye on this matter for me. Chen Heng instructed Yun Shui, who was beside Su Juchi. Since he was going to the beach, a yacht was definitely indispensable. Poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. Private airplanes were standard. A luxury yacht was a symbol of ultimate wealth for celebrities. The price of a top-class yacht could even reach $2 billion. And that's just the purchase price. The annual cost of mooring and maintenance is about 10% of the purchase price. With such expensive maintenance costs, it was undoubtedly a luxury in the true sense of the word. Alright, Yun Shui led Su Juchi out of the office. Chen Heng rubbed his eyebrows. 3 secretaries, the genus was a bit of a surprise. Management-wise, it might require some skill. Not long after, Yun Shui re-entered the office. Boss, tomorrow Jaha Group is holding a grand spring auction at the Longhai Hotel. At that time, the Azimuth Huaxia Emerald Yacht will be auctioned as an exhibition lot. Do you need to make a trip over there? Chen Heng pursed his lips. Azimuth, the luxury yacht brand. The design, research and development, and superior craftsmanship lead the trend in the yacht market. It was one of the best-selling yacht brands in the world. The Huaxia Emerald, as a yacht made by Asmu, should also be excellent. What is the price of the Asmu Huaxia Emerald? According to the price provided by the auction house, the starting price is 200 million. Yun Shui truthfully said, "Good, I'll personally make a trip over there tomorrow, and you can reserve a seat for me." Right now, he had 1 billion in his account. With a starting bid of 200 million, it wasn't a problem even if it was doubled. Not to mention the 6 billion rebate tomorrow. The following morning, Chen Heng drove and arrived at the Dragon City Hotel. At this time, the hotel was already crowded. The entrance was even more crowded with luxury cars. Mercedes, Bentley, Rolls-Royce, Maybach, Bugatti. All the major luxury models appeared collectively at the venue. Chen Heng's car naturally attracted a lot of attention. After getting out of the car, the beautiful manager of the hotel greeted him. "Agu, Chen Dong. Why did you come without saying hello to me?" "Well, go out to greet you." Lin Jiaomei laughed. Due to her high face value and aura, she was impressed with Chen Heng. After a while, Lin Jiao had gotten to know him as well. Chen Heng's mind moved. Lin Jiao's profile panel also appeared. Name, Lin Jiao. Age, 29. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Stature 8'4". Face value, 74. Perfection 9'5". Heartwarming value, 65. "I haven't seen you for 2 days, you've gotten a lot rosier. Did you steal food again?" Chen Heng wreaked havoc and gave her a meaningful smile. The last time he came over, Lin Jiao's level of perfection was still 96. I can't imagine that after not seeing her for 3 days, it's changed again. Lin Jiao, heartwarming value +2. Lin Jiao, heartwarming value +2. Lin Jiao, heartwarming value +3. Heartwarming value, 72. Chen Dong, you're really good at joking. Why don't you sit at my place later? My cat can backflip. Lin Jiao blushed and threw a wink. A big shot of Chen Heng's caliber. She dreamed of hitching a ride. No, today is for business. Chen Heng coughed twice and regained his proper color. He had no actual thoughts about Lin Jiao. "This way please, I'll take you to your seat." Lin Jiao let out a light smile and led Chen Heng into the auction hall. The second lot of this auction is the Diamond Star Necklace. This exquisite necklace comes from the hands of the industry's top designers and is encrusted with 20 perfect rubies. Each gemstone is a natural diamond of extremely high quality. The starting bidding price is $30 million. The bidding will now begin. The auction had already begun at this point. The seats in the hall were almost full. Roughly sweeping a glance, there were quite a few well-known entrepreneurs in Longhai among them. Chen Heng was arranged by Lin Jiao to the first row of seats. "Dong Chen, this is the seat we have reserved for you. If you have any other needs, please feel free to greet her. She will serve you with everything." Lin Jiao bowed slightly and made a welcoming gesture to indicate a waitress next to her. Chen Heng looked at the waitress and said with a smile, "Thank you, Manager Lin Nen. You're welcome, Mr. Chen. It is our honor to serve you." Lin Jiao spread a smile and left the venue. Chen Heng pulled out his cell phone. The $6 billion of rebates had clearly arrived. Chen Heng understood that it was Su Juchi who swiped the rebate for him. He opened WeChat. Lin Jiao sent him the auction list. There are roughly 18 more lots before it is the turn of the Huaxia Emerald Yacht. WeChat dialog box. There was also a WeChat from Li Yi in there. "How about I wear this next time?" Photo 1. JPG. Photo 2. JPG. Chen Heng clicked on it and saw that it was her newly bought uniform. From a major airline. Chen Heng grinned. "This niece is very efficient. It was done in 2 or 3 days. Where are the pictures you took on the airplane?" Chen Heng remembered that Li Yi even told him this secret. Her co-workers, they would take nice pictures and send them to their good friends. She also revealed that she would occasionally take 2 or 3. "Not for you." Li Yi replied to WeChat in seconds. A minute later, she still sent over 3 pictures. Chen Heng clicked on the pictures. Sexy and hot bodies then appeared on the screen. After saving them, Chen Heng took a long breath. This niece was really a siren. "When are you going to make your move?" A young man standing on the second floor platform of the hall held up a wineglass towards the man beside him. Zhao Gui didn't say anything and revealed a mysterious smile. Wang Haotian skimmed his mouth and returned his gaze to the auction table. It was unknown what Zhao Gui was selling, actually pretending to be so mysterious. The Huaxia Emerald Yacht, you should have seen it before. I came over this time just for this yacht. Zhao Gui had been thinking about the Huaxia Emerald for a long time. It was hard to wait until his owner auctioned it off. No matter what, he had to auction this luxury yacht. The starting price of the Huaxia Emerald is 200 million. Are you really sure you can take it? Wang Haotian looked at Zhao Gui. 200 million wasn't a lot for their family's situation, but a one-time cash flow of $200 million was really a bit difficult. Very sure. Zhao Gui would smile. He had 600 million lying in his account, which was 3 times as much as this yacht. It probably wouldn't be able to use that much money yet. Chapter 41, 12 billion rebates, 10 billion godly men. In a flash of time, an hour had passed. Zhao Gui and Wang Haotian, too, came from the second floor rest platform to the 6th row of hall seats. The 20th lot of this auction is the Huaxia Emerald. The moment the auctioneer said this, immediately, it caused a sensation on the stage. The Huaxia Emerald. It's said to be a yacht with a particularly luxurious configuration. 8 million hull with a metal-painted body. An hour's worth of fuel costs $20,000. Those who can afford a yacht will still consider the cost of gas? A year's maintenance costs a lot of money. The guests on the stage murmured. The auctioneer then introduced. The Huaxia Jade is a 120-foot superyacht specially designed, developed and manufactured by Azimuth. The yacht is 53 meters long and 58 meters wide, with an avant-garde sporty design, smooth and elegant hull lines, and every inch of the hull is carefully polished. And it is equipped with 2 super powerful 2,300 horsepower main engines, with a maximum speed of 30 knots, that is, 56 kilometers per hour. The starting bid is 200 million, ladies and gentlemen, the bidding will now begin. The Huaxia Emerald officially started bidding. A few seconds later, some of the guests quickly flashed their prices. No. 132. $210 million. No. 98. $225 million. No. 146. $230 million. 2 minutes of time. The price of the Huaxia Emerald was raised to 230 million. Chen Hang looked calm. He was calmly waiting for the final price. No. 146. $230 million. First time. No. 146. $230 million. Second time. The auctioneer waited for a minute, ready to end the lot according to the usual practice. Seeing this, Wang Haotian couldn't help but remind, if you don't act, this yacht will be auctioned off. Zhao Gui smiled, don't be in a hurry, I'll bid now. Looking at the fact that no one raised the bid again, Zhao Gui slowly revealed an overwhelming price. No. 144, 300 million. The auctioneer's eyes lit up. Zhao Gui's bid was the highest price of today's auction. It completely crushed the previous guest. At the same time, the guests collectively looked at Zhao Gui. So it's Mr. Zhao. No wonder the bid was so high. It's rumored that Mr. Zhao likes this yacht so much that he came all the way here to buy it. At a price of $300 million, the Huaxia Jadeite is feared to be taken by Mr. Zhao. Hearing Zhao Gui's price, the corner of Chen Hang's mouth traced an arc. Number 144. 300 million. First time. No. 144. 300 million. Second time. The auctioneer was ready to end the bidding. Just when everyone thought the auction was set with a single hammer, an amazing sign was lit up. Number 18. Add 100 million. Chen Hang frankly put down the no. 18 sign under the gazes of the many guests. All of the guests' gazes were instantly attracted. Crap. Where did this big brother come from, actually adding $100 million directly? This big brother looks like he's quite young. Couldn't be the son of the Lin family, right? The Lin family is dying. The guests in the hall speculated about Chen Hang's identity. But when someone saw that the sign held up was Chen Hang, the picture suddenly changed. Crap. It's Hanwei Group's Chen Dong. Impossible, the chairman of Hanwei Group is so young? Absolutely right, he's the newly appointed chairman. The various guests were in an uproar. A woman sitting in the second row looked over toward Chen Hang. She only saw her long French wavy hair and picturesque eyebrows. An elegant slim-fitting hip-wrapped dress outlined her concave and convex devilish figure. Looking at Chen Hang's side face, the woman's body trembled slightly, her heartbeat inexplicably accelerating. Zhao Gui also followed the gazes of the crowd. He felt particularly strange about this man who had come out halfway. If it was really wanted, then it should have been bid a long time ago. There was no need to wait until the last minute to bid. Moreover, Chen Hang looked to be of a similar age to them. But he hadn't heard of this figure in the circle of rich kids in Longhai. Do you recognize this guy? Zhao Gui asked towards Wang Haotian who was on the side. I'm not really sure. Wang Haotian spread his hands, just looked it up online, chairman of Hanwei Group. Top internet company, worth tens of billions. Zhao Gui frowned slightly. He had heard of Hanwei Group, a tens of billions level internet enterprise, but the original chairman wasn't surnamed Chen either. After a 2-second pause, Zhao Gui raised his sign again. 450 million. The various guests sniffed and collectively looked at Zhao Gui. Crap. Worthy of being Mr. Zhao, he bid again. Cowardly. This is the rhythm of preparing to rush to 500 million. It's possible to triple it. Chen Hang just smiled faintly and raised his number plate. 500 million. Zhao Gui's face was a bit ugly. Wang Haotian had a hopeless look on his face. Chen Hang's price was overwhelming every time. The money that Zhao Gui brought was probably not enough for Chen Hang to drink a pot. It was completely unqualified to compete with Chen Hang. 600 million. Zhao Gui quoted the final price. 600 million was the highest price he could afford. After Zhao Gui put down his sign, Chen Hang raised his numbered card as usual. 1 billion. In an instant, the entire room roared. All the guests collectively held their breath, their eyes filled with shock. Crap! It's increased by 400 million in one breath. The starting bid has quintupled. It's outrageous. Too trenchant. Dongchen is definitely the most domineering man I've ever seen. Everyone in the hall, one by one, threw gazes of admiration at Chen Hang. Even the security personnel at the entrance became the eating crowds. No. 18. 1 billion for the first time. No. 18. 1 billion for the second time. No. 18. 1 billion for the third time. Sold. Congratulations to Arnaud. 18 for successfully bidding on the 20th lot of this auction, the Huaxia Emerald Yacht. The next instant, the guests applauded. The applause rose and fell. Zhao Gui's face grew more and more ironic. Originally, he was all set to take the yacht. For this reason, he had also specially drawn out $600 million from Lao Deng's company. He didn't expect to be cut off. At this moment, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. On Wang Haotian's side, he was convinced. 1 billion in cash. Even in their father's circle, it was a rather explosive existence. A few moments later, a female waitress then walked up to Chen Hang. Sir, you have won our lot 20. Please follow me over here to complete the transaction procedures. Chen Hang tapped his chin, got up and went to the signing office with the waitress. Sir, this is the transaction confirmation slip for lot 20. Please sign. The waitress handed the slip to Chen Hang. Chen Hang swept a glance and sharply signed his name. Okay, sir. Simply make your payment within 2 weeks and you can pick up your lot. Do you intend to pay now or another day? The waitress smiled. Now. Chen Hang took out his bank card and handed it to the waitress. A minute later, a prompt from the system came in his head. Ding. The host consumed 1 billion yuan. Rebate 12 billion yuan. Ding. System upgrade. Get the super gift bag. Current level LV10. Rebate multiplier, 12 times. Level experience, LV10, 308 million/2 billion. Investment amount upgrade. Daily investment rebate amount, 1 billion. Dragon City Bank, your bank card with tail number 8688. Income of 120,000,000,000 yuan. Available balance of 181,2378, 1364. 18 yuan. Chen Hang couldn't stop the corners of his lips from rising. Chapter 42 24K gold wristwatch. Right at this moment, Wang Haotian walked head-on towards Chen Hang. I'm really sorry just now, my friend, he didn't know that you liked this yacht. Chen Hang looked at Wang Haotian. The debauched dress was clearly a rich second generation, not much different from Principal Wang in his last life. It's just a little more money, it doesn't bother me. Chen Hang's face was calm. Even if Zhao Gui didn't raise the price, he would still bid up to 1 billion. After all, the rebate from Unicorn was here. Get to know each other. My name is Wang Haotian. Wang Haotian smiled and took the initiative to extend his hand. Chen Hang. Chen Hang shook it. Wang Haotian had a somewhat easygoing personality and was not as arrogant and domineering as one would expect. I heard them say that you are the recently appointed chairman of Hanwei Group? Wang Haotian said with a smile. Chen Hang nodded slightly, yes. I didn't expect you to be worth tens of billions of dollars at such a young age. I made the right friend this time. Airborne chairman of Hanwei Group, Chen Hang's background was clearly not simple. In their second-generation circle, background could work much better than family status. Let's have a cup of coffee together after the auction. Wang Haotian proposed. Chen Hang slightly raised his wrist and glanced at the time. No, I have things to do later, let's wait until we have time. Then add a WeChat? If there is anything, it's convenient to say hello. Okay. After adding WeChat, Wang Haotian left knowingly. The circle of the second generation of Longhai. Chen Hang was not interested for the time being. However, Zhao Gui could come up with $600 million, so it was obviously not simple either. Wang Haotian was also from the circle, so it was unlikely that he would be able to do any favors one day. Chen Hang followed the waitress back to the banquet hall. However, at this time, beside his seat sat a woman who was a beautiful woman. Her skin was like condensed fat, her face was like a peach blossom, and she exuded a warm and gentle aura. Chen Hang's mind moved and checked her information. Name, Shen Fengfei. Age, 23. Height, 174 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Body shape, 95. Face value, 98. Perfection 100. Heartwarming value, 70. With a face value of 98, his appearance was on par with Li Yi. But what he didn't expect was that Shen Fengfei's heartwarming value for him actually reached 70. He had only just met Shen Fengfei. Heartwarming value so high? Chen Hang rubbed his nose and returned to his seat, pulling out his cell phone as if nothing had happened. When her afterglow glanced at Chen Hang, Shen Fengfei's heartbeat accelerated a bit. She had just taken advantage of Chen Hang's departure and exchanged places with the man beside him, just to chat with Chen Hang. But when Chen Hang actually sat beside her, she was a bit distraught again. Ladies and gentlemen, the 23rd lot of this auction is a 24K gold wristwatch designed and made by a renowned master craftsman. The auction for lot 23 began on the exhibition stand. In the next instant, there was a special person wearing white gloves, pushing the gold wristwatch to the center of the booth. Crap! It's really 24K gold. It's so damn bright, it feels brighter than my 24K titanium dog eyes. This starting bid is at least $80 million, right? All the guests were immediately shocked by the gold wristwatch. It was easy to make a pure gold wristwatch, but this ultra-highly crafted wristwatch was incomparably exquisite in every detail. It was difficult just to design it, let alone make it. Chen Hang's eyes lit up. A gold wristwatch was indeed good. The amount spent on bidding could also be rebated, so why not just play a big game? Today's account balance is 1 billion, 12 times the rebate. 300 small goal, get it first. This is a connecting body made of 24K gold made of the perfect wristwatch, grid skeletonization design style, breakthrough mechanical beauty, is the fusion of fashion and elegance. The watch belt is made of wild tropical crocodile leather. The dial is set with 2 exquisite and incomparable rubies. The starting bidding price is $250 million. The bidding will now begin. As soon as these words came out, some guests flashed their preferred prices. No. 130, 252. $5 million. No. 68, 263. $4 million. No. 89, 283. $2 million. The competition became more and more intense, and the auction price of the gold wristwatch soared from the initial $50 million to $283. $2 million. Although it was just a gold wristwatch, the aura it exuded was a symbol of top-tier wealth. The crowd of bigwigs in the banquet hall collectively began to coax this peerless watch. $300 million. A middle-aged man sitting in the first row quoted a shocking price. Crap Nima. $300 million. Are they all crazy today? I'm really convinced, I dare say you're all big shots. I thought I was already invincible with $80 million in cash on my card. I didn't expect it to be a wardregs. A gold wristwatch that was pure gold cost but tens of thousands of dollars. When it goes to millions, it's the brand's influence. Auction to 10 million, it was the craftsmanship and design that gave it value. Auction to 300 million, it was already a complete symbol of the identity of a top-tier divine tycoon. $380 million. A nice female voice sounded in Chen Hang's ears. Chen Hang slightly turned sideways, only to see Shen Fengfei raise her number plate. Realizing that Chen Hang was looking at her, Shen Fengfei also turned to look over. After looking at each other for 3 seconds, Shen Fengfei eventually blushed and averted her gaze. Chen Hang's bright eyes made her blush and burn as she looked at them, and her heartbeat accelerated dramatically. Shen Fengfei, heartwarming value +2. Shen Fengfei, heartwarming value +2. Heartwarming value, 74. Looking at Shen Fengfei's side face, Chen Hang surged slightly. He was already immune to beauties with less than 90 points. But a gentle woman like Shen Fengfei who scored 98 points was still somewhat moved inwardly. The enthusiasm in the banquet hall was still high. $380 million had already exceeded everyone's expectations. $580 million. The middle-aged man shouted out a high price again. For a while, no one dared to bid again. $580 million. This watch was already beyond the price that most people could afford. Number 12. $580 million. First time. No. 12. $580 million. Second time. Just when everyone thought the bidding was over, Chen Hang's sign reappeared in their line of sight. 8 billion. In an instant, the venue erupted into a shocking cry that resounded through the heavens. Everyone was inwardly incomparably shocked, each and every one of them staring wide-eyed, and some even had their mouths open wider than an ostrich egg. A sky-high price of $8 billion. Not to mention buying it, even if they were to brag, they wouldn't dare to do so. A gold wristwatch, from $580 million to $8 billion, tripled. At this moment, Chen Hang completely refreshed their 3 views. Damn, this is the real God's rich. Chapter 43. Love to see your one horse. 8 billion. First time. 8 billion. Second time. 8 billion. Third time. Sold. Congratulations to our honorable guest No. 18, who has successfully won the 23rd lot of this auction, the gold wristwatch, for $8 billion. The auctioneer sealed the auction with a single hammer blow. All the guests in the hall couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Crap, a sky-high price of 1.8 billion, it's really sold. 250 million for a wristwatch, flipped a full 7 times. Terrifying as hell. Refreshing Jia He Group's auction record of 1.3 billion, and an extra 500 million. It's too explosive. There was a roar from the stage. Applause rose and fell endlessly, and some guests even stood up excitedly, their eyes filled with admiration. Chen Hang's level had far surpassed their imagination. With a fortune of $20 to $30 billion, in Longhai City, it was already a top tycoon. Chen Hang's casual outburst was 1.8 billion. It was still liquidity. One could imagine that Chen Hang's assets had reached tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. Shen Fanfei was also incomparably shocked inside. With Chen Hang's status, $1 billion to buy a yacht, she wasn't very surprised. But a sky-high price of $1.8 billion for just a gold wristwatch, she was shocked. The two values were completely unequal. Not long after, Lin Jiao brought 4 charming and sexy waitresses to Chen Hang's seat. Dong Chen, it's hard for you to make one more trip with us to complete the transaction procedures. Looking at the stunning great beauty in front of him, Chen Hang grinned, no problem. Dong Chen, this way please. Lin Jiao made a welcoming gesture. Chen Hang was comfortably led by the personalized waitress to the signing office on the other side of the hall, signing and paying the full amount of $1.8 billion. Ding! The host spent 1.8 billion yuan. Rebate 21.6 billion yuan. Ding! System upgrade. Get the super gift bag. Current level LV11. Rebate multiplier, 13 times. Level experience, LV11, 108 million/4 billion. Investment amount upgrade. Daily investment rebate amount, 1.5 billion. Dragon City Bank, your bank card with tail number 8688. Income of 216,000,000,000 yuan. Available balance of 379, 2378, 1364. 18 yuan. Dragon City Bank, your bank card with tail number 8688. Income of 216,000,000,000 yuan. Available balance of 379, 2378, 1364. 18 yuan. Chen Hang's mouth was almost crooked with laughter. The auction was really a good place for rebates. 7 billion had skyrocketed to 37.9 billion in the blink of an eye. In just 20 minutes, he had easily earned tens of billions. This rebate speed, faster than riding a rocket. Dong Chen, really don't consider sitting on my side? The cats and kittens that people raise can really backflip. Lin Jiao smiled seductively and rubbed Chen Hang's arm. I still prefer to see you do a one-horse. Chen Hang looked at Lin Jiao and wreaked havoc for 2. Lin Jiao belonged to the class flower level type. Although her face value was not as good as a school flower level beauty, but her figure was still quite good. Shindong, you're so annoying. Lin Jiao's pretty face was red and hot. Her feet were a little too soft to stand. I won't hide it from you, my family also has a civet cat. Chen Hang raised his eyebrows slightly. Shindong, does your family's civet cat also know how to backflip? Lin Jiaomei laughed. No, my family's cat doesn't. Chen Hang smiled slightly, but my family's dog can do Thomas pirouettes. Moreover, my family's cat can walk the dog. Hearing the other party's words, Lin Jiao burst into laughter and giggled out. Dong Chen, I'm interested when you say that. Come over to my side at that time, I'll have them show you. By the way, let's see if your one-horse mark is standardized. Chen Hang ravaged Lin Jiao. The fragrant softness in his arms was simply too good to be true. Of course, going over to his side was just a matter of interest and a few jokes. If Chen Hang really wanted to, he wouldn't have to go to that much trouble and would just start the war directly in the hotel room. Nasty, Shindong. Lin Jiao raised her small fist and lightly slapped Chen Hang's chest. Chen Hang's wanton intensity was still as fierce as ever, but the thought of her having to display a one-horse scene in front of Chen Hang made Lin Jiao blush with shame. Not long after, a staff member quickly arrived in front of Lin Jiao. Manager Lin, the 24th lot has been auctioned. Chairman Yang of Wanchun Group has won this lot. Do you want to go over? I won't go over, you can just let Shan and the girls go. Lin Jiao waved her hand and the staff retreated. There were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the hall, but most of the guests were not as honorable as Chen Hang. The Wanchun Group was clearly no match for Chen Hang's Hanwei Group. In comparison, she knew how to make a trade-off. Dong Chen, I'll go and get busy first. Remember to greet me when something happens. After chatting for a short while, Lin Jiao greeted and ran off to deal with other things. The staff also handed over the packaged lot to Chen Hang at this time. Chen Hang got his wristwatch and turned around, ready to leave the hotel. The yacht was already in his hands, and there was no need for him to continue staying here. Just at this moment, a woman as beautiful as the heavens walked overhead on. Chen Hang's eyes flashed. It was Xin Fangfei who had just sat beside him. Chapter 44, Star Group Xin Fangfei. Crap, it's Miss Shen from Star Group. It's really her. It looks like she's not wearing any makeup. She looks so good even with a plain face. If I could marry her, I'd be willing to inherit the Star Group. You kid doesn't want to suffer at all the good things are taken up by you. Many guests also noticed Chen Fangfei at this moment. Star Group, a large multinational enterprise with a market capitalization of trillions of dollars. Its companies cover a wide range of businesses including finance, real estate, hotels, restaurants, and many other areas. Just 1 year's net profit alone had reached a terrifying $300 billion. The top-tier financial power could completely walk sideways in Longhai City. As the daughter of the chairman of the Star Group, Chen Fangfei was the goddess in the hearts of many second generation. Where is Ms. Chen going? If I'm not mistaken, she went over in the direction of Chen Hang. Crap, she wouldn't have fallen for Chen Hang, would she? Only to see Chen Fangfei smile as she walked over to Chen Hang and extended her white jade hand. Hello, get acquainted, my name is Chen Fangfei. As Lin Jiao brought Chen Hang to pay, her eyes glanced towards Chen Hang's body from time to time. Seeing that Chen Hang had no intention of returning to his seat, Chen Fangfei couldn't care less about her inner reserve. If she missed this opportunity, she didn't know when she would be able to see Chen Hang again. Hello, my name is Chen Hang. Chen Hang shook his hand. His soft and boneless hand was very delicate. He had always had a soft spot for dignified and atmospheric women. What a surprise, so Miss Shin can be so proactive. I realized, Miss Shin is not high and cold, she is high and cold to us. In the banquet hall, many boys' hearts were broken. Chen Fangfei was the only daughter of Shin Hyaming, the chairman of Star Group. If one could marry her, it would definitely be a huge boost to the family business. In Longhai's second-generation circle, they hadn't heard any rumors about Chen Fangfei, much less which boy she had fallen for. But now, Chen Fangfei took the initiative to talk to Chen Hang, obviously liking him. Hearing the surrounding boys' discussion, Chen Hang also quickly understood Chen Fangfei's identity. After all, Star Group was the top company in Longhai City. Chen Hang had more or less understood some of it. It's just that he didn't expect Chen Fangfei to actually be the only daughter of the chairman of Star Group, the future heir of Star Group. Is this the first time you've come to the Jaha Group's auction? As the manager of Star Group, Chen Fangfei often attended major auctions on behalf of Star Group, but she had never seen this figure of Chen Hang before. Yes, I recently wanted to buy a yacht, and it just so happened that there was an azimuth yacht auction this time, so I came over to take a look. Chen Hang said frankly. Good vision. All the performance and configurations of azimuth, Huaxia Emerald are excellent. Only that $1 billion has already exceeded its value. Chen Fangfei smiled. It seems that Ms. Shin is very knowledgeable about yachts. Chen Hang smiled lightly. Can't talk about research, it's just that there happen to be 2 azimuth yachts at home. Chen Hang was not surprised by this. Chen Fangfei's family was very privileged, and there was no difference between a yacht and a toy. Chen Hang lifted his wrist and glanced at the time. Ms. Shin, it's almost noon. I've already booked a restaurant, let's have lunch together. Chen Fangfei was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting Chen Hang to take the initiative to invite her. Seeing that Chen Fangfei did not respond, Chen Hang turned away without saying much. Chen Fangfei's face value and figure was the topmost girl he had ever seen, and compared to Li Yi, who also had a 98-point face value, her figure was that much better. But it wasn't like he couldn't walk away when he saw a beautiful woman. Chen Hang had just taken no more than 2 steps when Chen Fangfei chased after him and stopped in front of him. Where are we going to eat? Chanlong Restaurant, there are too many people here. The corner of Chen Hang's lips raised an imperceptible arc. Okay, you wait for me. Chen Fangfei returned to her seat, picked up her bag and followed Chen Hang out of the hotel door. What's the situation? Ms. Shin is walking away. With Chen Hang this way? No way, they just met. I can't believe I let this guy pick me up so easily. I'm so angry. Walking to the parking lot, Chen Hang brought Chen Fangfei to the front of Bugatti Red Dragon's car. Chen Fangfei pursed her lips. A $50 million supercar was just 2 or 3 months of pocket money for her, but the Red Dragon's handsome pure white body made her feel very stunning. At this time, a security officer of about 1 meter 8, dressed in a suit covered in muscles, trotted to Chen Fangfei's front and made a gesture to indicate the luxury car not far away. Ms. Shin, I parked your car over there for you, this is your key. The security officer handed the key back to Chen Fangfei and jogged all the way back to his workstation. Chen Hang slightly sidestepped and looked over in the direction the security personnel indicated, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Why don't you take your car? My car has too little space. Chen Hang touched his nose. The performance and configuration of the Red Dragon was top of the line, but the space was too small, and the comfort level was not comparable at all compared to a luxury business car. Alright, let's go over there. Chen Fangfei didn't have much of an opinion. The comfort of $1 million luxury business seat was self-evident. In the next instant, Chen Hang took her hand. Touching the warm hand, Chen Fangfei blushed and glanced at Chen Hang. Chen Hang, however, looked as normal. Chen Fangfei did not resist, and held hands with Chen Hang to the front of Cullinan's car. I'll drive. Chen Hang took over the responsibility of the driver. Chen Fangfei nodded slightly and handed the car key to Chen Hang. Opening the car door, the romantic Rolls-Royce's starry top came into view. After Chen Hang got into the car, Chen Fangfei circled around and sat in the passenger seat. The back seat of the business model was obviously much more comfortable than the co-pilot. However, she still wanted to be closer to Chen Hang more. Closing the passenger door, Chen Hang half rose and got close to Chen Fangfei. Let me help you tie it. Oh, good. Looking at Chen Hang's good-looking side face, Shen Fangfei could not help but lightly bite her red lips. She suddenly had an inexplicable urge within her. But after all, being a lady of the house, Shen Fangfei still restrained herself well. Fastening his seatbelt, Chen Hang turned back to the driver's seat. Starting the car drove out of the parking lot. Chapter 45, Too Much Ostentation. Unconsciously, the car arrived at the Chanlong Hotel. Chanlong Hotel, the top 5-star hotel in Longhai. Shen Fangfei was also a valued customer member of this hotel. Only, due to the distance from the company, she came over once in a while. Chen Hang had just gotten off the bus when the ceremonial ladies bowed collectively to welcome him. Hearing the commotion over here, the security captain's eyes lit up and gathered all the security guards guarding the entrance, saluting Chen Hang with incomparable respect. Shen Fangfei ruffled the hair around her ears. She was a $1 million a year customer at the Chanlong Hotel, and she didn't even have this top-tier treatment. The guests in the hotel noticed the situation over here. One by one, they coincidentally threw surprised gazes at Chen Hang. Who is this man? So handsome looking. Just now, I think I heard the waiter call him Chen Dong. Chen Dong. It couldn't be Hanwei Group's Chen Hang, right? That's him. I heard he booked a private room in the hotel for half a year. He pays for nothing if he doesn't come. No way. The cheapest private room in this hotel costs at least 40,000 ah. What are you thinking? Chen Dong is not short of money. He booked a 99,999 room. 180*99999. $18 million for a half-year's room. That's a lot of money. They were also considered regular customers of the Chanlong Hotel. However, they didn't expect that the waiters in the hotel would treat Chen Hang with more respect than they did. Especially after realizing that Chen Hang had chartered a private room for half a year, their hearts were even more convinced. More than $10 million was a lot of money for most of them. Moreover, this was not counting the price of the meal. Adding it all together, one meal would cost at least 100,000 or so. 3 meals would cost at least $200,000 to $300,000. Half a year down the line, you can't afford to eat without $20 or $30 million. What kind of consumption level is this? Completely can hang 99% of the rich in Longhai. The manager of the restaurant also looked over at this time. The moment he saw Chen Hang, he immediately threw down the documents in his hand and walked towards Chen Hang. Mr. Chen, welcome to the Chanlong Hotel once again. MS. Shun, welcome you too. This way please. Chen Hang nodded slightly. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it, and had already gotten used to this kind of formation. Just at this moment, the sound wave of a supercar roared from the distance. The crowd was suddenly drawn to this supercar, only to see a racy limited edition Ferrari 812 parked at the entrance of the hotel. A young man of about 1.75 m with designer clothes got out of the car. Immediately behind him, there was also a yellow-haired boy. What a draggy hairstyle, this person looks familiar, it seems like Huang Xiao. Dragon A2222B. Ferrari 812, it's Huang Xiao alright. After Huang Juanhao got out of the car, he saw Shen Fangfei at a glance. But when he saw Chen Hang beside Shen Fangfei, his face, which had been somewhat surprised, instantly darkened again. Huang Juanhao immediately walked towards Shen Fangfei. Seeing Huang Juanhao, Shen Fangfei's expression instantly went cold, her face radiating an icy aura. Shen Fangfei, don't you like girls? Who is he? Huang Juanhao walked up to Shen Fangfei's body, his expression sulking, his eyes seeming to spit fire. Shen Fangfei was the goddess in the second-generation circle. Such a superb goddess, Huang Juanhao knew that he couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Instead of chasing after her, he thought long and hard. After chasing for 3 years, he finally seized the opportunity yesterday and confessed his love in Shen Fangfei's company. But Shen Fangfei was not hesitant to reject him, and threw out the reason for liking girls. Huang Juanhao is not unable to accept this. But in less than a day's time, Shen Fangfei turned around in intimate contact with the opposite sex. Huang Juanhao's self-esteem was immediately hit. Huang Juanhao, who he is has nothing to do with you, and I don't have the need to explain it to you. Shen Fangfei's brows knitted slightly. Don't be too self-serving. Self-indulgent? This young master just likes to make a fool of himself. Huang Juanhao sneered, his gaze glancing at Chen Hang, although covered in name brands and Patek Philippe watches. But he was driving Shen Fangfei's Cullinan, the second generation of Longhai. All of them started with $1 million luxury cars. A multi-million-dollar car is even more rare. In the rich and powerful circle, there are also levels. Chen Hang's level is not higher than his. Can't even drive a car. There was more of a soft eating component. You're a soft eater, aren't you? The cars are driven by women. Really based on strength, honestly, are you worthy of Fangfei? Huang Juanhao had some scorn in his heart. In his opinion, a level like Chen Hang was not worthy of Shen Fangfei in the slightest. MS. Shen, you don't think he'll be richer than Huang Xiao, do you? The men in Longhai who surpassed Huang Xiao can be counted on 5 fingers. The yellow-haired boy hurriedly agreed. Chen Hang was also dressed as a celebrity second generation. But he had followed Huang Juanhao's side for a long time and had seen more tycoons. The usual level of the second generation no longer caught his eye at all. Even though he wasn't clear about Chen Hang's background, as a good lapdog, he only needed to be on Huang Juanhao's side. This was also the reason why he was able to mix with Huang Juanhao's side. While Yellow Hair was being complacent, the sound of bursting and exploding engines rang out from the distance, only to see a fleet of 9 extremely grand Rolls-Royce Phantom vehicles, incomparably handsome, appear on the road. Crap! Which big brother's fleet is this? It's too dazzling. 9. Mirage. This top-notch fleet costs at least $100 million. It's too dignified. Suddenly I don't feel like Ferrari smells good at all anymore. The Mirage fleet gradually decelerated, and then stopped at the entrance of the Changlong Hotel in front of the unmistakably shocked gazes of the passers-by. A tall woman wearing a secretary's uniform elegantly stepped out of the back seat and came in front of Chen Hang. 9 drivers wearing sunglasses and strong bodies also got off together and jogged all the way to Chen Hang's side, saying in unison, "Boss good. Good day boss. Boss good." In an instant, the entire room was dead silent. Everyone present instantly held their breath, their scalps numb with shock. They froze, not expecting that the 9 top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce Phantoms were actually Chen Hang's exclusive fleet. Such a grandiose platoon. In contrast, Huang Juanhao's Ferrari was scum. Chapter 46. I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry yet. Yellow Hair's side was instantly dumbfounded and froze in place stupidly. The extended version of the top-of-the-line Mirage, one of them cost more than $10 million. The price of 9 of them, with all the various payments added up, had exceeded $100 million. The Ferrari 812, with a top end of $5 or $6 million, was almost twice the difference. Regardless of that aspect, the Mirage completely crushed the Ferrari 812. Huang Juanhao's expression was ugly to the extreme. Most people valued face, and as a second generation, he was even more concerned about his face. But Chen Hang slapped his face in front of everyone. This was simply worse than killing him. Chen Fangfei no longer found it strange. Chen Hang was even able to spend $1.8 billion on gold wristwatches. A 100 million row was nothing more than a small spectacle. Boss, these are the 9 chauffeur bodyguards hired after careful selection. They are all retired soldiers with exceptionally good discipline, and when they were in the military, they were all honored with the title of King of Soldiers. Very good. Have the wages been paid to them? Zhang Xianyu responded with a smile, already listened to your orders and advanced each of them a half-year's salary of $1.2 million in advance. When these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar again. $1.2 million for half a year. That's $2.4 million a year. Crap. Drivers can earn $1 million a year. It's too luxurious. I want to be a driver for Chendong. A salary of $2.4 million in driving a luxury car. Without seeing it with their own eyes, they simply couldn't believe that there could actually be such a good job. Chen Hang bypassed Zhang Xinyu and turned to walk over to Huang Juanhao, looking at him condescendingly. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses for now. For a broken car like yours, I can buy 10 of them in minutes. Next time check how many pennies you have in your pocket before you pick up a girl. You'll never be able to reach a family like hers. The physique had been strengthened and Chen Hang's height had reached 1.87 meters. Huang Juanhao, who was 1.75 meters, looked short in front of him, and his aura was completely crushed by him. What the hell do you mean? Huang Juanhao's face was a bit untenable, and his temper came up all of a sudden. I told you to stop bothering her. Can't you understand human language? Do I have to repeat myself a second time? Like a monkey, she can even shake her head when she walks. As soon as Chen Hang's words fell, laughter came out from the crowd. Shen Fangfei and Zhang Xingyu couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh as well. Chen Dong, right. You wait for me. There's going to be good fruit for you. Huang Juanhao's face was gloomy to the extreme. Since he was pampered as a child, he had never been so angry. And that was in front of everyone. A surge of anger arose in his heart. Not convinced in your heart, are you? Still want to give me fruit? If you have the guts, you can do it now. Chen Hang's expression was ice cold as he looked down at Huang Juanhao. He was now a $10 billion tycoon. Plus, his background in this life was extraordinary. He didn't even put goods like Huang Juanhao in his eyes. Huang Juanhao's eyes stared deathly at Chen Hang, his lungs almost exploding with anger. Since he came to Longhai, no one had ever dared to call him out like this. If you don't have the guts, don't try to be strong, just play the grandson for me. Chen Hang snorted coldly. The anger in Huang Juanhao's heart was immediately ignited, losing his mind, waving his fist towards Chen Hang. Grass Nima, I'll get you killed. The crowd covered their mouths in surprise at the sight. The 9 strong bodyguards instantly pounced on them. But before they could pounce in front of Huang Juanhao, Chen Hang punched him on the right side of his face. Huang Juanhao flew out in an instant. Only a thud could be heard as Huang Juanhao fell heavily to the ground. This was followed by a hissing scream as he covered his cheek. Holy, what the hell? What happened I don't know I didn't even see the action clearly, but Huang Xiao fell to the ground. This reaction speed is also too fast. I just almost thought that Chen Dong was going to get beaten up. In that scene just now, all the guests didn't react for a moment. In just 3 seconds, Huang Juanhao's entire body fell to the ground. Chen Hang's movements were even so fast that they appeared as phantoms. The yellow-haired boy finally realized Chen Hang's strength in all aspects at this point. He had the good sense to shut his mouth and helped Huang Juanhao up. In the face of this unexpected event, the hotel manager Lu Jingxin was also quick to summon security guards to separate the two. 9 bodyguards, however, protected Chen Hang and his party, not allowing anyone to approach. Zhang Xinyu and Shen Fangfei stayed by Chen Hang's side on the left and right respectively. Driving a Ferrari, you really think you're a long high broad? I just said that, and you really dare to make a move. Chen Hang smiled contemptuously. His strength had been strengthened and had reached 85, dealing with Huang Juanhao was completely easy. You stepped on the horse. Huang Juanhao covered his red and swollen face and glared angrily at Chen Hang, still somewhat unconvinced in his heart. However, he also regained some sense at this time and no longer dared to confront Chen Hang head-on, but instead turned his gaze to Lu Zhangxian. He's beating people here. What are you guys waiting for? Still not quick enough to control him. Huang Juanhao's commanding tone caused Lu Jingxin's face to turn a little blue. Mr. Huang, this is the Changlong Hotel. There's no need for you to teach me how to do things. Huang Juanhao was also a $1 million level consumer customer of Changlong Hotel, but his level was not enough to make him the hotel manager. What do you mean? Is it hard to believe that you want to favor him? Huang Juanhao's face was very ugly. Mr. Huang, please speak properly. Everyone saw it just now. You were the one who moved first. Mr. Chen was merely defending himself, while you took your own face and hit Mr. Chen's hand. Now that Mr. Chen has disregarded it, why don't you hurry up and leave? Lu Jingxin had watched the entire process. A big shot of Chen Hang's level had a temper. It was only that they didn't show it. Such a provocation, Chen Hang does not make the first move as good. Huang Juanhao pure is asking for trouble. Then again, Chen Hang is the hotel's top customer. The annual consumption of 30 million to start, compared to the level of Huang Juanhao, is the difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, according to his understanding, Huang Juanhao was nothing more than a wealthy man who had demolished a building. With the demolition of his parents, he accumulated funds to do some business and made some money, and only then did he mix into the second-generation circle in Longhai. But the quality of his bones, or unchanged. Longhai circle, there is no top second generation and he mixed. The friends that he made are all foxes and dogs. For example, he was next to this yellow hair, it seems to be bragging about not playing drafts of the gangster, completely on the stage. As the manager of the hotel, he understands the importance of the more important. What did you say? Believe it or not, I'll make you lose this job. Huang Juanhao's face had completely darkened, even though he was the one who moved first. But he didn't have the face to hit Chen Hang's hand, right? This was outrageous. Mr. Huang, I hope you know better. I advise you to hurry up and leave, don't make a scene here. If you involve Boss Zhou, you won't want to hang around in Longhai anymore. Lu Jingxin had wanted to give Huang Juanhao a step down, but the other party didn't appreciate it. He couldn't care less about the other party's face. Hearing Boss Zhou in Lu Jingxin's mouth, Huang Juanhao's complexion tightened. Boss Zhou was the owner of the Long Dragon Hotel, Zhou Yong. His connections and resources in Longhai were well known. The Long Dragon Hotel was also the very same celebrity hotel that he had founded. In a small circle like the second generation, just one word from Zhou Yong would be enough to lose one's name. Huang Juanhao was not very concerned about these. After all, he hadn't made much of a name for himself. However, his parents' business and investment company was in contact with Zhou Yong. He did make the first move himself. If it was really because of this matter that the business went bankrupt, the good times would come to an end. Thinking of this, Huang Juanhao sobered up quite a bit. He took a deep breath, then without saying a word, he got into the car and started the engine, driving away from the Changlong Hotel. Chapter 47, Test Your Drinking Capacity. Mr. Chen, I'm so sorry for the poor handling. Lu Jingxin walked up to Chen Hang and bowed slightly to apologize. Just now, if Chen Hang really let Huang Juanhao beat him up, he himself would have to be responsible. Chen Hang might not care about this trivial matter, but Zhou Yong might burst into a rage. The Changlong Hotel was Zhou Yong's front. To recklessly strike in front of so many people was a complete slap in Zhou Yong's face. The hotel was also a venue that he managed, and with a status like Chen Hang's, he would really lose his job if he got it wrong. It's fine, it's not your fault. It's him who likes to find fault. Chen Hang waved his hand. Most of the second generation of Longhai knew how to advance and retreat. Wang Haotian was a second generation that knew what to do. Huang Juanhao and Wang Haotian's qualities and temperament were worlds apart. If there is no Ferrari A12, Huang Juanhao looks like a gangster. The most basic walking physique could be shaking his head, and it was not at all classy. Mr. Chen, Miss Shen, let's go in, the delicacies are already prepared for you. Lu Jingxin changed the topic and made a welcoming gesture with a smile. Chen Hang nodded slightly and sidled up to the bodyguard. You guys just go back first, it's fine to wipe the car. He then pulled out the car keys and handed them to Zhang Xinyu. The car is parked at the Longhai Hotel, you help me drive it to the company. I'll go back for you later. Zhang Xianyu responded readily, do I need to leave a mirage for you? Chen Hang looked at Shen Fangfei and smiled faintly, no need, Miss Shen will send me back later. It was only after Zhang Xinyu heard this that she seriously sized up Shen Fangfei. White and red face, impeccable figure, elegant no matter which angle she looked at.
Chen Fanfei calmly scanned Zhang Xinyu.
There was nothing surprising about her. As the boss of Hanwei Group, it was normal for Chen Hang to have a secretary by his side.
Then I'll go ahead and fetch the car for you.
Zhang Xinyu moved to get into the car. The 9 bodyguards returned to the driver's seat and started the car. The low sound of the Rolls-Royce resounded once again. Accompanied by admiring gazes, the Mirage fleet drove away from the hotel and gradually disappeared from the crowd's view.
Chen Hang and Shen Fanfei stepped into the hotel. Led by Lu Jingxin, they walked to the elevator room. The elevator took them to the exclusive private room on the 2nd floor. After Chen Hang took his seat, Shen Fanfei sat beside him. The waitress held 2 menus and handed them to Chen Hang and Shen Fanfei respectively. Not long after ordering, a large table of delicacies was quickly served to the private room. Seeing that the dishes were all served, Lu Jingxin respectfully walked over to Chen Hang. Mr. Chen, forgive our poor hospitality just now. To express our apologies, we'll waive the bill for all of your NMS Shen's purchases today. Lu Jingxin still didn't want Chen Hang to have any opinions about the restaurant. Waiving the bill was a good service attitude. The private room cost 100,000 a day, but it wasn't full every day. The restaurant basically had no impact. No need, just pay the bill normally. Chen Hang looked calm.
100,000 was a drop in the bucket for him. He could still afford to pay this small amount. Seeing Chen Hang's bland demeanor, Lu Jingxin was no longer entangled. His attitude was already in place.
Chen Hang then asked Lu Jingxin, Manager Lu, do you know the background of that kid? Lu Jingxin knew that Chen Hang was referring to Huang Juanhao. According to my understanding, Huang Juanhao is a second-generation demolitionist.
Lu Jingxin paused and organized his language. His family demolished the house and subsidized a large sum of money. Relying on this money, he started an aquatic business. At that time, it was just in time for the economic development of the consumer boom. A few years down the line, profited a lot. After making money, one after another, they opened up investment companies. Now their assets in Longhai are about $2 to $3 billion worth. Lu Jingxin said truthfully.
2 or 3 billion? No wonder it's so frivolous. Chen Hang rubbed his chin.
A fortune of 20 to 30 billion was indeed capitalized in Longhai. But this was only for ordinary people, but it didn't work for him. The background of his parents in this life was an existence that crushed Huang Juanhao. Do not say 2 or 3 billion billionaires, is 2 or 300 billion God, also have to be obedient. Only dealing with this kind of little karami, there was no need to alarm them at all, one person would be able to solve it. Huang Juanhao is also just a small person, if you really move, it's just a matter of words. Lu Jingxin did not doubt Chen Hang's strength in the slightest. Chen Hang was the chairman of Hanwei Group's 100% holding company, just being worth more than $50 to $60 billion. Then again, the gold content of being airborne needed no introduction. To be in the position of chairman at such a young age, his background could be imagined.
How could I be that capable?
Chen Hang smiled and waved his hand.
Ha ha ha, Mr. Chen is modest. Lu Jingxin smiled knowingly, then I won't bother you anymore. I wish you an MS Shen a pleasant meal.
Lu Jingxin exited the private room and called for 2 beautiful waitresses to guard the doorway, ready to listen to Chen Hang's greetings. After the door of the private room was closed, Shen Fanfei looked at Chen Hang and was the first to speak. I'm sorry, I didn't expect to meet Huang Juanhao here. Chen Hang had done it because he was by her side in the end. She was a little overjoyed in her heart.
Chen Hang raised an eyebrow. What's the situation between you and Huang Juanhao? Huang Juanhao's investment company has business dealings with our star group.
Shen Fanfei ruffled her hair. When we first met 3 years ago, Huang Juanhao started chasing after me. Every time I clearly refused, but he still stalked me. Yesterday, he even blocked me at the company, and was driven out by me calling security. It's just that, I didn't expect to actually meet him here today.
Shen Fanfei said frankly.
The circle of celebrities were all highly cultured.
Huang Juanhao was a thug.
The difference between the temperament of the two was very obvious.
Huang Juanhao's status was also not worthy of her.
His face and figure, and his speech and behavior were even more difficult to describe. It was for this reason that Shen Fanfei had no interest in Huang Juanhao at all, and there was even a hint of disgust.
Understood.
Knowing what happened, Chen Hang did not intend to continue this topic.
Let's see if it's good to eat. He picked up his chopsticks and gave Shen Fanfei a piece of fish. Shen Fanfei softly thanked him and elegantly picked up the fish and put it into her mouth.
The meat was still tender and delicious, and the mellow flavor was lip-smacking.
It's still so fragrant. Shen Fanfei guffawed. Chen Hang also picked up the meat and began to savor it.
His gaze then moved to the red wine.
Can you drink?
Chen Hang appeared to be asking, but in reality, he had already acted and poured himself a glass of red wine first.
No.
Shen Fanfei said, still bringing the wine glass to Chen Hang's side. The corner of Chen Hang's mouth lifted, and he simply poured a large portion for Shen Fanfei.
Shen Fanfei hurriedly told Chen Hang to stop.
She couldn't hold her liquor, so there was no chance that she would fall down in one cup. Don't worry, I'll drink with you. Chen Hang smiled faintly. By the way, I'll test your drinking capacity.
What about the car? Shen Fanfei worried. It's fine, I'll call Xin later, she'll be our chauffeur. Chen Hang smiled and touched Chen Fangfei's wineglass, drinking the entire glass in one gulp. Chen Fangfei picked up her wineglass and drank it all in one go.
In the next instant, her white as snow face gradually turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Chapter 48 Drunkenness. After 3 rounds of wine, Chen Fangfei's face was already flushed.
Her white and red face was bright and beautiful to look at.
What a sweet wine. Chen Fangfei drunkenly leaned on Chen Hang's shoulder. Chen Hang slightly sidestepped and Chen Fangfei planted herself into his arms.
It's not like you've poured it all in one cup.
This is already the 7th cup. Chen Hang smiled slightly.
Just now, this woman had sworn that she wouldn't drink alcohol. As a result, after 2 cups, she liked it a lot. It was a good thing that the dishes also went down well, otherwise she would have just focused on drinking. It's all because this red wine is too sweet. I didn't hold back for a moment.
Chen Fangfei's eyes were a bit mesmerized.
The fresh scent of Chen Hang's body hit her, and her body couldn't help but burrow into his arms.
Pour you another cup?
Chen Hang wrapped his arms around her willow waist.
Chen Fangfei hurriedly responded with a refusal. I'll really get drunk if I pour another cup. Chen Hang smiled blandly. Are you full?
Aha!
Chen Fangfei responded softly. The delicacies from the restaurant were just delicious, and she wasn't picky at all. There's nothing to do later, right?
No.
Then let's sit here for a while before we leave.
Good.
Hearing Chen Fangfei's gentle female voice, the corner of Chen Hang's lips curled up slightly.
This niece was really like a well-behaved kitten when she was drunk.
I'll change my position.
Chen Hang moved to shift his position to make himself more comfortable.
Chen Fangfei still burrowed into Chen Hang's warm embrace.
After Chen Hang freed his hands, he picked up the cell phone that was sitting on the table, opened the address book, found Zhang Xinyu's number, and dialed it.
5 seconds later, Zhang Xinyu's nice female voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, boss. Are you free right now?
Yes, I just drove my car back to the company. I have 2 cups of discretion over here. I need you to come over again and drive us back.
Okay, boss, wait for me. I'll be there now.
Ending the call, Chen Hang put his cell phone back on the table. Chen Fangfei tilted her head at this time. Why did you call so soon? I wanted to spend more time with you. She was already drunk. It was only the consciousness that was holding on. If she hadn't wanted to spend more time with Chen Hang, she would have fallen asleep.
It's fine, we'll let her wait outside when she comes over later. Chen Hang looked at Chen Fangfei's white face and raised his eyebrows. You're too bad.
And specially let her wait outside. Chen Fangfei burst out laughing all of a sudden, her eyes curved, looking as good as a crescent moon. Chen Hang skimmed his lips, then otherwise let her come in together. She's on my left and you're on my right.
That's even worse, you're thinking beautifully. Chen Fangfei smiled sweetly.
She carefully scrutinized the man in front of her. Chen Hang's face was something she liked any way she looked at it.
Do you believe in love at first sight? Chen Fangfei smiled.
There's no such thing as love at first sight. That's love at first sight for you.
Chen Hang patted her jutting.
This niece was just falling in love at first sight.
Otherwise the heartwarming value wouldn't be so high. Chen Fangfei's pretty face blushed. Seeing color is also liking. Besides, there are so many handsome men in the world. How come I like you?
As the manager of Star Group, Chen Fangfei had seen quite a few handsome men, but Chen Fangfei had no feelings for any of them. Only Chen Hang made her heart flutter.
Chen Hang was young and handsome, and his cultivation and temperament were also excellent.
Most importantly, his status was a perfect match for her. It perfectly matched the image of her husband in her mind. She wouldn't let go of such a high-quality man.
The first time I saw you, I was also stunned, Chen Hang said frankly. Chen Fangfei's beauty was intangible, not just flowing from her face value.
The mannerisms, behavior and demeanor all showed particular elegance.
2 words summarized it as temperament. See, you are also seeing color. Chen Fangfei guffawed and inwardly snickered.
A pair of almond eyes instantly turned into crescent moons again.
I didn't even see you at the beginning. Did you deliberately sit next to me?
Chen Hang clearly remembered that when he first arrived, the person sitting next to him was a middle-aged man. It was only the effort of going to pay that Chen Fangfei suddenly appeared beside him. If she had sat beside him from the start, he would definitely have had an impression.
This showed that Chen Fangfei had changed seats while he was paying. I wanted to find a chance to chat with you, who knew you wouldn't say a word. Chen Fangfei beamed. This was actually the first time she took the initiative. She hadn't even had the experience of striking up a conversation before. So facing Chen Hang was a bit nerve-wracking.
That's why I took the initiative to look for you in the back.
Chen Fangfei hugged Chen Hang tightly with both hands.
Chen Hang, however, smiled faintly. Well, just look for you next time.
I've only ever liked you. Chen Fangfei looked deeply at Chen Hang. Chen Hang raised his eyebrows. How to prove it? Chen Fangfei lightly bit her red lips. After just 2 seconds of pondering, she stuck over.
Chen Hang was somewhat caught off guard. However, he quickly turned the tables and took the lead.
The hand also naturally landed on her leg.
It was at this moment that a knock sounded outside the door.
Mr. Chen, Miss Zhang Xinyu is looking for you. The waitress's voice rang out.
Chen Hang would get up and open the door to the private room. Zhang Xinyu in her secretary uniform was waiting quietly at the door.
Boss, a car has been prepared. Are you going back now?
Yes, this is Ms.
Shen's car key.
You go down and start the car first, I'll go down right after I settle the bill.
Okay. Zhang Xinyu nodded slightly.
Chen Hang turned around and returned to Shen Fangfei's side, grabbed his cell phone and left the private room with her.
I'll go back to the company later, Xin you will drive you back in your car. Chen Hang and Shen Fangfei walked to the elevator room and pressed the button. Good. Shen Fangfei didn't have any comments.
It was just that she was a little bit attached to the scene just now.
The elevator door opened at this time as well. Chen Hang and Shen Fangfei stepped into the elevator. After the elevator door closed, Chen Hang looked at Shen Fangfei with a smile. Do you still intend to continue proving it? Shen Fangfei's small face blushed. She understood what Chen Hang meant.
Looking at Chen Hang's handsome face, Shen Fangfei bit her lips. After a 2-second pause, she stepped forward and stood on her tiptoes, leaving a mark on the side of his face.
The light red mark was unusually obvious on Chen Hang's face.
And at this moment, the corners of Chen Hang's lips already had an imperceptible arc.
The elevator quickly reached the first floor.
After checking out at the front desk, Chen Hang sent Shen Fangfei to the car.
Zhang Xin you started the car and left Shanlong Hotel. Chen Hang's side, on the other hand, took the Mirage and returned to Dragon University. Chapter 49, Han Yi. Back in the dorm room, Chen Hang comfortably lay down on the gaming chair worth 9,999 yuan.
Taking a long breath, the soft cushion immediately relaxed his body.
Crap, Brother Hang, I thought you weren't coming back today. Roommate Jiang Chuan laughed. Brother Hang, I haven't seen you for 2 days, did you go to look for the flight attendant ladies? Wang Ming laughed badly. She's flying flights in North City, where does she have time? Chen Hang did want to find Li Yi.
However, she had more flights recently and didn't have much time. Wouldn't it be fine for you to take the same flight as her?
Wang Ming had a lewd expression on his face.
Asterisk. Off. I'm not as bad as you, Chen Hang said, but the corners of his lips curled up slightly. 1,000 miles to Jiangling and a day to return, a day to see all the flowers of Chang'an. Chen Hang had already thought about it a long time ago, and it wasn't impossible to have the opportunity to personally practice it.
There's a physical test in the afternoon, if you don't come back, I'm ready to call you.
Li Sudong also cast a glance at Chen Hang at this time.
See, the class president just notified.
Chen Hang had just planned to go to the company first. However, the class president had temporarily notified him of the physical test in the afternoon, so he had no choice but to go back to Dragon University to finish the test first. At this time, Chen Hang remembered that he still had gift packs that he didn't use just now. Immediately calling the system, he opened the 2 super gift packs.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 talent values.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine fighting technique.
Divine fighting technique? What the hell is this? Before Chen Hang could react, a wave of inexplicable memories flooded into his mind. Chen Hang only felt a splitting headache.
But soon, the divine fighting skill in his mind was absorbed in its entirety. It turned out to be the fighting skill. The divine fighting skills given by Brother Unity were far superior to those of a boxing match, and beating 10 of them one by one was not a problem. Immediately afterward, Chen Hang opened the attribute panel and moved his gaze to the talent value.
Host, Chen Hang. Age, 19. Height, 187 centimeters. Weight, 77 kilograms. Face value, 100. Strength, 85. Agility 6.5. Physical fitness, 100. Level experience, LV11, 108 million/4 billion. Rebate multiplier, 13 times. Skills, basketball mastery, divine fighting technique, divine driving. Talent value, 50. 15 points of talent value assigned to strength. 35 talent points allocated to agility. The talent value given by Unity Z was exactly filled up, and Chen Hang immediately assigned it to attributes. Assigning talent value to host. Ding! Assignment successful. Host, Chen Hang. Age, 19. Height, 187 centimeters. Weight, 77 kilograms. Face value, 100. Strength, 100. Agility 100. Physical fitness, 100. Level experience, LV11, 108 million/4 billion. Rebate multiplier, 13 times. Skills, basketball mastery, divine fighting technique, divine driving. Talent value, 0. In an instant, Chen Hang felt that his legs and feet had become much more flexible, and his body seemed to have an inexhaustible amount of energy. After the distribution of talent values was completed, Chen Hang's various attributes reached 100. After brushing the jitterbug, Chen Hang was suddenly a bit tired. He simply returned to bed and took a nap. Brother Hang, there are still 10 minutes left for the physical test, wake up. Jiang Chuan shook Chen Hang's body. Chen Hang gradually awoke. He looked at the time and waved his hand. You guys go first, I'll wash my face and go over. The 3 roommates left the dormitory knowingly. Chen Hang sighed and hurriedly washed his face, changed into sweatpants, put on his shoes and left the dormitory. Coming to the playground, there were already quite a few students from other classes taking the physical test here. Chen Hang probably swept a glance and saw his 3 sons waving at him, so he moved to meet them head on. As they passed by the art department's specialized classes, the girls quickly noticed Chen Hang. Hee hee, look guys, that looks like Chen Hang. Wow, it's really him. So handsome. Nice body. Does Chen Hang have abs? Everyone else has an 8-pack. Why does he have a 9-pack? It's hard to believe that. I can't, I have to go back. He's too handsome. I can't stand it anymore. Sister Dandan, wait for me, let's go together. The two girls tacitly took a picture of Chen Hang's handsome photo and ran back to the dormitory in a puff of smoke. Chen Hang also walked to his roommate's side at this time. The surrounding girls stole glances at Chen Hang from time to time, casting flirtatious glances at him. The boys, on the other hand, were filled with disbelief. I really can't figure it out. How come Chen Hang looks handsome in everything he wears? It's so unconscionable, changing into this outfit and wanting to show off my muscles. I can't imagine that his body is even better than mine. Handsome, good figure, and his family is still rich. Does this still let people live? For a while, Chen Hang became the center of attention. Suddenly, a girl wearing black stockings trotted to Chen Hang's body. Chen Hang student, can I add your WeChat? I lost playing truth or dare with them. One must accept this punishment. The girl pointed at the several girls behind her, looking at Chen Hang with expectant eyes. Can. Chen Hang pulled out his cell phone. In the face of the black silk schoolgirl, he couldn't afford to refuse. It was just a matter of adding a WeChat and being polite to each other. Thank you, classmate. You can ask me out to play sometime. After the girl threw down a sentence, she returned to her place with joy. It just wasn't 5 minutes before Chen Hang had 3 more friend requests at once. Right at this moment, a woman wearing a long light blue dress walked head-on towards the side. The woman had a head of big wavy curls and delicate curves. The gentle, watery eyes were mesmerizing. All the boys' gazes were instantly attracted to her. Crap! The goddess of the literature department, Han Yi. I can't imagine that in the literature department, even the senior sister is so good looking. Senior sister Han, it seems like she's coming our way. Chen Hang also looked toward Han Yi at this moment. He had some impression of this goddess senior sister. He had seen her once on stage during the freshman orientation party. He hadn't encountered her on campus since then. Chen Hang then checked Han Yi's profile. Name, Han Yi. Age, 23. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Stature 9'4". Face value, 92. Perfection 100. Heartwarming value, 0. Han Yi slowly walked to Chen Hang's class and introduced herself. Hello classmates, I'm Han Yi, a senior majoring in Chinese language and literature in the Department of Literature. MS. Wu's legs are not convenient, so I'll take over this physical test today. I hope everyone will cooperate. When Han Yi finished speaking, a boy took the lead in expressing himself. Sister Han, I'll help you keep score. I'm strong, I'll help you carry the equipment. Han Yi was a goddess-level existence at Lon University. Her high face value and gentle personality made many boys love her. Han Yi let out a light laugh. Who's the physical committee member in our class? Just let him keep track of the grades. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Chen Hang unanimously. Han Yi followed the crowd's line of sight and turned sideways to see a handsome youth of 1'87 meters. The moment she saw Chen Hang, Han Yi was slightly stunned, her watery eyes flickering slightly. However, she quickly came back to her senses and regained her proper color. I'm the Physical Fitness Committee. At the beginning of freshman year, due to his height advantage, Chen Hang was elected as the sports committee member. All the other classes were good for mixing, but the physical test thing, as the physical committee member, he had to be there. Our first program is pull-ups, you guys go over there first to warm up. Han Yi pointed to the training ground not far away, then looked at Chen Hang. You come with me for a moment. Chapter 50, can't stand it any longer. This is the physical test score sheet, height and weight lung capacity, 1000 meter run, pull-ups, standing long jump and seated forward bends, 7 items in total. When the time comes, I'll time it on the side, and you'll help me keep track of their scores. Han Yi gazed at Chen Hang, slightly infatuated. After serving for a year, she had seen quite a few boys. Such a handsome and recognizable boy like Chen Hang couldn't even be seen on TV, and reality was even harder to come across. Sparing the reserved Han Yi, she couldn't help but be mesmerized in the close proximity. Han Yi, heartwarming value +8. Han Yi, heartwarming value +8. Han Yi, heartwarming value +8. Heartwarming value, 24. Alright, no problem. Chen Hang took the physical test form. Han Yi always spoke with a smile in her eyes, and he had a pretty good impression of this woman. Now follow me to the gym room to get some clothes. Chen Hang nodded slightly. Han Yi led Chen Hang in the direction of the equipment room. Seeing the image of the two walking together, quite a few girls threw in awestruck gazes. Chen Hang and Sister Han are really a talented couple. Chen Hang is so handsome, I would definitely look good next to him too. I'm so envious of the girls in their major, they can see Chen Hang every day. Chen Hang seems to be looking our way. Oh my god, hold me up, my legs are weak, I'm going to pass out from his handsomeness. The girls were so excited. Chen Hang ignored them and instead took the initiative to chat with Han Yi. Sister Han, will we start by school number later, or can we line up freely? The physical test was of course going to be sequential in order. Only, some sports coaches might be more overbearing, coming up and starting the test right from the school number.
There were also coaches who were light-hearted and humorous, mingling with the class and letting them line up freely. Hani thought about it and said, line up freely, some students might not be ready, let the ones who are ready go up and test first, and it's okay for the others who aren't ready to be at the end. She and Chen Hang were of similar age, nor did she want to be too formal, a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere was better.
My thoughts are similar to yours, Sister Han. Chen Hang agreed. Hani nodded gently and seemed to have thought of something as he smiled and asked, what's your name? Chen Hang.
Upon hearing this, Hani turned slightly sideways and looked at Chen Hang in surprise. You're that Chen Hang who shoots 100 times?
I've heard the girls in our major talk about you.
The literature department also had a high percentage of girls. The girls in the class would occasionally chat with her about gossip. Just in the last 2 days, some girls had talked to her about Chen Hang. It was unthinkable that the genius basketball boy they talked about was actually the man in front of her.
Hani, heartwarming value +3. Hani, heartwarming value +3. Heartwarming value, 30. Hani worshipped a bit. It was just a game with a 100% shooting percentage that was terrifying.
According to the girls, Chen Hang played for an hour and didn't miss a shot for more than 50 times. The individual score reached 110 points. Throughout the entire game, the opponent didn't even touch the ball a few times.
Chen Hang raised his eyebrows. What? There's a legend of me in the literature department as well?
Hani spread a smile. You don't know, the girls in our department, 8 out of 10 sentences are about you.
The truth was indeed true. Chen Hang was now the popular schoolboy of Dragon University.
Wherever he went, he would attract the attention of girls.
How do they discuss me? Chen Hang was curious.
Just discussing that you play basketball handsomely, and have a good physique and whatnot.
Han Yi's pretty face flushed.
Suddenly remembering the shy conversations of the girls in the class, she didn't say anymore.
Chen Hang glanced at Han Yi and tacitly didn't pick up the conversation again.
The two also came to the gym at this time.
After roughly scanning around, Chen Hang took 20 fluorescent vests.
The fluorescent vests were labeled with clothing numbers on the front and back, which would make it easy to record long-distance running scores.
Is this all?
Yes.
We'll measure pull-ups and long-distance running outdoors, and the other 5 events are in the gym. Chen Hang took the clothes and followed Hani out of the gym. Back to the training ground.
There were already quite a few students who were eager to try. Hani let Chen Hang by her side and smiled at the crowd.
We can start now. Which one of you wants to be the first to test?
I'll be first. As soon as the words fell, the first boy volunteered. He rubbed his palms together, then jumped up and grabbed the bar.
1, 2, 3.
In full view of the crowd, the boy couldn't top it after doing 8.
Hani showed Chen Hang his name and recorded the score.
The passing line for our physical test is 10. I'll give it a pass as long as you guys do as much as you can, so don't be nervous.
The many boys instantly relaxed. Sister Han, I'm relieved when you say that. Ha, it's still Sister Han who understands us.
Soon, the second strong and sturdy boy took the initiative to stand in front of the bar. With just a confident smile, the boy jumped up and grabbed the bar.
30, 31, 32. Crap, 32, K, still you're good. 3 cans of protein powder, K didn't eat it for nothing.
Don't get excited, all sit down, K is not a 6. After brother K finished 32, the boys behind him also finished one after another. Most were 7 or 8, and a few were 20.
When Chen Hang finished recording, Hani took over the physical form.
Physical fitness committee, you're all that's left.
Chen Hang didn't dawdle and walked to the bar.
Only, there was no jumping up. Chen Hang's height slightly raised his hand and grabbed the bar. 28, 29, 30. Only to see Chen Hang do 30 in one breath in less than 20 seconds. The crowd was thinking that Chen Hang was almost finished as well. Chen Hang accelerated his speed.
Crap! What the hell is the sudden acceleration? It's getting faster and faster. This isn't doing 100, is it?
The boys were a bit confused. Chen Hang's speed didn't have a tendency to stop at all. On the contrary, it was getting faster and faster.
Hani was also a bit surprised. It's already almost 80. This guy's physique is so good. 121, 122, 123.
Chen Hang's speed was still accelerating.
And, so fast that phantoms appeared. Brother, slow down. I can't see your movements anymore. Is it already at 168? I don't know. I've started counting randomly.
Chen Hang's physical test quickly attracted the girls who had been looking this way.
Fast and durable, Chen Hang has already done 5 minutes of pull-ups.
You guys, do you think Chen Hang is this fierce in other areas as well?
Perfect muscle lines, I think he's even fiercer than this.
I can't, Chen Hang is too handsome. I can't hold on anymore, said a girl, who immediately clenched her legs.
Chapter 51, It's Good to Be Young. 235, 238, 255. 10 minutes had already passed.
But Chen Hang still didn't stop the pull-ups. The speed had slowed down quite a bit, but his stamina was still online.
Crap! Brother Hang, you're going for 300. Li Sudong was shocked.
Today, Brother Hang will definitely go to 300 in this state.
Jiang Chuan affirmed. I feel the same way. Wang Ming agreed. 298, 299, 300. Crap! It's too awesome. 300 pull-ups in one breath. I'm afraid even a level 1 athlete is not as good as Brother Hang. It's really a heifer standing on its head, the bull has gone sky high. After doing the last pull-up, Chen Hang let go of his hand. The enhanced physique, strength and agility allowed Chen Hang to finish with ease. 300 was not Chen Hang's limit. If he wanted to, he could totally do 500. It was just that Chen Hang didn't want to take up the time for the physical test. The class was waiting for him. Chen Hang also simply wanted to test his physical ability after all the attributes had been strengthened. Now there was an answer in his heart. Most of the top athletes had only one aspect of attributes to their advantage. He himself had 3 aspects, all of them. A mere 300 pull-ups was very easy for him. Chen Hang, I didn't expect you to have such good stamina. Hani looked at Chen Hang with a smile, his eyes flickering a bit. Chen Hang smiled bashfully, it's not bad, usually I don't exercise much. Looking at your state, are you still able to continue doing it? Hani curiously said. Barely still able to do it. Chen Hang raised an eyebrow, why don't we find some time to retest it? Fine, it's fine to retest it sometime. Hani didn't chat any further, but instead asked Chen Hang to organize the class to the track area. For our second event, it's a 1,000-meter run for the boys and 800 meters for the girls. Boys will run first. You guys put on your fluorescent vests first and start when you're ready. Upon hearing this, the boys in the class put on their vests in 3 or 2 tries. Seeing that all the boys were ready to move, Hani blew his whistle. In the next instant, Chen Hang's body flew out at the speed of light, instantly leading by 3 lengths. With a standard 400-meter track, Chen Hang was half a lap ahead of them in less than 20 seconds. The boys in the class were speechless. This kid Chen Hang, how can he even run so fast? Is he on stimulants? Pull-ups are so fierce. Physical abilities are all limited, running so fast at the beginning, he'll be weak later. A boy confidently said to the group. But not even 10 seconds later, Chen Hang overtook them again, leading by 1 lap and entering the final sprint stage. Crap! What's going on? How did this kid get 2 laps? It's only been a minute or so, it's horrible. Old me hasn't even powered up yet. Before the boys could react, Chen Hang crossed the finish line with lightning speed. 1 minute 58 seconds 32. Han Yi exclaimed in shock. She hadn't studied sports much, but the basics were still understood. Running 118 seconds for 1,000 meters, the average speed had to be 9 meters per second. The key was that Chen Hang was still maintaining it all the time. It was almost impossible to do. Han Yi was somewhat skeptical that the stopwatch was broken. At the same time, the surrounding boys heard Han Yi's exclamation of surprise. Actually ran to 2 minutes. Off the charts. Crap. Even Bolt would have to be convinced. I just checked online, the world record is 2 minutes 11 seconds 96. Hearing this, all the boys were shocked. Chen Hang's performance broke the world record of 2 minutes 11 seconds and was 13 seconds ahead. This could even go on to become a national athlete. It didn't even need to progress. Maintaining this speed, he was definitely a future long-distance running champion. After Chen Hang's side finished running, many girls ran to solicitously deliver water. Student Chen Hang, this is the Yangjigan Lulo I bought for you. Brother Chen Hang, I bought you milk tea too. Classmate Chen Hang, you're sweating, let me wipe you off. One by one, the girls surrounded Chen Hang, without the slightest trace of their usual reserve. After a while, the boys in the class had also finished running the 1,000 meters one after another. Chen Hang walked over to Han Yi during their rest period with a newly bought bottle of mineral water. Sister Han, bought this for you. Thanks. Han Yi looked sideways at Chen Hang and took the mineral water with a smile. Chen Hang, you're a freshman, right? Yes. Chen Hang nodded. Then you should be 19 or 20 this year. Han Yi unscrewed the mineral water bottle and took a sip. Chen Hang smiled slightly. You guessed right, 20. Being young is good, unlimited stamina. Han Yi looked at Chen Hang's robust body and laughed softly twice. Right, you add me on WeChat, so you can contact me if there's anything. Okay. Chen Hang took out his cell phone, opened WeChat and added friends with Han Yi. Han Yi looked at the time. Alright, you tell them to gather and go to the gym to measure the last 5 events. I'll take the girls' 800-meter run on my side. I'll go over later. The students who have finished testing all the events, you can let them go. Then I'll take them to the gym first. Good. Chen Hang greeted them twice, and the boys all headed towards the gym. Han Yi looked at Chen Hang's back with deep interest until it disappeared before turning to leave. Since the 5 programs were all very easy, it took less than half an hour to measure the data. Chen Hang also left the gymnasium. Walking to the school entrance, a young man wearing sunglasses was waiting in front of the Mirage car. Seeing Chen Hang's figure, the driver quickly stepped forward and pulled open the car door. Boss, where are you planning to go? Back to the company. Chapter 52, The All-Right Secretary Yun. Back at the Hanwei Group building, Chen Hang took the elevator to his office. The office door was open. Yun Shui, who was wearing a secretary's uniform, was bowing down to organize and clean the items on her desk. Even Chen Hang, who possessed great self-control, could not resist this marvelous sight. Chen Hang closed the door and walked behind Yun Shui. Good afternoon. Yun Shui turned around and faced Chen Hang with a smile. The work you explained to me is done. Chen Hang raised an eyebrow. So you're fine now? Is there anything else you need done? Anything I can be of service to you.
Yun Shui raised her deft hand and straightened up Chen Hang's collar.
I don't really have anything to do.
Chen Hang grabbed her skillful hand and smiled faintly. It's just that, I don't know if you've ever heard of a saying? What words? Yun Shui's autumn watery eyes looked at Chen Hang with a delicate smile. Chen Hang leaned over to her ear and whispered. Yun Shui's small face swished red.
Never heard of it. Chen Hang's lips curled up. It's fine now that you know. An hour later, Chen Hang let out a long sigh of relief. Accompany me out, let's go to the beach. Yun Shui blushed slightly. Are you planning to go out? Yes, there is this idea. Do you want to go?
Chen Hang looked at Yun Shui in his arms. Bring you along. Yun Shui was in the capacity of a secretary, so of course there was no problem in this regard.
Good, when will we leave?
Yun Shui tilted her head and looked at Chen Hang. First of all, I won't wear the secretary clothes, I'll wear other good-looking clothes.
Tomorrow morning.
Chen Hang smiled slightly. I'll go over to pick you up at that time, remember to bring cooler clothes. Yun Shui nodded her head obediently. Okay, I'll go back and pick them out later.
Right, you send me the address on WeChat, I don't know where you live. Well, I'll send it to you now, wait a moment.
Yun Shui picked up the cell phone on the side, found the WeChat friend with the note name, baby husband, and quickly sent him the address.
You live in Rose Garden? Chen Hang was a bit surprised.
The neighborhood where Yun Shui lived was the same place as Li Yi. They were quite close here.
Yeah, I rented the house.
Yun Shui looked at Chen Hang with a smile. I've been living here for half a month, and at that time, I wanted to be closer to the work store, so I moved there.
I didn't expect to meet you, and even ran to work for you.
Yun Shui also never expected to meet Chen Hang, but then she was happy. Chen Hang was the only man who made her heart flutter.
Are you used to living here? How about buying you a house, or a villa? Chen Hang smiled.
Unicorn 13x rebate now, it was just a matter of passing by. Not to mention, he only has a set of villas in East Lake under his name now. It would be too shabby if he didn't buy 10 or 8 sets. Good, I want to be near the company, so I can sleep more when the time comes.
Yun Shui happily said.
Chen Hang tapped his chin. You choose first, then find a time, I'll accompany you to buy.
Thank you.
Yun Shui was grateful in her heart.
It's fine, small problem. Chen Hang waved his hand.
Once villas were a luxury in his eyes, but now they were in turn at his fingertips, it was simply not too good.
After leaving the room, Yun Shui obediently followed behind Chen Hang.
Just after going out, Chen Hang coincidentally saw Zhang Xinyu on the sofa. When Zhang Xinyu saw Chen Hang and Yun Shui, she also blushed and stood up. Boss, the 9 Mirages purchased cost a total of $135 million.
Zhang Xinyu walked to Chen Hang's body and handed the bank card back to him. Very good.
Chen Hang collected the bank card and sat down on the sofa, finding the transaction slip that had just been signed by the auction house and handing it to Zhang Xinyu. This is the Azimuth Huaxia Emerald yacht I bought at the auction house this morning. Help me pick it up with my identity at the Longhai Marina. It's now 3 in the afternoon, there's still time.
Boss, you bought a yacht. Zhang Xinyu was slightly surprised.
The price of a yacht was much more expensive than a sports car.
The maintenance fee was even more sky-high. The cost for a year could be much more.
Chen Hang nodded slightly. Yes, just go there and take this transaction slip and report my identity. They will receive you personally.
Zhang Xinyu took the transaction slip.
Looking at the price of the billion-dollar yacht on the transaction slip, she felt even more admiration in her heart. Such an expensive yacht was beyond her imagination.
If there's nothing else, you can leave now. Good. Zhang Xinyu turned around and exited the office. At this moment, Su Zheqi walked in. She came to the desk and handed the tablet to Chen Hang. Boss, I've thrown out all of Hangwu Group's holdings on the stop and bought East Ocean Energy with a market capitalization of $37.8 billion with $500 million. Hangwu Group made a profit of $150 million. After buying Donghai Energy, it also went up 4% and made a profit of $20 million. Chen Hang opened Dongming Securities. The account made a profit of $170 million. The amount shown in the securities account was already $17 billion. The speculation is not a lot of money, as long as it is profitable.
The rebate from Unicorn was here. Chen Hang didn't care much about this bit of meat. Soon after we opened the sell-off, the Hunger Group went from up to down, quickly fell 17%, almost about to stop, but after the lunch plate and then strongly rose to 3%.
Do you think we should pull up another wave?
Flood Group was followed by a run of shareholders shortly after her all-in sell-off. But the 10,000 lot trading had increased, and it was obvious that a large institution had entered the market. The end of the day also verified her thoughts.
Su Zheqi thought this was a rare and good opportunity.
The attention of this stock is also getting higher and higher, and the chance of a 10 consecutive board is very high. There's no need for that. Tomorrow you continue to invest in Donghai Energy.
From a professional perspective, Su Zheqi's suggestion was reasonable.
Only, the market capitalization of Hongwang Group was too small. For his kind of capital volume, it was risky and not profitable by much, so he could simply play with large market capitalization shares. Chen Hang paused and continued to say to Su Zheqi, the rest of the funds that can be invested are $165 billion, so you will invest $1.5 billion. The amount invested had risen to $1.5 billion. With a 13x rebate, the total was 19.5 billion. It was as if it had reached $10 billion.
Chapter 53 Pink Like Peach Blossoms. The next morning, East Lake Villa.
Chen Hang opened his eyes, picked up the cell phone on the nightstand and glanced at the time. It was already 12 noon. Looking at the hot figure of Li Ranran beside him, Chen Hang couldn't stop the corner of his lips from curling up. Yesterday, this niece was really a little crazy, and wanted to play games at 2 in the morning. Chen Hang had to do his best to keep her company before she finally fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his cell phone, there were 3 missed calls inside, Zhang Xinyu and Yun Shue's calls.
Zhang Xinyu had made 2 calls. Yun Shue was a missed call from 5 minutes ago.
Yesterday, he had instructed Zhang Xinyu to have her come over at 10 in the morning to pick herself up.
It had now been over 2 hours.
Chen Hang had also made an appointment with Yun Shue to pick her up in the morning.
This niece should have called him because she couldn't see anyone.
Chen Hang slid his cell phone and dialed Yun Shue's number, taking the lead to call her back.
Hey boss, why didn't anyone answer when I called you just now?
On the other end of the phone, Yun Shue's pleasant voice rang out. Chen Hang lightly coughed twice, with a hint of apology in his tone. The phone is tuned to mute. I just woke up and saw it, so I called you back.
Well, then when are you coming over? Can't make it over for a while, you need to wait a little longer.
Aha,
you get up first and call me when you get there. Good. Hanging up the phone, Chen Hang dialed Zhang Xinyu's number. Hey boss, I'm already at the entrance of your villa.
Chen Hang touched his nose. Sorry to keep you waiting.
I was tired last night and slept a bit more. It's fine, boss.
You can rest a little longer. I'll wait for you in the car. The Rolls-Royce Phantom's executive plus business model was very comfortable.
Zhang Xinyu still enjoyed it quite a bit. No need, I'll go down and open the door now. Come in and have a seat.
Good. Zhang Xinyu pondered for a moment. It was not good to refuse anymore, so she responded readily. Chen Hang got up, put on his clothes, left the room and walked to the living room on the first floor. When he opened the door, Zhang Xinyu, who was wearing a rose-red blouse and a brown hip-hugging skirt, was quietly waiting at the door. The moment she saw Chen Hang, Zhang Xinyu was slightly lost in thought. Chen Hang was wearing a white loose undershirt and patterned shorts. His robust body and wild muscle lines were on display.
Zhang Xinyu blushed and bowed slightly in greeting. Boss, good noon.
Chen Hang gave way half his body. Come in, sit inside.
Zhang Xinyu gently nodded and stepped into the villa.
Walking to the sofa in the living room and sitting down, Chen Hang opened the East Lake Villa's exclusive ordering software and ordered the East Lake Restaurant luxury service.
You haven't eaten yet, right?
Chen Hang smiled at Zhang Xinyu. I ordered lunch, we'll eat together later. Zhang Xinyu looked at Chen Hang, lightly opened her red lips, and was about to politely refuse. Chen Hang, however, did not give her a chance to refuse. No need to be polite with me, just treat this as your own home.
Well, thanks. Zhang Xinyu stopped talking and readily agreed.
Chen Hang got up and looked at Zhang Xinyu. I'm going to take a shower first, later the restaurant side will arrange for someone to deliver the food.
When the time comes, you open the door and take it. Zhang Xinyu responded. Good. Chen Hang turned around and went up to the second floor, entering the room's bathroom. Zhang Xinyu looked at Chen Hang's figure, and her heart throbbed.
She ghostly picked up the pillow.
Chen Hang washed up and put on his clothes.
At this time, Li Ranran woke up sleepily.
Chen Hang sat on the edge of the bed. Did you sleep well?
Li Ranran got up and sat in Chen Hang's arms, her delicate catkin hugging his waist.
Chen Hang only felt a burst of softness. Very good. Li Ranran's gaze fell on Chen Hang's body. Why didn't you just yell at me to wake me up? Alone in the bathroom. It's not because I saw that you were too tired and wanted you to rest more.
Li Ranran looked at Chen Hang face to face and spread a smile. I'm not tired now.
It seems like you rested well last night and are in pretty good shape. Li Ranran's unpowdered face was as pink as a peach blossom. This was probably partly due to him. Then do you want to do it again? Li Ranran's soft catkin began to get restless.
Chen Hang, however, grabbed her hand. It's not too late for later, eat first. I bought a yacht, let's go to the beach. Chen Hang is not much of a problem, but he is very clear about this girl. Get it wrong and she would have to stay in her room.
Okay, I'll listen to you. Li Ranran nodded slightly and walked into the washroom. Chen Hang got up and left the room.
Coming to the living room, Zhang Xinyu had already set up the delicacies delivered from the restaurant on the table in the living room.
Seeing Chen Hang, Zhang Xinyu walked over to him.
Boss, the East Lake restaurant has already delivered the delicacies you ordered, a total of 8 dishes and 1 soup.
Chen Hang nodded slightly. After a rough look, the colors and aromas were all there. The flavor should be pretty good as well.
Help me to make a pot of tea. The tea leaves are under the table in the living room. Chen Hang turned to look at Zhang Xinyu. He wasn't very good at tasting tea in the past, and felt that the flavor of tea was as bland as water.
But after tasting the top-quality Westlake Longjing, he realized that the light tea flavor could be more comfortable than red wine. Good. Zhang Xinyu happily responded and moved to the living room.
At this time, Li Ranran came down to the second floor. When she saw Zhang Xinyu, she froze for 2 seconds.
Zhang Xinyu was also a little stunned.
However, Li Ranran quickly regained her straight face. Zhang Xinyu was wearing a secretary's uniform, so she was probably Chen Hang's secretary. Even if it wasn't a secretary, Li Ranran wasn't unusual. She understood that a man of Chen Hang's stature had a large number of women chasing after him, and she could not have it all to herself.
What's more, Chen Hang's energetic physique was too much for her to handle.
This kind of situation, Li Ranran was not very uncommon, and she was open to accepting the situation. Only, she still needed to confirm Zhang Xinyu's identity.
She's your secretary? Li Ranran walked over to Chen Hang's side and cast a puzzled look at him. Chen Hang nodded slightly. Yes, she'll be responsible for driving us there later.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinyu also walked over to Li Ranran's body and took the initiative to introduce herself.
Hello, my name is Zhang Xinu, Chendong's secretary. You can call me Xinu or Xiaoyu. Hello. Zhang Xinu was also considered a departmental flower-level goddess. Li Ranran's impression of Zhang Xinyu was quite good.
She also liked girls with high face value. Chen Hang glanced at his wristwatch and spoke, "Let's eat first. There are still people waiting for us."
Aha. Li Ranran moved to take her seat and enjoyed the food.
Zhang Xinyu also sat beside him at Chen Hang's gesture. Li Ranran had nothing to talk about and soon became acquainted with Zhang Xinyu.
Chapter 54, Sunny Beach. After tea and dinner, Chen Hang and his group exited the villa. Zhang Xinyu took the lead and went forward, opening the car door.
Li Ranran got into the back seat first, and Chen Hang sat inside. Zhang Xinyu went up to the driver's seat, started the car, and drove out of the East Lake Villa. The Huaxia Jade is parked at the Longhai Pier. Is it going to drive to your side of Sunshine Beach later? In the car, Zhang Xinyu asked towards Chen Hang. Yes, first go pick up Yun Shui, then send us to the hotel, and just have them drive the yacht over when the time comes. The hotel that Chen Hang ordered was right by the beach, 5 minutes to Sunny Beach.
You also bought a yacht?
Li Ranran looked at Chen Hang, her eyebrows slightly knitted.
Chen Hang smiled lightly. It's not like you wanted to play on the beach, so I bought it by the way. What, don't like it?
Li Ranran shook her head. No, just a little surprised.
Actually, you don't have to go to that much trouble. I just want to sunbathe and take a walk with you on the beach. Now is fine. Chen Hang's hand involuntarily placed on Li Ranran's long legs.
There was a partition in the middle of the Mirage's back seat, but it didn't affect Chen Hang in the slightest. Li Ranran blushed slightly. She was already used to it and even enjoyed it a bit. Only this time, the secretary was still in the car. Sparing the boldness, she was also a bit shy. Through the rearview mirror, Zhang Xinyu saw Chen Hang's small movements. Thinking of the scene last time when she sent Chen Hang back to Dragon University, her face gradually turned red.
Xinu is still driving, Li Ranran said softly. It's fine, they are all on their own.
Looking at the red-faced and feverish Li Ranran, Chen Hang's massage intensified by a few points.
Rose Garden.
Yun Shui was waiting quietly at the entrance of the neighborhood. Soon, a Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of her. Chen Hang lowered the window, and Yun Shui understood and walked to the front of the car.
Boss, good noon. Chen Hang tapped his chin. I've kept you waiting.
Why don't you take the passenger seat? There's no room in the back row.
Yun Shui glanced at Li Ranran inside and nodded obediently. The car quickly arrived at the Shangri-La Hotel in Sunny Beach scenic area.
Parking the car, Chen Hang and his party stepped into the hotel's front door. Just entering the door, the waitress immediately greeted Chen Hang and greeted him to the front desk in a friendly manner.
Hello sir, are you checking in?
Chen Hang tapped his chin and pulled out his credentials. I booked a large villa with a sea view here.
Okay sir, please wait a moment.
The waitress received the documents with both hands, and after verifying Chen Hang's identity, she quickly checked in for him. Sir, the sea view villa you booked has been checked in for you. Please wait here for 5 minutes. We will have someone to take you to the villa.
This is your identification. Please keep it. Chen Hang nodded slightly and retrieved his documents.
In less than 2 minutes, the hotel sent someone to bring Chen Hang and the others to the hotel's 3-story sea view grand villa. The villa was over 600 square feet in size. The full supporting facilities inside were not unlike the East Lake Villa. The garden, the garage, the infinity swimming pool, the oversized open-air balcony, everything was there. The back of the villa also has doors leading to the beach. It was only a 5-minute walk to the Sunny Beach scenic spot.
Coming to the open-air balcony on the second floor, Li Ranran looked at the boundless sea and couldn't help but wonder towards Chen Hang. About how much does it cost to stay here for one night? 200,000. Hearing this figure, the three women were shocked. 200,000 a night, this was much more luxurious than a top suite. However, when they associated it with Chen Hang's identity, it felt normal. $1 billion super yacht could afford it. 200,000 was just 2 10,000ths, not even a fraction. Did you call the captain? Chen Hang asked Yun Shui. Private yachts also needed pilots with professional captains and sailors.
These Yun Shui had already arranged for him yesterday.
Not yet. Do you want him to come over now? Yun Shui said. Right. I'll notify them now.
Yun Shui opened her cell phone and walked inside the villa to dial the number.
Chen Hang wrapped his arms around Li Ranran's waist. Didn't you say you wanted to go sunbathing? Let's set off now.
Li Ranran smiled brightly. Sure, you'll help me apply sunscreen later.
Chen Hang understood. No problem.
At this time, Yun Shui also returned to the balcony.
Boss, they're driving over now.
It's just that the Huaxia Emerald can't be parked by the beach and run aground. They'll lower the speedboat to pick you up later.
Yun Shui said truthfully. Okay, got it. For this, Chen Hang did not have any objections. Most super yachts used fiberglass hulls and the design did not take stranding into account, and the stern propeller needed protection as well. Parking by the beach was prone to grounding accidents hitting tourists and the risk of capsizing. Want to play on the beach together? Chen Hang asked to Zhang Xinyu. Aha. Zhang Xinyu agreed without thinking. She did like staying with Chen Hang. Let's go to the beach over at the scenic spot. It's a nice place over there, and it's crowded and lively. Li Ran proposed. Chen Hang didn't have any opinion, brought his clothes and walked towards the beach at the scenic spot. Sunny beach scenic area. Blue sky and white clouds, wind and sunshine. Bright weather, clear skies. On the beach, there were bikini beauties everywhere. Yun Shui, Li Ran and Zhang Xinyu were under the parasol, applying sunscreen to their arms. The three women were wearing one-piece skirted swimsuits, but what should be exposed was not exposed at all. Chen Hang wore beach pants and walked out of the bathhouse. Only, just walked not 2 steps, attracted the attention of many girls. With a height of 1.87 m, an excessively handsome face and powerful 8-pack abs, he made all the girls on the beach light up. So handsome, much more handsome than Wu Yifan. The body is also too good blah blah, the abs are so full of charm. Heartsuit for all heartsuit. This muscle line, love it so much. If only he was my husband, I promise to lie down at home every day. Obviously it's only the first time I met him, but I really want to be with him. Many girls' eyes revealed stars, and there were even girls who boldly stared at Chen Hang's abs. Li Ran's side also noticed Chen Hang. Her apricot-like eyes stared at Chen Hang. Under the bright sunlight, Chen Hang's wild body looked even more impactful. Yun Shui and Zhang Xinyu were too embarrassed to stare, but they too stole glances at Chen Hang from time to time. Chen Hang ignored the gazes of the other girls and returned to their side. What are you looking at me all the time for? Chen Hang certainly noticed Li Ran's eyes. Nothing. It's just that your figure is too good. Li Ran blushed and handed over the sunscreen to Chen Hang. She then plopped down on the beach chair and softly said, quickly apply it for me, I can't reach it. Chen Hang smiled faintly, took the sunscreen and started applying it. The back and legs were very evenly smeared. A few minutes later, Zhang Xinyu also blushed and handed over the sunscreen to Chen Hang. Thank you for your gifts, come all the way, brothers point a little gift before you go, thanks. Chapter 55 Zhang Yuqing in danger. On the other side under the sunshade, 3 girls with beautiful figures were sunbathing in their swimsuits, looking around from time to time. The absolutely beautiful face and S-shaped devil body were displayed to the fullest. The surrounding boys cast appreciative gazes. Have you guys seen Sister Ran? Zhang Yuqing asked towards the other 2 girls. No, I walked around and didn't see them. Roommate Huang Yuting shook her head. I haven't seen them either. Another roommate, Wu Mengyun, said. Let's wait a little longer, they should be here yet. Zhang Yuqing frowned slightly. Yesterday noon when Li Ran was resting in her dorm room, her cell phone was charging. She coincidentally saw the WeChat sent over by Chen Hang. Knowing about the 2's trip, she ran over here with her 3 roommates. Only, it had already been 2 hours here and there was still no sign of them. Zhang Yuqing was somewhat skeptical that she had misread the time in the first place. Just as Zhang Yuqing was puzzled, a handsome figure appeared in her line of sight. Zhang Yuqing's face immediately revealed a look of delight. Sister Ran seems to be over there. Zhang Yuqing pointed to the parasol on the other side of the beach. Huang Yuting and Wu Mengyun looked in the direction Zhang Yuqing pointed. The figure was none other than Chen Hang, and by his side were 2 unknown young women, Li Ran. Sister Yuqing, who are the 2 girls next to Sister Ran? They are quite good looking. Wu Mengyun asked in surprise. I don't know either. Zhang Yuqing shook her head. She had also never seen Zhang Xinyu beside Li Ran. Sister Yuqing, do you think it could be Chen Hang's girlfriend? Huang Yuting was curious. Don't speculate here, we'll know if we go over and say hello. After saying that, Zhang Yuqing turned around and walked towards Chen Hang head-on. Sister Yuqing, wait for us. Huang Yuting hurriedly followed with Wu Mengyun in quick steps. Right at this moment, a young blonde-haired man and a foreign man with a full beard walked head-on towards Zhang Yuqing. Beautiful ladies, we are Westerners who came here to travel. You guys are the most beautiful Dragon Kingdom women I've ever seen. We are organizing a beach party, do you guys want to join us? The blonde man David said in broken Chinese. Faced with the sudden appearance of the 2 foreign men, Zhang Yuqing unabashedly revealed a look of disgust. Other than Chen Hang, she was not interested in other boys in the slightest. The foreign boys were even less favorable. Huang Yuting and Wu Mengyun were also filled with disgust. The 2 men already had unpleasant odors wafting from their bodies just by being in front of them. If they were any closer, they could probably be smoked to death. Compared to foreigners, they preferred the pure-blooded Dragon Kingdom people. Sister Yuqing, let's go, ignore them. Aha! Zhang Yuqing decisively bypassed the 2 and walked in the direction of Chen Hang. Huang Yuting and Wu Mengyun quickly followed Zhang Yuqing. The odor was simply too great. The perfume couldn't even cover the sickening stench. They just wanted to escape quickly and breathe fresh air. Zhang Yuqing's disregard made the blonde man's face look a little ugly. He had basically never failed at picking up girls in the Dragon Kingdom. and most of them took the initiative to fall back and eat and drink without spending a dime.
This was the first time he had seen a high-value dragon country woman like Zhang Yuqing.
He thought that it would be as easy as before. Unexpectedly, it was ignored.
This made him lose face in front of his companions. David, this rhetoric of yours is no longer useful.
It's better to let me do it.
The foreign man with a full beard caught up with Zhang Yuqing and stopped in front of them.
Beautiful dragon country girl, I think you might have misunderstood. We don't mean any harm, we just want to play some beach volleyball with you. My name is Sean, and if it's possible, I would like to invite you guys to my yacht for dinner. Sean pointed to a small yacht not far away.
He then scanned and sized up Zhang Yuqing with a lewd smile on his face. The identity of a foreigner, coupled with the packaging of money, almost never missed a trick. 90% of the girls would fall into his carefully designed trap.
Sean believed that Zhang Yuqing would agree to his invitation. Follow me again and I'll call the police.
Zhang Yuqing's eyes went cold, and without even looking at him, he directly ignored Sean and turned around to leave with his two roommates.
Sean's face instantly became uglier than eating. Fark, what a biker. Sean, looks like we're going to have to do this the old-fashioned way. David walked over to Sean's side, the gentlemanly expression from earlier long gone.
The two men's eyes signaled each other.
In less than 5 seconds, they once again blocked the trio's path. You guys, add a contact before you leave. Otherwise don't even think about leaving.
David approached Zhang Yuqing and said in a commanding tone.
On what grounds should I add your contact information? You're harassing us.
Zhang Yuqing took 2 steps back and deliberately turned her voice up.
How can this be considered harassment? It's your honor that we can look at you. With your hot personality, I think you must be very good at screaming in bed. Ha 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 ha. David's expression was extremely lewd. Sean's ugly face emerged as well.
The boys on the beach heard the commotion over here and looked at David and Sean in unison.
Hey, what country are you guys from? How dare you harass a dragon country girl in public?
I advise you guys to get lost, or don't blame us for not being polite. Hearing the boys' warnings, David and Sean remained unmoved. Their foreign friend status was a shield here, and they weren't afraid of the boys around them at all.
What do you guys want? I'm a Westerner.
If you guys dare to mess around, I'll sue you in Dragon Country, so you guys just wait for the international dispute.
Sean roared.
Hearing this, the boys all backed off a bit.
If it really caused an international dispute, they couldn't afford the responsibility. Ha ha ha, stupid Dragon Nation people, do it if you have the ability, I'm not afraid of you. Arrogance was written all over David's face.
But before he could finish his words, a figure flashed in front of him. In the next instant, David was punched to the ground, and bits of teeth flew out.
You're pretending to be your mom, dumbass.
P.S. There are still 3 hours to go before the first day of the new year. The author is here to give everyone an early New Year's greeting. Wish all readers a new year, peace and joy, family happiness, wishing you all the best.
Happy New Year everyone. Chapter 56, It's fine as long as it's fine. Daring to clamor even in the Dragon Kingdom, I think you don't want to see tomorrow's sun.
Chen Hang coldly looked at David who fell to the ground.
The crowd, all of a sudden, boiled over. Well fought, I've long looked at them with displeasure.
Damn, a bunch of beasts, refusing and still wanting to come on hard, when really, they have no regard for the law.
Everyone saw the scene just now. 2 men, relying on their status as international friends, were acting recklessly.
From their words, it could be heard that there were already quite a few girls who had already been victimized by them. Perhaps they were accustomed to being brutal, and when they failed to accost them, they became annoyed, and the barbaric behavior in their bones was completely exposed to the crowd.
Damnable Dragon Country people, I will make you pay a heavy price.
David stared viciously at Chen Hang, struggling to stand up and struggling to swing his fist towards Chen Hang. Only, before he could fully stand up, he was kicked down by Chen Hang and his entire body slammed onto the ground.
Ah, a miserable wail sounded.
Chen Hang ruthlessly stepped on David's calf.
A mighty and robust body with an overwhelming aura came out. Are you not clear about the current situation? How dare you provoke me? You really don't know how to die.
Chen Hang increased his strength by a few points. The next moment, the crisp sound of bones breaking came. David instantly erupted into a pig-killing wail.
Fark! Fark! Dragon Nation, I'm going to kill you.
David clearly felt that the calf bone had completely broken. Heart-rending pain swept through his entire body, and his calf completely lost consciousness.
It seems that you still haven't regained your senses.
Chen Hang smiled coldly. The target shifted to David's other calf.
With just a slight force, Chen Hang's ears once again resounded with the sound of crisp shattering. Ah!
David once again erupted into a shrill scream. The crowd clapped their hands when they saw the scene.
It's too comfortable. What a great relief.
They should be thrown out. Scum who cheat and play with girls are not welcome in Dragon Kingdom. While the crowd was talking, Chen Hang turned his gaze to the bearded Sean.
Dragon Nation, what do you want? I've already called the police.
Seeing Chen Hang approaching step by step, Sean's heart flinched, his eyes widened, and his body gradually stepped back.
And then? Chen Hang sneered. North City King Bomb level family.
He had never been afraid of anyone.
I'm a Westerner. Are you trying to cause trouble? Sean roared loudly, but his voice was slightly trembling, and his bottom was already clearly lacking. What's wrong with being a Westlander? Westerners can harass dragon country women openly and honestly.
Chen Hang strangled Sean's neck and looked at him condescendingly.
Dragon country man, I think you've misunderstood.
I didn't harass her, I just wanted to add her contact information. Sean's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. He had just taken advantage of the moment when Chen Hang made his move and secretly called the police. As long as he dragged the police to the scene, it was entirely possible to reverse the situation and use the identity of an international friend to apply pressure.
Who are you fooling? We all saw it just now.
I can testify that this guy is clearly harassing and molesting women. Full of lies and deception, old man really wants to beat him up. All the boys were filled with indignation.
They couldn't wait to rush over and punch Sean. I think there's really a misunderstanding between us. Allow me to explain to you properly. Sean let out a bitter smile.
Suddenly, a clear voice rang out.
A slap-sized red mark immediately appeared on Sean's face. How dare you hit me? I am the West Country. Slap.
Before he could finish, a crisp sound rang out again. Blood vaguely oozed from the corner of Sean's mouth, and there was another clear red mark on the side of his face.
What's wrong with hitting you? Chen Hang's various attributes had reached 100.
Even a light blow would explode with tremendous power.
I asked you, are you deaf? Chen Hang slapped Sean hard.
Sean only felt the sky spinning and his brain was dizzy, until Chen Hang raised his fist again. Only then did Sean come to his senses and hurriedly hugged his head.
Noble people of the Dragon Kingdom, please rest your anger. I was just joking with them.
Sean was trembling, so scared that he gave in, and no longer had the arrogance he had just had.
Joking? Very. Then I'll play a little joke with you as well.
Chen Hang swung his fist at Sean, then threw him out with one hand. Sean landed heavily on the sand, his nose blood gushing out like a waterfall as a sharp stabbing pain spread throughout his body. Chen Hang coldly glanced at Sean, took out his cell phone and dialed a number.
Actually, it wasn't very much to bother the family.
It was just that this time, it had to be said.
Hey, son.
A middle-aged woman's voice rang out on the other end of the phone.
Mom, why is it you? Where's my dad?
Your dad is driving right now, just talk to me if there's anything, I'll pass it on to him.
Mom, I'm in some trouble.
Someone just molested my girlfriend, they.
Chen Hang didn't ink, and recounted the entire process just now to Lin Huailan without reservation. Chen Mingjun, who was driving the car, also just faintly said after listening, it's fine. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Hang ended the call.
The energy contained in Chen Mingjuan's two simple words was huge. Chen Hang did not have to worry about the rest of the matter.
Chapter 57, Little Karami. Did it hurt you?
Li Ranran walked over to Chen Hang's side and inspected his hand with concern. I didn't use much force.
Chen Hang shook his head. Two scums. Yun Shue's eyes scanned David and Sean icily.
She had completely watched that scene just now. Yun Shui did not have any good feelings towards foreign men in the first place. The act of molesting a woman was even more disgusting to her.
The most irritating thing was that Chen Hang had just helped Zhang Xinu apply sunscreen.
It was just her turn and before she could apply it, Chen Hang got up. It pissed her off.
Zhang Xinu even covered her nose in disgust.
Even from such a distance, she could still smell the unpleasant odor of their bodies. At this time, Zhang Yuqing walked up to Chen Hang's body.
Sister Ran Ran.
Zhang Yuqing first greeted Li Ran Ran and then said to Chen Hang with a smile, Senior, thank you.
It's fine. Chen Hang waved his hand, then asked, Schoolmate Yuqing, why are you here?
He was a bit surprised. It was a bit too much of a coincidence that he just happened to meet Zhang Yuqing here.
Qingqing, didn't you say you were shopping with Yuting and the others? Why did you run here?
Li Ran Ran frowned slightly. She remembered that Zhang Yuqing had clearly told her that she wanted to go shopping with the other two roommates. At this point in time, it shouldn't appear here.
Sister Ran Ran, the weather is too nice.
We finished shopping at the mall thinking that we don't have classes in the afternoon, so we simply ran here to bask in the sun.
Zhang Yuqing looked at Chen Hang with a big smile. I didn't expect to run into you and your schoolmate here. Where are Yuting and the girls? Li Ran Ran's words had just fallen.
Huang Yuting and Wu Mengyun walked up to the crowd.
We're here. Sister Ran Ran, I missed you to death after not seeing you for 2 days. They each ran to Li Ran Ran's side and enthusiastically took her arm.
Wu Mengyun then brightened up and introduced herself to Chen Hang.
Hello, I'm Sister Ran Ran's roommate, Wu Mengyun. Hello, Senior Chen Hang. I'm also Sister Ran's roommate, my name is Huang Yuting.
Both of them were all smiles as they scanned up and down the man in front of them. They had completely never expected that Chen Hang actually had such a good body. Wu Mengyun blushed as she watched.
Huang Yuting had a face of nymphomania. She now finally understood why Li Ran Ran had rejected Lin Mingkai's invitation. Chen Hang was superior to Lin Mingkai in every aspect. The two were completely not on the same level. Hello guys.
Chen Hang returned the greeting in a friendly manner.
His mind moved. It checked up on the two people's information. Name, Huang Yuting. Age, 20. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Body type, 78. Face value, 74. Perfection 98. Heartwarming value, 61. Name Wu Mengyun. Age 21. Height 165 cm. Weight 48 kg. Stature 8'3". Face value, 68. Perfection 97. Heartwarming value, 58. This one is? Zhang Yuqing's eyes looked at Zhang Xinyu, revealing a puzzled look. She is my friend, you guys can call her Xinu. This is Yun Shui. Chen Heng introduced Yun Shui and Zhang Xinu to them. The few people quickly got to know each other. Did you guys just come over? We've been playing for quite a while, and we didn't even see you guys just now. Zhang Yuqing asked with a smile. Chen Heng nodded, about 10 minutes ago. No wonder I just saw you guys. Zhang Yuqing seemed to have thought of something. By the way, schoolmate, were you just helping Sister Xinu apply sunscreen? Chen Heng grinned. Why, schoolmate wants to apply it too. It just so happens that it's here, so you can help school sister apply it too. You can't refuse me. Zhang Yuqing smiled as she picked up Li Ranran's sunscreen and handed it to Chen Heng before lying down on the beach chair next to Zhang Xinyu. Nice try, I'll apply it for you. Li Ranran directly snatched the sunscreen from Chen Heng's hand and without saying a word, she began to help Zhang Yuqing apply it. Sister Ranran, are you jealous? Zhang Yuqing wasn't angry and gave a delicate laugh. When Li Ranran sniffed, the strength in her hands increased by a few points. I'm sorry, Sister Ranran, you're light on your hands. I won't joke about you next time. Zhang Yuqing could only surrender obediently, and only then did Li Ranran let her go. The few people played around with each other for a while. 5 police officers then arrived at the sunny beach scenic area. Comrade police, you came just in time, take the 2 of them away. The 2 of them just molested a girl and then suddenly got into a fight. Their own people beating up their own people. Comrade police, I personally saw them beating each other. Quite a few of the boys spontaneously testified. The captain knowingly ordered 4 police officers to carry the 2 into the police car. When he had just rushed over on the news, he was already aware of the whole incident. Sean and David molested women. Chen Heng basically had the upper hand, he was just a bit impulsive. Then again, the city council had specifically instructed him to do it well. If he had 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to touch Chen Heng. After the 4 officers carried both of them to the car, the captain found Chen Heng and drove away after a few polite words. I can't imagine you're so powerful. It was settled so quickly. Zhang Yuqing said with a smile. She was a little worried about Chen Heng just now. Now it seemed that it was completely redundant. It's all trivial. Chen Heng waved his hand. 2 little caramels were just that, he didn't put it in his eyes at all. Chapter 58, I can't imagine you have this hobby. Zhang Yuqing, heartwarming value +3. Zhang Yuqing, heartwarming value +3. Zhang Yuqing, heartwarming value +3. Heartwarming value, 76. Zhang Yuqing hummed lightly, satisfied. The bright eyes were brimming with water. Your physique is still as good as ever. Chen Heng wrapped his arms around Zhang Yuqing's willow waist. He knew that this niece was feeling something. Oomph, that's only feeling for you. Zhang Yuqing's face was unusually flushed. She blinked and looked at Chen Heng with winking eyes. When other men came close, she would involuntarily keep a safe distance. But as long as she was with Chen Heng, she was eager to get close to him. Really? Shall I try again? Chen Heng raised his eyebrows and laughed. Well, it's better not to, Sister Ranran and the girls are all looking our way. Zhang Yuqing's pretty face was red. A little more and she wouldn't be able to walk later. It was too embarrassing in front of so many people. Chen Heng followed Zhang Yuqing's gaze, not far away, Li Ranran was indeed already looking at them. Moreover, Wu Mengyun and Huan Yuting were also looking over towards them. It's fine, they can't see. Chen Heng, however, was still up to his old tricks. Zhang Yuqing let out a delicate cry and raised her pink fist to whack Chen Heng. You're bad. Sister Ranran, Sister Yuqing ran over there. Huan Yuting pointed at Chen Heng at the edge of the beach. Li Ranran looked at Zhang Yuqing and furrowed her brows. Why did she run over there? Just now, the captain had looked for Chen Heng to chat for a couple of minutes, so he ran to the other side to take a step to talk. It was just that, he did not expect Zhang Yuqing to follow and run over there as well. Moreover, their movements seemed to be a bit ambiguous. She was aware of this niece, Zhang Yuqing. The first time she met with Chen Heng, she boldly wanted to be his girlfriend. It could really be her good girlfriend. Sister Ranran, Sister Yuqing looks like she likes Chen Heng a lot too. You have to grasp it. Huan Yuting guffawed, she actually liked Chen Heng as well. Only, she was clear about her face value and figure. Moreover, Li Ranran and Zhang Yuqing were well-known schoolgirls in the foreign language department. None of them had a boyfriend. She did have 2 boyfriends. Chen Heng didn't look at her much either. She knew that she couldn't snatch Li Ranran. However, Zhang Yuqing had the qualifications. Her proud capital and luscious figure were very attractive. Chen Heng also interacted with Zhang Yuqing from time to time. Even if Li Ranran relationship was now on good terms with Chen Heng, Zhang Yuqing still had a chance. Of course I will grasp it. But, she's gone too far, she's almost sticking it to Chen Heng. Li Ranran frowned slightly. She appeared to have seen Chen Heng's small movements. Li Ranran was now figuring it out, but they seemed to be moving a bit fast. Sister Ranran, this actually can't be blamed on Sister Yuqing. Chen Heng is too good face, good body, and good condition. Wu Mengyan said enviously, if I had your kind of face value and body, then I would go after Chen Heng too.
A boy with Chen Hang's condition is a piece of meat and potatoes to be fought over.
The vast majority of women would be moved by the sight of it.
Only, she was well aware of her own strength. If she took the initiative to go after him, she would definitely be rejected by Chen Hang. Compared to Li Ranran and Zhang Yuqing, she had no attraction at all. However, she still had a glimmer of hope in her heart. Even if she chatted with Chen Hang for a while, she would still be satisfied. Mengyun, you're afraid you're thinking more than that? You heard your voice the night before last. Li Ranran had heard strange voices the night before last, but in a daze. Wu Mengyun blushed. Ranran's sister, aren't you asleep? Li Ranran glared at Wu Mengyun without any good humor. Yeah, you woke me up again. She was very sensitive to Chen Hang's name. Wu Mengyun slept on her upper bunk, so naturally it was easy to hear it. Mengyun, I can't imagine that you still have this hobby. Huan Yuting looked at Wu Mengyun with a wide-eyed smile. She instantly understood what Li Ranran meant. Wu Mengyun instantly blushed as well. You're still saying that, don't you also like Chen Hang? You even called out Chen Hang's name when you were dreaming. Li Ranran also looked at Huang Yuting. Really? Huang Yuting's small face instantly flushed red and confessed, I'm not going to hide it from you guys. I did dream about Chen Hang, and it's still. Zhang Xianyu and Yun Shui were lying on the beach chair aside, listening to that blush. It was normal for the four of them to like Chen Hang. Only, it was a bit beyond their imagination. After Zhang Yuqing and Chen Hang had chatted for 2 minutes, they saw Zhang Xinyu walking head-on towards them. Look, it's all your fault that Sister Xinu is coming our way. Chen Hang just laughed at this. What are you afraid of? If she's here, she won't be able to run away. Hearing this, Zhang Yuqing's face reddened a large portion again. Nasty. She naturally understood what Chen Hang meant. A man like him, who was handsome, golden and physically fit, was destined to be more than just her. She couldn't deal with Chen Hang alone. Zhang Yuqing understood the situation well and only needed Chen Hang to give her warmth. Zhang Xinyu quickly walked to Chen Hang's side. Chen Hang naturally released his hand. Boss. Sister Ranran told you to go back, she's helping you apply sunscreen. Zhang Xinyu blushed as she looked at Chen Hang and Zhang Yuqing. When sitting over there, it wasn't very clear to see. But when walking over, she clearly saw Chen Hang's movements. Help me apply sunscreen? I didn't say to apply it. Chen Hang thought that he was done after helping them apply it. He was a big man and didn't even plan on applying it. Unexpectedly, Li Ranran actually wanted to help him apply it. Good guy, the main fight was a courtesy. It was Sister Yun Shui who mentioned it. Zhang Xianyu softly said, she said that you didn't even help her paint it, so after you finish helping her paint it, they'll paint it for you. Hearing this, Chen Hang subconsciously looked at Yun Shui. This niece is quite good at thinking. Why don't I help you later as well? After Zhang Yuqing finished, she looked at Zhang Xinyu with a big smile. Sister Xinyu, I really envy you. I just wanted my schoolmate to help me paint it, but it was just cut off by Sister Ranran. I'm so angry. Well, Zhang Xinyu blushed. Thinking back, Chen Hang's actions just now were quite gentle. Alright, let's go back. Chen Hang touched his nose. Yun Shui and the four of them had all looked over. If they didn't go back, they would all come over. Zhang Yuqing answered and obediently followed behind. Zhang Xinyu blushed as she looked at Chen Hang's back and quickly followed. Chapter 59, I want to chase Chen Hang too. Back under the parasol, Li Ranran greeted her. What did the police comrade say? Is it okay? It's fine, just chatting for a couple of minutes. The two of them were going to be in wheelchairs at least, no guarantee that they would be GA tomorrow. Deportation was already a given. Chen Hang didn't want to continue this topic and said with a change of words. Didn't you say you would help me apply sunscreen? Start now. Li Ranran's pretty face flushed and looked at the rest of the four. I mean, let's all get together. They had just discussed it, a few people applying it together. She wouldn't dare to have it all to herself in front of so many people. That's fine, I'm ready. Chen Hang smiled bashfully and sat down on the recliner. He seemed to be looking forward to it a bit more. You haven't helped me apply it yet. Yun Shui whirled around and got up, holding Chen Hang's hand. You help me paint it first, then we'll help you. Yun Shui led Chen Hang to the recliner on her side, handed Chen Hang the sunscreen in her hand, and then lay down with a smile on her face. Good. Chen Hang responded readily, took the sunscreen and started applying it. He evenly smeared it on Yun Shui's back. Feeling Chen Hang's warm hands, Yun Shui's ears were inexplicably a little hot. Wu Mengyun also took Zhang Yuqing on her arm and sat to the side, chatting. Sister Yuqing, when did you run over there? Didn't tell me either. I followed you over there. Don't think I can't see that you like Chen Hang. Zhang Yuqing skimmed her mouth. I don't want to drag you over there. Just now, Wu Mengyun's eyes were almost drawn when she looked at Chen Hang. As a woman, she was especially aware of Wu Mengyun's reaction. Sister Yuqing, we were just discussing you. Sister Ranran knows that you like Chen Hang. Huan Yuting laughed from the side. Sister Ranran has known for a long time. Zhang Yuqing smiled faintly. I still know my schoolmate because of her. Really? How did you guys meet? It was actually that day when you guys went to the bar. I met Sister Ranran at the mall. Zhang Yuqing finished. Li Ranran also walked over at this time and sat beside her. Qingqing agreed not to rob with me. I'm sorry, Sister Ranran. Zhang Yuqing softly said, I didn't want it either. Chen Hang is too good.
Sister Ran, I really don't blame Sister Yuqing. I also want to chase after my schoolmate. Huang Yuting was moved by what she heard. Being Chen Hang's girlfriend was too happy. A shopping trip was a gift of a few $1,000,000. Who could top that? They couldn't even handle a few thousand or tens of thousands of gifts, not to mention a few million. Sister Ran, I'm sorry, I've decided that I'll start chasing after Chen Hang today, don't stop me. Wu Mangyun bit her lip and said, I'm going to chase even if you stop me. Li Ran was speechless. These two nymphets actually reversed sides so quickly. She wasn't too worried about Huang Yuting and Wu Mangyun. Chen Hang wouldn't really look at them. Both of them couldn't compare to her in terms of face value and figure, and moreover, had boyfriends before. At this point, she had absolute confidence. Zhang Yuqing was hard to handle, but Li Ran accepted it gladly. After all, it was her good girlfriend. Moreover, she couldn't handle it alone, and for Zhang Yuqing she knew her roots, which was actually quite good. Did you guys bring sunscreen? It might not be enough after Yun Shui finishes applying it later. Li Ran changed the topic and said, I brought it, Sister Ran. Zhang Yuqing immediately pulled out sunscreen from the small bag she was carrying. A few people chatted with each other in a sentence. 5 minutes later, a super yacht came out on the beach not far away, attracting the attention of everyone on the beach. Crap! What a luxurious yacht! Which big shot is this that came out to play again? This yacht feels so familiar, seems like I've seen it somewhere before. My goodness, this seems to be the $1 billion Huaxia Jade. No way! The Huaxia Jade was only auctioned off yesterday. It's true, this is the Azimut Huaxia Jade. The super yacht drove towards the beachside. The luxurious exterior and handsome hull caused everyone to tremble. The vast majority of people had never seen this kind of super yacht. This kind of grandiose scene was usually only seen in movies, and was rarely encountered in reality. Not far from the super yacht, a sailor and a woman in a halter-top dress drove the speedboat onto the wooden walkway. The woman was seen disembarking the boat barefoot and then walking down to the beach. Scanning around, she walked to Chen Hang's face. The woman's profile information was also revealed at this time. Name, Lin Qiqi. Age, 24. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Stature 8'1". Face value, 68. Perfection 9'6". Heartwarming value, 48. You are Mr. Chen Hang, right? I'm the yacht butler hired by Miss Yun, 7'7". The Huaxia Jade has been driven this way for you. Do you need to get on board on your side? Hearing this, Zhang Yuqing and her two roommates' eyes were filled with shock. The passers-by had already recognized that this Azimut Huaxia Jade luxury yacht had just been auctioned off yesterday. Moreover, it was auctioned off for $1 billion. Chen Hang had only sent the message yesterday at noon. Obviously, Chen Hang had purposely spent $1 billion to auction off this luxury yacht. As they watched the yacht's butler smilingly walk in front of Chen Hang, the crowd could not help but discuss Chen Hang. No wonder this handsome man dared to help out, so he really isn't an ordinary family. Surrounded by so many beautiful women, originally I was a bit jealous, but now I am completely convinced. Too envious, luxury yacht with beautiful women, proper life winner. I don't know if this handsome man still lacks women. I want to introduce my sister to her. Handsome and rich, I feel like I'm in love. I also feel like I'm in love. So want to give him 10 sons. Chen Hang was not in a hurry to answer Lin Qiqi, but instead invited towards Zhang Yuqing and the girls. The weather is very nice, we are planning to take a yacht out for a cruise, do you guys want to join us? Yeah, that's fine. Zhang Yuqing immediately responded readily. She hadn't traveled on a super yacht yet, and she didn't want to miss the opportunity to be with Chen Hang. I can too. And me, schoolmate. Huang Yuting and Wu Mengyun responded with delighted faces. $1 billion luxury yacht. If it wasn't for Chen Hang, this yacht would be completely out of reach for them. They certainly would not let go of this excellent opportunity. Chen Hang tapped his chin and looked at the housekeeper Lin Qiqi knowingly. Now depart. Alright, sir, this way please. Lin Qiqi made a welcoming gesture and led Chen Hang's group on foot to the wooden stack and took a ride on the speedboat. The super yacht opened the door of the depot and the speedboat gradually entered the depot. Chen Hang boarded the super yacht with many beautiful women under the envious gazes of the crowd. Chapter 60, Knowingly. The surface of the sea sparkled under the sunlight. The breeze gently blew, very pleasant. After the Huaxia Emerald sailed away from the beach, it gradually headed in an eastern direction. Traveling to the shore area close to the beach, there were quite a few small yachts around. The vast majority of motorboats and small sailboats sailed here. After the yacht was running smoothly, a middle-aged man in a white shirt uniform walked onto the deck with his sailors and walked over to meet Chen Hang, bowing to him. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am the pilot hired by Ms. Yun, Wang Minxian. This is my sailor, Li Dali. We will do our best to escort you on your current voyage. Chen Hang nodded politely in greeting. Hello, Captain Wang. Mr. Chen, I don't know if you plan to sail around here or sail to the scenic spots to the east? Wang Minxian asked. Let's stay around here, and don't go too far from the shore. Just stay away from them. Chen Hang did not want to leave the shore too far. It would be fine to take a look around the neighborhood first and then drive somewhere else tomorrow. Okay, I understand. Mr. Chen, I'll leave you alone. If you want to change the route, please feel free to greet me. I will stick to my position in the cockpit. Wang Minxian respectfully said. Chen Hang smiled faintly, then I will be grateful to Captain Wang. Wang Minxian was very receptive and brought his sailors back to the cockpit. At this time, Lin Chichi, who was behind Wang Minxian, also smiled and came in front of Chen Hang. Mr. Chen, I heard from Miss Yun that you've been busy with your time and haven't seen this place yet. I've already learned about all the configurations of the Huaxia Jade yesterday. Please allow me to personally introduce you. As the yacht's housekeeper, she naturally had to serve Chen Hang with everything. When she went on the yacht yesterday, she had already understood all the space configurations inside. Desserts and snacks, water and drinks were prepared, and this was also her duty. Good. Chen Hang tapped his chin. The 6 women spontaneously followed behind. Here is the hydraulic lifting platform of the deck, which can be freely adjusted in height. You can use it as a diving platform. The area directly opposite the platform is our resting area. You can sit here to rest after showering or after swimming. It's very suitable for us to sit here when we're wet. The resting area is also equipped with a TV refrigerator microwave oven, and this is the bar area where you can mix your favorite drinks. After Lin Chichi introduced the first floor at the deck, she led them into the interior of the yacht. There were 2 staterooms inside, belonging to the captain and sailor respectively. The engine compartment was fully protected and driven by 2 superb horsepower, so there was absolutely no need to worry about power issues. The second floor of the super yacht was the leisure area. Walking into the second deck, there is an immense living room with transparent floor-to-ceiling windows with sea view on both sides. The dining table, bar, galley, DJ, and entertainment room are all there. The second level features a master bedroom and 4 guest bedrooms. The master bedroom is very spacious with an oversized king-size bed, that is 7 or 8 people are not crowded. It is equipped with a full set of marble-made restrooms and bathrooms, full of money. At the third deck was likewise equipped with a seating lounge area. But the most striking thing was a turquoise blue freshwater swimming pool, which was changed every time they went out to sea. Li Ran walked to the railing with a big smile. The blue sky and white clouds with a gentle breeze made her feel especially soothed. Sister Ran, you are so lucky to have met such an excellent man like Chen Hang, Huang Yuding said enviously. There were only 4 words she could feel in this yacht: trenchant. Whether it was the configuration of the facilities or the service, it was all top-notch. She only now truly understood the life of the rich. Sister Ran, if it's possible, you be the big one and we'll be the small one. We don't mind. Wu Mengyan walked to Li Ran's side, holding her hand, her eyes glancing at Chen Hang from time to time. If she slept here every day, she would be willing to be woken up by Chen Hang every day. No way, think beautifully you guys. Li Ran refused without even thinking about it. Zhang Yuqing she defaulted to, the other party had not had a boyfriend. Li Ran was completely at ease. But these 2 people had made friends, she didn't want to add to her problems. Wu Mengyun wasn't angry either, she just smiled gently. Her gaze then boldly turned to Chen Hang. Right, schoolmate, you haven't put on sunscreen yet. The sun is so sunny, let's apply it for you. If Li Ran didn't give the opportunity, she would have to create it. Chen Hang was a good person to get along with. Mengyun, I almost forgot if you didn't say so. Schoolmate, I'll help you. Huan Yuding let go of her hand and walked over to Chen Hang's side. Zhang Xinu and Yun Shui looked at each other, their faces both flushed as they quietly waited on the side. Come on. Chen Hang wasted no time in lying down in the daylight area on the third deck. Wu Mengyan knowingly handed over the sunscreen to Li Ran. Sister Ran, you apply it first. Aha. Li Ran took the sunscreen, and the 6 of them quickly gathered around Chen Hang. They rubbed the sunscreen slightly and started applying it. The other 5 were all in a similar situation. However, Zhang Yuqing could clearly see the smiles they couldn't hide at the corners of their mouths. The sunscreen was soon finished. Zhang Xinyu took a new bottle of sunscreen. Chen Hang rolled over, and the crowd unanimously looked at his abs. In the next instant, they were the ones who looked at each other, their faces turning red. Wu Mengyun, heartwarming value plus 10. Huang Yuding, heartwarming value plus 10. Zhang Xinyu, heartwarming value plus 10. Zhang Yuqing, heartwarming value plus 10. Li Ran, heartwarming value plus 10. What? You're blushing too? Chen Hang looked at Li Ran's delicate face and grinned. Knowingly. Li Ran blushed profusely as her pink fist lightly landed on Chen Hang. Seeing Li Ran's blushing expression, Chen Hang's lips could not stop curling up. Chapter 61. This is redundant. After basking in the sun for a while, a small yacht was suddenly heading this way. Boss, there's a man over there, he seems to be greeting us. Zhang Xinyu noticed them. Upon hearing this, Chen Hang also subconsciously looked towards the small yacht. Only a man was standing on the deck. He was surrounded by 7 or 8 bikini beauties. The man waved his hand towards Chen Hang, seemingly greeting him. Chen Hang was unimpressed at first. When he fixed his eyes on him, it was actually Wang Haotian. In no time, the small yacht that Wang Haotian was on sailed to Chen Hang's side. Chen Hang asked Wang Minxian to lower his speed. Wang Haotian was on the deck and waved his hand in greeting. Hello, brother, we meet again. Hello, brother Haotian. Chen Hang responded politely.
The 7 or 8 bikini-clad beauties beside Wang Haotian and Zhao Gui couldn't help but have their gazes attracted by Chen Hang, their little hearts fluttering. So handsome, his height is at least 1.85 meters. This young master's yacht seems to be bigger than Mr. Wang's. Sisters, do you know who he is? We can find a chance to ask him out. Not really, I haven't even seen Mr. Wang play with him. The women whispered about Chen Hang. They had been accompanying Wang Haotian for some time as well. Only that the rich second-generation circle had never seen such a handsome man. Chen Hang's super yacht was also clearly much better than Wang Haotian's, and his family's wealth was definitely not worse than Wang Haotian's. I didn't expect that we just met yesterday and we bumped into each other again today.
Wang Haotian was a bit surprised.
It was unexpected that Chen Hang had completed all the formalities so quickly, driving the Huaxia emerald that had just been auctioned off for a trip to the sea. Just now he thought that he was mistaken. Only when he arrived in front of him did he realize that it was really the Huaxia emerald.
I can only say that we are quite fortunate.
Chen Hang laughed. He also did not expect to meet Wang Haotian. I do think that brother Chen Hang is quite fortunate with women, surrounded by beautiful women.
Wang Haotian said enviously. The women around Chen Hang were all of superior face value. Even though they were wearing dressy swimsuits, their S-shaped body curves could still be seen.
Wang Haotian had met a few beauties with this kind of face value, but their bodies were no better than theirs.
He also couldn't do what Chen Hang did and let them get together.
Brother Haotian, you're not bad, 8 bikini beauties, be careful that your body can't take it all at once. Chen Hang swept a glance at the hot bikini beauties on Wang Haotian's yacht. Most of them had a face value of 70 and a body of around 80. Putting it in the society, it was a proper beauty.
Ha, do you want to come over and try it out?
My side is full of the very best.
Wang Haotian invited.
As soon as these words came out, 7 or 8 bikini beauties threw up their winks at Chen Hang, showing off their career lines and jutting bodies.
Young Chen, Mr. Wang is very satisfied with our service. We promise to make you horny. Young Chen, I also have a twin sister. Li Ranran and Zhang Yuqing reluctantly took Chen Hang's arm. They didn't want Chen Hang to pass. Thank you for brother Hao Tian's kindness, I won't go over. Chen Hang waved his hand in refusal. Their level of perfection was quite outrageous, even 70.
Old drivers were certainly good at driving. However, as long as they were taught well, then Li Ranran and the girls were also fine.
Alright, brother Chen Hang, then I won't bother you anymore.
I'll take them in first.
Wang Haotian grinned and swept the 2 bikini beauties left and right.
He had long wanted to fire away. It was only when he saw Chen Hang's yacht that his curiosity drove him to run over by the way.
Chen Hang waved his hand and smiled lightly. Brother Haotian, have fun.
Ha ha ha, that's natural.
Let's go. Wang Haotian took the 8 beauties on his arm and left the deck.
Chen Hang breathed a sigh of relief as his gaze moved to Zhang Yuqing.
Didn't you want to learn backstroke? Chen Hang raised his eyebrows. How about I teach you? Right here in the pool.
When she had just applied sunscreen, Zhang Yuqing had asked many times to teach her backstroke. It just so happened that she had the time. It wasn't impossible to teach her.
Aha! Zhang Yuqing readily agreed. She couldn't wait to interact with Chen Hang. The two of them then jumped into the pool, and Chen Hang taught Zhang Yuqing backstroke by hand. Chapter 62 Mountain Monarch Capital. 3 days passed by in a flash.
Chen Hang had taken them on a 2-day trip to the sea.
On the last day, it was back to the hotel to lie flat.
The 2 days of sea parade was just too tiring, and he had to take a break as well, otherwise his body simply couldn't take it. During this period, Chen Hang stopped by to take them to the mall to shop and spend money, rebating $700 to $800 million. Zhang Sinyu's heartwarming value rose to 78.
Zhang Yuqing's heartwarming value rose to 86.
Huang Yuting and Wu Mingyun's heartwarming value also rose quite a bit. However, both of their face values were below 90 points, and even if they reached 100, they would not receive the super gift pack, so Chen Hang did not pay too much attention to them. Yun Shue's heartwarming value had long since reached 100, and this niece's fondness for him was unquestionable. It was worth mentioning that under the impact of Chen Hang's various aspects, Li Ranran's heartwarming value soared to 100. She had reached an unprecedented level of liking for Chen Hang, to the point where she could even forgive everything. Chen Hang also obtained the system's super gift pack as a result. The reward given by the super gift pack was unforgettable eyes. The skill was useful to be useful, but it was almost unusable in normal times.
Chen Hang just thought about it and stopped dwelling on it.
There are a lot of super gift packs out there, so there is no shortage of this one. In the afternoon, Zhang Xinyu sent Zhang Yuqing and the girls back to Longda as instructed. Chen Hang, on the other hand, drove to the Hanwei group building. Getting out of the car, Yun Shui followed behind obediently. She was wearing the uniform they first met in today. A light pink wraparound skirt and a light white blouse. It looked great together. Stepping into the company, quite a few people looked towards Yun Shui, especially the gazes of the Miss Manners, her eyes full of envy. The two of them rode the elevator together to the 9th floor. As the elevator doors opened, Yun Shui greeted and entered the secretary's office. Back to the chairman's office. Chen Hang pulled out his cell phone and was about to check the status of his securities account. At this time, Su Zheqi, who had heard the sound, stepped into the office and came in front of Chen Hang.
Boss, I've already invested the 1.5 billion in East Ocean Energy in 3 days as you requested. It's just that, yesterday, when we had just invested the funds, there was suddenly a huge amount of short-side funds violently smashing the market, smashing East Ocean Energy to the downside. 3 minutes into the end of the trading session, they bought again in large quantities at the falling price. It's the same situation today. As long as we make a move, the other side smashes the market. Right now, your account has accumulated a loss of 250 billion funds. Hearing Su Zheqi's words, Chen Hang frowned. It actually smashed to a halt. The lobbyists of the Hanwoo Group were not even that arrogant. Not to mention that the market capitalization of East Ocean Energy was at the tens of billions level. With such a violent counterparty, it was obvious that there was capital staring at him. Chen Hang started Dongming Securities. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the stock market has closed. Donghai Energy, deadlocked at the down stop. 1 million hands of down sell orders, enough to show the strength of the short capital. Chen Hang's line of sight moved to the available funds in the securities account. Total assets fell to 1.9 billion. Cumulative profit and loss from a profit of 20 million, fell to the current loss of 250 million. 250 million 500 million for Chen Hang is just a matter of sprinkling. But the other side is obviously not satisfied. 1 million lots of short orders, clearly want to completely eat him this piece of meat. Have you investigated clearly? Chen Hang frowned slightly and looked at Su Zheqi. Which capital is the other party? Xiaoxin Securities, Wanyuan Road Business Department. Su Zheqi also frowned. According to the reliable information provided by manager Zhong, the other party is a well-known domestic investment organization, Lion Capital. Chen Hang quickly tapped the keyboard. The next second, the webpage displayed the search results. Lion Capital, a famous domestic short-selling organization, had always been known for shorting in the Dragon Kingdom, often cooperating with foreign investors to besiege major well-known domestic investment companies. Every time shorting or making a lot of money. Nowadays, the investment scale of Lion Capital has reached 200 billion. Even if it is not the largest investment company in the Dragon Country, but in this fishy investment market, it was also a well-deserved leader. Lion Capital, you've managed to mess with me. Chen Hang's eyes hardened as he turned to Su Zheqi. There's something I need you to run for me. I need to register an investment company. Individual investments would have many restrictions. With corporate investment, the restrictions were much more relaxed. Lion Capital, since he had taken the initiative to come to the door, then don't blame him for not being polite. Chen Hang decided to personally go down and have some fun with them. He wanted to make Lion Capital blood money without return. The name of the company will be Mountain King Capital. Mountain Monarch, the fierce tiger god. The body of pure yang, the most perfect animal in the world. Bulls and sheep are happy to flock together, but only fierce tigers are alone. Since ancient times, the fierce tiger is the ancient people's supreme symbol of kingship. The tiger symbol that commanded the three armies solidly proved this. Chen Hang was bound to make Shanjun Capital, the master of global capital. Alright, I'll go register tomorrow. Su Zheqi nodded. She could see that Chen Hang was getting serious. Chen Hang's securities account alone was already $2 billion in capital, and even Hanwei Group was a company he wholly owned. The stature behind it was far more than $10 billion. Lion Capital, this time is kicked to the super titanium alloy steel plate. Chapter 63, donating 1 billion. Chen Hang handed over everything about the investment company and Su Zheqi left the office. It would take 3 days at the earliest for Shanjun Capital to be formally established. Chen Hang was not in a hurry. He only needs to invest in rebates and prepare the funds. This period of time is to lure the enemy in. The decision makers of Lion Capital will most likely feel that the individual funds are simply not enough to compete with a company of this size. Individual funds are simply not enough to compete with such a large scale of capital. Seeing that he increased capital investment, will certainly at all costs short. This is precisely the result that Chen Hang wanted. After these days of operation, his bank account has reached $100 billion. Most of Lion Capital's $200 billion in size is spread across multiple stocks. Taking out 50 billion to play with him alone was probably enough. Their targets are far more than just Chen Hang. But Chen Hang's target today is only Lion Capital. Zhang Xinyu returned to the Hanwei Group building. Checking to process the documents from the past 2 days, she stepped into Chen Hang's office. Boss, Longcat Live's financial report for the first quarter has been produced. Live streaming revenue of 128 billion yuan, advertising revenue of 116 million yuan, and interest and investment income of 42 million yuan. Revenue of $286 billion, net profit of $92.6 million, down 35% year-on-year. Interest income accounted for 35%. Zhang Xinyu walked over to Chen Hang and handed the document to him. Chen Hang glanced at it and threw it aside. Longcat Live doesn't need to cast another stream. Maintain the status quo. The internet gaming bonus era had passed. It is now the world of jittery short videos. Internet live streaming turned in the direction of bandwagoning. There was no longer much point in continuing to increase the streamcast.
I will notify the operations department later and tell them to stop casting streams.
Is there anything else you need to order, boss?
Zhang Xinyu softly said.
I happen to have something on my side that I need you to say hello to for me. Tomorrow is the 100th anniversary of Dragon University, and I plan to donate 1 billion huaxia coins to Dragon University.
You help me contact the school to communicate about this matter.
Chen Hang didn't want to be bound by the school.
But no matter what, the credits still needed to be gotten. For the Dragon University school celebration, this was just a small token of his appreciation.
If Chen Hang revealed his identity, the principal might not dare to deduct his credits. It was only in the name of the donation that the name was good for everyone.
Boss, are you donating $1 billion?
Zhang Xinyu didn't react for a moment.
$1 billion was a considerable amount.
If this was to be used for aerospace research funding, how would it be necessary to build 2 rockets? Chen Hang tapped his chin. Yes, I will go over tomorrow.
Just communicate with the university and directly send the money over.
As for the $1 billion payment, use this card of mine.
Chen Hang threw the bank card to Zhang Xinyu. The balance was already 100 billion, and 1 billion was nothing more than a hair's breadth.
Good. Although Zhang Xinyu did not know why Chen Hang wanted to donate, but she knowingly did not ask.
Chen Hang naturally had his reasons for doing so. You don't need to return this card to me. Anything that requires spending money, just take this card and do it. Zhang Xinyu took the secondary card.
Chen Hang wasn't worried about any risks at all. Aha! Zhang Xinyu happily responded. Alright, go ahead and do it. Remember to swipe my card and go on the company's account.
Chen Hang lifted his chin lightly and wreaked havoc.
Yes, boss. Zhang Xianyu reddened her face and quickly walked out of the room.
Looking at Zhang Xinyu's silhouette,
Chen Hang was in a pleasant mood. Chapter 64, Welcoming Ceremony. Longhai University. Principal's Office. The chairman of Hanwei Group donated $1 billion? It's already been credited to the account? Or a freshman from our school?
Lu Mingsong held the phone and became more and more excited the more he listened. His body scurried up with a whoosh.
If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he wouldn't have believed it to death.
A freshman was actually the chairman of Hanwei Group.
Donated 1 billion in one breath, or a second to the account. Damn, almost caught up with the Rice Group. Chairman lays 1.3 billion donations. Longhai University's annual financial allocation income, but only 2.4 billion. 1 billion is almost half of it. It was enough research funding for dozens of scientific research projects. We'll add a donation ceremony at the school festival tomorrow.
This freshman student has made a significant contribution to Long University's scientific research.
If he's not satisfied, all of you get the hell out of here. $1 billion was an unrivaled amount of money for Long University. It set a record for the largest single donation amount since the founding of Long University. With the help of this funding, next year, Long University's scientific research achievements would definitely be taken to the next level. But soon, Lu Mingsong became curious about Chen Hang's identity. What exactly is the origin of this freshman? It's actually such a big deal.
Lu Mingsong sat back in his chair, tapped the keyboard, and pressed confirm. A school registration file then appeared on the screen. There was no other information available to be displayed in the file other than school information, name, age, and gender.
There wasn't even an ID number or address. Lu Mingsong frowned and dialed the phone number of the Academic Affairs Office.
A middle-aged man's voice quickly came from the other end of the phone.
Principal, you're looking for me? Help me check on a freshman student named Chen Hang in the school. Wait a moment, Principal, I'll check now. After a while, the faculty office called Lu Mingsong back.
Principal, I've gone through all the paper files. This student's information is invariably only his name and age and gender, and no other information can be found at all.
My friends over at the city council also tried.
The identity files are all top secret. They don't have the authority to view them. Hearing the other party's words, Lu Mingsong frowned and understood the reason.
Top secret files. The city council didn't even have the authority, let alone him being a tiny principal.
This was at least the kind of treatment that was only given to the A-ranked lineage in poker.
Alright, I know.
Hanging up the phone, Lu Mingsong left the office and personally went down to organize the donation ceremony.
The next day afternoon, Longhai University was already gated.
Everywhere on the campus was decorated with lights and colorful red flags. Bright and colorful red carpets were orderly spread out at the entrance. Pretty sisters in elegant dresses waited quietly with bouquets of flowers. Beside them was the principal, Lu Mingsong, who was wearing long pants and a white shirt. Behind them followed the leaders of other faculties and a number of young female teachers.
Among them, the most dazzling was none other than Han Yi. A rose-red sexy slim-fit knit dress. The soft and delicate figure was unobstructed.
Quite a few people threw surprised gazes at the doorway.
What's going on here? It's amazing that even the principal has been alarmed. For the 100th school anniversary, the one who shook the principal is definitely a big shot. It couldn't be Senior Fong who donated $1 million, could it?
It's rumored that he's this year's outstanding graduate, and his company went public in less than 3 years after graduation. It's really possible. $1 million is quite a lot. Stop guessing. The person the principal is waiting for seems to be coming over.
Crap. Mercedes Maybach S-Class. I'll monkey with you. Only to see a Mercedes Maybach S480 slowly stop. A young man walked down from the car. I can't believe that your old man, the principal, is already here waiting for me. Actually, there's no need for such a big battle, just keep a low profile. Fang Yuan walked in front of Lu Mingsong, took off his sunglasses and extended his hand with a smile. For the Fang Yuan in front of him, Lu Mingsong was in a daze. He did not immediately respond to the other party, but instead turned sideways to look behind him. The dean of the finance department saw the scene and came up in a panic. Principal, this is our college's 17th grade graduate, Fang Yuan. He donated $1 million for this 100th anniversary. Hearing the words of the finance department dean, Lu Mingsong instantly understood. Dare this guy to think that they were waiting for him. So it's student Fang. The seats inside have already been arranged. Just let the dean bring you in. Lu Mingsong smiled symbolically and did not shake hands in response. For this 100th anniversary, there were many alumni who donated millions, and not a few 10 million. Reasonably speaking, a payment at the level of 1 million was not really worthy of his personal greeting. Only, in front of so many people, more or less he had to save some face, losing his demeanor would not be good. Seeing Fang Yuan's hand awkwardly stop in midair, the crowd could not help but erupt in laughter. I thought it was a welcome for Senior Fang, looks like I overthought it. $1 million is a lot for the school, but this level is mostly greeted by the dean. Come to think of it, nowadays a piece of research equipment costs several $1 million. Fang Yuan awkwardly withdrew his hand. He also realized at this time that Lu Mingsong was not waiting for him. Principal, then I'll go in first. Lu Mingsong just nodded gently and did not bother with Fang Yuan anymore. Just as Fang Yuan stepped into the campus, a low engine roar sounded. The overbearing Rolls-Royce fleet came from the distance towards the side at breakneck speeds. This scene caused everyone present to hold their breath. Chapter 65 Ruthless Crushing. Crap, did I see it right? 9 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. It's too explosive. I've never seen such a grand display on TV. The Phantom cars are also too handsome. I'm envious. I bet 50 cents that this is definitely the person the principal is waiting for. Under the breathless gazes of the crowd, 9 Mirage cars lined up and parked at the entrance. The 9 King of Soldiers bodyguards got out of the car as fast as they could, jogged all the way to the front of the Supreme Rolls-Royce Phantom, and opened the door. A tall and handsome youth appeared in front of the crowd. At this moment, all the boys were collectively dumbfounded and shocked to the point of scalp numbness. Crap you damn. It's Chen Hang again. First it was a Porsche 911, then a Bugatti Red Dragon, good lord, now it's simply 9 Mirages straight away. This guy is too rich, he's the first broad in Longhai. Oh my god, so it's Chen Hang, he's really handsome. So handsome. My god, what a grandeur, I love Chen Hang so much. I want to try out the taste of stepping on the starry sky top with my god. The girls' eyes, on the other hand, were all filled with adoration. They looked at Chen Hang and didn't want to move away for a moment. Han Yi was also slightly stunned. It was unthinkable that the person the principal was waiting for was actually the physical education committee member she was substituting for. Chen Hang in his formal attire looked as if he was even more handsome than before. Han Yi's gaze lingered on Chen Hang. Thinking of Chen Hang's robust body under his formal attire, Han Yi's little heart thumped and her pretty face couldn't help but redden. What was going on today? She obviously didn't have that many thoughts, so how could she think of that aspect? Looking at the imposing Rolls-Royce fleet, Fang Yuan's heart was also very convinced at the moment. This platoon mercilessly crushed his Maybach S480. It could completely rub him on the ground. Hello, you are Mr. Chen, right? What a show of talent. Lu Mingsong greeted Chen Hang with a smile. The leaders of the departments in the back followed to welcome him. Principal is polite. There's no need to be so rehearsed. Saying this on his lips, but Chen Hang was still quite satisfied with the attitude of the principal in front of him. At such a young age, you have made an indelible contribution to Long University's scientific research. Having student Chen is a blessing for Long University. Our welcoming ceremony is necessary to welcome student Chen on one hand, and to thank him for his generous donation on the other. Lu Mingsong smiled. Without scientific research funding, scientific research projects could not be carried out at all. With this $1 billion, many realistic problems would be solved. For the school, it was also a great credit. Dragon University is celebrating its centennial. As a part of the school, I sincerely hope that the school will get better and better. I also want to do what I can for the school. The donation is a small token of my appreciation. If there are any academic matters, I still hope that the principal will take care of them. Chen Hang smiled lightly. That's natural. Student Chen, the school festival is about to start, let's go in and talk about it. Lu Mingsong looked at the surrounding students and hurriedly made a welcoming gesture to signal. More and more people came and gathered at the entrance. If they didn't go in, they would all be blocked here. Chen Hang nodded slightly and stepped into the campus. Lu Mingsong and many faculty leaders followed behind. Chapter 66, Don't Pay If You're Not Sweet. Chen Hang and Lu Mingsong, in a group, arrived at the school's 1,000-person auditorium. The auditorium already had many students sitting on the audience stage. There were also ballet sisters waiting to perform around the stage. Lu Mingsong brought Chen Hang to the white honored seats located in the front row of the auditorium and arranged for Chen Hang to sit in the first row. Student Chen, on behalf of all the teachers and students of Long University, I would like to thank you for your donation. This is the seat that the school has specially arranged for you. There will be an official donation ceremony after the school's cultural performance. Please also wait here for the ceremony to begin, Mr. Chen. $1 billion was a huge amount of money for any school in the Dragon Kingdom. The process that should be followed still had to be followed. Even if Chen Hang did not ask for it, Lu Mingsong's side of the ceremony had to give enough. Chen Hang gently nodded. Headmaster, you also know my status. There may be very little time to stay in the classroom in the future. Chen Hang calmly said, of course, it's not like I have absolutely no time to care. I will come over later to finish the exams. Academics will still need the principal to take care of it. Chen Hang had the overwhelming eye skill given by Unity Sun. When the time came, he would remember it after looking at it twice. Even if the score was a bit poor, Lu Mingsong would still fish for it. Chen has made such a great contribution to the school. The school side is very understanding of Chen's time problems. In previous years, many senior students, due to work placements, could not find the time to return to the classroom. Their actual situation is similar to that of student Chen, and the school is very forgiving in this regard. Lu Mingsong smiled, don't worry, Chen student, I will go back and notify all the teachers. I believe they also understand your situation. Chen Hang's aspect was not a matter. Send a notice and they would all know what to do. Thank you, principal. Chen Hang smiled politely. There's no need to be polite, Mr. Chen. I'll get busy on my end first. Please also ask student Chen to rest here for a while. The cultural performance will start soon. Lu Mingsong and the deans of the various departments politely exchanged a few words with Chen Hang, and then they all left on their own. At this time, a gentle-looking woman was the one who walked over to Chen Hang's side. Fellow Physical Education Committee member, I never imagined that you still have this status. The principal is so polite to you. Chen Hang took a sideways glance. It was Han Yi who was wearing a rose-red dress. I just made a small donation to the school, but I can't resist the principal, his old man, being too enthusiastic. Chen Hang sized up Han Yi. Your outfit today is quite nice. It suits your figure. Is it? This is the dress I specially picked out. I really like the rose-red color. Han Yi couldn't help but blush on her face. She was already very fond of the man in front of her. Being complimented by him, she was even more inexplicably a little delighted inside. Chen Hang tapped his chin. Rose-red color is atmospheric and gentle, very much in line with your temperament, Sister Han. Han Yi smiled with a radiant smile. Physical education student, your mouth is so sweet, I'm embarrassed by your compliments. Sister Han, want to taste it? Chen Hang raised his eyebrows slightly. Don't pay if it's not sweet. Hearing this, Han Yi immediately blushed. She couldn't help but look at the man's thin lips, slightly moved. However, soon after, Han Yi still moved his eyes away. Net will say something witty. The cultural performance will start in 5 minutes, so I'll go take my seat first. After saying that, Han Yi left Chen Hang with a slight blush on her pretty face. P.S. Thanks to Yi Xianshan who loves black bean dregs cake, for the inspiration capsule. Thanks to all of you for the flowers and power generation. Extra shifts will be added tomorrow to make up for it. Chapter 67, Song Weiwei. 5 minutes later, all the guests and school leaders were seated. The school festival cultural performance officially began. The lights on the stage lit up. A host in a champagne-colored temperamental long evening gown ascended the stage. The woman just appeared on the stage, and the audience stage immediately resounded with shouts of surprise. Crap! After starting school for so long, I can finally see School Sister Weiwei. School Sister Weiwei deserves to be one of the 4 school beauties. She's too pretty. I'm in my 3rd year of college, and it's rumored that Sister Weiwei hasn't had a boyfriend yet. It's my favorite to have a sister who hasn't had a boyfriend. I'm going to ask Goddess Weiwei for her WeChat later. You're overthinking it. Goddess Weiwei is very well qualified. She won't be able to look at you. I don't care, as long as I can add School Sister Weiwei's WeChat, I'm willing to be a licking dog. The boys discussed heatedly. Song Weiwei at this moment was walking to the area located in the center of the stage and said with a smile on her face, Honorable leaders, distinguished guests, dear teachers and students, good afternoon everyone. Welcome to the long-awaited 100th anniversary of Longhai University. I am the host of this school celebration party, Song Weiwei. As soon as Song Weiwei's words left her mouth, there were quite a few cheers from the boys. Song Weiwei was the recognized school beauty of Longhai University's junior art department. Her face value was no less than Lin Mengyao. The 36D body that couldn't be grasped with one hand was even better than Lin Mengyao's. It was just that, apart from class time, Song Weiwei didn't often show up on campus. Compared to Lin Mengyao who often participated in various activities, her popularity status was not as high as hers. Chen Hang's gaze flickered slightly. Having enrolled in school for half a year, he had never seen this schoolmate. Today was also the first time he had seen Song Weiwei. She was clearly much better looking in reality than in his imagination. Chen Hang's mind flickered as he checked up on Song Weiwei's information. Name, Song Weiwei. Age, 20. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Figure, 96. Face value, 98. Perfection 100. Heartwarming value, 20. 98 face value. No wonder Song Weiwei looked and felt better looking than Lin Mengyao.
It turned out that her face value was really higher than Lin Mengyao's. Chen Hang originally thought that Lin Mengyao was the best-looking girl in Lon University.
Nowadays, it seemed that Song Weiwei was the first school flower that deserved it.
Her face value and body shape were superior to Lin Mengyao's, and even comparable to Li Yi and Shin Fanfei. At this moment, Fang Yuan, who was sitting on the other side of the room, was also excited when he looked at Song Weiwei.
Fang Yuan was a graduate of the 17th grade of Lon University.
He had a natural advantage in terms of external conditions, and hadn't spent much time picking up girls during his college years. He had 7 or 8 girlfriends. This didn't include ambiguous objects, almost changing one in 2 or 3 months. But in the 4th year of college, Fang Yuan accidentally met Song Weiwei, who had just enrolled in school. So he decisively abandoned his girlfriend who was in love, and started chasing after Song Weiwei. After a year of chasing this schoolgirl, the other party still rejected him.
Song Weiwei confessed to Fang Yuan that she likes successful and attractive men.
Her family is in good condition and has a strong spending power. With his condition, he can't afford to support her. Unwillingly, Fang Yuan graduated and started his own business. After more than 2 years of operation, he successfully listed a media company.
Fang Yuan transformed into a generation of creators.
Now his personal fortune has reached hundreds of millions. This Dragon University Centennial Celebration donated $1 million. One is to publicize the image.
The second was to chase after Song Weiwei, a schoolmate. Fang Yuan firmly believed that now with his status, he could definitely win Song Weiwei's heart. Song Weiwei's side guffawed when she saw how enthusiastic the audience was on stage. Thank you all for liking it. It's a great honor to be the host of this conference. This school celebration has invited the school leaders of our school, and many outstanding graduates have returned to their alma mater to jointly celebrate the 100th anniversary of Lon University. Please allow me to introduce the leaders and guests at all levels attending this conference. After Song Weiwei introduced the school-level leaders, she announced the official start of the performance program.
Now, about to go on stage to perform is, the Chinese costume piece, Ming Fei Chu, brought to us by the young lady from the foreign language department.
After saying that, Song Weiwei left the stage.
The 5 hanbok-clad, well-built foreign language department sisters walked onto the stage in an orderly fashion. Seeing one of the curvaceous young sisters, the eyes of the audience under the stage lit up. Crap, it's the right senior sister Zhang Yuqing.
School sister Yuqing looks too good in her hanbok. Well, the hanbok can't even block goddess Yuqing's great scenery.
Hearing the boys' comments, Chen Hang squinted his eyes and saw that the lead dancer on stage was really Zhang Yuqing.
What a surprise, running into her here.
Chen Hang pursed his lips and smiled. He would have to experience this set of divine armor later. Zhang Yuqing also looked towards Chen Hang at this time. Chen Hang was sitting in the first row in a very conspicuous position. She had noticed him earlier and peeked this way from time to time. Under the light, Chen Hang in his formal attire was exceptionally attractive.
Perhaps Chen Hang was too brave and left a deep impression on Zhang Yuqing.
She couldn't help but think of shy images. Her white face flushed and she couldn't help but clip her legs. However, Zhang Yuqing still quickly adjusted her state.
The music rang out.
Accompanied by the melody that was twirling and melodious, the Hanfu young lady danced. The graceful dancing caused the many spectators on stage to fall into it. It's too good looking. Miss Yuqing dances even better than a professional dance student.
Really, I'm not picky, just give me one as a girlfriend. Ugly looking, but you're thinking pretty beautifully you. How come it's over so soon? I haven't had my fun yet. I've been going to class for a semester, can't I enjoy myself? Let's move on to the music and the dance. P.S. I changed the text today and only coded 1 chapter. Thank you all for liking it, I'll try to add more. Chapter 68, The Northern Wind. After a dance, loud applause rang out from the stage.
After the music ended, Zhang Yuqing, who was wearing a graceful Chinese dress, took out a bouquet of roses from the flower basket she had brought with her in the performance. She looked at the audience on the stage, and then walked off the stage with a light stance with a smile on her face. This scene made all the boys present unavoidably a bit curious. School sister Yuqing, where is she going with the flowers? Could school sister Yuqing be preparing to present flowers to the school leaders? Very likely, this kind of link is often seen. No, school sister Yuqing isn't heading over towards the principal. Holy, Chen Hang is now sitting in the first row. School sister Yuqing is going over towards Chen Hang. Amidst the astonished gazes of all the spectators, only Zhang Yuqing briskly walked over to Chen Hang, smilingly offering him the flowers in her hand. Chen Hang, I like you, this is for you. Zhang Yuqing looked at the man in front of her with delight.
Chen Hang was still so charming.
She had already wanted to confess her feelings to Chen Hang in front of everyone in the entire school. Zhang Yuqing wanted to let the other boys know that she was already the owner of a flower, and to show Chen Hang's position in her heart in public. She also didn't want to lose out to her best friend, Li Ranran, even though they were now getting along peacefully and not fighting over jealousy. But she still wanted to show some love in Chen Hang, and Chen Hang would be more in love.
She really liked Chen Hang. Why is this happening? Goddess Ran Ran has already fallen, and now even school sister Yu Qing has fallen. Goddess Yu Qing, I'm your true love. What's so good about this Chen Hang kid? I'm not convinced. I want to fight him one-on-one. Seeing Zhang Yuqing offering flowers to Chen Hang, many boys at the scene pounded their chests and had their hearts broken. The matter of Zhang Yuqing liking Chen Hang was already solid. Still in front of the entire school, she took the initiative to confess to Chen Hang. This also meant that they would never have a chance again. On the other side, Li Ran Ran, who was waiting around the stage to go on stage, also saw Chen Hang. Seeing Zhang Yuqing showing her love so boldly, the corners of her lips pursed up slightly, jealous to the core. She had just focused on her makeup and didn't notice the seats in the first row, which gave her the opportunity to take advantage of it. Looking at Zhang Yuqing's sweet demeanor, Li Ran Ran's jealousy grew stronger and stronger. No wonder this good girlfriend had just picked the best-looking bouquet of roses. It turned out that she had known that Chen Hang was in the first row and hadn't told her. Can't lose to Qing Qing. Li Ran Ran bit her red lips and seemed to have made up her mind. She was not willing to be compared to Zhang Yuqing. Song Weiwei's side was also attracted to Zhang Yuqing. Seeing the man beside Zhang Yuqing, her gaze was stunned and her heartbeat accelerated slightly. Song Weiwei had also heard her roommate discuss Chen Hang, but she hadn't paid much attention to it and hadn't even seen a picture of Chen Hang. She subconsciously thought that there was no difference between Chen Hang and Lin Mingkai's looks at that time, so she had no feelings. But when she really saw Chen Hang, she realized what it meant to be sunny and handsome. His face value, body shape and face shape are all impeccable, and his temperament is so graceful. Lin Mingkai was not even a tenth as good as Chen Hang. Sister Yu Qing has a heart. Chen Hang did not expect Zhang Yuqing to be so sudden. With a light smile, he took Zhang Yuqing's rose bouquet. I have another gift for you. Can you get up? Zhang Yuqing looked into Chen Hang's deep eyes and smiled sweetly. Yes. Chen Hang slowly got up. In the next second, Zhang Yuqing printed on it in front of everyone. Chen Hang felt a burst of softness. A small hand then hooked around his neck. Don't, my sister Yu Qing. Goddess Yu Qing. No. Snowflakes fluttering, northern wind blowing. The boys were completely heartbroken. This was completely a large-scale dog abuse scene. Each and every one of them looked at Chen Hang with envy and jealousy in their eyes. They couldn't wait for the man in front of Zhang Yuqing to be themselves. Headmaster, I'm afraid this is a little inappropriate. A faculty leader sitting in the second row said towards Lu Mingsong, who was sitting in the first row in front of him. What's wrong with this? It's normal for college students to fall in love now. Haven't you ever been young? Lu Mingsong responded in a cold voice. Chen Hang had donated $1 billion to Long University. There was also that layer of top status behind him. If you disturbed Chen Hang's mood in public, the position of the principal might not be kept. Then again, Dragon University is a very enlightened school. We're all adults, it's not a big deal. Making a big deal out of it and spreading the word would make people laugh. I'm sorry, headmaster, it's me who spoke too much. This faculty leader hurriedly shut his mouth and sat back down in a sensible manner. Only then did he come to his senses. Chen Hang was the man who had donated $1 billion. Going against Chen Hang was going against the principal. Not to mention mentioning it in front of the principal. This was completely nothing. Luckily, the person in question didn't hear it. If Chen Hang had heard it, he would have lost his job. The faculty leaders who reacted were so scared that they took out their handkerchiefs and wiped the sweat from their faces. Chen Hang quickly separated from Zhang Yuqing. Zhang Yuqing had sweetness written all over her face. This is my gift to you. Zhang Yuqing's eyes were crystal clear as she looked at Chen Hang with a smile like a flower. Chen Hang wrapped his arms around Zhang Yuqing and whispered where everyone could not see. When the school festival is over, wait for me backstage. Zhang Yuqing's delicate body trembled slightly, and her fair face was uncontrollably red. Got it. She unwillingly let go of Chen Hang. Alright, I'll go up first. Everyone is watching us. Zhang Yuqing looked at the audience behind Chen Hang, was eager to warm up to Chen Hang again. However, almost everyone's eyes were already focused on them. One could only stick it to Chen Hang later. Okay, remember to wait for me. Aha! Zhang Yuqing's pretty face was red. She stepped back onto the stage, leading a few other hanbok ladies to bow and thank her, before walking off the stage lightly. Chapter 69 Mind completely blown. Once again, thank you to the ladies from the foreign language department, for the wonderful performance. The noble and atmospheric Chinese dresses let us appreciate the beauty of the dress code and show the charm of Chinese culture. Next, let's invite Miss Li Ran Ran from the Department of Foreign Languages to come on stage and sing for us, Love Song. Song Weiwei gazed at Chen Hang. She pursed her lips lightly. This man was just too dazzling on stage, it was hard not to pay attention to him. Most of the boys on campus were ordinary and plain. Tall and handsome boys like Chen Hang were not often seen, and his temperament was clearly different from the people next to him. In contrast, it was a complete difference. However, what Song Weiwei felt puzzled about was that Chen Hang, who was a current freshman student, had been arranged by the school authorities to have the first row of seats, and it was only 2 seats away from the principal. To know, this row of seats could be all school-level leaders, sitting next to the principal, but also Longhai University's first and second hand level characters. This doesn't seem to make any sense. Noticing Song Weiwei's gaze, Chen Hang looked over towards her. Even in a gown, Song Weiwei's figure had obvious curves, a head of long, silky hair, a face so white that it glowed, a small and cute nose, and cherry-like red lips that looked pure and lovely. The two of them glanced at each other, and in the next second, Chen Hang raised an eyebrow and smiled towards Song Weiwei. Song Weiwei's small face flushed and moved away. She raised her hand and touched her burning cheeks. She had to admit that in the moment just now, she was teased by this man, teased to her heart. Song Weiwei had the feeling of a deer in the headlights. With that, the music on stage pulled Song Weiwei back to reality. She came back to her senses and walked off the stage. Song Weiwei hadn't left the stage for 2 seconds before Li Ranran ascended the stage. With her sky blue dress plus white silk fishing net stockings, she instantly earned the attention of the audience on stage. Crap! This outfit of Li Ranran's is simply unbeatable. Pure and lustful, Sister Ranran is really a goddess ceiling. I'm a girl looking at it and I'm moved. I want a lesbian with her. This big white legs, Sister Ranran is worthy of being the goddess in my heart. Looking at Li Ranran on the stage, the boys were excited. Li Ranran's body was already hot. The diamond mesh white silk fishing net stockings made her look even more flirtatious. Chen Hang was also attracted to Li Ranran. White silk fishing net stockings, what a feeling of pure desire. It seemed like he hadn't experienced it with this niece yet. How about, later on, they are together? This niece and Zhang Yuqing were good girlfriends, and good things were naturally shared together. Chen Hang rubbed his chin and began to make calculations in his heart. Li Ranran's side reached the center of the stage and raised the microphone. Hello, I'm Li Ranran from the Foreign Language Department's sophomore English major. There was a burst of cheers from the stage. Sister Ranran, I'm a freshman in the Civil Engineering Department, I love you. Goddess, I'll always support you. The boys were incredibly enthusiastic. Li Ranran, however, smiled red-faced and her gaze went to Chen Hang. Thank you all for liking me. Love song, this song is for everyone, and at the same time for my boyfriend, Chen Hang. I want to take this opportunity to express my feelings to him. Chen Hang, I love you. Li Ranran's bold confession caused all the audience on stage to explode at once, each one of them unable to believe their ears. Did I hear it right? Is Goddess Ranran confessing her love? This guy Chen Hang, on what basis? Just based on the fact that he's rich? I don't think I'm bad either, just less money compared to Chen Hang. They thought that Zhang Yuqing's confession was just an exception, but they didn't expect Li Ranran to confess as well. Now, they didn't have a single chance. Chen Hang was also a bit surprised by Li Ranran's actions. He was aware of this niece's character. Li Ranran was clearly jealous. She was probably unwilling to lose to Zhang Yuqing, her good best friend, so she followed suit and confessed. On the stage, the music gradually started. Li Ranran picked up the microphone and began to sing. You wrote it to me, my first song. You and I clasped our fingers, mimed the intro. But then what? Luckily I have this one love song of mine. Li Ranran's sweet and soft voice and superb singing skills completely conquered all the audience on stage. Even the school leaders and guests were mesmerized. Sister Ranran's voice is so fluffy and soft, it's too good. Goddess transcription is too wonderful. Beautiful person and sweet voice, worthy of being my goddess Ran. A song was sung. The audience was immersed in the wonderful music atmosphere, and each other was a bit unfulfilled. Li Ranran, however, was holding a prepared bouquet of flowers and walked off the stage, cheerfully arriving in front of Chen Hang. Chen Hang, this is for you. Li Ranran looked at Chen Hang with a smile. Chen Hang took the bouquet and placed it beside him, opening his hands wide. Li Ranran guffawed and tacitly threw herself into Chen Hang's warm embrace, clinging to his chest. Seeing the scene in front of them, the boys' newly repaired hearts instantly shattered into crumbs again. Why did Chen Hang pick up two schoolgirls at the same time and still manage to get them to confess willingly? Who can tell me what the hell is going on here? For major schoolgirls, 3 of them have had a relationship with Chen Hang. I'm really going to vomit blood. Zhang Yuqing and Li Ranran had already been taken down by Chen Hang. Before that, Lin Mangyao was also shopping with Chen Hang every day. The 3 schoolgirls had already been brutally poisoned by Chen Hang. Importantly, none of them had ever had a boyfriend yet. At this moment, the minds of all the boys on the audience stage completely exploded. Chapter 70 An Art Student's Foundation is good. Seeing the scene in front of her, Song Weiwei was not surprised at all. Chen Hang's external family situation was excellent. Any girl would be moved. Even she couldn't help but be a little moved. Han Yi, who was sitting on the other side of the table, however, furrowed his brows slightly. Watching Chen Hang and Li Ranran embrace, she felt some jealousy in her heart. Han Yi had never been in love, but understood her current state very well. She was having feelings for Chen Hang. You and Xingqing wait for me backstage. Chen Hang leaned over and whispered in Li Ranran's ear, after the donation ceremony is over, I'll come find you guys. Previously, he had been unable to find the right time. It was just right to take advantage of this opportunity to take care of this pair of good girlfriends. Are you trying to do something bad again? The warm breath caused a gush of scarlet to appear on Li Ranran's face. She instantly understood what Chen Hang meant. Just the thought of facing Chen Hang with Zhang Yuqing made her a little embarrassed. I don't know who was the one whose voice was muffled last time, and made me speed up. Chen Hang patted her jutting hard. Li Ranran's delicate body trembled and her face reddened to her ears. She glanced at the audience stage in a panic and sheepishly left Chen Hang's embrace. I'll go up first and wait for you backstage. She didn't dare to be more licentious. It would be too shameful if she was discovered in front of so many people. Go. Chen Hang nodded, but his gaze fell on her legs. At 1.72 m, Li Ranran had just the right figure. A pair of long legs with white silk, a sense of pure desire. Chen Hang was already looking forward to this niece's performance. Li Ranran finished giving her thanks and walked off the stage. The audience stage was already clamoring. If Goddess Ranran treats me so gently, I would be willing to work 10 jobs. Chen Hang, this kid is really damned such a good school Goddess actually picked up too. I'm so angry. Good thing we still have Goddess Weiwei. The boys' eyes were filled with unwillingness. On the contrary, the girls were envious. Actually, I also have a 36D, if only Chen Hang could notice me. Li Ranran and Zhang Yuqing are really happy. I can't help but clam up when I think of them being walloped by Chen Hang. I also want to be walloped by Chen Hang. Who understands? Chen Hang's husband is really handsome. I haven't slept well in the past few days. And yesterday I also had a special close-up photo of my husband, Joybean. So you have close-up photos of Chen Hang. Send it to me quickly? I want it tonight too. A girl with glasses who looked civilized and dressed in what looked to be a very proper way also spoke out. Listening to the tiger and wolf words of the girls around them, Li Sudong, Jiang Chuan, and Wang Ming were all convinced in their hearts. They realized at this moment. It turned out that what was said on the internet was true. When girls were colorful, there was really nothing for the boys. Chuanzi, I realized that I'm really too young. The extent to which girls are horny is far greater than boys. No wonder the seniors are saying that senior sisters can suck dirt even if they sit on the ground. It's too scary. Li Sudong rubbed his nose. He had once thought that girls were basically passive, at best half-hearted, and that horny girls were basically rare. For his senior's voice of experience, he also only thought that the other party was joking. It was only until this moment that he realized that the original degree of girls' lustfulness was even more explosive than he had imagined. Thinking of the picture described by his senior, Li Sudong could not help but shiver. Why do I feel that girls are wolves in sheep's clothing, and we boys are the sheep in wolf's clothing? Listening to the girls' increasingly bold statements, Jiang Chuan was also a bit incredulous. Girls were all very facetious, he had never seen them so crazy. The words used were all indescribable. Boys are out, protect yourself. He thought it was a flirtation, but Jiang Chuan now somewhat understood the words. At least this moment, it was particularly graphic. You two are afraid that you're overthinking it. They're only interested in handsome and gold-faced face dudes like Brother Hang. They're not interested in you at all. Wang Ming looked at the two and responded. That's true. Li Sudong scratched his head. It's me who overthinks. Girls were usually only feverish towards the object of their affection or their golden father. When faced with ordinary boys they are all high and cold in their behavior. Brother Hang is also no one else. The school flower stewardess anchorwoman is all picked up. Young age, hundreds of millions of assets. I'm tired of saying the word envy. Jiang Chuan is envious from the bottom of his heart. A car and a beautiful woman in his arms. This day is comfortable to think about. You guys say, will Brother Hang be a bit overwhelmed? Wang Ming said with a smile. He hasn't returned to his dormitory for a long time. 4 or 5 days had passed since the last time Chen Hang went back to school for physical testing. Apart from occasionally returning to the dormitory to get his things, he had never been seen in person. It's been almost a week. Li Sudong concurred. I think Brother Hang has too much energy, otherwise he wouldn't have run off to pick up girls. Jiang Chuan laughed. Wang Ming looked at Jiang Chuan. How do you know he has too much energy? I went to the bathhouse with him last time. Jiang Chuan gestured. Shock was instantly written all over Li Sudong and Wang Ming's faces. Thank you, Li Ranran from the Foreign Language Department, for singing for us. Song Weiwei continued to host. Now, let's invite the misses from the art department to come on stage and perform the ballet, Swan Lake, for us. 7 young ladies appeared on the stage in tutus. There was a cheer from the stage. Seeing the pure white tutus of the art department's young ladies, the boys' enthusiasm was immediately restored. The soft and beautiful body posture made many of the boys cry out. Chen Hang also watched with interest. The art student base was good. Chen Hang swept a glance. Most of the face value and figure were around 80, which made them a big beauty in the crowd. Only, many of them already had boyfriends, and there were even 85 in terms of perfection. The art department was playing too flowery in contrast to the other department girls. After the ballet performance, the next program, most of them were very mediocre, without too many highlights. Chen Hang watched for a while and played with his cell phone. There weren't a lot of school programs, and an hour passed quickly. Before long, it was time for the donation ceremony session hosted by the principal. After reading out the opening remarks, Lu Mingsong's gaze moved to Chen Hang. Here, I would like to give special thanks to Chen Hang, our freshman computer science major. For this school ceremony, student Chen donated $1 billion to the school. When these words came out, the entire room was in an uproar. Everyone's gazes, coincidentally, looked towards Chen Hang, their eyes filled with shock. I said how Chen Hang sat next to the principal. Good lord, it turns out that he directly donated $1 billion. To donate so much is not too much to sit at the principal's seat. All I can say is oxymoron. The last time someone donated more than $1 billion, it was still Chairman Lei of the Rice Group. A donation of $1 billion of funds, placed in any university, was a rather bombastic existence. For everyone present, it was an astronomical figure that was out of reach. Chapter 71, Rain and Shine. Chen's generous donation has given the school great support and assistance. The school is prepared to use this $1 billion to set up a special bursary fund to purchase scientific research equipment, subsidize the entire school's faculty and students, improve cafeteria meals, and provide a better learning environment for the entire school's faculty and students. In order to ensure that the destination of every fund is open and transparent, the school will announce the use of funds on time every month on the official website, and welcome your supervision. Lu Mingsong's speech ended. The audience stage thundered with applause. Chen Hang, under the attention of the crowd, boarded the stage for a group photo. The two beautiful school sisters walked onto the stage with trays containing red cloths with smiles on their faces. The principal respectfully presented Chen Hang with a lifetime honorary certificate. Student Chen, on behalf of the school, I would like to thank you again for your donation. Every cent of this fund will be spent. If there is anything that the school does not do properly, please feel free to mention it to me. I'll be the first to fix it for you. Lu Mingsong said seriously to Chen Hang. Since the principal said so, then I am relieved. Chen Hang smiled politely. I believe in the principal's style of doing things. This money of his was originally intended to be spent. It was convenient for himself, and in the meantime, he would do a little charity and add some fame to his image. As for how Lu Mingsong managed it, that was his business. I'm honored to have the trust of student Chen. Lu Mingsong laughed. It was rare for Chen Hang to be so easygoing and polite when he was in a high position. Seeing the principal being so humble in front of Chen Hang, the hearts of the people on stage were also very convinced. Crap, money really is the master. The principal was even able to treat Chen Hang with respect. Usually, the principal looks very majestic, but now he's giving off the feeling of how he's so obedient. Honestly, I'm not used to it. I still like the principal's untamed look. After the awards were over, Lu Mingsong wanted to invite Chen Hang to a get-together. However, it was rejected by Chen Hang. Eating with these old guys of theirs was not something he was interested in at all. Not to mention, he had more important matters. Getting off the stage, Chen Hang directly went around to the backstage. Stepping into the room, it was filled with young ladies. Chen Hang's appearance caused a large group of girls to cover their mouths in surprise. Oh my god, is this Chen Hang? I'm not dreaming, am I? So handsome, my heart really flutters. Aha! I've only just changed my chaps, and now I'm changing them again. The girls were so excited that they didn't want to take their eyes off Chen Hang for a moment as they looked at him. However, a girl soon reacted and walked over to Chen Hang with her cell phone. Chen Hang student, can we take a picture? I'm a senior sister from the 3rd class of the junior art department's dance major. I'm also a sophomore sister in the art department, and just now, I was the young lady who performed ballet on stage. I've liked you for a long time, Mr. Chen Hang, can you be my boyfriend? I don't mind if you have other girlfriends. In response to the enthusiasm of the young ladies, Chen Hang did not reject them all, agreeing to their photo requests. However, this time, Chen Hang was also in for a rude awakening. The girls who were bold enough to use the name of taking pictures, got their hands on him without saying a word. Some even used their skillful hands and probed their abs. If it wasn't for Chen Hang stopping them in time, I guess they would have gone even further. In the face of such a passionate art department girls, if not used to seeing 90 points of value of the beauty, Chen Hang may not be able to hold. The girls finished taking pictures and returned to their original positions, but they were still stealing glances at Chen Hang from time to time. Scanning around, Chen Hang saw Zhang Yuqing and Li Ranran sitting on the sofa. The two of them did not say anything and watched with interest as he was surrounded by beautiful women. Chen Hang walked over to them head-on. When she came to Zhang Yuqing, she looked at Chen Hang, but she let out a giggle. Chen Hang sat on the sofa and backhanded Zhang Yuqing in his arms. The Hanfu style was loose, but it was also easily breathable. Eunice, what are you laughing at? Chen Hang scraped her arched nose. Zhang Yuqing's pretty face instantly turned red at Chen Hang's trick. Poof. Zhang Yuqing spread her face and smiled. So many girls are surrounding you, aren't you happy? They aren't as pretty as you, and their bodies aren't as good as yours. Used to seeing 90-point face beauties, Chen Hang didn't feel much for any other girls. Didn't the donation ceremony end long ago? We've been waiting for you here for half a day. Li Ranran also came to Chen Hang's side at this time. The principal wanted to invite me to dinner, but I declined. There was a bit of a delay. Chen Hang spread his hands. Let's go. There are a lot of people watching here. Li Ranran suggested. Zhang Yuqing was wearing a Chinese dress, but she was a dress-ah. With so many pairs of eyes staring, it was too noticeable. Looking around, there were indeed quite a few eyes staring this way. Chen Hang had no choice but to agree and lead them out of the room. Just as he reached the door, Chen Hang saw Fang Yuan in a suit standing in front of Song Weiwei with a bouquet of roses. Song Weiwei had impatience written all over her face. Weiwei, I'm now the chairman of Blue Sky Media. don't you like the president a lot? It's okay for me to chase you with my current status. Fong Yuan looked at Song Weiwei confidently. He had also dated many girlfriends in these 2 years. But even after meeting many women, he felt inferior to Song Weiwei, his schoolmate. Fong Yuan still remembered what Song Weiwei had said to him that afternoon. I'm sorry, Fong Yuan, I don't like you. I like mature and stable men with a career. My monthly living expenses are 8,000, in your condition, you can't afford to support me. Now he's worth hundreds of millions. Hundreds of thousands of expenses a year are no big deal. Fong Yuan believed that Song Weiwei had no reason to reject him anymore. Looking at Fong Yuan in front of her, Song Weiwei was a bit helpless. Fong Yuan did look more stable and charming, but she had no feelings for this guy at all, and had even become a bit disgusted. At first, she was just looking for a reason to reject Fong Yuan, but she didn't expect this guy to take it seriously. Song Weiwei instantly felt some remorse. If she had known, it would have been better to ignore him. Senior Fong Yuan, we really aren't suitable. Please don't come back to me. I don't have any feelings for you, so don't contact me again in the future either, lest others misunderstand. Without the slightest hesitation, Song Weiwei turned around and left without looking back. Fong Yuan whirled around and chased after her, frowning. Song Weiwei, didn't you say back then that you like men with charisma and a career? Could it be that my current conditions are not successful enough? Fong Yuan did not understand why Song Weiwei still rejected him. He had clearly become the chairman of Blue Sky Media. All the conditions had been met. Song Weiwei should have thrown herself into his arms at this time. Chapter 72 Song Weiwei's Secret. Senior Fong Yuan, you are indeed very successful and charming. But, I don't like you. It has nothing to do with whether you are successful or not, but I really don't like you. We are not on the same path and can never be together, Song Weiwei said with a straight face. During her freshman year, she had rejected Fong Yuan's multiple confessions. It was only that this man pursued her relentlessly and kept pestering her. She had no choice but to find a reason to stall Fong Yuan. She thought that Fong Yuan had given up on this. Unexpectedly, this guy actually succeeded. This was a bit of a surprise to Song Weiwei. Looking at the white and beautiful Song Weiwei, Fong Yuan really didn't want to give up. The feeling that other women gave him was far from half as good looking as Song Weiwei. Weiwei, sometimes I really don't know what you need. Fong Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Song Weiwei fondly. But I promise that after being together, I can give you everything you want. I can satisfy you with whatever bag you want. LV, Gucci, Chanel are not a problem. In addition, I can give you $500,000 a month pocket money for expenses, and then buy you a Mercedes-Benz mobility scooter. Song Weiwei's eyes grew cold. What did this guy take her for? She just wasn't that kind of vain woman. Her own family was also very well off. She didn't need others to provide her with these material conditions at all. Fong Yuan, I'm not the kind of woman I think of. If you want to find excitement, go to a nightclub to find it. Don't bother me anymore. I also don't want to have any contact with you. Let's never see each other again. As soon as these words came out, the nearby eaters immediately pointed at Fong Yuan. Senior Fong Yuan is indeed trying to find bubble-blowing buddies. Ha! As expected of Goddess Weiwei, the rejection was too good. Finally let me feel good for once. A while ago I watched Goddess Ran get into Chen Hang's car. Don't mention how angry I was. Hearing the comments of the surrounding boys, Fong Yuan's face was a little embarrassed. Song Weiwei's side wanted to leave, but Fong Yuan unwillingly stopped in front of her. Song Weiwei, I came back to school this time specifically because of you. There was an important client waiting for me to meet this afternoon. Do you know how much money this afternoon cost me? For you, I even donated $1 million to the school. Are you just going to treat me like this? Fong Yuan agitatedly said. How much you donate has nothing to do with me. It's also your choice to not see your clients. Don't put all the reasons on me. Song Weiwei said in a cold voice. It was clearly Fong Yuan's decision, but he pushed all the causes onto her. Song Weiwei had really seen what it meant to be a scoundrel this time. Song Weiwei, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Fong Yuan sneered, don't you just hate giving less money? Women like you are all equally cheap. Fong Yuan completely exploded. What kind of women had he not seen before? On the surface, they were quiet and elegant, but in secret, they had a lot of fever. Especially campus goddesses like Song Weiwei. He had played with her many times in the bar. The only difference between Song Weiwei and those women was probably the freshness of not having played with her before. Fong Yuan, keep your mouth clean. Song Weiwei's expression was ice cold. Her distaste for Fong Yuan had reached the extreme. Song Weiwei, you're a stinking. Pretending to be reserved in front of me, when you were drunk in bed, you were the one who screamed the most. Fong Yuan was so angry that he threw the bouquet of roses in his hand to the side. After paying so much, he thought that he had one, but what he got in return was a sentence from Song Weiwei that I don't like you. In front of so many people, Fong Yuan lost face. Since he couldn't get it, he had to ruin Song Weiwei as well. Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. What the hell? Is what Fong Yuan said true? Could Goddess Weiwei really be with Fong Yuan? Impossible, haven't seen Goddess Weiwei with any other boys. I also think it's fake. Goddess Weiwei is absolutely impossible to like Fong Yuan. How do you know that Song Weiwei wouldn't like Fong Yuan? Dr.
Lu from the Longhai Academy of Arts would drive to the school every weekend to pick up Song Weiwei. It's rumored that Dr.
Lu is not interested in men. What do you think? You mean, Song Weiwei is a lily? The crowd instantly came to a realization.
It had been 3 years, no wonder they hadn't seen Song Weiwei rumored, so it turned out that she liked women.
Song Weiwei blushed a little.
The secret of many years was made public in this way, and she felt extremely ashamed.
That's enough, Fong Yuan. I don't want to see you again. Song Weiwei simply bypassed Fong Yuan. She didn't want to have any more entanglements with this man.
The moment she had just bypassed Fong Yuan, she saw Chen Hang, who was looking this way. Next to him was none other than Zhang Yuqing, who was wearing a Chinese dress, and Li Ranran, who was wearing a sky blue dress.
Chen Hang just happened to meet Song Weiwei's eyes. After 2 seconds, Song Weiwei averted her gaze with a red face. She knew very well that she liked women.
However, she did not know why, but she also had a strange sentiment in her heart towards Chen Hang. Whenever she saw Chen Hang, her heart would always beat faster and associate her with other images.
Fong Yuan's side heard the boys' discussion and also instantly understood that Song Weiwei liked women.
Thinking so, all the reasons for rejecting him were found. Before Song Weiwei could walk away, Fong Yuan hurriedly chased back to her. I'm sorry, Weiwei, I was a bit excited just now and didn't speak without thinking.
I truly like you. Fong Yuan changed his angry look and licked his face to please.
Song Weiwei's type was too rare, he hadn't really experienced it yet, so he didn't want to give up easily.
What exactly do you want to do to let me go? Song Weiwei was icy cold to Fong Yuan's relentless pursuit, but she was out of options. Fong Yuan was completely a deadbeat licking dog that couldn't be chased away. If you have a boyfriend, I won't pester you anymore.
When Fong Yuan said this, he was confident. Lily was all very resistant to men. If she did not change her orientation, she would not go near a man.
Fong Yuan did not have the confidence to change Song Weiwei. However, he could use some unseemly means to find an opportunity to give medicine is all.
If he couldn't get her heart, then he would have to get her body.
Song Weiwei just took a deep breath at this. Fong Yuan, watch this. Song Weiwei walked face to face with Chen Hang.
Under the puzzled gazes of Zhang Yuqing and Li Ranran, she stood on her tiptoes and left a burst of clear red marks on the side of Chen Hang's face.
Chapter 73, She's my girlfriend. Crap, what did I see? Goddess Weiwei actually took the initiative to kiss Chen Hang. Nima, didn't you say that Goddess Weiwei is a lily? She shouldn't be interested in men.
The specifics aren't very clear, I also heard it from someone else. It's so hateful. This guy Chen Hang has picked up 4 schoolgirls in only his freshman year. I'm so angry that my lungs are going to explode. Song Weiwei's such a proactive behavior made the last glimmer of hope of all the surrounding boys completely dashed. A freshman, in less than a year, picking up 4 school goddesses, they simply couldn't accept this kind of thing happening in their hearts. Looking at the red marks on Chen Hang's face, Fong Yuan was almost so angry that he vomited blood. He had been chasing Song Weiwei for 3 years and hadn't even held her hand before she took the initiative to offer a kiss to Chen Hang. This was too unfair to him. Li Ranran's entire side froze. She completely didn't expect Song Weiwei to take such initiative. Zhang Yuqing was also confused. Obviously, Song Weiwei hadn't even crossed paths with Chen Hang. They should be strangers. Yet Song Weiwei acted naturally, as if she was a couple in love. Chen Hang, as the person involved, was equally surprised. Song Weiwei was more proactive compared to the other women he had met. It was the first time Chen Hang had met Song Weiwei. They had only made eye contact with each other for a few seconds when they were on stage for a group photo. But it was limited to that, they didn't even say a word. Chen Hang, can you help? Fong Yuan is too annoying. Song Weiwei looked at Chen Hang with a flushed face. She seemed to be a bit impulsive. However, it was necessary in order to keep Fong Yuan from pestering her anymore. Of the boys her age that she had met, the only one who was better than Fong Yuan was probably Chen Hang. The most important thing was that she didn't dislike the man in front of her, and even had a hint of fondness for him. So even if she had offered her first kiss, Song Weiwei was still willing. Chen Hang glanced at Fong Yuan and spoke, how do you want me to help? Song Weiwei's eyes flashed with a touch of joy, let him die and stop following me. Good. Looking at Song Weiwei's fair face, Chen Hang agreed with alacrity. In no time, Song Weiwei held Chen Hang's arm and walked in front of Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan, the person I like is Chen Hang, not you. Chen Hang promised to be my boyfriend. You have to keep your promise and stop looking for me. After saying that, Song Weiwei held onto Chen Hang even more tightly. Her exquisite figure also changed subtly at this moment. Chen Hang force majeure felt the fluctuations and looked a little deformed. Song Weiwei's side naturally wanted to do the trick. For this man beside her to physically touch her, she didn't mind in the slightest. Weiwei, don't be intentional. If my words just now irritated you, then I apologize. I can make it up to you. Before Fong Yuan could finish his words, Song Weiwei interrupted him in a cold voice. Fong Yuan, stop fantasizing, it will never be possible between us. As soon as Song Weiwei's words fell, Chen Hang walked up to Fong Yuan and said with a calm face, you've also heard that the person Weiwei likes is me. You have now seriously disturbed her life. Starting tomorrow, I don't want to see you appear in front of her eyes again. Chen Hang looked as normal, but his words carried a hint of an irresistible commanding tone.
Brother, I can see that Wei Wei doesn't know you, she's just using you as a shield. Fang Yuan continued, this is between the two of us, I hope you won't get involved. Chen Hang could donate $1 billion at the school festival, his background was naturally not to be underestimated. Fang Yuan did not dare to go too far in front of him. You still don't seem to understand what I mean. Chen Hang frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, I'm just informing you, you don't have to answer. Fang Yuan could see Chen Hang's displeasure. However, in front of so many people, it would be too embarrassing to lose face if he humbled himself and compromised. Words can't be said like that. Fang Yuan paused, Wei Wei is not married, all boys have the right to chase her. I like her, this is my freedom. The right to chase her? Chen Hang said with some amusement, such childish words coming out of your mouth, don't you think you are ridiculous? It is indeed your freedom that you like her. Chen Hang looked cold, grabbed Fang Yuan's collar, looked down on him, and said word by word, but you should first figure out that Wei Wei is now my girlfriend. 1 meter, stout Chen Hang, his aura completely crushed Fang Yuan. The murderous eyes and oppressive aura made Fang Yuan tremble and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Obviously, Chen Hang had run out of patience. Fang Yuan did not dare to mess with Chen Hang anymore. Chen Hang definitely had 10,000 ways to screw him over. Fang Yuan took a few breaths to calm himself down and slightly raised his hands. Sorry, brother, I won't bother Wei Wei anymore in the future. Please forgive me if I have offended. Fang Yuan had plenty of money now. He still wanted to live a few more years to enjoy himself. As for Song Wei Wei, with a boyfriend like Chen Hang, he couldn't afford to mess with her. You are very sensible. Chen Hang loosened Fang Yuan's collar. If Fang Yuan was still uninterested, he didn't mind breaking this guy's legs to make soup for the roadside wild dogs. Wei Wei, let's go. Oh. Song Wei Wei didn't react for a moment. After coming back to her senses, she hurriedly took hold of Chen Hang. For a moment just now, she had seen it all in her eyes. Song Wei Wei felt that Chen Hang was too handsome, so she couldn't help but look infatuated. Zhang Yuqing and Li Ranran also scrambled to Chen Hang's side in a jealous rage. Chen Hang glanced contemptuously at Fang Yuan and then left with the three girls. Looking at Chen Hang's distant figure, the girls present only then reacted. Chen Hang was too handsome just now, wasn't he? His eyes really seemed like a domineering president. Sisters who understand so like this kind of man so there really are fictional male protagonists in reality. I'm going to be sprayed by his handsome. I so want to be the woman of the boss. Chapter 74, The Carrot with a Heart of Gold. Walking to the entrance of the school, a Rolls-Royce business sedan was waiting quietly. The bodyguards were wearing black suits and sunglasses with their hands crossed in front of them, divided into two rows waiting quietly. Zhang Xinyu went forward to greet him, stepping on her sexy little high heels and walking in front of Chen Hang. Boss, this is the Cullinan you just purchased, all formalities have been completed. Chen Hang gently nodded. The back seat of the Mirage could only seat two people, so it would be a bit unpleasant to let one of them sit in the passenger seat. So he simply called Zhang Xinyu to pick up a Cullinan. That's it, I'm ready to go back. Chen Hang's gaze moved to the elegantly dressed Song Wei Wei beside him. Only then did she loosen her hold on Chen Hang's hand. Thank you, Chen Hang. Song Wei Wei looked at Chen Hang and said, if it wasn't for you, Fang Yuan would probably still be pestering me now. Fang Yuan simply wouldn't let her go just now. Trying to go around Fang Yuan, she was stopped by him. Song Wei Wei was getting a little impatient. If not for Chen Hang's timely appearance, Fang Yuan would probably still be bugging her at this point. Chen Hang had done her a big favor this time, completely helping her get rid of Fang Yuan. No need to be polite. Chen Hang said in a relaxed tone, I also happened to be passing by. The beauty had taken the initiative to offer a kiss, so Chen Hang was naturally happy to help. A small person like Fang Yuan was just passing by. Are you free tonight? I'll treat you to dinner. After Song Wei Wei finished speaking, before Chen Hang could reply, Li Ranran took hold of Chen Hang with her delicate little hand. Chen Hang, we all agreed just now, don't forget. Li Ranran also did not forget to give Zhang Yuqing a wink, signaling her to act. That's right, we've been waiting for you for half a day. Zhang Yuqing understandably came over to Chen Hang's side, pinning him in the middle with one left and one right. In the face of the two's violent offense, Chen Hang had no choice but to politely decline Song Wei Wei's invitation. Let's talk about it next time we have time. I already have an appointment on my side. He also wanted to get to know Song Wei Wei, but there were more important things to do today. Aha! Song Wei Wei responded softly, picked up her phone and exchanged WeChat with Chen Hang, said hello and left. Get in the car, let's go. Chen Hang withdrew his line of sight. Zhang Xinyu opened the car door. Zhang Yuqing Li Ranran successively got into the car and sat in the back seat. Chen Hang followed closely behind and sat in the far right seat. Zhang Xinyu then returned to the driver's seat. The car gradually started and traveled on the highway. The Mirage fleet followed behind Cullinan in an orderly manner. Crap, this convoy is too handsome. It's so forced. Seeing it makes me wanna buy a Mirage. The passers-by were stunned to see such a grandiose display. After reacting, they picked up their cell phones and started taking pictures. Chen Hang pressed the button, closed the window, and naturally explored the beautiful legs of Li Ranran. Li Ranran did not resist, just slightly pouted her lips, slightly jealous. When did Song Wei Wei know you? How come we don't know? Zhang Yuqing also looked over towards Chen Hang. I'm also curious, how did you guys meet?
Not really knowing each other, today is the first time I've seen her.
Chen Hang responded lightly. Then how did she kiss you?
If it was just pretending to be a boyfriend to dump Fang Yuan, holding hands would have been fine.
Li Ranran was puzzled. Zhang Yuqing let out a light rant. You womanizer, you must have gone to mess with someone else. What are you thinking about you? I only met you for the first time through Ranran. Song Weiwei is a junior, she and I didn't even cross paths. Chen Hang really met Song Weiwei for the first time. As for why the other party chose to take the initiative to offer a kiss, he didn't know. Perhaps it was the charm of Face 100, or perhaps Song Weiwei wanted Fang Yuan to completely die. Li Ranran thought about it. Chen Hang and Song Weiwei really didn't seem to have much chance of getting to know each other in school. One is a freshman in the computer science department, and the other is a junior in the art department, so basically there are no activities to go around. Furthermore, Song Weiwei, as the school flower, had a high level of attention. If there was really any relationship, they might have been exposed a long time ago. Zhang Yuqing felt that Chen Hang was also right. She and Chen Hang only met through Li Ranran, not to mention Song Weiwei, who was 2 grades older. With such a large campus, if it wasn't for large occasions like the school festival, they wouldn't have had the chance to meet. Zhang Yuqing cast her gaze towards Chen Hang. She had to admit that Chen Hang's face value was really high, sunny and handsome. His body was still very good, and he fit in with whatever clothes he wore. She had fallen in love with it at first glance, and Song Weiwei was probably just like her, liking Chen Hang's type of boy. Right, Sister Ranran, just now they said that Song Weiwei is a lily, is that true?
Zhang Yuqing then exchanged words with Li Ranran next to her.
I'm not really sure, maybe these are just rumors they're spreading around. Li Ranran shook her head. As one of the 4 great school beauties, she had had many outrageous rumors. The campus forums had even rumored that she and Lin Mingkai were together for a while, but all of these eventually fell apart. I have a feeling that what they're saying is true this time. Zhang Yuqing looked at Li Ranran, then at Chen Hang. Just now at the school gate, Song Weiwei looked at me strangely. I feel like she likes me. When she was at the school gate, Zhang Yuqing realized it. Song Weiwei looked at Chen Hang with ambiguous eyes and looked at her as well.
She was a bit embarrassed to look at Song Weiwei.
Li Ranran froze. I thought I was wrong.
I didn't realize that Qingqing you were also.
There was also that few seconds of staring between them.
Li Ranran thought it was her own illusion. When Zhang Yuqing said this, she did understand. Song Weiwei's eyes were clear, but there was that hint of seduction towards her, full of desire. I won't hide it from you guys, Song Weiwei has also looked at me several times.
Zhang Xin glanced at the rearview mirror and suddenly said,
she had had female suitors during her college days.
Song Weiwei's eyes seemed obvious to her.
Hearing this, Zhang Yuqing reinforced the idea in her heart.
Sister Ranran, if she looks at Sister Xinu that way as well, then that's really something. Song Weiwei might be wrong to look at one person, but to look at them all with that kind of look, then there was no escaping it. Aha, it definitely is. Li Ranran agreed. The 3 women's conversation reached Chen Hang's ears. Chen Hang sort of understood this time. No wonder this niece came up and offered a kiss, not minding Li Ranran and Zhang Yuqing at all. Good fellow. Song Weiwei is trying to get them all in one net. Chapter 75 Professional Trader. Without a moment's effort, the car arrived at the East Lake Villa. After Chen Hang got out of the car, he looked at his wristwatch, and it was already 5 in the afternoon. He then instructed towards Zhang Xinu, go to the Longhai Hotel and order a dinner. Just feel free to order as you see fit. The Dragon Sea Grand Hotel was all about top-notch cuisine. Chen Hang had nothing to pick from for that. Zhang Xinu nodded and drove away from the neighborhood. The bodyguard also drove the car back to the company at Chen Hang's command. 3 days passed quickly. Su Juqi had successfully registered Shanjun Capital Group Company. She also hired 5 experienced professional traders from headhunters under Chen Hang's instruction. They were all professional traders who had been mixing in the stock market for years and serving the supreme clients of financial companies. The 5 of them were like a tiger with wings for Chen Hang. Chen Hang was facing lion capital this time, and capital utilization must be maximized. Plain and simple techniques are no longer enough to maximize the benefits of capital. Professional traders can be said to be playing out of the manipulation method, just to meet the demand. As long as the manipulation process, the appropriate time to ignite the fire launch, ignite the market mood, thousands of shares up are not a dream. Chen Hang by the way let Su Juqi recruited 2 female masters graduated from Longhai University of Finance and Economics. Usually the company personnel changes, financial statements will be handed over to them to deal with. As the chairman, he only needed to manage the secretary and management. 9:20 in the morning. Chen Hang drove and arrived at the Hanwei Group building. After entering, he took the elevator to the 9th floor. Hearing the commotion, Su Juqi whirled around and got up to step into the chairman's office. Boss, all the entry procedures have been completed. They're officially starting work today.
The office space has also been found. It's on the 6th floor of the building. Due to Chen Hang giving sufficient funds, all the formalities processes were completed very quickly.
The 7 employees were also very quick to process their induction. Su Juchi ran for 2 days to handle all the matters that Chen Hang had instructed her to do. It was easy for her. Chen Hang nodded slightly and lightly lifted his chin to look at Su Juchi. The securities account opened on the exchange side. Was it successful? Successful. I've forwarded it all to them. Su Juchi said back. Good. Chen Hang looked at his wristwatch. There's still 5 minutes left before the official opening of the market, so notify them and start acting now. After 2 days of weekend time, today was a long overdue stock market trading day. Chen Hang was ready to give Lion Capital a surprise. His account had already been prepared with funds. It was now waiting for the opening of the market to go long. I'll inform them now. Su Juchi nodded and quickly opened her cell phone, sending the message to the workgroup in the first place. By the way, find out what other stocks Lion Capital has invested in. I'm going to pull up all the tickets they shorted. Chen Hang certainly wouldn't let this shorting organization off the hook so easily. Since the other party wanted to smash his tickets so badly, then he simply gave the other party a big wave. As long as the stock that Lion Capital is shorting, all pull up, give him a minute to pull the burst position. Short relative to the long, the risk is much greater. The stock price can go up as high as it wants to go up, and it can only go down to zero at most. $1 stock can rise to $20, 20 times. Down to zero. 0.1 at most. The loss to delisting will not let the shareholders owe money. Shorting if you can't line up to sell, but in turn owe money to the brokerage house. So as long as the strong seal plate, the stock price rose high enough, Lion Capital will absolutely burst. Chapter 76 Stock Market Opening. Boss, doing so will require no less than $10 billion. Su Juchi frowned slightly. Lion Capital's $200 billion of capital would not all be invested in the stock market at once. However, this kind of large investment organization was spread out and invested in multiple stocks, and if they wanted all of these stocks to go up, they would need at least $10 billion of capital. When Chen Hang registered the company, he paid $5 billion in capital. But even so, the capital required by Shanjun Capital Group was far from enough. Chen Hang waved his hand slightly. Money is not a problem. I will call $30 billion into the company's account later. You guys will use this money to invest. Chen Hang's bank account had $100 billion lying around. It was still easy to take $30 billion and play with them. Su Juchi's heart shook. Taking out $30 billion in cash so casually. Chen Hang's origin was even greater than she had imagined. The richest man in the Dragon Kingdom was afraid that he couldn't even compare to Chen Hang. Remember to find the stocks that Lion Capital invested in and send them over to me. Chen Hang looked at Su Juchi and continued. Yes, boss. Alright, go get busy. Su Juchi nodded and turned to leave the office. Chen Hang picked up the cell phone on his desk and launched the Dongming Securities app. There were still 3 minutes before the stock market opened. The comments section was already a hot mess. Clicking on the invested Donghai Energy stock page, the pop-ups came in waves after waves. Teachers, what's the trend today? The probability is to stop. Lion Capital stared at this stock. Last Friday, the end of the plate without saying anything to smash the plate. We're up red. Hard to smash the stop. Follow the big brother. A few days did not look directly lost 20%. More than $1 billion funds to buy Hongwine Group can also sit on the bank. To the East China Sea Energy can only be cut leaks. No way. This short agency Old Ruthless estimated that this time at least 3 floor. The opening does not run for fear that there is no opportunity to run. It is really hateful. Every time the stock market plunge have these dog institutions, with foreign shorting cut our leaks, the money are earned away. The shareholders are outraged. Su Juchi invested in Donghai Energy the next day. They followed and bought shares of East Ocean Energy. East Ocean Energy's popularity surged to the top of the charts that day. They thought they could follow the big man and get rich. Unexpectedly, the third day of the short institutions on the stock, directly to the smashing stop. The fourth day half dead, not up and down. The fifth day was not easy to rise a little, the end of the plate and smash the stop. Hope are smashed broken. Chen Hang probably looked at the pop-up, and then switched to the personal page. The securities account shows investment in Donghai Energy stocks, profit and loss ratio -20. 42%, a loss of $480 million. Lion Capital increased its shorting efforts and took a tumble last Friday, so this loss is not surprising at all. Chen Hang did not invest in Donghai Energy again during this time, but invested $3 billion in Longhua Maotai stock. 3 billion funds, the trillion market value of the Dragon Mutai, just a slight fluctuation, nothing too big impact. Chen Hang does not care much about the funds. 2 or 3 billion relative to the Dragon Mutai is too little, fluctuation small is normal. Chen Hang's purpose is also only for the unity of the sun rebate. 3 billion gave him 42 billion rebates, the balance reached a staggering 170 billion. 170 billion is the actual cash that has not yet been used. Against the Lion Capital, it can be said that there is no problem at all. What's more, with a rebate of 21 billion per day, it wouldn't take long for 200 billion. Chapter 77, the counterattack begins. 9:30. The stock market officially opened. East Ocean Energy's pooled bidding quickly pulled up to 3%, but in less than 2 minutes, the stock price plummeted to -4%. The pop-up screen collectively exploded. Slipped, too terrible, all of a sudden 7 points gone, running to stop. Quickly run our brothers, this short institution's too dog. We retail investors simply cannot play it. Luckily, I cut my meat at the opening bell. Losing a few thousand is better than losing tens of thousands. I can't take it anymore. Don't worry, it's going to stop right now. Don't fantasize, the lobbying is not play the institutions. It is not possible to Danjian Road. Big Brother has followed the run. Many shareholders bear the pain to cut meat, have sold the hands of the stock. Under the spread of pessimism, Donghai Energy plummeted to -6% and is still falling. Lion Capital, as a famous short seller in the Dragon Kingdom, the stocks targeted by it had fallen to a dog, and the shareholders did not dare to take any more risks. But there are still shareholders who choose to pretend to be dead and wait, with a glimmer of hope left in their hearts for a backpack stop. Longhai International Financial Center building. A middle-aged man in a suit was standing behind a trader wearing glasses, looking at the two large computer screens in front of him with burning eyes. Retail investors are selling their chips in large quantities, and panic is spreading rapidly. The trader wearing glasses said excitedly, "It's about to drop." He followed Wang Jifeng's instructions and used a small amount of money to pull up to 3% in the pooled bidding to create the illusion of a rapid pull-up, attracting shareholders to buy, and then sold all of the shares he had bought on Friday's downturn at the opening of the trading session. Rapid volume smashing caused more than one side of the emotional panic. Lobbying stockholders have to sell their shares. It does not take long to smash to a stop. Give me a hard smash. Smash to down buy. Continue to smash me tomorrow. A smug smile appeared at the corner of Wang Jifeng's mouth. Dongming Securities' Danjian Road mysterious lobbyist broke the stock circle. Lion Capital's chairman, Wei Hongjian, also learned of this news. He knew that this was an unrivaled opportunity to make money. The other party not only has a lot of money, but also carries its own popularity, and every time it gets into a stock, there will be a lot of shareholders who will follow the trend and buy. Reverse shorting can definitely harvest a large amount of leaks. Therefore, Wei Hongjian specially instructed him to short the other side. Wang Jifeng manages a capital volume of 23 billion. 30 billion disc, easily shorted without much problem. Wang Jifeng is very confident. Billions of lobbyists have been few and far between, and tens of billions of lobbyists are even fewer. The history of the most trenchant lobbyists Su Daoluo, when the body is only 20 billion. Danjian Road mysterious lobbyists' available funds simply cannot reach 20 billion. In case of an accident, he can also apply to Wei Hongjian to mobilize funds. With Lion Capital's huge volume of funds, they basically hadn't missed a beat. Understood. The young man wearing glasses continued to start tapping the keyboard. Looking at the stock page, the corner of Chen Hang's lips slightly raised in an arc. Donghai Energy's stock price had plummeted to -9%, approaching a drop. In other words, Lion Capital had already sold off most of their chips. According to their nature, after suppressing the stock price, they would control the price near the stop, rebuy a large number of chips, and continue to violently smash the stock the next day. Playing the old ways already. Chen Hang of course will not let Lion Capital have its way. He switched to the Longhai Bank app and sharply played 30 billion to the company's securities account. Then he started WeChat and tapped on the chat group. It's time to act. Just after sending the notification, the other 5 immediately responded to Chen Hang. Only in the next second, Donghai Energy had a large buy. 500 lots, 1,000 lots, 3,000 hands. It took half an hour for the stock price to gradually recover to -2%. The regular upward curve caused the stockholders to launch a collective pop-up. What's going on? It's actually starting to counterattack. If I had known, I wouldn't have sold so much. I was cut once again. So strange. Also no good news. Will not be Dongming Securities' Danjiang Road business department of the mysterious Big Brother? It doesn't look like it. This is not the style of the Big Brother's trenchless style. It's going up steadily. It should be an organization entering the market. Whoever it is, I'd like to thank him for bottoming out and pulling up 7 points. It's a great feeling. Taking off. Take off. Take off. The Lion Capital is going to die. Seeing the imminent stop of the East Ocean Energy, the shareholders originally did not hold much hope. I didn't realize that Donghai Energy actually 2-level reversal, back to -2%, up 7 points. For them, simply don't be too surprised. The shareholders who sold at the opening of the market are all repentant. 7 points in the bank could have eaten interest for 2 years. If it did not run, that is a steady profit of 7 points. The difference is 14 points. Such a huge gap makes them feel very difficult. It's not good, manager. There are huge amounts of money taking over the market. How much I smashed and how much they took over. Only 1 million lots of chips left to smash. The spectacled trader realized that the situation had changed, and hurriedly turned around to report to Wang Jifeng, who was sitting aside drinking tea. What's going on? When Wang Jifeng heard this, he hurriedly put down his teacup and quickly stepped in front of the computer screen. Just when the general market rose, there was a sudden inflow of funds. At first I thought it was normal funds, but now that the general market has started to fall, it still hasn't trended downwards. The trader took a breath. No matter how many chips I smash, the opposite side will always take over. Looking at the steadily rising stock price, Wang Jifeng frowned.
It was unthinkable that someone would make a move at this time, and it was so strong that it instantly pulled the stock price back to the opening price, eating up almost all of their chips. Wang Jifeng knew very well that this wave of pulling up needed at least $1 billion of capital, otherwise it wouldn't have risen that much. Moreover, their methods and institutional counterparts are the same, are steadily rising. It will still fall a little bit to wash the market when it is high, and then continue to pull up. Observe the situation first. If it's still in this position after 20 minutes, how many chips are left? Smash them all for me. Wang Jifeng narrowed his eyes. The opponent disc used $1 billion to pull up. 1 billion was not a lot relative to the institutions. This half hour coincided with the general market also rising. If the follow-up didn't continue to pull up again, it might just be a small institution entering long along the way. Most of the fund management organization's capital size is only in the range of 1.5 billion. For Lion Capital, it was a minuscule existence. The trader nodded, pushed his glasses, and whirled around to start staring at the market. Chapter 78, Pulling Numb. Boss, no more big orders, no movement from the other side. Do you want us to continue pulling up or wait a little longer? In my experience, they may be waiting for the situation, they are all old farts. Why don't we go short and seduce them? Wait for the opposite side to continue shorting and then eat his chips. T+1 trading, we can't sell until tomorrow. Boss, do you have any more chips on your side? We'll get him. In the WeChat chat, 5 professional traders expressed their views. Chen Hang looked at the last trader's chat text and subconsciously touched his nose. The other party was thinking the same thing as him. After a round of plunges and surges, Donghai Energy was in an up and down position. Shareholders who have just sold off are afraid to enter, and those who have already entered are reluctant to sell depending on the situation. There is no more pressure above and below the stock price. He now has 1.5 billion in chips. If all of them are smashed, it will absolutely fall. Selling now will lose some money, but it can lure Lion Capital to continue to smash the market. He would then take it all back at the falling price, which was relatively more cost-effective. As long as the trader gets in on time, it's definitely not a problem. Chen Hang thought for a moment and typed, I still have 1.5 billion chips in my hand, so I'll dump them now. You guys try to keep up. I'll give you 2 minutes. I want to see the earth and skyboard. After Chen Hang sent it, the traders in the WeChat group quickly and excitedly returned the message. I knew there were still chips in the boss's hand. Boss, don't worry, I'm a professional who relies on this line of work for a living, and no one's hands are faster than ours. Boss. 5 minutes on the floor will go down in history. Let's do it. 5 professional traders sitting in front of the computer at this time, the mood is very excited. 2 minutes to the skyboard. This extremely rare situation is only possible in the bull market. But now, Chen Hang has given this rare opportunity. At the thought of stud by stop, 5 people are so excited that they are rubbing their fists. The technique of steadily pulling up is boring to the extreme. This simple and rough, pulling up the short side in one fell swoop is so comfortable that it makes people hit the adrenaline. Chen Hang switched to the securities page and clicked on the stock page of Donghai Energy. Looking at the stock price that was halfway up the mountain, Chen Hang smiled knowingly and sold off his shares. 100,000 lots, 150,000 lots, 200,000 lots. A large wave of chips were frantically sold, and East Ocean Energy fell off a cliff. -2% changed to -7% in seconds. How did it go down again? Crap, I've been duped. Run, I just got in. I can't sell until tomorrow. I just got in, let me run tomorrow before it goes down. Institutions still can't do it, it's better to rely on the lobbyists. The wind direction of the comment area quickly changed, but the speech of the stockholders, Chen Hang skipped a glance. The stock market is so ruthless, only the strong deserve to eat meat. 100,000 lots, 120,000 lots, 150,000 lots. Not long after, large selling orders followed, selling shares that were beyond the huge volume of 100,000 lots. With such a huge trade, it was obvious that it was Lion Capital. The stock price settled at -8.6%. But Chen Hang wasn't going to stop there. This time, he would definitely make Lion Capital spit out what it had eaten with interest. Chen Hang pressed trade. 240,000 lots, 260,000 lots, 300,000 lots. All the shares were sold off by Chen Hang. With Chen Hang's last 300,000 lots of shares commissioned to be sold, Donghai Energy directly fell. 200,000 lots of sell orders, directly sealing Donghai Energy in a downward spiral. I really threw up, directly to me dry down stop. There's no little essay. What's going on? What's going on? Please. No one else can do it but that man. I give 10 years of my life to be single in exchange for a backpack stop. Longhai International Financial Center building. Wang Jifeng looked at the falling stock price and was pleased with himself. He had guessed that it was just a small organization that had just entered the market to make a wave more. After the general market fell, Donghai Energy followed suit. 300,000 hands of commissioned sell orders, probably Dongming Securities' Danjiang Road business department of the mysterious lobbyists. It seems that the opposite side is to admit defeat, otherwise it will not all sell off. Wang Jifeng still intends to continue shorting. The popularity of this stock has reached number 1. There were bound to be a lot of retail investors taking over, and now is just the beginning. It's already at the drop line, watch for the right time to buy. Prepare the chips and continue tomorrow. Wang Jifeng ordered. The young man with glasses would start trading, but just as Wang Jifeng returned to his seat to drink tea, Donghai Energy's stock price instantly stopped falling and began to soar, soaring 11 points in a second. The hair green stock price turned red in a second.
11% range, 2 million lots bought. The straight one-liner skyrocketed. The trader's eyes widened in shock.
3 years into the job, he hadn't really seen such a massive rise. Even his speech began to stutter.
Manager, hurry up, come here quickly. The trader's expression gave Wang Jifeng a bad feeling in his heart, and he immediately got up and quickly walked back to the computer screen. Seeing the stock price for a split second, Wang Jifeng was shocked and hurriedly looked at the time division transaction chart. Only to see 1 million, 2 million lots of buyers frantically pouring in, the stock price soared, instantly breaking through the 3% opening price. Quickly, all withdraw orders for me. Buy in.
Wang Jifeng hissed. The trader scrambled to hit the keyboard.
However, it was too late by then. All the commissions were already powerless. 4 million buy lots sealed Donghai Energy at the ceiling in a second. Floor to ceiling, only took half a minute. Just when all the shareholders were shocked by this, the volume of board hits increased crazily. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. Half a minute later, the boarding volume was fixed at 15 million. Seeing the amazing board volume in front of them, all the shareholders were shocked to the point of skepticism. Damn, it's really an earth and sky board. 15 million hands.
Even the old stockholders who have experienced the bull market have never seen such a horrible number.
The first time I've seen this, I've never seen such a horrific number of people. Damn you damn. What's the game? 30 seconds to the sky. It's awesome.
I'm really convinced, one up and one down, apart from this play roller coaster it directly pulled me numb. The flat and simple maneuver is really still so friendly, but also my Danjiang Road big brother.
Good guy, 13. 5 billion funds, 20 consecutive boards is not a dream.
$900 a hand of Donghai Energy, 15 million hands, the amount of board is 13.
5 billion funds.
For more than 30 billion market value of the East China Sea Energy, 20 consecutive board is definitely not a problem. Chen Hang has ignited the passion of the stockholders. The admirers of the shareholders then have commissioned to buy, even the lobbying and large institutions are also attracted. Market sentiment completely ignited, countless followers of the funds surging rushed in, hit the board volume continued to push up.
A minute later, the hit board volume came to 23 million. After, manager, I've commissioned.
The trader said with a trembling voice, according to the time-sharing volume chart, we're probably lined up around 15.
5 million. He was already the first to sell.
But Chen Hang commissioned a large order, all million buy orders. There was no choice but to still line up behind Chen Hang.
Hearing the words of the trader, Wang Jifeng's heart was completely cold. 15. 5 million, 14 billion funds in front. When it is their turn, the money is all lost, and maybe they still owe money to the securities company, because most of them are securities shorting. The stock price reaches twice the original, the money is lost. If it reaches 3 times, that's double the money owed. 8 skyboards, about double. With $14 billion, it can definitely be 8 skyboards, or even 20 skyboards. Wang Jifeng's face was as pale as paper, his legs softened, and he directly collapsed into the seat.
Chapter 79 King of the Skyscrapers.
Warp. Manager, what should we do now?
Looking at the East Ocean Energy stock page, the eyeglasses trader was a bit at a loss for a moment. 23 million skyboard buy orders, and the amount of board hits continued to rise continuously. Regardless of which manipulation method was in play, there was no use for it.
Quickly help me up. Wang Jifeng took a long breath.
When it came down to it, he could only report back to his boss. Investing in Donghai Energy stocks, 6 billion was used. The company was still managing 17 billion, but most of it had already been invested in other stocks. Forced selling not only faced losses, but also couldn't solve the problem.
Donghai Energy is already the no.
One hot stock in the market, and investment sentiment is high, so going against it is simply looking for death. Brokerage firms also do not have so many securities sold, simply cannot do short.
Even if shorted, the same will immediately be pulled up. The only solution to the 6 billion loss is to report to the boss.
Admitting the mistake may still be forgiven.
Hiding it will not do him any good. The trader hurriedly picked up Wang Jifeng. After a 2-minute reprieve, Wang Jifeng steadied himself and left the room to take the elevator to the chairman's office.
He knocked on the door and heard the word come in before he pushed the door open, only to see a Mediterranean man, smoking a cigar and exhaling smoke rings, holding a sexy young woman in his arms.
Seeing Wang Jifeng walk in, Wei Hongjian didn't let go of the hand holding the female secretary.
Wei Hongjian had just heard Wang Jifeng's voice, and in front of his own people, there was nothing to hide.
Boss. Wang Jifeng walked in front of Wei Hongjian, his head lowered looking preoccupied. Seeing the other party's expression, Wei Hongjian sensed that something was wrong. His expression sank as he asked, "What is it that you are looking for me for?" We have encountered a strong opponent this time. What's going on? Wei Hongjian pursued seriously. It's like this. Wang Jifeng told the story without reservation.
The more Wei Hongjian listened, the more gloomy his face was, and finally pushed the woman away and angrily slapped the table and stood up. Such a big thing happened. Why are you only telling me now? The woman was scared out of her wits and hurriedly stood aside in a sensible manner. Wang Jifeng was similarly startled, and hurriedly admitted his mistake. I'm sorry, boss. I didn't expect this guy to be so rich, suddenly pouring in so much money at once.
The first time after it happened, I came over to you.
Half a minute of the earth and skyboard, the other side of the pull-up maneuver. It is clear that the masterpiece of that guy from the Danjiang Road Sales Department of Dongming Securities. Wang Jifeng had never seen any organization use such a rough technique for no reason. You stupid. The company made a profit of $20 billion a year, and you lost $6 billion in one ING day.
I really want to punch you to death.
Wei Hongjian extinguished his cigar and angrily pointed at Wang Jifeng.
Lion Capital was a joint venture investment company.
Most of the $200 billion investment capital was investment finance and foreign capital.
$6 billion is a lot of money. If you lose it, you won't be able to answer for it, and you won't be able to keep your position as the chairman of the board. Wang Jifeng hurriedly defended. Boss, you authorized me to short.
Wei Hongjian crossed his arms a bit, took a few deep breaths, and tried his best to calm himself down.
Wang Jifeng was not intentionally shirking his responsibility, it was indeed him who authorized shorting the other party.
After a moment of contemplation, Wei Hongjian's eyes were fierce, pointing at Wang Jifeng and said in a deep voice, you immediately go back to me now. Investigate all the information of the other party for me at all costs. If you can't get it right, you don't have to come to work tomorrow.
Wang Jifeng nodded his head repeatedly and hurriedly exited the room. Grass, grass, grass. Going against me, I want you dead tomorrow.
After Wang Jifeng left, Wei Hongjian copied several glasses on the table and threw them out. Only then did the anger in his heart gradually subside.
But soon, Wei Hongjian's gaze fell on the woman. What the are you looking at? Get your ass over here, the old man is on fire right now.
On the other side, several WeChat messages popped up.
Chen Hang clicked on the pop-ups and checked up on the chat.
It's so cool, I've been in the industry for so long, and I haven't bought such a big buy order all at once.
Half a minute on the floor skyboard. 90 degrees straight up. It's awesome. The boss is the real big shot. I was right to jump ship.
The traders are still in an excited mood.
The extreme pull-up gave them an incomparable sense of accomplishment.
Such a wonderful performance, they were eager to do it again. Chen Hang took a rough look at it, then switched to the securities page. Good lord, it's only been 20 minutes, 24 million hit volume, too explosive. Still have to look at Danjiang Road Big Brother. What institutions lobbying Big Brother in front of all have to get down? Martyr, the stop was washed out. If I hold on for another half a minute I will become a stock god.
I'm glad I believe in Big Brother. Lay flat and play dead. I've made a lot of money this time. Hungarian group shares are now tripled.
Look at the situation is likely to be 20 consecutive boards. The stock price doubled 6 times more than. The stock comment area is a hot pop-up screen is a direct fall, floating all over the entire cell phone screen.
Successful bottom buying investors, showing off the trading chart.
Sell-fly stockholders' thighs are almost slapped, then losing money, stepping short to make them more difficult. Stockholders who usually don't speak also launched pop-up screens and expressed their opinions. For its part, Donghai Energy quickly released an abnormal fluctuation announcement and a risk alert announcement. For the sudden influx of tens of billions of dollars, the senior leadership was confused. The preliminary accounting of the company's performance was quite profitable compared to last year, but the annual financial statements have not even been processed yet, and the final figures are simply not known.
Looking at a hot comment area, Chen Hang raised his chin.
24 million hit the board volume, he contributed 15 million volume, accounting for 62.5%, proper day board king. In any case, Chen Hang will not withdraw his order. The current heat of Donghai Energy can be said to be very high. 13 billion funds, plus other investors and investment institutions, 20 consecutive board no problem. If the stock price turns 6 times, the securities shorting investment institutions have to owe the securities company 5 times the money.
Lion basically ate in the money, have to spit out with the money.
In addition to Donghai Energy, Chen Hang also specially instructed Su Zheqi to find the shares that Lion Capital has invested in. Together, left and right, is the richest man in the Dragon Country cannot top. Chapter 80, Chairman's Identity Exposed, Stockholders Become Loyal Fans.
Ding! Host invested $1.5 billion. $21 billion in rebates. Ding! Host spends $22.5 million, rebate of $315 million. Ding! System upgrade. Obtaining a super gift pack. Current level, LV12. Rebate multiplier, 14 times. Level experience, LV12, 1. 35 billion/8 billion. Investment amount upgrade. Daily investment rebate amount, 2 billion. Dragon City Bank, your bank card with tail number 8688, income 210,000,000,000,000 yuan, available balance 1636, 3354, 5124, 63 yuan. Launching Bank, your bank card with tail number 8688, income of 3,1500,000,000 yuan, available balance of 1639, 4854, 5124, 63 yuan. Seeing the bank arrival information, Chen Hang would smile. The company account doesn't rebate, but he had just used the securities account to buy 2 large orders, 21 billion in rebates, easily in hand. It was a bit of a surprise to think that the rebate happened to upgrade the system. Chen Hang opened the super gift pack and a system voice sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host to obtain the stock precognition skills. Only to see the stock page, the 2 lines of tips were revealed. East Ocean Energy's closing gain today, 10%. East Ocean Energy's closing gain tomorrow, 10%. Seeing the prompt information on the screen, Chen Hang's eyes lit up. With his current capital, there was no problem in pulling up a few tens of billions of market capitalization stocks to the upside. But if it was 100 billion market capitalization or a trillion market capitalization, it would be difficult. If he forced it up, he would be giving away money to the rival market. The stock precognition skill could just help him identify stocks and minimize investment risks. I didn't realize that Unity Sun had this skill, but it was really timely. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the stock market closed on time. The amount of Donghai energy hitting the board was reduced to 22.5 million. Obviously there are some profitable shareholders and lobbying organizations left. However, it does not affect the heat of East Ocean Energy in any way, and it still ranks first on the popularity list steadily. Various financial bloggers have also paid attention to this stock. They collectively wrote small essays to analyze this good stock and rubbed off on the traffic. Shocker! Tens of billions of funds pouring into the East China Sea Energy, the market reversal, stopping the tide of mania is about to come. Half a minute staged on the ground board, short and long game is intense, 22.5 million hit the board amount or will be 20 consecutive boards. A thought of heaven. A thought of hell. East China Sea Energy after stopping to start the counterattack, 10 billion funds crazy influx, 10 billion demon stocks crazy stop. The market is getting stronger, or the beginning of the bull market. Speculation must see. Billions of large single instantly buy, the violent aesthetics of the earth and skyboard. Once the article was issued, it attracted countless stockholders have clicked. Not a moment's effort, Dongming Securities' mysterious Big Brother identity once again burst the stock circle. The crowd became more and more curious about this mysterious investor. An hour later, the exchange announced the Dragon Tiger list seats. See the list of buy seats, the shareholders are collectively confused. Dongming Securities Danjiang Road Business Department in the list of 2 seats, buy amount 1, 8,013,64, 28 million. The list of seats is institutional special seats, buy amount is 5, 3,014,72. 35 million, almost 3 times the Dongming Securities. In their view, very incredible. What is the situation? There are actually mysterious funds. When did institutions become so conscientious? This pull-up technique is not like an organization at all, it's clearly Big Brother's technique. The list will not be the company's securities account opened by Big Brother. I think it's possible that a company could open a special securities account for an organization. I think there's new news. I'll go check it out. Since the investment company opens a special seat for institutions, a lot of information is public. So soon there are people in the know to follow the melon, burst out the identity of the list of seats, and sunshine screenshot evidence. For a time, the stock circle is once again hot. Brothers, that's right, it's Yamajun Capital Group. I just went online to check. Shanjun Capital Group is a newly established investment company, the chairman is Chen Hang. I found out that Chen Hang also owns a 100% owned Hanwei Group. The estimated market value is $50 billion. No wonder Big Brother is so rich, he invested 5 billion in one go. It's not possible that the Danjiang Road office is also owned by Chen Hang, is it? It's definitely him. He's got the same approach. Netizens have different opinions, but after professional bloggers analyzed and netizens successively broke the news, soon determined to be the same person. I knew it, this technique is definitely Big Brother. It's so exciting. I hope Big Brother will continue to hit the board tomorrow. The probability of stopping tomorrow is 99,999%. After sworn to follow the Big Brother, there is Big Brother in the place, there is meat to eat. A wave of uplift, so that many shareholders have become Chen Hang's loyal fans. Most of them speculate in stocks or losing money. Following Chen Hang's purchase, however, made them earn a large sum of money. In their hearts, Chen Hang was a godly hero-level existence. Su Zheqi's side found the Lion Capital stock investment information and sent it to Chen Hang. Boss, these are the stocks that Lion Capital is currently investing in, please take a look. Chen Hang picked up the document that Su Zheqi had processed, which printed the details of Lion Capital's investments. Anming Technology. Market capitalization, 53.67 billion. Yesterday's closing stock price, 16.32. West Lion Media. Market capitalization, 23.51 billion. Yesterday's closing stock price, 28.32. Jingsheng Technology. Market capitalization, 73.68 billion. Yesterday's closing stock price, 24.32. Windy Night Stocks. Market capitalization, 122.43 billion. Yesterday's closing stock price, 38.32. Chen Hang swept a glance, most of them are more than 10 billion market capitalization stocks. Continuing to look down, there are also quite a few 100 billion market capitalization stocks. Worthy of being the country's big short, the investment in stocks has reached 100. Tens of billions of stock investment is relatively small, hundreds of billions of stock investment is much more money. After reading the documents in his hand, Chen Hang narrowed his eyes. The list of stocks had been organized, and it was time for a full counterattack. Chapter 81, Missing You. Tomorrow morning when the market opens, I will hit 50 billion to the company's securities account. Notify them at that time, 10 billion shares, all pulled to a halt. Chen Hang gazed at Su Zheqi, the 100 billion shares just follow the trend. Of the 100 stocks that Lion Capital invested in, there were about 60 or so 10 billion shares. As long as the maneuver is good, breaks through the pressure level, and the stockholders follow the trend, the 10 billion market capitalization stocks only need 2 to 3 billion to go up. 50 billion expenditure, especially cost-effective. It is not likely to use that much money. If the stockholders are crazy to pour in, the institutional lobbyists have to make way. Putting in that much capital at once, aren't you afraid of losing money? Su Zheqi pursed her lips. As far as she knew, Chen Hang had invested $20 billion in the stock market. Plus the unutilized 17 billion funds on the securities account, it is already 37 billion. Tomorrow, if you want 10 billion shares to collectively stop, you need less than 30 billion and more than 50 or 60 billion. Such a huge amount of money, lose up do not dare to think. For Su Zheqi's surprise, Chen Hang did not respond directly, but asked rhetorically, if a woman somehow slapped you, what would you do? I would call the police. Su Zheqi said seriously. Chen Hang smiled bashfully, as if he had already anticipated the other party's response. What would you do if she caught you off guard and slapped you again before the police arrived? Su Zheqi was momentarily speechless. This situation was clearly beyond her expectations. When she sees that you don't react, she gets an inch and continues to do it. Can you still sit still? Su Zheqi's brows knitted slightly. I definitely won't let her have another chance to make a move, and I'll fight back. That's right. Chen Hang agreed. Deal with it coldly, and there will be a second time, a third time, and even more. Since the other party took the initiative to come to the door looking for trouble, there's no need to be polite. Su Zheqi nodded thoughtfully. Chen Hang raised an eyebrow. Do you understand now why I'm not afraid of losing money? Understood, boss. She now truly understood that Chen Hang was not trying to make money, but wanted to make Lion Capital completely lose the chance to make a move. As for losing money or not, Chen Hang didn't even consider it. Alright, that's all for now. Chen Hang smiled. You go down and get busy. Aha. Su Zheqi took the documents and left the office. Looking at Su Zheqi's silhouette, Chen Hang was in a pleasant mood. The beautiful secretary was so eye-catching. Not only her face and body were good, even her walking posture was so nice. Chen Hang had finally experienced the feeling of being a winner in life. Aromatic softness in his arms, accompanied by a yacht, this is ing life. Maybe money can't solve all the troubles, but it can solve 999% of the troubles in the world. A long sigh of relief, Chen Hang did not think much more, picked up the table's cell phone, brush up the jittery voice. After brushing for a while, the videos of major financial bloggers were pushed to Chen Hang, which were almost all about Donghai energy. Chen Hang even brushed the video that exposed his identity. The comments section was mostly filled with stockholders, and many of them had become their own fans, and had expressed their intention to follow the investment tomorrow. Following the investment was very beneficial to Chen Hang. If the stockholders have a large influx of money, the halt will be as easy as eating and drinking, and it will cost a lot less money. But relatively, there are also stockholders who expressed disdain. Chen Hang of course ignored the views of these people. They were all small portions of comments, and not even a few people liked them. After continuing to scroll through 2 or 3 videos, a call came through. The screen showed that it was Zhao Yanchuan's WeChat phone number. Just after pressing answer, a nice female voice reached his ears. Hey, brother Tian. Xian, looking for me for something? Nothing much, just miss you. Zhao Yanxian lightly opened her red lips. Did you miss me? Thought about it a lot. Chen Hang didn't lie. Zhao Yenyuan, this niece had a lovely character. The kind of pettiness is very fluffy, and she is very comfortable with her. Zhao Yenyuan happily said, where are you? I'll go find you, okay? I want to see you. We haven't seen each other for 2 days. After 2 days of not seeing each other, Zhao Yanxian missed it. She was always content when she was with Chen Hang. I'm over here at the company. Are you at school now? Well, I'm with Sister Lu. She can drive me to your side. Saying that, Zhao Yanchuan didn't forget to smile and look at Lu Yen.
Of course, Lu Yan knew that Zhao Yanxian was on the phone with Chen Hang, but hearing Zhao Yanxian and Chen Hang mention her, Lu Yan inexplicably blushed a little.
Chen Hang's handsome image instantly surfaced in her mind,
especially the wild body rich and androgynous charm in the room that morning.
Chen Hang looked at his wristwatch. You guys don't need to come over. I'll come over to you guys, it just so happens that it's almost dinner time. We'll wait for you here. I'll leave now. Hanging up the phone, Chen Hang got up and left the office. At the same time, Wang Jifeng sent the collected information to the chairman's office.
Boss, all the information has been found. The account of the other party is Shanjun Capital Investment Group, a newly established investment company. The chairman of Hanwei Group, Chen Hang, exclusively owns 100% of the shares. At those words, Wei Hongjian frowned.
Hanwei Group? Is that the internet company with a market capitalization of $50 billion? Wei Hongjian had heard a little about Hanwei Group. Longhai was famous for its internet companies.
When live streaming took the internet by storm, it was once a dominating presence. In recent years, short videos began to burst into flames. The daily activity of major live sites has fallen sharply, and users have collectively run to the short video live. The era of the group's domination of live broadcasting is officially over, and it is only a matter of time before Hanwei Group's long-cat live broadcasting falls from the curtain. However, it was said that Hanwei Group had begun transforming into investment and other entertainment industries a few years ago, which was the reason why they hadn't fallen.
That's right, boss, it's this company.
Wang Jifeng nodded and continued. Chen Hang is the newly appointed chairman of this company, and founded the Shanjun Capital Investment Group 3 days ago.
Dongming Securities' Danjian Road Business Department is his own account. Hearing Wang Jifeng's words, Wei Hongjian finally understood why there was an influx of large funds. The original sniping Danjian Road Sales Department was the chairman of Hanwei Group. Boss, how do we plan for tomorrow?
The other party came from a big place. Wang Jifeng was afraid to act recklessly.
If he was not careful, he might lose his job.
I'll transfer $10 billion of capital to you tomorrow. You continue to short me.
Wei Hongjian narrowed his eyes.
The Hanwei Group, valued at $50 billion, wasn't really worth $50 billion, and was mostly priced out of the market.
Extrapolating from Hanwei Group's current situation, there are at most a few billion in cash on the books.
The live broadcast is going downhill, plus various investments. It is difficult to divert funds.
Wei Hongjian estimated that today is the limit of Chen Hang. A large amount of money pouring in, unless it is a bull market, the next day will certainly all run half.
Tomorrow was just the right time to go short along with the trend and make the cost back anyways.
Yes, boss. Wang Jifeng had the same intuition.
In the morning, he thought it was some trillion-dollar group's investment company. It wasn't until the closing bell that he breathed a sigh of relief. A company valued at $50 billion was simply not enough for Lion Capital.
The capital on the books was 4 times the valuation of the other party.
Thinking of shorting the other side tomorrow, a smug smile appeared at the corner of Wang Jifeng's mouth.
Chapter 82, You're the one who's sweet-talking. Longhai Academy of Arts. Zhao Yanxian and Lu Yan were standing at the entrance of the school.
Their pretty faces and exquisite bodies attracted the gazes of passing passers-by from time to time. Zhao Yanxian put her cell phone away and looked at Lu Yan.
Thank you, Sister Lu. There's no need to send me off, Brother Tian. He's driving to pick me up now. Zhao Yanxian took a small mirror and touched up her makeup.
Thinking that she would be able to meet Chen Hang later, her mood was beautiful.
Xian, such a good boyfriend, how did you meet him online?
Lu Yan, who was sitting in the driver's seat, inquired with a smile. Zhao Yanxian had only mentioned it to her once, and she didn't pursue it at the time. But now, she was really curious about how Zhao Yanxian met Chen Hang. It's just last semester, at that time, when I was shivering, he came to comment on me and often came to my live room to brush gifts. One way or another, we got to know each other by adding WeChat. Zhao Yanxian said truthfully. She was just treating Chen Hang as an Edison. After adding WeChat and seeing the photos of her circle of friends, she instantly fell in love with Chen Hang. I really envy you for finding such a good boyfriend. Lu Yan's eyes were full of envy when she said this. Zhao Yanxian frankly said, actually, I was the one who chased him. He doesn't even look for me often.
Lu Yan thought about it.
Chen Hang was such an excellent man, there was no shortage of women around him.
If Zhao Yanxian didn't take the initiative, it's unlikely that the two of them would have gotten together.
Zhao Yanxuan seemed to have thought of something, raised her eyebrows and laughed. Sister Lu, don't get too stuck on your gender, it's good to find a boyfriend.
You can never imagine the joy. Zhao Yanxuan knew about Lu Yan's hobbies.
But Lu Yan was simply treating her as a good girlfriend, not going in any other direction.
What are you talking nonsense about? Lu Yan's pretty face flushed, a faint blush surfacing on her cheeks.
Zhao Yanxuan's later sentence, even more so, caused her to not be able to stop thinking about it, and her ears turned red.
What I said is true, Song Weiwei definitely hasn't experienced it. Otherwise she wouldn't have looked for you.
Zhao Yanxian smiled broadly. Lu Yan, however, blushed. I'm good friends with Weiwei, you woman, where did you think of? She and Song Weiwei had only dated a few times. The two of them had nothing substantial to do with each other. She actually wasn't obsessed with Lily, it was just that because she didn't have a favorite member of the opposite sex in her life, she had other ideas for a while. Then again, Song Weiwei had taken the initiative to contact her, and she was in the mindset of trying out a date. For the rest, she was conservative as hell. I heard them all say they saw you go to the hotel with her. The campus circle was often full of interesting things. Lu Yan's hobby was also something that Zhao Yanchuan heard the other girls talk about. Only, she was too embarrassed to talk about it with Lu Yan. No matter, I'm just shopping and eating and watching movies with her to experience the feeling of dating. Lu Yan shook her head and explained. So that's how it is, I was the one who misunderstood. Zhao Yanxian spat out her tongue. She had thought that Lu Yan really liked Lily. Now it seemed that she had overthought it. Sister Lu, you're so good, it should be easy for you to find a date. Zhao Yanxian was surprised and said. It's not that sis doesn't want to find one, it's that she can't meet one she likes. Lu Yan looked at Zhao Yanxian and laughed lightly. If I could meet such a good boyfriend like you, sis would have gotten off the hook a long time ago. That can't be helped sis, there is only one brother Tian, Xian can only wish you good luck. Hey, Xian, why don't you lend brother Tian to sis for 2 days, so that sis can try the pleasure you mentioned? Lu Yan's eyes lit up with a sudden thought. Good sister Lu, you've gotten the idea on me. I'm not going to lend it to you. Zhao Yanxian grunted and launched a tickling attack on Lu Yan. Lu Yan giggled. Just kidding Xian, sis is joking with you. Facing Zhao Yanxuan's attack, Lu Yan directly surrendered. However, Zhao Yanxuan still didn't stop the movements in her hands and continued tickling. Oomph, sister Lu you're too bad, I'm going to teach you a good lesson. Just as the two of them were joking around, a mirage drove up to the entrance. Chapter 83 Flirting with. The car stopped and Chen Hang got out and walked over to Zhao Yanxian. Xian, what are you two doing? The moment she saw Chen Hang, a smile appeared on Zhao Yanxuan's face. Lu Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of delight, but she quickly regained her proper color. Brother Tian, you're finally here. I missed you so much after not seeing you for 2 days. Zhao Yanxian obediently threw herself into Chen Hang's embrace. Waited for a long time? Chen Hang gently rubbed Zhao Yanxuan's head. Zhao Yanxuan smiled sweetly. Not really, I just chatted with Sister Lu for a while, and then you arrived. Hearing Zhao Yanxuan's words, Chen Hang's gaze fell on Lu Yan. Lu Yan, heartwarming value +5. Lu Yan, heartwarming value +5. Lu Yan, heartwarming value +5. Heartwarming value, 44. Lu Yan hurriedly averted her eyes and blushed in embarrassment. What Zhao Yanxian had just said made her think. When she saw Chen Hang himself, her eyes couldn't help but glance downward. Lu Yan did not dare to meet Chen Hang's eyes at all for fear that Chen Hang would notice her little glances. She was 7 or 8 years older than Chen Hang, so if the other party caught her peeking, it would really be a shame. Sister Lu, good afternoon. Chen Hang cheerfully greeted towards Lu Yan. Wearing a dress, Lu Yan looked sensible and generous, full of flavor. Compared to the girlish Zhao Yanxian, the difference was very obvious. Good afternoon. Only then did Lu Yan dare to look at Chen Hang and responded to the other party with a smile. Have you eaten, Sister Lu? Why don't you join us for dinner? I've booked a private room. Chen Hang slightly raised his eyebrows. Since he happened to meet Lu Yan, why not just take this opportunity to get to know her well and make friends? Before Lu Yan could speak, Zhao Yanxian tilted her head and opened her mouth. Haven't eaten yet, she just got off work. Zhao Yanxuan looked back at Lu Yan. Sister, brother Tian is treating us, it's guaranteed to be all gourmet food that you haven't eaten before. Won't it disturb you guys? Lu Yan lightly opened her red lips and said, It won't. Let's go, just get on the car. Chen Hang no longer gave Lu Yan the chance to refuse and turned towards the Rolls-Royce Phantom not far away. Zhao Yanxian smiled and ran back to hold on to Lu Yan. Sis, don't worry, I'm definitely not the kind of woman who forgets her girlfriends when she has a boyfriend. I still have you in my heart. Just your sweet mouth. Lu Yan gently laughed and used her onion finger to point at Zhao Yanxian. Chen Hang got into the car, started the car, and drove in front of the two women. Zhao Yanxuan opened the car door and Lu Yan followed her to the back seat. Inside the Mirage car, Lu Yan and Zhao Yanxian exchanged words and talked, occasionally letting out a cheerful laugh. The voices of the two were very soft, and Chen Hang's attention was mostly focused on driving, not bothering to care about what they were saying. However, Chen Hang did notice Lu Yan's gaze. Driving needs, Chen Hang will occasionally scan the rearview mirror of the car. Whenever he glanced at the rearview mirror, he always saw Lu Yan peeking at him intentionally or unintentionally. As soon as they met each other's eyes, Lu Yan would quickly avert her gaze. If it was 1 or 2 times, it was okay. 9 times out of 10, this is the case. Chen Hang had to wonder if this woman liked him. Lu Yan did not notice Chen Hang's psychological changes, her gaze still fell on Chen Hang from time to time. Zhao Yanxuan was excitedly talking to Lu Yan about the interesting things around her, and didn't notice anything different about her. Chapter 84, Very Faithful. A minute later, the car drove to a red light and stopped. Chen Hang looked into the rearview mirror of the car and unexpectedly locked eyes with Lu Yan once again. But this time, Chen Hang raised an eyebrow towards Lu Yan. The two gazes met, and Lu Yan's pretty face instantly turned red. She hurriedly turned her head and looked out the window. Lu Yan, heartwarming value +2. Lu Yan, heartwarming value +2. Lu Yan, heartbeat value +2. Heartbeat value, 50. What's wrong, sis? Why has your face turned so red?
Is there something uncomfortable? Zhao Yanchuan noticed Lu Yan's scarlet demeanor and asked curiously. When Zhao Yanchuan asked this, Lu Yan became even more embarrassed. She couldn't say that it was Chen Hang's eyebrow raising that had aroused her. How could she say that she was the one who peeked at Chen Hang? Besides, Zhao Yanchuan was her good best friend. If this niece found out what's going on. No, nothing, it's just, it's a bit boring. Lu Yan let out a light laugh and casually found a reason to respond to Zhao Yanchuan. Zhao Yanchuan didn't think much about it, and immediately pressed the button and lowered the car window. Sister, will this be better? Much better. Lu Yan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling much more relaxed. However, when she thought of Chen Hang's handsome eyebrow raising just now, her already reddened face became more and more flushed. Chen Hang secretly laughed in his heart. This woman is really interesting. In the rearview mirror, Lu Yan's face was slightly red. 26 years old added a trace of maturity to her. Coupled with the right print dress, she looked quite a bit of a young woman's flavor. However, Chen Hang is aware that Lu Yan is still a pure woman. The red light turned green, Chen Hang stepped on the gas, and the car gradually started. Looking at the slightly unfamiliar street scene along the way, Zhao Yanxian was surprised at Chen Hang. Brother Tian, this doesn't seem to be the way to the hotel. Chen Hang smiled slightly. We won't go to the hotel today, let's go to Yunhu restaurant. After eating too many state banquets, Chen Hang was a bit tired of them, so he specially picked a restaurant with light flavors this time. Hearing about Yunhu restaurant, Zhao Yanshan inexplicably had a small expectation in her heart. Brother Tian, where is Yunhu restaurant? Shanghai Center Building. Chen Hang drove and arrived at the Shanghai Center Building. After getting out of the car, the three of them took the elevator to the Yunhu restaurant located on the 119th floor under the guidance of a special person. The Yunhu restaurant was decorated in a stylish manner with an elegant environment. As soon as they entered, the waiter warmly greeted them. After Chen Hang indicated his identity, the restaurant manager personally led the three to the reserved window VIP seat. Zhao Yanxian followed and sat beside Chen Hang, while Lu Yan sat opposite her. The manager took 3 menus and handed them to the 3 people respectively, then picked up a pen and paper and bowed slightly in front of Chen Hang. Chen Hang then gestured to order for the other 2 first, invariably adding a few more points to Lu Yan's favorable impression of him. A fully cooked steak, stir-fried shrimp, steamed pork ribs, and a serving of shredded pork with fish flavor. Zhao Yanxian and Lu Yan finished ordering, and Chen Hang sharply handed the menu to the manager. Chen Hang ordered a steak for a taste, and the main course was still Chinese food. Western food was nothing more than fried and roasted beef. Compared to the various culinary delicacies of Chinese food, it lagged far behind. The fruit salad was nothing more than a few leaves of lettuce, which Chen Hang had even less interest in. Alright, sir, you wait for a moment, we'll make it for you right away. The manager took the menu and respectfully retreated. Chapter 85, Formal Acquaintance. The view is so nice. Zhao Yanchuan pursed her lips and looked out the window. Her perspective was enough to overlook the entire Longhai. A sightseeing cruise ship sailed by under the Huangpu River. The Oriental Pearl Tower, the Bund, was in full view. It was safe to say that it was an excellent viewing location in Longhai City. Looking at the beautiful scenery outside the window, Lu Yan was quite emotional. She had come to the Shanghai Center Tower once before. Only it wasn't on this floor, it was on the sightseeing platform on the floor below. The Yunhu restaurant's view was obviously much better, and the environment was relatively quieter. But relatively, the price required for VIP seats at the Yunhu restaurant would definitely be much more expensive than other places. If you like it, I'll bring you back tomorrow. Chen Hang smiled faintly at Zhao Yanxian. No matter what time of the day it was, he could book a seat here, and his favorite thing about owning the system was spending money. There's no need to bother so much. I'm happy with you, it doesn't matter where. Zhao Yanxian softly said. Chen Hang couldn't help but rub her small head when he saw Zhao Yanxuan's delicate and lovely face. Zhao Yanxuan was wowed by her lovely looks, and her talent was amazingly 1 in a million. For Chen Hang's head-touching kill, Zhao Yanxuan was so delighted that she happily took hold of Chen Hang and rubbed his arm. Cough cough, your sister Lu is looking at you. Chen Hang lightly coughed twice and hurriedly let Zhao Yenyuan resume her sitting position. Zhao Yanxuan had to sit back up with fondness. The two of them were spreading dog food in front of each other, but Lu Yan's face was a scarlet red. Zhao Yanxuan's sweet smile made Lu Yan envious. Sister Lu, let's formally get acquainted. My name is Chen Hang. I'm a freshman majoring in computer science at Dragon University. 20 years old, 187 centimeters. Chen Hang stretched out his hand, his eyes scorchingly sizing up Lu Yan. In her close-up state, Lu Yan looked more like a neighborly sister. A pair of standard willow leaf eyebrows, fair and tender skin, elegant and temperamental pillhead, still looking so good. Talent is even more needless to say. It can be described as pleasing to the eye and is visually estimated to be at the D+ level. Although it wasn't as amazing as Zhao Yanxian, it still belonged to a rather bombastic existence. Chen Hang student, hello, I'm Lu Yan, the physician of the school medical office of the Longhai Arts Academy. 27 years old, 168 centimeters. Lu Yan glanced at Zhao Yanxian, smiled lightly, and politely shook his hand. Touching Chen Hang's warm hand, Lu Yan's heart fluttered. But in front of Zhao Yanxuan, she was very measured. Lu Yan gently shook it and quickly separated from Chen Hang. Sister Lu, you look very young, not like you're 27. Lu Yan's face value and temperament was slightly more mature. However, her skin was rosy and translucent with luster, even so much better than Zhao Yanxian. It was like the skin of a young girl, no different. Brother Tian, I envy Sister Lu. She usually doesn't even use skin care products, her skin is better than mine. Zhao Yanxian loved Lu Yan's fair and tender skin. Before, when she didn't know Chen Hang, when she went shopping, she always held onto Lu Yan and sometimes secretly ate her tofu. You young people are really good at talking. Lu Yan smiled sweetly. She was especially flattered by the compliments from the two. Xian, how did you meet Sister Lu? Chen Hang's gaze moved to Zhao Yanxian. I haven't heard you say that. When I was in gym class in my sophomore year, I sprained my foot and went to the school nurse's office. Sister Lu personally helped me apply the medicine. At that time, I felt that Sister Lu was very gentle, so I took the initiative to add a friend. Later I often went to find Sister Lu to chat, and we became good friends. Chapter 86, just a little tired. You ninny, you're so afraid of pain. You cried out in pain before I even touched it. Recalling the scene, Lu Yan felt a bit marvelous. She was applying medicine to Zhao Yanxian, and she cried out in pain before the medicine was even applied. Realizing that Zhao Yanxian was afraid of pain, her movements on the hand became much gentler. Unexpectedly Zhao Yanxian but so when she left to add her WeChat, but also became a good girlfriend. A series of interesting things happened during the period of Lu Yan is also very surprised. Can only say that their encounter is destiny of fate. Lu Yan also because Zhao Yanxian only met Chen Hang. If Zhao Yanxian did not add her friend that day, she may not know Chen Hang in this life. Chen Hang is an excellent man who can only be contacted on campus. If Chen Hang left the campus, she wouldn't even have the chance to meet him. She was a school physician, a good job for ordinary people. But for Chen Hang, it wasn't a good job. Just the Patek Philippe watch alone was worth 3 years of her salary. Not to mention the top-of-the-line Mirage car that cost more than $10 million. The two of them were not in the same class at all. Girls, they are all afraid of pain. Zhao Yanxian spread a smile. But sis, you are very gentle. I just hurt for a bit and then I don't feel it anymore. Hearing the conversation between the two, Chen Hang also understood how they met. You guys are really quite fated. Chen Hang was not very surprised that the two met. One was a school physician and the other was a college student in the school. It was inevitable that the two would meet once. Only that the two were able to become good girlfriends was something he would not have expected. Generally speaking, 3 years old was a generation gap. Lu Yan being 6 years older than Zhao Yanxian was 2 generation gaps. The fact that the two were still able to talk about each other was really quite fateful. It's my good fortune to have met sis. Zhao Yanxian ran to Lu Yan's side and took her arm, leaning sweetly on her shoulder. Meeting Xian is also my good fortune. Lu Yan raised her eyebrows and looked at Zhao Yanxian dotingly. Without a moment's effort, the waiter pushed a cart to the table and served the delicacies. The three of them picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. Zhao Yanxian chucked a piece of shrimp and sent it to Chen Hang's mouth. Brother Tian, for you. Chen Hang tasted it and exclaimed, the flavor is good. Although it wasn't as good as a top restaurant, the taste was top-notch. Chen Hang reciprocated and chucked a piece of fish to Zhao Yanxian. Zhao Yanxian was overjoyed and opened her small mouth to savor the fish. Seeing the scene in front of her, Lu Yan was envious, but at the same time, she was slightly despondent. Chen Hang noticed Lu Yan's micro-expression change, but he was not in a position to inquire. It wasn't until a few moments later, when Zhao Yanxian left her seat and went to the restroom, that Chen Hang looked at Lu Yan. What's wrong? Is it not to your liking? Lu Yan froze for a moment, and a hint of a smile surfaced on her pretty face. No, the dishes are delicious and very much to my taste. Chen Hang's sudden concern made Lu Yan feel inexplicably warm. So are you not feeling well? It doesn't look like you're in a very good mood. Chen Hang frowned slightly as his gaze looked at Lu Yan. It's fine, I'm just a little tired. Lu Yan's eyes were a little evasive. Chen Hang quickly understood the reason for this. If she was not physically uncomfortable, Lu Yan should have been in a not-so-right mood after seeing Zhao Yanxian spreading dog food. Lu Yan didn't show it very obviously, but the change in her eyes as she looked at herself was definitely not wrong. I'll send you guys back after dinner, have a good rest. Chen Hang chucked 2 pieces of shrimp into Lu Yan's bowl. Lu Yan's heart warmed as she looked up at Chen Hang, a hint of emotion flashing through her eyes. After Zhao Yanxian returned to her seat, Lu Yan regained her proper color. For the next few moments, the three continued to enjoy the food. Half an hour later, Chen Hang greeted the waiter and finished settling the bill. At this time, it was already nighttime, and the 119th floor overlooked down. The streets were brightly lit, and the night view of the Huangpu River was fascinating. Chen Hang took Zhao Yanxian and Lu Yan to take the elevator downstairs. After getting into the car, at Zhao Yanxian's suggestion, Chen Hang drove them to the Huangpu River for a short evening breeze. Afterwards, he drove back to Zhongjing Garden. Just after getting out of the car, Zhao Yanxian jumped into Chen Hang's arms and got tired. The smell of your body smells good. Zhao Yanxian inhaled madly in Chen Hang's arms. She had just smelled the faint flavor of Chen Hang's body. Now that there was zero distance contact, it smelled even better. The source of the odor was naturally known to Chen Hang. After the face value attribute point is full, the charm is maximized and the host exudes charm in all aspects. Not only is the face value and temperament enhanced, but also the voice and aura, while including the body scent on the body. And it wasn't a strong and vulgar perfume odor, but a light fragrance. You're not afraid of Sister Lu seeing it either. He. Jia Yanxian laughed softly twice and left Chen Hang's embrace, running to Lu Yan's side and taking her arm. Sister Lu, let's go up. Lu Yan tapped her chin and glanced at Chen Hang, before taking Jia Yanxian on her arm and walking towards the elevator room. Chen Hang silently followed behind, and the three of them took the elevator up together. Entering the house, Zhao Yanxuan had just changed her slippers when she stepped forward to help Chen Hang take off his jacket. Give it to me. Chen Hang tapped his chin and handed over the jacket he was wearing to Zhao Yanxuan. Zhao Yanxuan numbly got the clothes and hung them on the rack. I'll go into my room to change my clothes, you guys chat first. Lu Yan greeted the two before walking into the bedroom and closing the door. Stepping into the living room, Chen Hang sat down on the sofa. You sit, I'll go get you a glass of water. Zhao Yanxian smiled sweetly and ran to the kitchen. Coming out of the kitchen, she handed the glass of water to Chen Hang. Chen Hang took a sip and placed it on the coffee table. Zhao Yanxian sat next to Chen Hang and burrowed into his arms. She would not let go of such a good opportunity to warm up. Hubby, you really smell good. Zhao Yanxian rubbed around like a kitten, greedily inhaling the smell of Chen Hang's body. Just then, the door to the room opened and Lu Yan walked out. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Chen Hang's gaze fell on Lu Yan, only to see her wearing a pure white backless lace nightgown, her long hair draped over her shoulders, and her fair and slender legs unreservedly exposed in the air. With four eyes facing each other, Lu Yan's pretty face steeply turned red. Zhao Yanxian also looked over towards Lu Yan at this time. Seeing Lu Yan, she immediately sat up straight. Cough. Am I disturbing you guys a bit? Lu Yan coughed in embarrassment. Sister, don't misunderstand, we're fooling around. Zhao Yanxuan's cheeks were red to the core. However, she still hardened her eyes at Lu Yan. I don't seem to have confiscated my clothes. I'll go organize my clothes. Of course, Lu Yan could see Zhao Yanxuan's condition. She blushed slightly and made an excuse to go back to her room, closing the door again. Does Sister Lu think we're showing love? Seeing Lu Yan return to her room, Zhao Yanxuan sidled towards Chen Hang and asked. It should be. Chen Hang rubbed his nose, seeing it all. It's all your fault for being so monkeyish. Zhao Yanxian pouted. Chen Hang, however, smiled faintly. I seem to remember that it was you who made the first move. I blame you. Zhao Yenyuan blushed in embarrassment. After carefully recalling, it was indeed she who had teased Chen Hang first. Whether it was in front of Lu Yan or Chen Hang, she was humiliated. Glancing at Chen Hang, Zhao Yenyuan's heart suddenly stirred again. She bit her lip and once again jumped into Chen Hang's arms. Aren't you afraid that Sister Lu will see it? I don't care, sis, she knows. Seeing is seeing. Zhao Yanxian hummed. Anyway, Lu Yan already knew, so she didn't care. Looking at the white and beautiful Zhao Yanxuan, Chen Hang also no nonsense. Sharp get up a princess pick her up, into the room. Chapter 87 Traditional Woman. Early the next morning. When Chen Hang opened his eyes, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. Looking at the white-skinned Zhao Yanxian beside him, Chen Hang slowly breathed a sigh of relief. After tossing and turning all night last night, it could be considered that this niece slept at ease. To be honest, it was rare to see Zhao Yanxian so enthusiastic. Normally, she simply couldn't resist for long. I don't know where the energy came from last night, but it was hard to fight until the end. If it wasn't for the divine dragon physique, perhaps it wouldn't have been able to withstand this niece's onslaught. Stretching his waist, Chen Hang got out of bed and washed up, then left the room. Walking to the living room, Lu Yan had already prepared breakfast. Seeing Lu Yan sitting on the sofa playing with her cell phone, Chen Hang took the initiative to greet her. Sister Lu, good morning. Good morning. Lu Yan looked towards Chen Hang, her pretty face revealing a charming smile. Haven't had breakfast yet, right? I just cooked congee. Do you want to try it? Yes, thank you. Chen Hang smiled. Zhao Yanxian often complimented Lu Yan for her delicious cooking. It was a good time to take this opportunity to taste Li Yan's handiwork. Sit down for a while, I'll go to the kitchen and bring it to you. Lu Yan smiled sweetly. She walked to the kitchen and gave Chen Hang a hearty bowl of yam and red bean porridge and brought it to the table. It had to be said that the yam and red bean congee made by Lu Yan looked very, very appetizing and smelled particularly fragrant. It was the first time Chen Hang had seen a porridge that sold so well. Quickly taste how it tastes. I have boiled it for 2 hours. Lu Yan, who was sitting opposite Chen Hang, gazed at Chen Hang with her beautiful eyes. Chen Hang picked up a spoon and tasted a mouthful, then he nodded appreciatively. The color and aroma are all good. It's even better than what the restaurant chef did. Sister Lu, do you have some secret? It was the first time Chen Hang had eaten such a delicious vegetarian porridge. A bowl of congee could be made so delicious, Lu Yan's cooking skills completely topped the 5-star hotel chef. There's actually no secret, except that I usually like to study recipes when I'm not doing anything, so I do it better. Lu Yan then smiled and inquired, what do you prefer to eat? Next time I come I'll make it for you. Braised meat is just fine. Chen Hang was not a picky eater, braised meat was just fine for him. Lu Yan smiled brightly, Next time you come, I'll make you braised pork, I like that too. Then thanks in advance. You're welcome. Right, Sister Lu, when did you graduate? Chen Hang chatted as he drank kanji. Graduated in 21 years.
Both my bachelor's and master's degrees are at Longhai Medical University.
Lu Yan said frankly. I can't imagine that you have such good grades, sis. Longhai Medical University was a nationally renowned medical university.
Without some hard power it was impossible to squeeze in.
Lu Yan waved her hand. It's okay, it was just luck at that time.
Were there a lot of people chasing you in college?
Despite knowing the extent of Lu Yan's perfection, Chen Hang couldn't help but ask.
There were, but I rejected all of them.
I'm not interested in them.
Lu Yan was still smiling as she gazed at Chen Hang. Student Chen, why are you suddenly asking this kind of question? I saw that many pretty girls have fallen in love in college.
Sister Lu, you are so pretty, so I think you should have talked about it as well.
Chen Hang pursed his lips. In his last life, whether it was in his class or major, the girls who were slightly better looking all had their names and husbands.
The prettiest ones even had several boyfriends.
Lu Yan, this kind of high value and do not fall in love with the girl is very rare. Not to mention other universities, even Long University could count them on one hand.
That's them, I'm a more traditional kind of woman. Don't you dare compare them to me. Lu Yan didn't want Chen Hang to get the wrong idea.
After all, she had a soft spot for the man in front of her.
Speaking of which, I actually quite like traditional type women. Chen Hang raised an eyebrow and stared at Lu Yan with a burning gaze. When she met Chen Hang's eyes, Lu Yan's pretty face obviously reddened quite a bit.
These words seemed to have been deliberately said to her.
It was hard to believe that Chen Hang had a crush on himself as well. Lu Yan's heart was suddenly in turmoil.
Chen Hang, however, smiled faintly and continued with his meal. In a short while, Chen Hang finished the porridge. At the same time, Su Zheqi also sent a message.
Boss, are you coming over today?
Chen Hang looked at the time on his wristwatch, 9:20, 10 minutes before the stock market opened. It was only a 20-minute journey from here to the company, getting there in half an hour wasn't a problem.
I'll be right there, everything will go according to plan. Good, I'll inform them to act now. Sister Lu, I'm leaving first, I have some things to do. Chen Hang put on his jacket and greeted Lu Yan. Oh, good, be safe on the road. Lu Yan got up to see him off.
After Chen Hang bid farewell to Lu Yan, he left Zhongjing Garden.